Kuan, delivering a powerful punch. Ji Kuan had no time to evade. The blow struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward, his body contorting in midair, ultimately crashing into a wall several meters away. The wall crumbled, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Ji Kuan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggled to rise, his gaze towards Ling Feng filled with terror. Since awakening his powers, he had never encountered defeat, effortlessly crushing all adversaries in his path. He had fancied himself the destined champion of this world, yet today he faced a shattering loss. Overwhelmed by a force far superior to his own, the impact of that punch had evidently inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. Had it not been for his formidable defensive capabilities, he might well have met his end. Simultaneously, Ling Feng observed Ji Kuan with a look of surprise. Remarkably, his punch had not claimed Ji Kuan's life. Though he had only exerted half of his strength, it should have been sufficient to fell an ordinary ability user. It appeared Ji Kuan possessed more skill than anticipated, Ling Feng mused inwardly. He approached Ji Kuan, his expression devoid of emotion. Ji Kuan, visibly anxious, regarded Ling Feng with a flicker of panic in his eyes. You cannot kill me. Oh, and why is that? Ling Feng paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Feigning composure, Ji Kuan replied, I am of the Kai family from Jinling. You must be aware of the Kai family's influence. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more. The Kai family of Jinling. Renowned as the emperors of the underworld in Jinling, they wielded immense power. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, the Kai family had amassed a formidable array of resources and recruited numerous ability users. Furthermore, the head of the Kai family, Kai Haonan, was also an ability user. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Kai Haonan not only established his own army, but also a formidable shadow force composed of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Observing the reactions of those around him, Ji Kuan felt a slight alleviation of his fear. However, just as he began to feel relieved, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 104. The Fall of Brother Ji. Suddenly, Ling Feng, standing nearby, executed a swift teleportation and appeared before Ji Kuan. Extending his right hand, he reached for Ji Kuan's neck. Ji Kuan attempted to evade by sidestepping, but Ling Feng's speed was unparalleled. No matter how he tried to escape, he could not shake off Ling Feng, who ultimately seized his neck with an iron grip. With a forceful squeeze, Ji Kuan was hoisted into the air, his face turning crimson, reminiscent of a liver, and a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. For the first time, he felt death was alarmingly close. In his terror, he flailed his arms against Ling Feng's forearm, but it was futile. Ling Feng, with an expression of indifference, remarked, I do not care who you are or how powerful your faction may be. If you provoke me, even the mightiest will not save you. The onlookers were astounded, witnessing Ling Feng's audacity to confront even the illustrious Kai family of Jinling. The youth is indeed reckless and lacks prudence, they murmured among themselves. Hearing Ling Feng's chilling words, Ji Kuan's mental defenses crumbled entirely. In a state of desperation, he pleaded, Please, spare me. I will not trouble you again. I promise I will not use my family's influence against you. Ling Feng regarded him with a mocking gaze, his tone icy as he replied, Do you believe I would trust your words? I understand the folly of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Do you think me so foolish? Seeing that Ling Feng was impervious to threats or pleas, Ji Kuan's expression turned grim as he glared at Ling Feng, gritting his teeth. If you kill me, my family will not let you go. Our patriarch is a superpowered being. Killing you would be as easy as drinking water. Prepare to face the wrath of the Kai family. Ji Kuan laughed maniacally, the sound grating on the nerves. Enough, Ling Feng declared with palpable impatience, tightening his grip, prepared to end Ji Kuan's life. Just then, a resonant voice interrupted the tension. Stop. Ling Feng paused, his gaze shifting toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a striking crimson tang suit, with a square face and prominent brow, exuding an extraordinary presence that commanded respect without anger. He clearly possessed the demeanor of someone accustomed to power. As Ling Feng regarded the newcomer, his expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that while the younger generation had been dealt with, the elders had now arrived. Noticing that Ling Feng still held Ji Kuan by the neck without any intention of releasing him, the middle-aged man spoke with a friendly demeanor. This young man, I am Liu Wei from the Lu family of Qingzhou. His father is a dear friend of mine. Might I request a favor from you today and spare him? Liu Wei spoke with a smile, gazing at Ling Feng. Upon hearing Liu Wei's words, the crowd erupted into a renewed clamor. The Lu family of Qingzhou is indeed the foremost family in the region. Before the apocalypse, their business permeated every aspect of Qingzhou, wielding significant influence in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. The head of the Lu family is revered as Liu Banqing. After the world changed, the Liu family established a formidable militia, asserting control over their territory, and now, the fate of Qingzhou largely rests in their hands. Moreover, the Liu family boasts the presence of a superpowered individual whose martial prowess is unfathomable. Superpowered individuals are classified into various tiers. Some possess abilities that only marginally enhance their combat prowess, making them slightly stronger than ordinary individuals. Superpowered beings, however, are those whose combat capabilities far exceed those of common abilities. It is said that an ordinary powered individual cannot withstand more than 3 moves from a superpowered individual of the Liu family. Ling Feng, listening to the discussions surrounding the might of the Liu family, remained unfazed by their formidable strength. In his estimation, he was not necessarily incapable of defeating that superpowered individual. Despairing, Ji Kuan's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope upon seeing Liu Wei. He called out, his voice tinged with urgency. "Uncle Liu, save me." Ling Feng regarded the self-assured Liu Wei and replied coolly, "I'm afraid I haven't heard of you. I'm not familiar with you. If there is nothing else, please refrain from interfering while I carry out my task." The smile on Liu Wei's face froze, his expression darkening. He never anticipated that this young upstart would dismiss the Liu family's authority. With their might, Hutnci treat him with utmost respect. How dare this boy speak so brazenly? A glimmer of malice flickered in Liu Wei's eyes as he coldly warned, "Young man, do not presume that a bit of strength renders you invincible. Be wary, some individuals are not to be trifled with." Ling Feng merely scoffed, remaining silent. He tightened his grip on Ji Kuan's hand, instantly inducing a sense of suffocation, causing Ji Kuan to tremble uncontrollably. With his other hand, Ling Feng formed a fist and struck Ji Kuan's face. With a resounding thud, Ji Kuan's head shattered into pieces. Ling Feng, nonchalantly wiping the red and white remnants from his hands, casually extracted the crystal from Ji Kuan's skull. Liu Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. Not only did Ling Feng refuse to grant him the courtesy of sparing Ji Kuan, but he also dared to commit murder before his very eyes. Was this not akin to rubbing his face in filth? How could he ever navigate the underworld after such an affront? Liu Wei spoke icily, "You seek death. It seems I must teach you a lesson today." Ling Feng regarded him with a chilling stare, clenching his fists, preparing for battle. Just at that critical moment, once again, a man entered the scene, his face a portrait of urgency as he approached the two individuals. With a gentle demeanor, he urged, "Gentlemen, let us calm our tempers and converse civilly. There is no need for hostility." Ling Feng turned his gaze towards the speaker, a slight figure of around 50 years, whose countenance exuded kindness. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Liu Wei's stern expression softened slightly, though his tone remained frosty. "Liu Sanhe, this man has murdered my dear friend's son and dares to speak insolently. This matter is far from over." Liu Sanhe sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. "Liu Eryi, whatever grievances exist between you, shall we not resolve them after the conference? The gathering is about to commence, and your presence is essential for its success." Liu Wei pondered for a moment, exhaling a deep breath. He regarded Ling Feng with a sinister grin. "I shall grant you a brief reprieve. Savor your final moments." With that, he swiftly departed, flanked by a throng of followers. As they exited the crowd, Liu Wei instructed one of his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on this individual. Ensure he does not escape. Once I acquire the ability, I will settle the score." The subordinate nodded slightly and promptly made arrangements. Ling Feng, clutching the recently upgraded inner core in his hand, felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that this Ji Kuan possessed some merit after all. According to the system's explanation, consumption of this core would ignite extraordinary flames within his body. Should he attain this power, his strength would ascend to new heights. Calculating swiftly, he realized he now possessed 4 inner cores. It was time to seek a secluded place to enhance his abilities. Chapter 105. A body beyond 1,000 currently. Ling Feng found himself in a perilous environment, necessitating an elevation of his strength. This was crucial for self-preservation and for securing a competitive edge in the impending struggle for the ore. Observing the still-gathered crowd, his brow furrowed. Having forcefully slain Ji Kuan and offended Liu Wei, He had become the center of attention, making it increasingly difficult to find solitude. The desire for discretion was slipping away. Using his teleportation ability, Ling Feng swiftly extricated himself from the throng, effortlessly evading the gazes of those around him. One of Liu Wei's henchmen, who had been surveilling Ling Feng, was taken aback by his sudden disappearance. Could he possibly have fled? The henchman muttered to himself. Liu Wei had instructed him to monitor this individual closely, yet within mere minutes, he had lost sight of his target. How could he return without an explanation? The henchman, feeling helpless, began to search meticulously. Ling Feng hastened along, deliberately avoiding the crowds, until he arrived at a secluded mine. Well concealed and nearly undetectable to the untrained eye, this treasure was discovered by Ling Feng after an extensive search. Once he confirmed that he was not being followed, he meticulously set numerous traps at the entrance of the cave. Only then did he feel secure enough to enter, sealing the entrance with a large stone. He then sat cross-legged and retrieved 4 inner elixirs, each the size of a longan, from his spatial storage. The elixirs were a lustrous milky white, exuding a faint, exotic fragrance. However, their sizes varied, with the largest being the one obtained from Ji-Kuan, which also possessed the most substantial energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, Ling Feng tossed one of the elixirs into his mouth. Upon entering, the elixir instantaneously transformed into a liquid, flowing into his internal organs. After several breaths, a peculiar sensation enveloped him once more. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming comfort, akin to a weary laborer collapsing onto a soft bed after a long day. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound resonated from within his visceral organs. His mind was remarkably clear, and his thoughts surged with vitality. This state persisted for approximately 10 minutes, during which Ling Feng closed his eyes to attune himself to the changes within his body. Notably, he observed that his skin seemed to have brightened. Without lingering on this revelation, he consumed the second elixir, followed by the third and fourth. An hour later, Ling Feng opened his tightly closed eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment crossing his mind. So it was like this. After absorbing the 4 exquisite elixirs, his body underwent a profound transformation. Firstly, the development of his brain had reached 50, granting him the ability to manipulate the movement of objects at will. This skill bore resemblance to Du Yibai's abilities. However, while Du Yibai could only control metal, Ling Feng could command all materials, surpassing Du Yibai in both speed and strength. Moreover, his control over his body had significantly improved. He could now regulate the opening and closing of every pore. He could also observe the internal workings of his body through mental focus, noting an obvious increase in the proportion of golden blood within him, which had escalated from a mere trace to nearly 1/5. The density of his bones had greatly increased, and the circulation of his blood was remarkably swift, truly embodying the vigor of a dragon. In addition to these enhancements, the inner elixirs bestowed him with extraordinary abilities. Among these, the most practical was the enhanced fire ability, which now reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, capable of incinerating a person to ashes in an instant. Alongside this fiery prowess, he also acquired abilities such as body petrification, organ enlargement, and flame fists. The remaining abilities, however, seemed somewhat superfluous to Ling Feng, proving to be of little use. His physical prowess had undoubtedly surpassed 1,000. Regardless of who struck him, they would surely be rendered unconscious. After enhancing his abilities, Ling Feng emerged from the cavern, eager to witness the exchange meeting that Liu Sanhe had mentioned. With a powerful push of his legs against the ground, he propelled himself into the air. Inside a dilapidated auditorium at the Wangzhuang mine, a few hundred individuals sat scattered about, all drawn by the allure of the extraordinary ore. Among them were several dozen endowed individuals. Liu Sanhe stood at the forefront of the stage, exuding warmth and friendliness as he greeted the gathering with enthusiasm. Soon, Ling Feng entered and casually selected a seat at the back. Liu Sanhe, upon spotting Ling Feng, approached him with a broad smile. "Young brother, why are you sitting back here? Come, take a seat up front." Ling Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable with his overly exuberant invitation and replied nonchalantly, "No need. This is fine." Liu Sanhe chuckled heartily, his tone laced with respect. "Your strength ranks among the best here. You deserve a front row seat." Ultimately, Ling Feng's insistence led Liu Sanhe to abandon his attempts to have him sit in the front. After exchanging a few brief words, Liu Sanhe hastily departed to attend to others. Ling Feng watched Liu Sanhe's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. This Liu Sanhe was no ordinary person. Despite his perpetually cheerful demeanor, Ling Feng's intuition warned him that something was amiss. The purpose of this meeting, orchestrated by Liu Sanhe, was to discuss the distribution of resources. Moreover, Liu Sanhe was the first to discover this, and the enhancement effects were known only through hearsay, with no one having witnessed it firsthand. What exactly were Liu Sanhe's intentions? Ling Feng pondered for a while, but could not deduce a clear answer. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain vigilant regarding this individual. He was undoubtedly playing a larger game. At that moment, Liu Sanhe's amiable voice resonated through the auditorium. Dear friends who have traveled from afar, welcome to the Wangzhuang mine. I understand that many of you harbor significant doubts about the authenticity of the extraordinary ore. However, today I shall personally demonstrate its effects for you. With that, he gestured, and two assistants brought forth a table. Liu Sanhe retrieved a stone roughly the size of a fist from his pocket. The stone, irregularly shaped and predominantly purple, featured red veins resembling human blood vessels. Holding the stone aloft, Liu Sanhe addressed the audience below. Everyone, pay close attention. With those words, a pure surge of energy emanated from the stone, coursing through his arm and into his mind. Liu Sanhe visibly grew stronger, his form radiating an undeniable vigor. As the final vestiges of energy dissipated, the ore in his grasp lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary stone. The spectators, witnessing the extraordinary transformation of Liu Sanhe, were collectively taken aback, their eyes glinting with avarice as they beheld the anomalous ore. Chapter 106. The exchange conference. Once the demonstration concluded, the gathering of ability users erupted in fervor. The palpable change in Liu Sanhe's physique was striking, his aura elevated significantly. Even his visage appeared to have shifted, seemingly rejuvenated by several years. Observing the crowd's reaction, Liu Sanhe offered a slight smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you now comprehend the profound effects of the ability or on users of supernatural talents. The leaders of various factions below wore varied expressions, each deep in thought. After all, the efficacy of the ability or was nothing short of extraordinary. Should they acquire such, their respective factions would undoubtedly experience a surge in strength. An enhancement in power would enable them to absorb rival factions, seizing additional sustenance and resources. How much of this exists within the mine? Queried one individual from the throng of ability users. Upon hearing this, every gaze turned eagerly towards Liu Sanhe. With a sigh, he responded, a hint of regret in his tone. To be candid, the quantity of ore I have discovered is rather limited, approximately 100 pieces in total. Furthermore, they lie deep within the mine, necessitating our own efforts for excavation. As soon as he finished speaking, discontent rippled through the crowd. What? Such a meager amount? How are we to divide it among so many? Indeed, we have journeyed from afar only to return empty-handed. Amidst the clamor, a resonant voice cut through the noise. The Liu family of Qingzhou shall claim half of the ore. The remainder is yours to divide, Liu Wei declared with an air of dominance. The countenance of the smaller factions turned sour, given the already scant quantity of ore. The Liu family's demand for half was particularly disheartening. With so many individuals present, how could they possibly share what little remained? Especially with other powerful factions in the mix? Yet, intimidated by the Liu family's influence, many chose to remain silent. However, the other factions were less restrained. Zhao Wujing from the Storm Base boldly retorted, what audacity! Do you Qingzhou Liu family truly believe yourselves invincible? The Storm Base will not acquiesce to such demands. Zhao Wujing spoke with conviction, bolstered by the presence of 5 ability users in his delegation. Even though one was temporarily unreachable, he believed they would soon rejoin their ranks. In contrast, the Liu family had only 3 ability users, their strength clearly inferior to that of the Storm Base. Moreover, they had additional strategies at their disposal. Another faction from the Co-Creation Base Alliance also voiced their dissent. The leader Zhang Fazai declared, our Co-Creation Alliance also disagrees with this proposal. We demand an equal division. The Co-Creation Alliance is a coalition formed by 8 small bases, and this time, for extraordinary individuals have also arrived. Liu Wei's gaze darkened, his countenance icy as he spoke. Are you certain you wish to stand against me? Zhao Wujie scoffed, slamming his palm on the table with a resounding crack. The marble surface shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. Zhao Wujie rose, glaring at Liu Wei with disdain. What of opposing you, Zhao Wujie? Do not put on airs before me. Our storm base is not without its superpowered individuals. If a confrontation is what you seek, we shall not shy away. Zhao Wujia's eyes glinted with malice, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Then let us see whose strength prevails, Liu Wei declared, his expression darkening further. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the impending clash palpable. The members from the lesser bases fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of attracting the attention of the dominant factions. In this charged moment, Liu-San has stepped in between the two, smiling amiably. Gentlemen, let us not allow anger to cloud our judgment. There are words to be exchanged without resorting to violence. Liu Wei let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Wujia, who returned the look with an equally provocative stare, poised for action. Liu Sanha observed their expressions, a subtle glimmer of delight crossing his eyes. Maintaining his guise as a peacemaker, he continued, I have a suggestion, though I wonder if it might be welcomed. Zhang Fuzai, the leader of the Co-Creation Base Alliance, responded with a smile. Old Liu, please share your thoughts. Without you, we would not have discovered this place. Liu Sanha nodded slightly and proposed, I suggest that everyone venture into the mine independently. How much one can acquire will depend solely on individual skill. What do you think? The leaders of the major factions pondered this, while the extraordinary individuals from the smaller bases appeared invigorated, their eyes alight with excitement. Originally, these larger factions intended to monopolize the ore, making it exceedingly difficult for the smaller bases to glean any benefits. However, if they could search independently, it would imply that they too could seize a share. With a stroke of luck, they might even reap a bountiful harvest. I concur. Zhang Fuzai was the first to voice agreement. Though their base brought only a few extraordinary individuals, their numerous ordinary members could swiftly scour the area. After expressing his opinion, Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed with this plan. In truth, he harbored an unspoken thought. Ultimately, it would all belong to our storm base, for now. Let them hold on to it temporarily. With the consent of the two powerful factions, Liu Wei could only nod in agreement. Although his family possessed considerable strength, the presence of dozens of supernatural beings made it clear that antagonizing them would lead to complications. Liu Sanha was elated that his suggestion had been embraced. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, seated in the rear, observed the recent events with a sense of unease, pondering the true intentions of Liu Sanha. Yet, he felt no fear for his own safety. His abilities had surged, and his very existence had undergone an evolution, rendering him impervious to any schemes. In the midst of the crowd, he spotted Zhang Zhibiao. The previous skirmish had allowed Zhang to escape unnoticed, and now he found himself among the ranks of the storm base. It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on him once they entered the mine, for his powers were of great significance to Ling Feng. The exchange conference soon approached its conclusion, with most of the supernatural beings expressing satisfaction with the outcome. Finding the proceedings rather tedious, Ling Feng decided to take his leave. However, as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted by two burly men clad in black. One of them, with a menacing glare, stated, Our captain wishes to see you. You cannot leave now. Remain here quietly. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and coldly replied, Step aside, or face the consequences. The two men remained unmoved, blocking his path resolutely. Ling Feng smirked derisively, and with a swift motion, the two black-clad men were sent flying, crashing against the rear door with a resounding thud. Blood gushed from their wounds as they lay incapacitated on the ground, one side of their faces grotesquely swollen, a mercy granted by Ling Feng. This commotion drew the attention of others in the hall. You dare to harm my men? A furious voice boomed from behind Ling Feng. Turning, he found Zhao Wuji glaring at him with icy disdain. These two dogs of yours seem a bit unruly. Allow me to discipline them, Ling Feng said casually. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, and he retorted, There's an old saying. One must consider the master when punishing a dog. You seem to have little regard for me, Zhao Wuji. Furthermore, I graciously invited you to join our ranks. If you refuse, at least have the decency not to inflict harm upon us. Do you look down upon the storm base? With an air of indifference, Ling Feng replied, Why should I regard you? And when extending an invitation, one ought to do so with the proper demeanor. That I spared your two lackeys today is a testament to my mercy. Should it happen again, regardless of who you are, I will ensure your demise. Having spoken, he turned and strode towards the exit. Damn it, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, stepping forward to confront Ling Feng. But he was restrained by Zhang Zhibiao, who leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. On Zhao Wuji's cold, grim face appeared a sinister smile. After the conclusion of the exchange meeting, all the extraordinary individuals, under Liu Sanna's leadership, arrived at the entrance of the mine. The deepest part of the mine extended to 400 meters, with a total of 4 entrances. The tunnels within were intricate and labyrinthine, making it exceedingly easy to become lost. Due to a power outage, everyone was compelled to descend on foot. Liu Sanna had informed them of all these details in advance. Additionally, to aid in their search, he thoughtfully provided each person with a headlamp, enabling them to seek out or in the enveloping darkness. Once he had introduced all pertinent information, a portion of the group eagerly ventured into the mine. Gradually, everyone began to enter the cavern. Ling Feng lingered at the rear of the crowd, hesitant to follow suit. Ultimately, he found himself the last person remaining above ground, with even Liu Sanna having entered. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng decided to proceed inside. After all, with so many extraordinary beings below, if he could eliminate a few, his own power would surely increase. Moreover, he had already crossed paths with the Lu family at the Hundredfold base, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Ling Feng walked along the damp, dimly lit tunnel. Being the last to enter, an eerie silence enveloped the mine, punctuated only by the sound of his footsteps. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he estimated he must have descended over 400 meters. He was now 400 meters underground. Ahead, a fork in the tunnel presented 3 divergent paths. He carelessly chose the leftmost route and continued for another couple of minutes. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the passageway. Ling Feng's pupils constricted, and a grave expression crossed his face. He hurried towards the source of the sound. Navigating through the tunnel, he emerged into a vast pit, approximately the size of a football field. In the center of the pit, a gigantic python was pursuing 2 extraordinary beings who were desperately fleeing. One of them had his right arm bitten off at the shoulder, the wound marked with irregular teeth impressions, undoubtedly from the python. Besides these 2 individuals, there lay 7 or 8 mangled corpses on the ground, ravaged by bites. Ling Feng turned his gaze towards the enormous python. It measured a staggering 70 to 80 meters in length and was as thick as 2 barrels, its body a pale red, with eyes that gleamed with a thirst for blood. This python was significantly larger than the one Ling Feng had encountered before. Moreover, it was evidently more cunning. The 2 extraordinary beings before it could easily have been killed, yet the python allowed them to escape momentarily, occasionally snapping at them. As the 2 fleeing extraordinary beings caught sight of Ling Feng in the distance, they exchanged a glance and instinctively began to run towards him. Ling Feng's expression turned icy. These 2 individuals actually intended to lure the giant python towards him. What a treacherous scheme. He retrieved his tang knife from the spatial realm, bracing himself to confront the serpent. However, before engaging the monstrous creature, he could not allow these 2 manipulators to escape unscathed. In a flash, Ling Feng appeared before them. With a swift motion of his blade, the 2 ability users merely glimpsed a flash of white light before realizing their heads had separated from their bodies. In an instant, he had eliminated both foes. Such was Ling Feng's current prowess. With formidable physical capabilities, he could dispatch ordinary ability users in a heartbeat, even against superpowered adversaries. He held confidence in his ability to triumph. After vanquishing the 2 ability users, only Ling Feng and the giant python remained in the arena. The serpent halted, its crimson tongue flickering as it scrutinized Ling Feng with a gaze imbued with an unsettling semblance of humanity. Ling Feng regarded the colossal serpent with grave concern. Such a massive creature undoubtedly possessed immense strength, marking it as perhaps the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Gripping his tang knife, he stood resolutely, prepared to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the giant python launched its attack, its tail whipping towards Ling Feng like a streak of lightning. Ling Feng deftly evaded the assault. The massive tail struck the wall beside him with a thunderous crash, shattering it into debris that rained down around him. In a swift movement, Ling Feng activated his teleportation ability, reappearing behind the serpent. He swung his tang knife toward the python's body, but the creature reacted with astonishing speed, coiling its body tightly. The blade glided along its scales, sparking with friction. Ling Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the python's formidable defensive capabilities. His knife could not penetrate its defenses. The python fixed its blood-red gaze upon Ling Feng, seething with rage from the earlier ambush, which, although it caused no significant harm, had inflicted some discomfort. It hissed menacingly and surged towards Ling Feng once more, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs as it aimed to bite him viciously. Ling Feng teleported to evade the onslaught. Sheathing his tang knife and clenching his fists, green flames enveloped his knuckles, and as the flames erupted, the temperature soared, distorting the very air around him. Harnessing his speed once again, Ling Feng teleported onto the python's back. He unleashed a punch upon the serpent's body, and upon contact with its scales, the flames instantly incinerated them, releasing an enticing aroma of charred flesh. The python let out a howl of agony, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Ling Feng from its back. However, Ling Feng, relying on his formidable core abilities, clung steadfastly to the massive serpent, rendering it helpless despite its thrashing. Perched upon the serpent's back, Ling Feng relentlessly unleashed a barrage of punches upon its body. Soon, hundreds of densely packed wounds emerged, exuding a scent of charred flesh. The serpent's initial fierce resistance gradually waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, its crimson eyes filled with resentment fixated on Ling Feng. Chapter 108. Slaying the giant serpent. Ling Feng shook his arms, feeling the fatigue from delivering hundreds of blows. Approaching the half-lifeless serpent, he was filled with exhilaration. Such a colossal creature would undoubtedly enhance the efficacy of the demon core he had consumed. The serpent attempted to raise its massive head, struggling to rise. Yet all its efforts proved futile. Ling Feng's relentless strikes had already shattered its internal organs. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive blow to the serpent's head, causing its eyes to glaze over before finally closing. With immense effort, Ling Feng managed to pry open the serpent's skull and retrieve the crystal within. This crystal was significantly larger than the one he had obtained from a previous giant serpent. After a system upgrade, it could transform into a demon core. Ling Feng stored the crystal in his spatial pouch for enhancement. Premium Demon Beast Inner Core contains an exceptionally rich energy that can enhance physical constitution and develop 10 of brain capacity. Upon seeing the system's display, Ling Feng was elated. The brain development potential indeed surpassed that of an ordinary ability user's crystal. Gazing at the pearlescent demon core, he promptly stored it away. The current environment was not conducive for absorbing the demon core. It would be wiser to explore this area further. Ling Feng approached the corpses of the two recently slain ability users and extracted their crystals, then continued deeper into the mine. Shortly after his departure, a ghostly figure appeared beside the giant serpent. Clad in black, the figure was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features. Xiaozi, the figure lamented, clutching the serpent's massive form with a sorrowful expression. Who killed my Xiaozi? The black-clad individual's furious roar echoed through the pit. Meanwhile, Ling Feng had reached the deepest part of the mine, encountering no one else along the way, only corpses. Strangely, among them were the bodies of ability users. Yet their crystals were mysteriously absent. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, increasingly unsettled. Could there be others, aside from himself, utilizing the crystals of ability users to enhance their power? Ling Feng pondered this perplexity but decided against dwelling on it, continuing his search within the mine for potential ability or, as expected, there was nothing to be found. He was now certain that Liu San and this individual were undoubtedly nefarious characters, surely embroiled in some conspiracy. Perhaps the enormous python he had encountered earlier was also linked to him. After realizing that he could not uncover anything of value, Ling Feng began his journey back, retracing his steps to the fork in the path, this time opting for the middle route. The corridor in the center appeared to be significantly longer than the previous one. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he still had not reached its end. Along the way, Ling Feng again stumbled upon a dozen corpses, some belonging to members of the Storm Base, and others to the Lu family. However, they were all ordinary individuals, devoid of any extraordinary powers. After walking another 100 meters, he encountered yet another fork in the path. Ling Feng carelessly chose one to enter, and shortly after, he came face to face with a familiar visage, Zhang Zhibiao. At that moment, he stood behind Zhang Fazai, who was flanked by 3 other ability users and several dozen ordinary members of the Alliance. How did he end up entangled with the Co-Creation Base Alliance again? Ling Feng mused to himself. Upon spotting Ling Feng, Zhang Zhibiao's expression instantly turned furious, his murderous intent surging. It was a case of enemies meeting, and the animosity was palpable. Zhang Zhibiao gritted his teeth and declared, Ling Feng, it seems heaven has truly opened its eyes, allowing me to encounter you once more. Today, I shall avenge my brother. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly and replied, "What gives you such confidence? Or do you believe you have suddenly become capable? Indeed, I have just experienced a fortuitous event. My strength has surged. And with the assistance of several ability users from the Co-Creation Alliance, I shall undoubtedly defeat you," Zhang Zhibiao asserted with unwavering confidence. Hearing this, Zhang Fazai nonchalantly interjected, "Enough with the chatter, swiftly deal with him. Do not forget your promise. Once this is done, your Starfire base will be incorporated into the Alliance." Though Zhang Zhibiao felt reluctant, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced for the sake of avenging his brother. Ling Feng looked at the confident expressions across from him and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Zhibiao scoffed coldly, saying, "Even at death's door, you dare to laugh." Ling Feng quickly waved his hand, laughing, "My apologies. I truly did not intend to laugh. I simply couldn't help myself. Just how do you expect to kill me with such a ragtag bunch? Where does your confidence stem from?" Zhang Fazai's expression faltered, darkening in an instant. "Sharp-tongued as you are, let us see if you can still be so defiant shortly," he said, gesturing for the 3 ability users to encircle Ling Feng. Zhang Zhibiao stood behind the crowd, preparing to unleash his skills. Ling Feng suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him, the gravity he was experiencing doubling. However, this level of gravity had a negligible effect on him. At most, it was just 20 times the normal weight, which felt akin to nothing for him. Zhang Zhibiao observed Ling Feng standing motionless, mistakenly believing him to be incapacitated. A glimmer of joy crossed his face as he shouted to the other 3, "Everyone, this man is ensnared by my gravitational force. Let us unite and capture him." The trio exchanged glances, then swiftly advanced towards Ling Feng from 3 different directions. Ling Feng, with a dismissive smile, slowly raised his right hand and grasped the air towards one of them. The individual, who had been running, suddenly levitated, his face turning crimson. The other 2 halted in disbelief, staring at Ling Feng in astonishment. With a subtle exertion of his hands, the levitating man instantly succumbed to death. This technique was born from Ling Feng's formidable cerebral prowess. Upon reaching a brain development of 50, he discovered his capacity to manipulate objects had significantly strengthened. In a moment of inspiration, he pondered whether he could utilize this skill to directly seize an adversary. To his astonishment, it succeeded, amplifying his aura of superiority. The remaining 2, witnessing their companion's demise, exchanged fearful glances. What kind of supernatural ability is this that allows him to kill without a trace? Terrifying. We must flee. This was their final thought as they turned to retreat to their leader's side, but Ling Feng would not grant them such an opportunity. He simultaneously extended his hands, grasping the air, and the 2 supernatural beings were swiftly strangled to death. Zhang Fei's face turned pale, panic evident in his eyes. This man is far too powerful. He dispatches a supernatural being with a mere wave. He must be a superhuman. My heavens, how could I have dared to provoke such a being? Zhang Zhibiao's eyes reddened with resentment as he glared at Ling Feng. Suddenly, he bellowed, "I will kill you." Armed with a dagger, he charged at Ling Feng, thrusting the blade fiercely towards his heart, while simultaneously pushing the gravitational field to its utmost limits. Ling Feng remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as a still pond. As the dagger neared Ling Feng's chest, a maniacal grin spread across Zhang Zhibiao's face. However, the next second, his smile froze. No matter how hard he tried, he could not close the distance to Ling Feng. Ling Feng stood before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Desperate, Zhang Zhibiao lunged with all his might, yet it proved futile. A wave of powerlessness washed over him, despair clouding his gaze. "I will haunt you even in death." He spat, his face twisted with hatred. Ling Feng, dismissing his words, furrowed his brow and unleashed his mental prowess, obliterating Zhang Zhibiao entirely. Once he had vanquished Zhang Zhibiao, Ling Feng leisurely approached Zhang Fei, who was now paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling and eyes wide with terror. As Ling Feng approached, Zhang Fazai was so terrified that he lost control of himself, collapsing to his knees. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding," he exclaimed, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" Ling Feng asked with a hint of amusement. "I was misled by that bastard Zhang Zhibiao's rumors, which emboldened me to act against you. Had I known of your prowess, even 1,000 lives would not have given me the courage." Ling Feng withdrew a lotus flower cigarette from his pocket. Slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, he regarded the kneeling Zhang Fazai with indifference, stating, "Your desire to survive depends on your sincerity." Zhang Fazai, momentarily stunned, quickly responded. I am indeed sincere. He then produced a fist-sized piece of energy mineral from his chest pocket, an extraordinary mineral. Ling Feng's expression shifted as he took the mineral from him. Examining it closely, indeed, it was an energy mineral. Utilizing his mental force, he sensed a potent energy within. Narrowing his eyes at Zhang Hutnci, Ling Feng inquired, "Is this the only piece?" Zhang Hutnci forced a laugh, explaining, "This is truly the sole piece remaining. Each of us energy users consumed one, leaving just this last one." Ling Feng's piercing gaze fixated on Zhang Hutnci, causing him to tremble internally, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sensing the sudden chill in Ling Feng's demeanor, Zhang Hutnci tightened his expression and hastily retrieved another mineral from his pocket, offering it to Ling Feng. Only then did Ling Feng's expression soften. And after a brief inspection confirming its authenticity, he accepted it. "Are you certain there are no more?" Ling Feng's eyes hardened once more as he scrutinized Zhang Hutnci. With a mournful expression, Zhang Hutnci knelt, earnestly swearing, "I swear by the heavens, there are truly no more. How did you come by this mineral?" Ling Feng continued his inquiries. Zhang Hutnci, slightly embarrassed, replied, We obtained it from the energy users at those small bases. When we entered the mine, we saw them with the minerals, and we seized it." Having failed to extract the desired information, Ling Feng turned to leave, remarking as he walked away, "I shall spare your life this time for the sake of the mineral. Should I see you again, it will not be so easy." Before departing, he casually collected the crystals from several fallen energy users. "I won't dare again, never again," Zhang Hutnci said, his face reflecting relief from his narrow escape. Once Ling Feng was out of sight, Zhang Hutnci slowly rose, and his surrounding subordinates hurriedly gathered around him. "Leader, are you all right? Shall we take revenge? This is too humiliating." "Silence!" Zhang Hutnci barked, and the group of subordinates instantly fell silent. Zhang Hutnci immediately resumed his imposing demeanor as the leader. In a deep voice, he declared, "You bunch of scoundrels, where were your words when I was kneeling? Now you choose to speak with hindsight?" He continued, "Furthermore, this matter is not to be disclosed to anyone. Should anyone dare to leak it, I shall flay them alive. Now, inform everyone to return home at once." With that, he led the way out. Zhang Hutnci internally lamented, "I barely salvaged my life, and yet you lot wish for my vengeance. Do you wish my life to be forfeit?" He resolved to steer clear of this harbinger of doom, hoping never to cross paths again. After departing from the mine where Zhang Hutnci was, Ling Feng sought a secluded spot. He retrieved the ability enhancing or from his spatial storage. Recently, he had utilized the spatial duplication system to amplify the or a hundredfold, and now he possessed 6 pieces of this extraordinary mineral. The moment the or touched his hands, he experienced an overwhelming desire to absorb it. Ling Feng carefully directed this energy to flow into his body, a warm current gradually suffusing him. Soon, his entire being became heated, enveloped in swirling white mist. The flow of blood within him quickened, and a viscous black substance began to seep from his skin. Remarkably, the entire process was devoid of pain. On the contrary, Ling Feng felt a profound sense of comfort, warmth enveloping him. 15 minutes later, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air. Rising, he stretched his body and felt invigorated, his spirit lifted. Upon introspecting the changes within, he discovered that his perceptual abilities had been significantly enhanced. To his astonishment, his vision had gained the capacity for night sight. In the pitch-black mine, he could see as clearly as in daylight. Additionally, his mental prowess had further improved, with his brain development reaching 55, an increase of 5 percentage points. In terms of physical capabilities, both his speed and strength saw substantial augmentation. Ling Feng resolved to return and thoroughly test the extent of his newfound power. Gazing at the remaining 5 pieces of extraordinary ore, Ling Feng felt their quantity was rather insufficient. Such remarkable minerals were certainly better in greater numbers. Even if he could not utilize them all, they could benefit his comrades and beloved. After all, Wong Long and Lin Su currently lacked strength and could not offer much assistance. Upon his return, he intended to aid them in enhancing their capabilities. Having briefly acclimated to his body's changes, Ling Feng set forth once more to explore new mines. His desire for the ability enhancing or was insatiable. As he ventured deeper, the number of corpses he encountered increased, from ordinary individuals to, ultimately, ability users. Yet all the crystals from the heads of these ability users had been extracted. This infuriated Ling Feng. How could anyone dare to seize his possessions? Moreover, he discovered animal bite marks on the bodies of several individuals. The shape of the wounds bore a striking resemblance to those inflicted by a python. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly in astonishment. Could there be a second giant python? Chapter 110. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Ling Feng proceeded in the direction of the mine, walking several dozen steps until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. His demeanor subtly changed as he quickened his pace towards the source of illumination. Upon reaching the light, he found himself gazing into a vast pit. Inside the pit, dozens of individuals were embroiled in a fierce battle. Ling Feng observed the conflict closely and discerned that the combatants comprised members of the Lu family and those from the Storm Base. At this moment, the skirmish had escalated to a boiling point. Both sides were consumed by rage, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The damp earth was entirely stained crimson with blood. Zhao Wuji and Liu Wei were engaged in a fierce confrontation, both showing varying degrees of injury. However, Liu Wei appeared to be in a more dire condition, with a deep wound on his chest that exposed bone, a sight most alarming. The casualties among the Lu family's forces were notably higher. Aside from Liu Wei, only a handful of supernatural beings remained, desperately struggling to hold their ground. The ordinary members, most of whom were injured, could not endure for long. Victory for the Storm Base was merely a matter of time. In the midst of the battle, Zhao Wuji seized an opportunity to exploit a flaw in Liu Wei's defense. Delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen, Liu Wei was instantly propelled several meters away, ultimately crashing against the wall of the pit. Blood spewed from his mouth. His spirit diminished, and he appeared utterly drained. Liu Wei glared at Zhao Wuji with a malevolent look, filled with rage. Zhao Wuji, you despicable scoundrel. How can a person of the Storm Base resort to such foul tactics as poison? Do you have no sense of shame? Zhao Wuji, wearing a mocking grin, replied nonchalantly. Huh, despicable? As long as we can secure resources, who cares about the means? What age are we living in to still cling to notions of fairness and justice? Old man. With an air of arrogance, Zhao Wuji taunted Liu Wei, who was now on the verge of defeat, the scales of victory tipping entirely in his favor. Isn't our dear Liu heir always so formidable? How has he now transformed into a pitiful stray dog? Liu Wei's complexion turned ashen. The excessive blood loss from his chest wound, compounded by the recent poisoning, had left his body utterly depleted of energy. Breathing heavily, he seethed. Do you not fear the retribution of the Liu family for brazenly ambushing us? Zhao Wuji scoffed at the notion. Retribution? Have you lost your senses? I shall eliminate all of you. Who would ever know it was I? All who enter this mine today must perish. The resources here belong solely to us at the Storm Base. Zhao Wuji spoke with a fierce countenance. Liu Wei let out a cold laugh, remarking, there are dozens of extraordinary beings within this mine. Do you think a mere few of you can contend with us? Zhao Wuji laughed recklessly, mocking, how naive you are. Liu, do you truly believe that only we few from Storm Base have arrived this time? He cast a glance at Liu Wei, whose expression had changed drastically. And with a calm smile, he declared confidently, our base's captain-level extraordinary beings have already sealed off every entrance. No one shall escape. Liu Wei's face turned pale as he gazed at the audacious Zhao Wuji, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes, as if resolved to make a decision. He suddenly rose and retrieved a small green vial from his pocket. With a chilling glare at the vial, he swiftly twisted off the cap and downed its contents in one gulp. Even if I must perish, I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. Liu Wei's eyes gleamed with madness. Zhao Wuji observed Liu Wei's eyes, which had turned a blood red, indicating a frenzied state of mind. His smile faded, replaced by a wary expression. Liu Wei's previously pale visage began to flush, and his aura surged with increasing intensity. Zhao Wuji, I have forsaken the hope of life and consumed this berserk serum. Today, none shall leave alive. Zhao Wuji, taken aback by Liu Wei's transformation, pondered the nature of this potion that could bestow such energy on the brink of death. Seemingly reading Zhao Wuji's confusion, Liu Wei coldly replied, this serum is a product developed in collaboration between the Liu family and MK. The foundation of our Liu family shall forever surpass that of your Storm Base. Prepare to die. With a thunderous shout, Liu Wei lunged towards Zhao Wuji, his speed significantly increased from before. He swung a fist, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's face, the force generating a fierce wind. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He dared not be reckless and quickly countered with a powerful punch of his own. The two fists collided rapidly in midair. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Zhao Wuji let out a pained cry as he was sent soaring into the air. Liu Wei seized the opportunity, leaping to deliver another punch to Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji's body curled like a shrimp, crashing deeply into the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's breath was labored, his chest completely caved in, the bones shattered to pieces. Blood gushed from his mouth, painting a scene of utter despair. Struggling to rise with his hands propped against the ground, Zhao Wuji's expression was filled with unwillingness. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would culminate in such an unforeseen disaster. Given his injuries, had it not been for his extraordinary ability to heal rapidly, he would likely have met his demise that day. Liu Wei stared in disbelief at the Zhao Wuji who still managed to stand. Astonished that his earlier punch had not resulted in a fatality, Zhao Wuji looked at Liu Wei with a smug expression and said, "Didn't he expect it, did you? My extraordinary regenerative ability is my trump card. You cannot kill me." As he spoke, the bones in his chest visibly began to mend at a slow but steady pace. Liu Wei's eyes brimmed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, preparing to strike again. Yet, the overwhelming weakness coursing through his body made it difficult for him to even stand upright. His eyelids began to droop involuntarily, a wave of intense fatigue washing over him, causing him to stumble backward. Zhao Wuji, forcing himself to approach Liu Wei, realized that despite his formidable regenerative powers, the force of Liu Wei's recent attack had momentarily stunted his recovery. Upon reaching Liu Wei, he leaned in to check for breath and felt a surge of joy. Liu Wei was dead. The Lu family's greatest warrior had perished. This victory belonged to him. Although the journey to this outcome was not smooth, the result remained unchanged. The battle on the field swiftly approached its conclusion. The last remaining ability user from the Lu family was also slain by the combined might of the Storm Base, and the ordinary members faced the same grim fate. Zhao Wuji, filled with elation, began to direct his subordinates to scavenge the ores from the Lu family. Just as they were joyfully clearing the battlefield, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. Chapter 111. Kitata Jiro. The members of the Storm Base, who had been merrily collecting ability ores, suddenly froze in fear. Through the dim light, they caught sight of a long shadow on the ground. Zhao Wuji hurriedly turned to investigate. What he saw sent chills down his spine. A colossal green python, half its body raised high, flicking its long tongue, with a pair of lantern-like, blood-red, and chilling eyes fixated on them. Perched atop the serpent's head was a familiar figure, Liu Sanhe. Zhao Wuji's heart sank. How could it be him? Ling Feng, who had been watching the battle from a distance, felt no surprise at Liu Sanhe's reappearance. He had long suspected that this treasure hunt in the mine was a carefully orchestrated trap by Liu Sanhe. What surprised him slightly was the enormous python. This green serpent was even larger than the one he had just slain, estimated to be nearly 100 meters long and significantly bulkier. It appeared utterly terrifying. Ling Feng stood at a distance, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Zhao Wuji, his expression darkening as he gazed at Liu Sanhe atop the python, coldly inquired, "What do you want, Liu Sanhe?" Liu Sanhe responded with a chilling smile, devoid of the amiable and benign demeanor he had previously exhibited. Now his gaze was ruthless, his expression filled with malice. "What do you think I'm here for? Of course, I shall eliminate you wretched people of the Dragon Kingdom to provide nourishment for my little Qing," Liu Sanhe sinisterly declared. "Are you not from the Dragon Kingdom?" Zhao Wuji asked, astonished. Liu Sanhe replied proudly, "How could I possibly be one of those despicable Dragon Kingdom people? I am from the land of the rising sun. My true name is Kitata Jiro. I have been lurking in the Dragon Kingdom for many years, with the sole purpose of dismantling everything about you. Little did I expect that Amaterasu would bless me, allowing me to awaken the ability to communicate with exotic beasts in this apocalyptic era. This giant python is my companion, whose strength rivals that of a superpowered individual. Once I absorb the crystals within your bodies, I am confident that little Qing will achieve new heights. I shall lead her to eradicate all of your superpowered individuals. Ha ha ha. Our nation will ultimately reign over you, the contemptible denizens of the Dragon Kingdom." Kitata Jiro proclaimed with a mad gleam in his eyes. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Liu Sanhe was indeed from the land of the rising sun, and that everything had been a conspiracy. The thought of his hard-won victory turning into a farce ignited a fury within him. He immediately directed a furious rebuke at Kitata Jiro. Only you people from the land of the rising sun could commit such despicable and shameless acts. You shameless wretches think you can dominate our dragon kingdom? Dream on. The formidable warriors from my storm base will arrive soon. By that time, both you and your little serpent shall perish. Kitata and Gyro grinned cruelly, patting the python's head. Little Ching, the hunting time has arrived. Leave one alive. I wish to have a little fun with them. The massive python swiftly slithered toward Zhao Wuji. As Zhao Wuji beheld the rapidly approaching serpent, his pupils quivered. He hastily sprinted to the side, but his injuries from the earlier battle had not yet healed, and he was moving too slowly. Despite its colossal size, the python was incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, it caught up and ensnared Zhao Wuji completely. Under the immense pressure of the python's body, Zhao Wuji's bones were crushed into fragments. He lay there, akin to a puddle of mud, as the python tossed him aside. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in agony. The excruciating pain felt as though he were being torn apart by 1,000 blades. After inflicting severe injuries upon Zhao Wuji, the python continued its massacre of the other members of the storm base. Ordinary members of the base were swallowed whole by the giant serpent. This terrifying scene rendered the remaining members pale with fear as they fled towards the cave's exit. However, Kitata and Gyro had no intention of letting them escape. Brandishing a katana, Kitata and Gyro ruthlessly slaughtered the fleeing members. In the deadly synergy of man and serpent, the members of the storm base were swiftly decimated. The remaining two superpowered individuals met the same fate, their bones shattered as they lay on the ground, crying out in anguish. Kamita Ijiro approached several supernatural beings. Retrieving a dagger from his person, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I shall conduct a few minor experiments upon you, leading you to a death steeped in agonizing torment. Zhao Wuji and the others exhibited palpable terror. They had long been aware of the perverse nature of the Japanese, whose methods of torture were beyond barbaric. Utterly devoid of humanity. Observing the fear etched upon their faces, a fleeting glimmer of excitement flickered in Kamita's eyes. Just as he prepared to strike, the light patter of footsteps resonated from behind. Kamita turned to investigate and beheld Ling Feng sauntering towards him with a languid gait. With an icy glare, Kamita regarded Ling Feng and scoffed. I almost forgot about your presence. But since you have thrown yourself into the fray, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Ling Feng, unfazed, replied, I stood there for quite a while. It was indeed more thrilling than a film. I never imagined you were Japanese. Now I finally understand the subtle hint of lewdness in your demeanor. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Kamita's mouth. Even at death's door, you speak boldly. Soon, you shall join these three as my test subjects. Xiaoqing, the colossal python responded to his summons, its enormous head looming before him. Seize this individual. I intend to make him wish he were never born. Kamita's voice dripped with malice. The azure python slithered swiftly towards Ling Feng, attempting to ensnare him with its 100-meter-long body. In a flash, Ling Feng vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the serpent's head. Clenching his fist, he enveloped it in emerald flames and delivered a devastating blow to the python's eye. With a resounding pop, the creature's eye erupted, a charred scent wafting forth. The python recoiled in pain, releasing a series of hissing cries while thrashing its massive tail violently towards Ling Feng. However, with a swift teleportation, Ling Feng evaded the python's ferocious strike. The now one-eyed serpent lunged at Ling Feng with frenzied determination, yet he effortlessly dodged its every attack with his agile movements. Kamita Ijiro watched in shock, his expectations shattered. Ling Feng's prowess surpassed all he had anticipated, effortlessly injuring Xiaoqing's eye. Rage consumed him as he witnessed his prized python suffer this fate, a creature he had painstakingly nurtured. The loss of its eye was a grievous blow indeed. Drawing his katana from his waist, he charged swiftly towards Ling Feng's back. Chapter 112. Abundant Gains engaged in a playful duel with the python. Ling Feng felt a sudden awareness and swiftly teleported away from Kamita's impending strike. If I cannot win, I shall resort to ambush. Truly a little fool. Ling Feng mockingly laughed without mercy. Kamita Ijiro, consumed by fury, gripped his sword tightly, raising the katana high, which stirred the air with a fierce wind. And once more he swung it towards Ling Feng. In response, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful strike, sending Kamita Ijiro flying several meters, his body crashing against the cavern wall, fracturing several ribs in the process. Having swiftly dealt with the minor nuisance, Ling Feng continued to unleash his fists, engaging in combat with the colossal python. Capitalizing on his speed advantage, he once again shattered the creature's other eye. Blinded, the gigantic serpent thrashed wildly in the pit, its roars echoing incessantly. The walls of the cave trembled under the onslaught, tiny stones cascading down. Observing the irrationally furious python, Ling Feng remained unfazed. In an instant, he teleported above the python's head, his right fist clenched, delivering a tremendous blow to the creature. With a piercing cry, the massive body of the python collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Not far away, Kamita Ijiro lay on the ground, his expression one of utter horror, his gaze toward Ling Feng filled with trepidation. A creature with combat prowess surpassing even that of a superpowered being had been effortlessly slain by Ling Feng. What level of ability did this Ling Feng possess? Could he be a king-level superpowered being, even stronger than a superpowered one? Such beings were rare in the entire Handong region. Why had he encountered one? Zhao Wuji, also lying down, felt a profound shock. This individual's strength was comparable to that of the base leader. In fact, Ling Feng seemed to possess an edge over their base leader. Such a formidable, superpowered being, and he had dared to provoke him earlier in the morning, even planning to kill him. Truly, a fool's errand. Ling Feng approached Kamita Ijiro, his expression calm as he inquired, "Where are the remaining superpowered ores? Speak, and I can grant you a swift death." Kamita Ijiro glanced at Ling Feng, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips. "If you wish to know the location of the ores, abandon that thought." Ling Feng smiled faintly. "Rest assured, if you do not speak, I have my ways." He retrieved a pair of pliers from his space, regarding Kamita Ijiro with a sinister gaze. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer." Kamita Ijiro exclaimed in terror. Ling Feng seized one of his hands, brutally tearing off a fingernail with the pliers. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the cavern, appearing particularly horrifying in the dim light. "I will not divulge anything. I will not allow your Dragon Kingdom's superpowered beings to use the ores to grow stronger." Kamita Ijiro gritted his teeth defiantly. Ling Feng, his expression unchanged, continued to pluck more nails. Another agonizing scream pierced the air. It must be said that the little fellow possessed remarkable fortitude. Despite Ling Feng mercilessly extracting 6 of his nails, he did not utter a single cry. At one point, the agony became so unbearable that he fainted. In a display of compassion, Ling Feng administered a dose of adrenaline to help him remain conscious. When it came to the 7th nail, Kamita Ijiro could no longer endure the torment and divulged the location of the hidden ability ore. To ensure the truth of his words, Ling Feng resolved to accompany him on the search. Before departing, he collected all the crystals scattered on the ground, along with the entire Azure Python. Furthermore, he discovered 2 additional pieces of ability ore among the fallen members of the Storm Base. After completing this task, Ling Feng approached Zhao Wuji, who no longer regarded him with the same defiance as before. Trembling, he pleaded, "I was blind to your greatness. I beseech you to show mercy and spare my life." Ling Feng merely smiled faintly and dispatched him with a swift strike. Subsequently, he eliminated the other 2 ability users and claimed their crystals. Once the battlefield was cleared, Ling Feng hoisted Kamita Ijiro and made his way toward the concealed location of the ability ore. According to Ijiro's confession, the quantity of ore was minimal, having been previously excavated by him. The ore that these ability users had discovered was merely a bait he had strategically placed to incite conflict among them. Before long, Ling Feng and Kamita Ijiro arrived at the purported hiding spot, which was exceptionally well concealed, eluding the gaze of ordinary folk. The ore was buried a meter deep in the ground, and as Ling Feng excavated the earth, he indeed uncovered a wooden box. Extracting it from the pit, he opened the box to reveal the ability ore within. Upon counting, he found approximately 5 pieces. A surge of elation coursed through Ling Feng's veins. With the ore now in his possession, he boasted a total of 8 pieces. This expedition to the mine had yielded a bountiful harvest, not only of ability ore but also a plethora of ability user crystals. Should he absorb them all, his power would undoubtedly reach a terrifying echelon. Once he had secured the ore, Kamita Ijiro lost all value and was swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Thereafter, Ling Feng conducted a thorough search of the entire cavern. Regrettably, he found no other valuable resources. Upon returning to the surface, he noticed several corpses lying beside the pit. Deducing that they were likely the backup forces of the Storm Base, all slain by the Azure Python, their crystals already stripped away. Ling Feng surveyed the surroundings of the mine, which lay shrouded in darkness, as the clock struck 2 in the morning. The entire mining site now harbors but a solitary figure, Ling Feng. He retrieves an all-terrain snow vehicle from his spatial storage, preparing to depart. With a swift ignition, he activates the vehicle and illuminates its high beams. Just as he is about to leave, several figures swiftly approach from the distance. Leading them is a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tang attire, appearing to be around 40 years of age, with a square face. His countenance bears a resemblance to Liu Wei, yet his aura is far more formidable. Upon spotting the headlights, the man quickens his pace, soon closing the distance to within 100 meters of Ling Feng. Disregarding the approaching individuals, Ling Feng accelerates, the vehicle roaring to life as it speeds past the group, stirring a flurry of snow and ice in its wake. The middle-aged man watches the vehicle's departing direction, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It is indeed peculiar to encounter a car in such a desolate wilderness at this late hour, especially within the confines of the mine. This prompts a wave of suspicion. After a moment of reflection, he regains his focus and leads the others to the entrance of the Wangzhuang mine. Chapter 113. Reactions from all sides. Deep within the Wangzhuang mine, Lu Wu gazes upon the lifeless form of his brother Liu Wei, alongside the fallen members of the Lu family with abilities. His expression darkens to an extreme, and his heart is engulfed in sorrow. Liu Wei, his younger brother, had only days prior engaged in discussion regarding the resources of the mine. Now, their reunion is marred by this tragic scene. The 5 brothers of the Lu family have always shared a close bond, with Liu Wei being the youngest and most cherished among them. It is unfathomable that their beloved brother has met such a gruesome fate within this lightless pit. As Lu Wu examines Liu Wei's corpse, he discovers that his brother had resorted to using a berserk serum prior to his demise. Who could have compelled such a powerful individual to expend his own life in a mutual destruction? The audacity of the perpetrator is staggering. Daring to slay a member of the Lu family. Could it be someone from the Storm Base? Or perhaps the individual who just drove that vehicle? Lu Wu finds himself perplexed, unable to ascertain the identity of the murderer. He instructs his subordinates to commence a thorough search throughout the mine for any clues. As the search area expands, the weight of despair settles heavier upon Lu Wu's heart. Within the cavern, over 100 corpses are unearthed. The Lu family's contingent has been entirely annihilated. Among the fallen are not only Lu family members, but also those from the Storm Base and other unidentified factions. In addition to the human remains, a massive python's carcass is discovered, riddled with hundreds of wounds, each bearing signs of scorching. Such a colossal serpent must surely be a mutated creature. An entity of this size would pose a formidable challenge, even for the family head. The individual who vanquished the colossal python must undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength and a fiery supernatural ability. Presently, there are no survivors in the vicinity, save for the sole individual who recently drove that vehicle. Lu Wu resolved to lead a search for this enigmatic figure. If he indeed is the perpetrator, I shall ensure that the Lu family's full resources are mobilized to exact a blood-for-blood retribution. Lu Wu's expression darkened, his gaze fierce and unwavering. He, accompanied by several individuals endowed with supernatural abilities from the Lu family, ascended to the mine, tracing the path marked by the vehicle's tire tracks. Meanwhile, the Kai family of Jinling had also received the distressing news. In a lavish estate within Jinling City, a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, sat sternly in a grand chair, his eyes clouded with turmoil. At his side stood a cadre of resolute men clad in black, their expressions steely and their gazes chilling, evidently seasoned and formidable individuals. This middle-aged man, Kai Haonan, is the current head of the Kai family and the de facto ruler of Jinling City. Just moments ago, he had received a heart-rending message from the Liu family. His beloved son, Jikuan, had been slain. Jikuan was his most cherished offspring and the most outstanding supernatural talent among the younger generation of the family. The assailant, fully aware that Jikuan was a member of the Kai family, had nonetheless struck with lethal intent, showing utter disregard for their lineage. This was an unabashed provocation, a flagrant affront to Kai Haonan's dignity. It marked the first instance of anyone daring to harm a member of the Kai family. Kai Haonan narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he remained silent, the black-clad men beneath him could feel the seething fury of their patriarch. With the young master of the Kai family murdered, the head of the family would undoubtedly seek vengeance with merciless ferocity. At the Storm Base, the leader, Chen Gingyan, was abruptly roused from sleep by a series of urgent knocks at the door. With a displeased countenance, he opened the door. He detested being disturbed during his rest, particularly at night. Thus, he maintained a strict rule. Unless the matter was of utmost urgency, no one was permitted to interrupt his repose. As he gazed upon the knocker, he recognized Gu Fei, the captain of his base's special forces, a loyal subordinate of immense strength and capability, clad in a fitted short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his muscular physique. Gu Fei's dark skin contrasted sharply with his well-defined muscles, imparting an air of competence. At that moment, he bore an expression of urgent concern, for not long ago, several teams of supernatural operatives dispatched to the Wangzhuang mine in the capital city to contend for resources had gone missing. Several hours ago, Zhao Wuji reported via satellite phone that the operation was progressing exceptionally well. However, in the ensuing hours, there was no further communication, and the satellite phone became unreachable. Gu Fei promptly informed Chun Gengyan of this alarming development. Upon hearing Gu Fei's account, Chun Gengyan grasped the gravity of the situation. The team might have encountered significant peril, or worse, might have been exterminated. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "You must swiftly dispatch a team to search overnight and ascertain whether they are still alive. If they have indeed met with foul play, we must identify the perpetrators." Gu Fei nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, I will send people immediately." Could this incident be the work of the Lu family? We deployed nearly 10 capable individuals. Such a formidable team could easily annihilate a medium-sized base. Who else could be behind this? Chun Gingyan's gaze sharpened with contemplation as he replied softly, "It is premature to draw conclusions without a thorough investigation. Let us await the results of the inquiry. If it is indeed the Lu family's doing, I shall ensure that my brothers did not perish in vain. You should proceed with the investigation." Understood. After Gu Fei departed, Chun Gengyan's expression darkened significantly. Each ability user was a rare talent, and the loss of so many would be a considerable burden, even for him. However, to have the audacity to slay such numbers was indeed bold. Their storm base was not to be trifled with. After leaving Chun Gengyan's residence, Gu Fei arrived at the Special Forces quarters, urgently convening several squad leaders to discuss countermeasures. The atmosphere in the meeting room was grave, with several squad leader-level ability users seated around the table. Zhao Wuji, who was of the same rank, had also gone missing. Clearly, the enemy's prowess was not to be underestimated. One young man of medium build and fair complexion spoke with a mournful tone, "I request to join this investigation. I had a close relationship with Wuji, and now that he may have perished, I must go." Gu Fei nodded, "Very well, but Zhang Tsong, you must exercise caution and avoid impulsive actions that could lead to unnecessary casualties. Additionally, I will assign 2 more ability users to bolster your team." After providing several precautions, Gu Fei concluded the meeting. Zhang Tsong, leading 7 ability users, sped towards the capital city in a snow vehicle. His countenance was somber. The death of his friend filled him with deep sorrow, while his inner fury flared with a desire for vengeance. Chapter 114. Encirclement time rewinds to a few hours earlier. Ling Feng drove the snow vehicle at full speed towards home. Throughout the journey, his spirits were remarkably high. The day's achievements had far surpassed his expectations. In just one day, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, he has undoubtedly surpassed his morning self. Yet today's experiences have gradually imparted a crucial truth upon him. Relying solely on one's own strength is insufficient. The future of the apocalyptic world will inevitably revolve around base civilizations, as the collapse of societal order paves the way for their emergence. The future society will be composed of numerous base civilizations, predominantly led by individuals with extraordinary abilities, each possessing their own armed forces. This scenario resembles the feudal fragmentation of ancient times, where factions held sway over distinct territories. As time progresses, resources will become increasingly scarce, leading to heightened conflicts among these bases. Those who can amass greater numbers of extraordinary individuals will hold a significant advantage, securing victories in the impending struggles for resources. Bases of lesser strength will face the threat of being consumed and plundered. Survival in the future will be exceedingly brutal. Ling Feng has resolved to establish his own faction, for it is utterly impractical to navigate this apocalyptic world in isolation. Endless troubles will inevitably arise, necessitating the formation of a formidable force to endure the trials ahead. Another advantage of creating a base is the opportunity to enlist more individuals to assist in resource acquisition. The enhancement of one's own capabilities requires abundant resources, including ores and crystals from extraordinary beings, all of which necessitate assistance in their procurement. The vast resources he currently possesses could indeed facilitate the establishment of a large-scale base. As Ling Feng drove, he contemplated his future plans. The vehicle soon approached the vicinity of a villa district, and he began to relax his vigilance, allowing the car's speed to gradually decrease. Suddenly, a massive pothole appeared ahead, prompting him to slam on the brakes. The car skidded for 3 meters before coming to a halt. Once the vehicle was steady, Ling Feng opened the door to assess the situation. At that moment, dozens of figures emerged from both sides of the road, swiftly surrounding him. Among the crowd, a man clad in a trench coat approached. With a cigar clenched between his teeth and slicked back hair, he exuded an air of authority. His narrow, piercing eyes scrutinized Ling Feng like a serpent eyeing its prey. Exuding a chilling aura, Ling Feng, at last, we meet, the man spoke in a cold, detached tone. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. And who might you be? The man let out a chilling laugh, his demeanor icy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Chong, the head of MK Company in the capital city. Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of realization as he replied casually. Oh, I see. I've had a few dealings with your associates in the past. My impressions were rather favorable. Wang Chong's countenance darkened further upon hearing Ling Feng's sardonic remark, reflecting that if it weren't for Ling Feng, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Should he fail to fulfill the task assigned from above this time, he would have to face the consequences and be transformed into a test subject. The mere thought of this filled him with unease. Today, he must capture Ling Feng and procure the genetic serum at all costs. Wang Chong squinted his eyes, a fierce expression crossing his face as he declared, Ling Feng, I grant you one final opportunity to surrender the genetic serum and experimental data. In return, I may spare your life. Ling Feng chuckled derisively, as if he had heard an amusing joke. He surveyed the throng surrounding him, disdain etched on his features as he retorted, You think these few insignificant pawns can intimidate me? You must be out of your mind. Wang Chong shot him a cold glance, ordering, Arrogant fool, seize him. No sooner had Wang Chong finished speaking than dozens of armed genetic warriors lunged at Ling Feng. He unsheathed his tang knife, weary of engaging in such a trivial skirmish. But knowing that he could not shirk from the fight, with the blade in hand, he deftly navigated through the crowd. In mere seconds, the elite forces of MK Corporation fell before him as easily as slicing through vegetables. When the dust settled, only Ling Feng remained standing amidst the carnage, surrounded by dismembered limbs and not a single intact body in sight. Wang Chong could scarcely believe his eyes. Just moments ago, he had spoken, and now dozens of men lay dead. He had always considered Ling Feng formidable, yet he had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, Wang Chong remained unfazed. A smug smile plastered across his face. Ling Feng, I concede that you are powerful, but you will not escape today. Come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 towering muscle-bound giants emerged from behind the surrounding structures. Each of these genetic warriors stood over 2 meters tall, their exaggerated musculature striking. These 8 genetic warriors have been injected with our company's latest serum, their strength rivaling that of superhumans. Let us see how you withstand them. Wang Chong proclaimed with confidence. Ling Feng scoffed, unimpressed. He had expected formidable weaponry, yet here they were, merely a lackluster display. Sheathing his tang knife, he decided that engaging these muscular behemoths with his bare hands would be far more exhilarating. He beckoned the 8 warriors with a casual gesture. Come here. The 8 genetic warriors furrowed their brows, their expressions transforming into fury as they charged toward Ling Feng. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling Feng suspended them mid-air, rendering them immobile. He sauntered leisurely to stand before one of the giants, extending his right hand, emerald flames swirling around his palm. With a swift motion, he struck the warrior's face, sending him hurtling away with a single blow. In a moment, a fierce blaze engulfed him, reducing him to ashes within mere seconds. The remaining Gene warriors were left pale and trembling, terrified by Ling Feng's bizarre assault. Without hesitation, Ling Feng unleashed the same attack upon the others, effortlessly dispatching them as if he were an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Wang Chong, paralyzed by fear at Ling Feng's power, trembled even while holding his cigar. The realization struck him. Ling Feng was an extraordinary being. He instinctively swallowed hard, his face a mask of horror, exclaiming, "I never imagined you were an extraordinary being." Ling Feng regarded him with an indifferent expression, instantly appearing before him, seizing him by the throat and lifting him high. "Where is your company's office? Take me there now. If you wish to live, it would be wise to comply." Terrified, Wang Chong nodded eagerly. Ling Feng unceremoniously tossed him into the passenger seat of his vehicle and drove towards the MK Company. Chapter 115. The Annihilation of MK. Ling Feng swiftly arrived at MK's base in the capital city with Wang Chong in tow. His objective was straightforward: uproot the entire MK organization once and for all. They had repeatedly caused him distress, and though their combat prowess was lacking, their very presence was repugnant. He simply could not appreciate the taste of this beautiful nation. Before him stood an unassuming residential building, and a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He hadn't anticipated their base to be so clandestine. It was indeed difficult for an average person to guess that a pharmaceutical company lay hidden within. Holding Wang Chong in his left hand, he strolled toward the building. 2 guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Wang Chong being held by a stranger, approached to inquire. In an instant, Ling Feng teleported and, without uttering a word, struck out with his right hand, reducing the two to a mere pile of flesh. They were ordinary men, their bodies as fragile as tofu against Ling Feng's assault. Wang Chong, witnessing this scene, trembled violently. Once inside, they took the elevator down to the underground shelter. Ling Feng kicked open the door, revealing dozens of MK members who stared wide-eyed at the entrance. Among them, a burly, bald man stood bare-chested, glaring at the intruder with an air of aggression. "Who are you to dare enter here? You have quite the audacity." A slight smirk crept across Ling Feng's lips as he teleported in front of the bald man, delivering a resounding slap to his face while simultaneously incinerating him to ashes with his extraordinary flames. The remaining members watched in horror, stunned by the sudden, brutal transformation of a living being into nothingness. Their gazes toward Ling Feng were filled with dread. With one adversary dispatched, Ling Feng entered a frenzied state of slaughter. The entire shelter morphed into a veritable hell. After encountering Ling Feng's ethereal fire, everyone was reduced to mere flames, burning away their final brilliance. To the ordinary eye, the once unattainable genetic warriors appeared as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished by Ling Feng's hand. In the span of mere breaths, the vast refuge was left with only Ling Feng and Wang Chong. Wang Chong surveyed the desolate refuge, his gaze devoid of any glimmer of hope. The entirety of the company's foundation in Beijing had been obliterated, and he too could not escape the impending slaughter. Ling Feng approached Wang Chong, his expression impassive, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Suddenly, Wang Chong, consumed by madness, bellowed, "Killing me will not suffice. The company has long set its sights on you. Even if you annihilate this place, the people at headquarters will not let you off the hook." Ling Feng's pupils constricted, and a trace of change flickered across his face. "Oh, where is your headquarters?" Wang Chong scoffed. "The depths of the headquarters are unfathomable. You cannot grasp what lies within. It is teeming with experts. And even if you ventured there, it would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Furthermore, the domestic headquarters is merely a facade. The true core is a mystery, even to me." With a swift motion, Ling Feng unleashed a palm strike, reducing him to ashes. "After all that prattling, you offered nothing of substance," Ling Feng remarked, exasperated. Subsequently, Ling Feng initiated his meticulous search within the MK Company laboratory, uncovering an array of bizarre genetic reagents, along with bioweapons and specimens from human experiments. Among the grim findings were even the limbs of infants. From their experimental logs, Ling Feng discerned records of vivisection conducted on living subjects, as well as various records pertaining to bacteriological weapons. The audacity of these wretched individuals was incomprehensibly reprehensible. They truly deserved their fate. Seething with indignation, Ling Feng collected all experimental records into his spatial domain. This MK company, masquerading as a pharmaceutical entity, would inevitably face retribution for its heinous acts. Once he had gathered all usable items from the refuge, he set the entire place ablaze, reducing it to mere ashes. Having completed his task, Ling Feng emerged to the surface, where the clock read 5 in the morning and the sky began to brighten with the dawn. He entered his vehicle and commenced his journey back. This time, he encountered no unforeseen events. The ride was uneventful, and he safely arrived at the entrance of the community. As a few sentinels stood guard at the gate, they quickly raised the barrier upon seeing the approaching vehicle. However, upon recognizing Ling Feng's face, they immediately saluted him and granted passage. When the car reached the villa, Chen Shan, responsible for its security, hurried forward to assist Ling Feng in opening the door. Just moments ago, the sentry at the entrance informed him that Ling Xiao's car had arrived and advised him to remain vigilant. Upon disembarking, Ling Feng turned to Chen Shan with a beaming smile and said, "Thank you for your diligence in standing guard here every day." Chen Shan immediately straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "This is my duty." Ling Feng patted him on the shoulder before entering the villa. Inside the living room, Lin Su lay on the sofa, clutching a pillow in slumber, while a sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table. Ling Feng quietly approached and crouched beside the sofa. The sound of his movements seemed to rouse Lin Su, who opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ling Feng, she instantly awakened and enveloped him in an embrace. Her tone tinged with urgency. "Why did you return so late? I was worried sick. I even tried calling you on the satellite phone, but you didn't answer." Ling Feng gently patted her shoulder, offering soft reassurances. "I was held up by some matters today, and my phone was on silent. You haven't eaten, have you? Let me warm up some food for you." With that, Lin Su sprang up and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a long day, Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. His mind was consumed with considerations regarding the construction of their base, with the overarching goal of enhancing their strength. He possessed an abundance of resources that could significantly bolster his capabilities. Furthermore, both Wong Long and Lin Su needed to elevate their powers swiftly. The elite group of special forces under his command, despite their battle-hardened experience, would still fall short against those with supernatural abilities. It was imperative to develop a genetic serum to enhance their strength, ensuring that the base he established would stand firm against any potential incursion. As Ling Feng pondered, the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafted into his nostrils, stirring his already ravenous appetite. Soon, Lin Su emerged from the kitchen, presenting an array of mouth-watering dishes. After a day of fasting, Ling Feng plopped down at the table and indulged heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Once satiated, the weariness of the day evaporated, and despite having gone without sleep the previous night, he felt invigorated. However, at Lin Su's insistence, he reluctantly ascended the stairs with her. Chapter 116. Wong Long's awakening. Lu Wu followed the tire tracks left by Ling Feng's snow-laden vehicle, ultimately arriving near the Shizi Bay villa, a surge of joy swelling within him. After a night of relentless searching, dawn had finally broken, and he had found it. The several supernatural beings accompanying him bore visible signs of fatigue. They had initially rushed to the Wangzhuang mine, but before they could rest, they were compelled to continue their pursuit for clues. They had originally traveled by car, but when the vehicle unexpectedly stalled midway, they were left with no choice but to proceed on foot. Otherwise, they would not have been reduced to chasing a car on foot. Just as Lu Wu believed he was on the verge of reaching his final destination, reality played a cruel trick on him. The tire tracks of the vehicle veered unexpectedly before a large pit, turning back once more. To his astonishment, the ground was strewn with dozens of dismembered corpses. Lu Wu gazed at the grim scene, his expression grave. Each of these bodies bore the mark of a single fatal blow, indicating that a master swordsman was responsible for their demise. Moreover, the expressions on the faces of the deceased suggested that their deaths occurred in close succession. In a remarkably brief span, this individual had executed a clean and swift slaughter of so many. Even he could not achieve such a feat. The power of this person was terrifying indeed. It is worth noting that he himself was a formidable superhuman, an exceptional being among his peers. What level of superhuman could surpass his own terrifying capabilities? Lu Wu could not help but draw a sharp breath. Beside him, another superhuman sensed Lu Wu's palpable apprehension and quietly inquired, "Second Master, should we continue our search?" Lu Wu's countenance was dark and uncertain, but after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely replied, "Pursue. We must uncover the truth. This could very well be an illusion." They pressed on. The remaining superhumans exchanged glances of reluctant understanding before continuing in the opposite direction. After 2 more hours of brisk travel, Lu Wu and his companions finally arrived at a rural dwelling. Initially believing they had reached their destination, they soon realized that the vehicle had merely left a trail on the ground, ultimately departing in another direction. One of the Lu family superhumans could no longer contain his frustration. "Second Master, Could it be that we were discovered? Is that person toying with us? Lu Wu's expression darkened once again. Could their movements have been detected? Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely. After all, they had begun their pursuit several hours later and were on foot, making it improbable for them to have been noticed. It was likely that the other party had different motives for being there. Lu Wu replied coldly, "No, we could not have been discovered. Continue searching. Refrain from complaining. I understand everyone is weary, but once this task is complete, I will ensure you all have a proper chance to relax." At his words, the eyes of the superhumans brightened instantly, their earlier discontent evaporating. After a brief respite and a light meal, they resumed their search. After another hour and a half, Lu Wu and his companions found themselves back on the same street they had traversed earlier. Lu Wu's face turned a shade of green with rage. After taking such a long detour, they had returned to the starting point. Now, he could not help but suspect that the driver had done so deliberately. Fortunately, the tire tracks ultimately vanished at the entrance of a villa district, which was diligently guarded by soldiers clad in military uniforms. Lu Wu gazed intently at the distant villa entrance, his brow furrowed and his demeanor somewhat agitated. He did not anticipate that this individual was affiliated with the military. It appeared that the situation had become rather intricate. "Second Master, should we not venture over to gather some intelligence? Let us first find a place to rest. We must not alarm the enemy. I intend to report this matter to the family head for his decision." Lu Wu pondered for a moment before speaking. Ling Feng stretched lazily and rose from the bed, feeling invigorated after a brief 3-hour respite with Lin Su. Upon getting up, he promptly called Wong Long, requesting his presence. Soon, Wong Long arrived in a flurry. As he entered the villa, he flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I'm so exhausted. Managing these soldiers is more tiring than our time in the army." Ling Feng observed Wong Long, who, despite his complaints, exhibited a spirited and resolute gaze, completely shedding his previous lethargy and negativity. He casually tossed a pack of 95 Supreme cigarettes onto Wong Long's lap and settled on the sofa beside him. Lighting one as he asked, "How are you managing this group of soldiers? Are you able to maintain control?" Wong Long raised an eyebrow and lit his own cigarette, confidently responding, "You need not worry about my capabilities. In just one day, I've managed to get them in line. I've dealt with a few troublemakers, and now they are all quite obedient." "Indeed," Ling Feng nodded, then continued his inquiry. "What is your current physical fitness level? Have you reached the 100 limit yet?" Not quite." Wong Long scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "I'm still about 60 short. Do you call that not quite?" Ling Feng looked at Wong Long in disbelief. Wong Long was simply too indolent, improving at a sluggish pace. His progress was even slower than Lin Su's, who was nearing a fitness level of 90 and would likely reach the 100 limit soon. In stark contrast to Wong Long's laid-back nature, Lin Su was an exceptionally diligent and resilient woman, spending her days either conducting experiments or honing her physical fitness, leaving little room for leisure. Ling Feng regarded Wong Long sternly, stating, "I plan to establish my own base. If you do not strive for improvement and allow your abilities to stagnate, you will inevitably be outpaced by others." Wong Long was taken aback by this remark. He quickly sat upright on the sofa, his jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness, and asked, "You intend to build a base?" Ling Feng nodded, sharing his thoughts and recounting the events of the previous day with Wong Long. "So, do you still believe your current strength is sufficient to ensure your survival in the apocalypse?" Wong Long's expression was grave, his mind in deep contemplation over Ling Feng's words. In the past, he had relied heavily on Ling Feng, taking for granted that everything would be taken care of, allowing himself to be complacent. Under Ling Feng's protection, even amidst the apocalypse, he had lived a life of abundance, completely oblivious to the harsh and merciless reality of the outside world. Without Ling Feng, it was likely that even a mere ability user could easily bring about his demise. He could no longer afford to be so carefree. He must grow stronger and not become a burden to his brother, but rather his most formidable ally. With determination etched on his face, Wong Long gazed at Ling Feng and earnestly declared, "I have come to a realization." Ling Feng glanced at him and asked, "Do you know what to do now?" Wong Long nodded emphatically, saying, "I have always harbored a sense of false hope, thinking that as long as you were by my side, I could live comfortably. I have been too lazy. From this day forth, I will train diligently, not only to enhance my own physical capabilities, but also to forge an invincible army for you." Ling Feng looked at Wong Long with a sense of relief, He had been waiting for these very words. Only then could he feel secure in allowing Wong Long to use the gene serum. He still possessed 4 upgraded gene serums, a legacy from his grandfather. Had Wong Long remained his old, carefree self, he would never have considered granting him such a gift. Without the heart of a warrior, even the finest resources would not elevate him to strength. Ling Feng remarked calmly, "Since you harbor this intention, I shall assist you. Follow me." Ling Feng led Wong Long to the training grounds in the basement, retrieving the gene serum from his spatial storage. Wong Long's expression shifted as he puzzled over the situation. "Haven't we already used the gene serum before? Will using it again still yield results?" With a smile, Ling Feng replied, "The serum you used previously allowed your physical limits to reach 100, but this one has a limit of 10,000. Do you think it will be effective?" Upon hearing this, Wong Long's face paled in disbelief. 10,000. That's utterly astonishing. He trembled as he accepted the serum from Ling Feng, his voice wavering. His gaze fixated on the serum, his breath quickening. 10,000 times. What level of power could be achieved at such an extreme? It would not be an exaggeration to call it divine. "Stop dawdling. Take the serum now," Ling Feng urged, noticing Wong Long's fixation on the serum. Wong Long took a deep breath, placing the serum into the syringe. Meeting Ling Feng's steadfast gaze, he hesitated no longer and plunged the needle forcefully into the area over his heart. 1 minute later, Wong Long felt his body beginning to react. The familiar sensation of pain coursing through him once more. Feeling as though he could barely stand, Wong Long knelt on one knee, his hands bracing against the ground. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, began to fall incessantly onto the earth, while the veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. The expression on his face contorted, revealing an exceptionally fierce countenance. Observing Wong Long gritting his teeth in determination, he remained silent despite the excruciating pain. Ling Feng silently nodded in acknowledgement. Cognizant that Wong Long was suppressing a breath of resolve within him, he yearned to prove himself. Soon, a copious amount of thick, black substance began to ooze from Wong Long's body, emanating an offensive, fishy odor. Half an hour later, the transformed Wong Long lay on the ground, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. Ling Feng retrieved a piece of super energy, or a premium inner Dan from his spatial realm, and handed them over. This inner Dan, endowed with the ability of copper skin and iron bones, could double one's defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly suitable for Wong Long, who excelled in close combat. "What is this?" Wong Long managed to utter with great difficulty. "A comprehensive restorative pill. You'll understand once you consume it." Without hesitation, Wong Long seized the inner Dan and swallowed it whole. Gradually, the pallor of his face transformed, and soon he was flushed with vitality. After absorbing the inner Dan, Ling Feng urged Wong Long to consume the super energy, or as well. Approximately half an hour later, Wong Long slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. "How do you feel?" Ling Feng inquired. "I feel more powerful than ever," Wong Long exclaimed with a broad grin. "Let us go test our limits," Ling Feng replied as they walked. They arrived at the gravity chamber to test their physical thresholds. Wong Long, brimming with excitement, stood within the chamber and set the gravity to a staggering 100 times, yet his body felt no strain. His expression was one of sheer joy and exhilaration. He continued to increase the settings, 200 times, 300 times, 400 times, finally stabilizing at 450 times. Witnessing this figure, a wide smile graced Wong Long's face. Old Wong is now a formidable force. Ling Feng rolled his eyes and unceremoniously kicked him out of the gravity chamber, eager to gauge his own increase in strength. Without hesitation, he adjusted the settings to 1,000 times, and his body exhibited minimal reaction. He subsequently raised the figure further, ultimately halting at 1,500 times. Upon seeing this number, Ling Feng felt no overwhelming shock. It aligned closely with his own bodily sensations. He was quite satisfied with this result, considering that just yesterday his measurement was merely 700. In the span of a single day, he had more than doubled his capabilities, and with many resources still untapped within his spatial realm. This expedition to the mine had proven to be an extraordinary triumph. After the test, Ling Feng severely punished Wong Long. The reason was Wong Long's inflated confidence, as he insisted on sparring with Ling Feng, only to be utterly defeated with no chance of retaliation, leaving him bruised and battered. After assisting Wong Long, Ling Feng summoned Lin Su and administered a gene serum. He also provided her with a mineral and an inner core. Lin Su's data was already impressive, and her test results soared to 600 times. Moreover, she gained a healing ability, derived from Zhao Wuji, whose proficiency in abilities surpassed that of others, with the inner core's energy being significantly higher. As Lin Su reveled in her newfound strength, a radiant smile graced her exquisite face. Ling Feng retrieved a Tang Dao from his spatial storage and presented it to Lin Su. This blade is now yours. Practice your swordsmanship diligently. Lin Su gazed at the exquisitely crafted Tang Dao, but refrained from reaching out. I do not want it. How would you use it? You have wielded this sword for so long. It is better suited for you. Ling Feng smiled gently, ruffling Lin Su's hair. This sword holds little value for me now. It is best that you keep it. Lin Su, unable to refuse further, accepted the Tang Dao. By the way, how is the gene research progressing? I have some free time today. Let us delve into it together. Lin Su said with a gentle smile. Sure. I have a few areas I am not quite clear on. Perhaps you can assist me. The two proceeded to the laboratory, donned their white coats after completing the disinfection, and commenced their research. With his brain now developed to 55, Ling Feng's approach to data had significantly improved. He quickly found solutions to Lin Su's inquiries. After 6 hours of research, experimentation, and production, Ling Feng successfully developed 5 vials of a serum that could enhance human potential 100-fold without side effects. He named it Warrior King No. 1. Chapter 118. All receive injections. The development of the Warrior King No. 1 gene serum was nothing short of perfection, effectively addressing the long-standing issues of longevity damage and emotional volatility while posing no harm to the human body. Furthermore, it would not hinder subsequent potential enhancements. Not only that, but the Warrior King No. 1 gene serum would provide a greater boost to physical strength, although it only enhanced potential 100-fold. It could yield a 200-fold increase in strength. Additionally, the production cost of the Warrior King serum was lower than that of ordinary serums, making it exceptionally cost-effective. The successful development of the Warrior King serum held immense significance for the future growth of Ling Feng's base. With it, the strength of his more than 300 soldiers could be dramatically elevated in a very short time, provided they could maximize their potential. Their extensive combat experience would allow them to easily overpower ordinary ability users. 300 soldiers would be equivalent to 300 ability users. Such a formidable force can essentially dominate the entirety of the capital city. Even the Kai family from Jinling, the Lu family from Qingzhou, and the individuals from the Storm Base would be swept aside by these soldiers alone. Lin Su picked up a vial of serum, her face brimming with excitement. Her gaze towards Ling Feng was filled with admiration and reverence. After dedicating so much time to her research without any progress, Ling Feng had resolved the issue and developed the serum in just an afternoon. With this serum, our base's strength will swiftly ascend, Lin Su remarked with a smile. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Now that the serum had been developed, it was imperative to have the soldiers utilize it promptly. Time was of the essence. The 3 factions would likely locate this place soon, and enhancing the soldiers' capabilities would afford them a greater chance of survival in the forthcoming battles. Ling Feng playfully patted Lin Su, encouraging her to focus all her energy on enhancing her skills, particularly her swordsmanship. While her physical abilities had improved in various aspects, she lacked combat experience and needed to practice continuously. Ling Feng shared his insights and techniques regarding the use of the Tang knife with Lin Su. Her capacity for learning was remarkable. After just one demonstration, she was able to execute the moves flawlessly. He instructed her to remain in the basement training area to continue honing her swordsmanship while he took the newly developed serum, meticulously packaged after duplication, and proceeded to the soldiers' training ground. The training ground, a few vacant villas, was primarily designated for basic strength training, but many exercises could not be conducted due to space constraints. Inside, Wong Long and Ma Wu were solemnly overseeing the soldiers' training, which at that moment involved practical hand-to-hand combat drills. The soldiers exhibited an enthusiastic fervor, their eyes gleaming with determination. The resounding thuds of grappling filled the villa, and although the soldiers appeared fatigued, their movements remained precise and vigorous. To avoid disrupting their training, Ling Feng stood quietly on the sidelines, observing until the break time arrived. He then approached the formation and summoned Ma Wu and Wong Long, handing the box containing the warrior serum to Wong Long. He spoke gravely. This is my latest development. The Warrior No. 1 serum, which can unlock human potential and enhance capabilities 100-fold. Please inform the soldiers immediately. Each one should receive an injection. There are no side effects, so they can use it with confidence. Understood. I will gather everyone right away and ensure they all receive the injection today, Wong Long replied, taking the box and promptly using a walkie-talkie to summon the troops. Ma Wu, overhearing the exchange between Ling Feng and Wong Long, wore an expression of shock. As a seasoned veteran of special operations, I have been acquainted with the concept of gene soldiers. The military once endeavored to develop a genetic serum, investing substantial human and material resources. However, due to excessive side effects, the project ultimately fell through. Today, to my astonishment, Ling Feng has unveiled a genetic serum devoid of adverse effects, boasting a hundredfold enhancement. It is noteworthy that the serum produced by the military could only amplify human strength by approximately 5 times. The most remarkable aspect is its absence of side effects. This is truly extraordinary. Such a precious serum, available to every individual, is a testament to Ling Feng's lavishness. Ma Wu couldn't help but feel grateful for his decision to ally with Ling Feng. Soon, the soldiers were gathered together. Wong Long surveyed the assembly and, upon confirming that everyone was present, cleared his throat and addressed them. Brothers, I have convened you today for a matter of utmost significance, which is also a fortuitous development for you all. This, he proclaimed, raising the genetic serum in his hand, is the warrior serum number 1. The soldiers gazed at the serum with a mixture of bewilderment and skepticism, as many had never even heard of genetic serums. Wong Long paused before continuing. The capabilities of this serum are extraordinarily potent. Once injected into the human body, it will unlock a hundredfold potential. To illustrate, if your maximum strength is 200 pounds, with this serum, your strength could ultimately reach 20,000 pounds. At his revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. While many expressed their awe, a notable number wore skeptical expressions. One individual couldn't restrain himself and queried, "Is it truly that remarkable? Surely, it won't come with side effects?" Indeed, another chimed in, "It sounds almost too good to be true." Wong Long, radiating confidence, responded with a smile, "If you doubt this, look at me. I am living proof. I too have been injected with the genetic serum, and I am perfectly fine. Moreover, this serum has been personally developed by young Master Ling. Do you not trust his word? Just observe his prowess. Why would he have any intention to harm you?" A hush fell over the crowd. Indeed, with Ling Feng's formidable abilities, eliminating them would be effortless. It seemed unnecessary to resort to such measures. Those who are reluctant to receive the injection may step forward voluntarily. We will not compel anyone. You have 30 seconds to contemplate your decision, Wong Long declared, pulling a stopwatch from his pocket to commence the countdown. After 30 seconds elapsed, not a single individual stepped forward. All were eager to receive the injection. Wong Long began distributing the serum and syringes. Ultimately, under a unified command, all soldiers, including Ma Wu, received the injection simultaneously. Ling Feng observed the comical sight of hundreds of individuals being injected at once, finding it somewhat amusing and undeniably absurd. Soon, the training ground was filled with a chorus of groans. Over 300 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and emitting low moans. Chapter 119. The Dragon-Slaying Society. Ling Feng approached Wong Long and whispered, "I give you 5 days to enhance the physical capabilities of all these individuals to their utmost potential. Can you accomplish this?" Wong Long's expression revealed his hesitation. 5 days seems rather insufficient. Time is of the essence. If you find it unfeasible, employ electrotherapy. It yields remarkable results. After pondering for a moment, Wong Long nodded in agreement. "I shall endeavor to exhaust their last vestiges of strength. At the very latest, within 7 days, I will push them to their limits." Ling Feng felt a twinge of unease at Wong Long's assurance. However, since he had made a commitment, Ling Feng decided not to dwell on it further. After a brief conversation about the application of electrotherapy, he took his leave. With the soldier's combat capabilities addressed, he could now focus on enhancing his own strength. He still possessed a substantial amount of untapped resources. Within the Lu family estate in Qingzhou, the head of the family, Lu Nong, reclined languidly in an exquisite rosewood chair, his eyes half closed. A steaming cup of freshly brewed Da Hong Pao tea rested on the table before him. Behind him, a delicate young woman skillfully kneaded his shoulders. Despite her soothing presence, a shadow of gloom darkened Lu Ning's countenance. Lu Ning had been in a foul mood lately. His younger brother had been brutally murdered, along with 2 capable supernatural beings from their clan. The Lu family, a dominant force in Qingzhou, had never before faced such provocation. They were known for extinguishing their foes. Never had anyone dared to lay hands on a member of the Lu family. The very thought of this incident ignited a fire of rage within him. The satellite phone on the table rang, signaling an incoming call. Lu Ning glanced at his custom-made gold phone and saw it was Lu Wu calling. He sat up and answered the call. "Brother, how is the investigation progressing?" "Brother, I traced one of the suspects based on the tire tracks from the mine. I'm uncertain if it relates to the death of our fifth brother. However, there is a military presence in the area, which could complicate matters. Moreover, this individual likely possesses considerable strength," Lu Wu replied, his tone tinged with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning displayed little reaction, casually responding, "Simply take your men to confront this person and inquire directly." "Why the hesitation?" "Brother, I fear causing unnecessary trouble. After all, this is their territory. Entering recklessly could provoke conflict." Lu Ning's expression soured, and he reprimanded Lu Wu directly. "Does our Lu family fear this? In this world, who does not give Lu Ning face? What if there are troops? Our Lu family is not without our own power. Could you not display a bit more confidence? Immediately take someone in to locate this individual and clarify the matter. If they cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, bring him to Qingzhou at once. Should they dare to resist, I shall utterly annihilate their entire army. Remember, the Lu family must not be dishonored." Lu Ning's relentless words caused Lu Wu's face to flush with embarrassment. The head of the family had always acted with an iron fist, regardless of one's identity. Adherence to the Lu family's rules was paramount. "Yes, brother. I shall lead a team inside at once and ensure we return with him," Lu Wu replied resolutely. "Expedite the task." Lu Ning concluded the call. On the other end, Lu Wu felt a surge of determination, casting aside any lingering doubts. His brother was right. The Lu family must not suffer indignities. Now that his brother had bolstered his resolve, he could not bring shame upon their family. Moreover, through careful observation, they had determined that the soldiers in the vicinity numbered only around 300 and were armed with nothing more than standard firearms. It was likely just a small base. With this thought in mind, Lu Wu rose decisively and addressed those gathered around him. "Let us first regroup. This afternoon, we shall proceed directly to the villa." "Second Master, what if they refuse to cooperate?" one of the ability's users inquired cautiously. A faint smile graced Lu Wu's lips as he replied coolly. "Unless they wish to provoke a conflict with the Lu family. Feiyong, you will remain here to assist us. If we do not return within an hour, inform the head of the family immediately," Lu Wu instructed one of the ability's users. "Understood, Second Master," Feiyong responded respectfully. In the Kai family's reception hall in Jinling, Kai Haonan stood deferentially before a middle-aged man, his demeanor radiating trepidation, as if he were profoundly intimidated by the man before him. The middle-aged figure was slightly rotund and short, with a frog-like mouth and bulging eyes, his appearance decidedly unseemly. Speaking in a somewhat awkward tone of Mandarin, the middle-aged man addressed Kai Haonan. "Kai, how is everything in Jinling? No issues, I trust?" Kai Haonan, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "Rest assured, Lord Ito. Jinling is currently quite stable, thanks to your support. Were it not for your backing in eliminating those disruptive elements, I would not be able to manage Jinling so effortlessly." Lord Ito smirked lecherously, tiptoeing slightly to pat Kai Haonan on the shoulder. "We merely enhance your efforts. Ultimately, it is your own strength that matters." Indeed, indeed. "I shall strive to contribute to the development of our nation to the best of my abilities," Kai Haonan replied, unsure of what Lord Ito's visit entailed. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Ito's smile vanished, replaced by a glare of anger. "Recently, our dragon-slaying society has lost a crucial member. I wish for you to investigate and bring the perpetrator to justice." Kai Haonan's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke with indignation. "What? Who dares to lay a hand on Lord Ito? Who possesses such audacity?" Ito's demeanor was cold, and his voice was low as he replied. "This incident occurred at the Wangzhuang mine in Shanjing City. The victim was our company's beast-taming expert, Kitata Ijiro, a formidable practitioner among us. The two beasts under his command were exceptionally powerful, rendering ordinary practitioners no match for him. However, this time, both he and his beasts were slain, and those in authority are extremely angered, demanding that we swiftly uncover the truth. Therefore, Kai, your task is of great significance." Upon hearing this, Kai Haonan immediately stood tall and responded loudly, "Indeed, it is my duty to alleviate Lord Ito's concerns. Rest assured, my lord, I shall conduct a thorough investigation post-haste. Ito nodded with satisfaction. With a smile on his face, Kai Haonan approached Ito, bowing slightly as he suggested, "My lord, considering it is already late, why not stay here tonight? My wife can accompany you for a stroll around the estate." Ito's expression shifted, and a hint of a smile gradually formed on his previously lewd face. "Very well, it has been a while since I last saw my sister-in-law. Let us spend this evening in pleasant conversation." Chapter 120. The Lu family visits. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. How comfortable. He had consumed 8 exquisite inner elixirs and absorbed 2 pieces of super energy ore. It took him 3 hours to fully digest this immense energy. After carefully sensing the changes in his body, he discovered that the golden blood, which had previously constituted only 1/3 of his total, had now increased slightly. Furthermore, Ling Feng's perceptual abilities had undergone a significant enhancement, with his brain development reaching 80%. Ling Feng had initially believed that after this enhancement, his brain development would reach its full potential. However, upon consuming the 7th exquisite inner elixir, progress halted, and even after consuming another, there was no further change. It seemed he had reached a bottleneck, as the inner elixirs could no longer facilitate brain development. Ling Feng sighed with some regret. Nevertheless, an 80% development level was already immensely formidable. His mental control had become remarkably powerful, rivaling his physical strength. The ability to manipulate objects from a distance had improved substantially. If he were to encounter the giant python from before, he could easily slay it relying solely on his telekinetic powers. Additionally, from the exquisite inner elixirs he absorbed, he acquired a crucial skill, an eagerly awaited gravitational domain, derived from Zhang Zhibiao's abilities. Zhang Zhibiao's gravitational control can amplify the weight within a 10-meter radius by 10-fold. In contrast, Ling Feng's gravitational domain encompasses a 100-meter range, with a gravitational force reaching a staggering 1,000-fold. During the intense battle, with the ability to teleport in conjunction with the gravitational field, he can swiftly eliminate his foes. And this skill also serves as an area of effect attack, boasting an extensive range, making it exceptionally suitable for use on the battlefield. Feeling the vibrant vitality coursing through his body, Ling Feng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He excitedly approached the gravitational chamber to analyze the data. The final results astonished him, a staggering increase of 3,300 times. Such a remarkable enhancement. Armed with this newfound strength, he would fear no challenge. Rising to his feet, Ling Feng engaged in some light exercises before exiting the underground training facility, making his way outside the villa to observe the warriors' utilization of the blood serum for soldiers. He arrived at a small square in the heart of the villa area, where the warriors were fervently training, each face radiating hope. In one corner of the square, 5 small generators were stationed, each with a soldier undergoing electric shock therapy. Since Ling Feng had issued a death order to Wong Long, he had entered a frenzied training mode, exhausting every possible method to intensify the soldiers' training regimen, whether through electric shock therapy or impact resistance training. Any approach that could enhance training effectiveness was employed. Though the soldiers endured grueling sessions, the visible improvement in their physical prowess was undeniable. Spotting Ling Feng while supervising the training, Wong Long hastened over to him. "How do you find the atmosphere?" he asked with an air of pride, gesturing toward the soldiers on the training ground. Ling Feng glanced at Wong Long and, with an air of indifference, replied, "Your intensity is lacking. Look, there are still some smiling out there. This indicates that your training schedule is not rigorous enough. Otherwise, how could they still have the energy to laugh? How do you lead your troops? If you can't handle it, just say so, and I'll have old Ma take over." Following Ling Feng's gaze, Wong Long noticed a few soldiers still chatting and laughing during training, and his expression faltered. He had initially sought to take credit, but instead found himself publicly chastised. Enraged, Wong Long ceased conversing with Ling Feng and walked away with a stern demeanor. He approached the center of the training ground and summoned all the squad leaders, delivering a harsh reprimand. "Look at your organized training. Haven't you had enough to eat? You're also lackluster. At this rate, when will you ever develop combat effectiveness?" The squad leaders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. What had caused this sudden shift in demeanor? Just moments ago, he had been smiling and encouraging them to maintain their momentum. In mere minutes, his attitude had completely transformed. However, they recalled that Ling Feng had just visited, and it seemed likely that Wong Long had taken out his frustrations on them. They shared a knowing look, resigned to their fate. After an intense barrage of commands, Wong Long concluded with a resolute declaration: immediately double the training intensity. Extend the daily training duration to 18 hours. Upon hearing this, several captains exhibited visible discomfort, one of whom could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Captain, the current intensity is already exceedingly high. If we increase it further, the soldiers will be unable to endure." Another echoed, "Indeed, with such brief rest periods, the soldiers cannot achieve effective recovery." A third captain cautioned, "We must avoid going too far." Wong Long, incensed by their objections, bellowed, "Silence." The captains fell into an uneasy silence, their expressions taut with anxiety as they regarded him. "What do you know? Do you think their bodies are those of ordinary individuals? They have all been transformed by the blood serum of the warriors, becoming formidable genetic soldiers. Do not apply the reasoning of common folk. Even if they were to remain awake for 3 days and nights, it would pose no issue." He added sternly, "Enough with the excuses. Return and execute my orders immediately." The captains, deterred from further dissent, complied and departed to carry out his directives. Soon, the training ground echoed with cries of anguish and groans. Nearby, Ling Feng, supervising the soldiers' training, nodded in satisfaction. This is precisely how it should be. Only through such rigorous training can one achieve results. Through relentless forging, steel is born. Without enduring pain and fatigue, how can one experience rebirth? Just as Ling Feng reveled in his triumph, a soldier sprinted towards him with urgency, his expression fraught with anxiety. Gasping for breath, the soldier reported, "Sir Ling, a group has arrived outside, claiming to be from the Lu family of Qingzhou. They demand entry to investigate the death of your brother. Their demeanor is exceedingly arrogant. During discussions, they clashed with our soldiers, injuring one of them, and even threatened to annihilate us. Captain Ma is currently negotiating with them. They have insisted that the highest-ranking leader must personally greet them. Sensing their hostility, I hasten to inform you." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's fury ignited. "The Lu family of Qingzhou. I didn't anticipate them arriving so swiftly. These individuals are truly audacious, daring to act arrogantly on my territory and injuring my men, utterly reckless. Come, let us see." With a frigid countenance, Ling Feng strode towards the entrance of the villa. Chapter 121. The arrogant Lu family at the southern gate of the Shizi Bay Villa district. Ma Wu glared indignantly at the intruders in the distance. "Why have you harmed our men without cause?" The recently aggressive ability user, brimming with arrogance, dismissed Ma Wu's fury with disdain. "Why should we not? We are the Lu family of Qingzhou. Do you comprehend the weight of those words?" Ma Wu's expression darkened significantly. He was well aware of the reputation of the Lu family of Qingzhou. Before the apocalypse, the Lu family in Qingzhou held the status of a local sovereign. And after the world fell into chaos, they directly seized control over Qingzhou. They maintained a well-equipped army of several thousand soldiers, not to mention the presence of over 100 superhumans among them. Even if you belong to the Lu family, what does it matter? We have not wronged you. Yet you assault us without cause. Is this not a display of sheer barbarism? One of the superhumans chuckled derisively. "Dignity is reserved for the powerful, with your meager abilities. Do you truly expect our respect? With your level of base, we could easily obliterate you with a mere breath." Upon hearing this, the Lu clan erupted into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Ma Wu trembled with fury, while the other soldiers gritted their teeth, rage simmering in their eyes. However, they felt utterly powerless, for they had just been soundly defeated by a single superhuman. The taunts from the Lu clan echoed painfully in their ears, igniting a sense of humiliation. Though they had all injected the blood serum of a warrior that day, their strength had not increased due to their duty. Now, they were left to endure the derision of others in disgrace. One soldier could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his expression fierce as he hurled insults at the offending superhuman. "You bunch of bastards are nothing but arrogant lapdogs abusing your power. Even if it means mutual destruction, we will not allow you to humiliate us." The expression of the Lu superhuman shifted, his gaze turning cold as a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Mutual destruction? You are sorely mistaken about your own strength. Taking your life would be effortless. A group of worthless beings daring to threaten me. How utterly laughable." The soldier was momentarily silenced, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "Quickly summon your master to respond. I shall grant you 10 minutes. After that, for every minute of delay, I shall take one of your lives." The Lu superhuman spoke with a chilling tone. "This is intolerable. Ma Wu could bear it no longer. The blood of a soldier surged within him. He slightly bent his legs, channeling his strength in an explosive charge towards the Lu superhuman. With a clenched fist, he aimed a powerful strike at the opponent's face. The Lu superhuman regarded Ma Wu's attack with a mocking smile, casually remarking, "Trash." He made no effort to evade, instead gripping Ma Wu's fist with a single hand. Despite Ma Wu's struggles, his arm remained firmly ensnared. "With such meager strength, you think to harm me? Begone." The Lu superhuman scoffed at Ma Wu before forcefully twisting his hand downward. A sickening crack reverberated as a bone shattered, and excruciating pain contorted Ma Wu's face. He endured the pain without uttering a sound, merely casting a resentful glare at the Lu family's supernatural practitioner. The practitioner, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick to Ma Wu's abdomen. Ma Wu was sent flying several meters, ultimately crashing against the villa's entrance. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. The Lu family practitioner looked at Ma Wu in astonishment. The man was surprisingly resilient. Despite absorbing a kick, he still managed to stand. Indeed, there was more to him than meets the eye. I wonder how many more times he can withstand this. A cruel smile crept across the practitioner's face as he swiftly advanced toward Ma Wu. Ma Wu's expression shifted dramatically. That last kick had already pushed him to his limits. Should he endure a few more strikes, he would likely face severe injury or worse. Yet, as a soldier, how could he succumb to fear of death? Even if he were to perish, he would do so on the path of valor. With a mighty roar, Ma Wu charged at the Lu family practitioner. Knowing it was a futile endeavor, he swung his uninjured fist toward his opponent. As an ordinary man, how could he possibly contend with a supernatural being? Once again, Ma Wu was sent flying by a punch from the practitioner. What formidable bones! The practitioner shook his slightly aching arm, having struck Ma Wu's sternum. He hadn't anticipated that this man would possess such hardness. It had hurt his hand. At that moment, Ma Wu lay on the ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Having just endured a punch, he was uncertain how many bones were fractured. His chest was visibly caved in, and his breathing was labored, revealing his dire state. Several soldiers, their eyes bloodshot, gazed at Ma Wu, their elder brother who had always cared for them with utmost kindness. Today, he had been reduced to such a pitiful condition. They were fiery youths, unaccustomed to such humiliation. "Bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Brothers, let us avenge Ma Gu," they cried out, rushing toward the Lu family practitioner. The practitioner's face was filled with murderous intent, ready to eliminate them. From the back of the crowd, Lu Wu spoke in a low voice. "Lu Xian, enough already. Don't let this end poorly." "Understood," Lu Xian replied with a slight nod. Coldly surveying the group of soldiers, he moved swiftly, unleashing a flurry of punches. Several soldiers were immediately sent flying, collapsing on the ground, clutching their wounds. "Consider yourselves fortunate. Our second master is merciful enough to spare your lives. Otherwise, with that last punch, you would all have perished," Lu Xian remarked coldly. He then approached Ma Wu, crouching down to meet his furious gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "I relish this expression of yours. It makes the prospect of killing you all the more entertaining. Ha ha ha. Alas, slaying you is not my intention. It is your weakness that is your true sin. Only by killing you can this group of yours learn a lesson." Lu Xian slowly raised his right hand. "Rest assured, after your demise, I shall pray for your soul." With that, Lu Xian's hand came crashing down towards Ma Wu's head. Ma Wu, witnessing the swift descent of the hand, gritted his teeth. He yearned to retaliate. Yet his severely injured state rendered him incapable of lifting his right hand. He felt as if his very blood was boiling. As the hand approached ever closer, Ma Wu let out a furious roar. In that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The hand halted just an inch above his head. The gust of wind it created causing a prickling sensation on his skin. Lu Xian stared in shock at this scene. What was happening? His body seemed to be beyond his control. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move an inch. Just as he was engulfed in astonishment, a chilling voice echoed forth. "Those who dare to harm me must be tired of living, do they not?" Chapter 122. The price of arrogance. The members of the Lu family turned towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man, his tall figure exuding an air of authority, with deep-set eyes now filled with frost. Behind him stood a contingent of over 100 individuals, each one seething with righteous indignation. Judging by their formation, it was evident that this young man was their leader. Ling Feng strode directly to Ma Wu's side to assess his injuries. upon witnessing Ma Wu's shattered arm and the wounds on his chest. A surge of fury ignited within him. Ling Xiao, it is my inadequacy that has brought you shame. Ma Wu spoke with great difficulty, his complexion pale. Ling Feng supported Ma Wu's shoulder and spoke softly. Do not speak of that now. Your priority is to recover. He retrieved a cardiac stimulant and adrenaline from his spatial pouch and administered them to Ma Wu, subsequently arranging for him and several other soldiers to be taken for urgent medical attention. Only then did he turn his gaze towards the man he had under control. Although Lu Xian found himself utterly immobilized, his demeanor remained defiantly arrogant. You must be the leader of this motley crew. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have missed their final moments. Lu Xian taunted. Ling Feng chuckled coldly, bemusement evident on his face. I wonder where this fool derives such confidence. To be so brazen when death is imminent. He remarked scornfully. Did your mother forget to take your brain out of her belly when she gave birth to you, thus resulting in your utter foolishness? Do you even know who I am, to dare speak to me in such a manner? Lu Xian began. But before he could finish, he was cut off by a scream of agony. Ling Feng merely gestured, and Lu Xian's right arm shattered midair, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, a sight most horrifying to behold. Lu Xian's face contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. The bizarre scene of Lu Xian's arm breaking seemingly out of thin air left the Lu family utterly astounded. Not only the Lu family, but even the 100 soldiers behind Ling Feng were captivated by his extraordinary abilities, which evoked their admiration. The members of the Lu family stood in stunned silence for several moments before regaining their composure. Lu Wu stepped forth from the crowd, his expression slightly frosty, as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Ling Feng and spoke in a low, ominous tone. Do you not think you are rather presumptuous in injuring a member of the Lu family? Ling Feng shifted his gaze to the speaker. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire, his countenance imposing and bearing a resemblance to Liu Wei from the mine. However, this man's stature appeared to be even more imposing, and his aura radiated greater strength. He was undoubtedly a formidable expert, significantly more powerful than Liu Wei. Ling Feng regarded Lu Wu with a cold glare and replied nonchalantly. Why should I regard you? What are you to me? To think one could injure me and return unscathed is but a dream. Lu Wu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such defiance from someone facing the Lu family. Coldly, he retorted, do you seek to oppose the Lu family? Do you understand the power we wield? You are not someone from a mere small base capable of contending with us. At that moment, Lu Xian, still firmly restrained by Ling Feng, cried out desperately, Second Master, save me. Lu Wu's eyes flickered as he glanced at the pale-faced Lu Xian, his demeanor growing even colder. Lu Xian was one of the few direct descendants of the Lu family with special abilities, a key individual they had invested heavily in nurturing. With his arm severed, his combat prowess had drastically diminished, marking a significant loss for the Lu family. Release my man, Lu Wu commanded in a tone bordering on that of an order. Ling Feng smirked coldly. Very well, I shall grant you one arm. With that, he pointed a finger at Lu Xian, and with a resounding bang, Lu Xian's remaining arm exploded as if struck by a bullet, the severed limb landing at Lu Wu's feet. Lu Xian let out another agonizing scream, the pain overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. However, Ling Feng was not about to grant him such mercy. He intended to torment Lu Xian before delivering a fatal blow to assuage his wrath. Ling Feng delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xian, rousing him from his stupor, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. In the distance, Lu Wu's fists clenched tightly, the fury within him almost uncontainable. You audacious boy, daring to provoke me repeatedly. You have chosen the path to your own demise. Yet, he restrained himself from taking action, acutely aware of the strangeness of Ling Feng's abilities. Until he fully comprehended the nature of Ling Feng's powers, he dared not act recklessly. Ling Feng scoffed disdainfully. Having discerned that this individual was all talk yet hesitated to take action, clearly wary of him. Understanding this, Ling Feng's mind began to devise a plan. He gestured to Lu Xian, and in an instant, Lu Xian's legs transformed into two separate entities. Now, Lu Xian embodied a grotesque figure, reduced to a mere head that could still move. Ling Feng hurled the transformed Lu Xian into the air towards Lu Wu. Lu Wu quickly extended his hands to catch him, but upon seeing the bloodied Lu Xian, who was on the brink of death, his expression twisted into a furious smile. Well, young man, you have some nerve. It seems my fifth brother has also fallen victim to you. Your fifth brother? Liu Wei? Ling Feng inquired, perplexed. Indeed. My fifth brother perished in the mine. We traced his whereabouts to this location based on the wheel tracks from the mining site. Did you not bring about his demise? Lu Wu's demeanor turned icy. Liu Wei was killed by the Storm Base, and I am not implicated in this matter. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards the Storm Base. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. But the men from the Storm Base are also dead, leaving no witnesses. How am I to believe your words? Ling Feng snorted dismissively. Believe it or not, I care not. Lu Wu's gaze was fixed on Ling Feng, his eyes burning with rage. Ling Feng's audacious attitude drove him to the brink of insanity. He yearned to torment Ling Feng to death at that very moment. This matter will not simply be overlooked. My Lu family will not rest until we exact our revenge. Prepare to face our wrath. With that, Lu Wu, accompanied by several other Lu family abilities, began to turn away. Just then, Ling Feng's voice rang out. Hold on. Lu Wu turned back, his expression haughty, believing Ling Feng was intimidated and seeking to appease him. What? Are you afraid? Ling Feng gazed at him with a smile. Afraid? I think you are mistaken. I merely wish to convey that you shall not leave so easily. Do you take this place for a marketplace, where one can come and go as they please? You. Lu Wu was instantly engulfed in fury. Do you wish to make this a fight to the death with my Lu family? You think you are worthy? Ling Feng regarded him with a scornful glance. What do you desire? Lu Wu glared at Ling Feng, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As the second in command of the Lu family, he had never endured such treatment. He merely wished to retreat swiftly, summon the Lu family's elite, and obliterate this petty base, subsequently dismantling the loathsome individual before him. Ling Feng strolled towards Lu Wu, exuding an air of nonchalance, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You may leave, but first, kneel and bow 3 times, then sever one of your arms. I might consider sparing your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling with rage. The remaining members of the Lu family's supernatural beings were instantly consumed by fury. They had always been the ones to insult others. Never had they been subjected to ridicule themselves. Ling Feng's words had ignited their wrath completely. One of the supernatural beings, seething with anger, exclaimed, Do you think the Lu family of Qingzhou is an easy target? Today, I shall show you what we are capable of. However, before he could finish his declaration, Ling Feng struck him with a powerful slap, sending him flying. His body skidded across the ground for several dozen meters, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood. The impact had mangled half of the man's face, rendering it a horrifying sight. Seeing one of his subordinates incapacitated, Lu Wu could no longer restrain his anger. In an instant, he moved to within 5 meters of Ling Feng, his eyes burning with malice, his voice hoarse from rage. I had no intention of striking first, but your relentless aggression has left me no choice. Do you truly believe the Lu family is without power? I shall return your words. Those who harm my kin shall meet their demise. Ling Feng's expression was as frigid as ice as he replied. Lu Wu slowly raised his hands, and his legs began to lift off the ground. A faint, ominous wind began to swirl around him within a 3-meter radius. In mere moments, this wind intensified into a tempest comparable to a Category 18 storm, vibrating the very air within dozens of meters. Ordinary soldiers struggled to maintain their footing against the ferocious gale. The howling wind whipped the surrounding snow into a frenzy, drastically reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters. The biting cold, coupled with the fierce wind, felt like knives slicing against the skin, inflicting sharp pain. The soldiers behind Ling Feng were struck with terror, astonished that one individual could alter the environment to summon such a formidable storm. How could this person's powers be so terrifying? Even Ling Feng's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Wu could control such a tempest, and its potency was undeniably impressive. Lu Wu indeed possessed remarkable abilities, far surpassing those of the earlier 2 inept individuals. The remaining supernatural beings of the Lu family, witnessing Ling Feng's reaction, wore expressions of arrogant triumph. Their previously bent postures straightened, and the gloom on their faces dissipated. Second Master, we must avenge our fallen brothers. Let us annihilate them all. Their earlier arrogance had transformed into a frantic excitement, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. Second Master is magnificent. As Lu Wu absorbed the flattery from his subordinates, his confidence swelled. Suspended 2 meters above the ground, he resembled a deity. He gazed down upon Ling Feng, his eyes filled with disdain. Young man, today you shall experience the formidable prowess of a superpowered being, and you will ultimately pay with your life for your misguided decisions. The storm is upon us. Liu Wei bellowed. The powerful tornado swirling around him spun with great velocity, rapidly advancing towards Ling Feng. In an instant, the tempest reached Ling Feng, sending the 100 or so soldiers behind him tumbling as they were caught in the ferocious winds, creating a scene of chaos. Each individual bore the marks of the savage gusts, their bodies scarred. Yet, in the face of such a formidable tornado, Ling Feng remained steadfast, his form seemingly anchored to the ground, showing no sign of retreat. Gravity field. Ling Feng uttered those 4 words softly. With a resounding boom, Liu Wei, who had been levitating, was abruptly slammed into the earth, creating a 1-meter-deep pit. The surrounding ground fissured. The once rampaging storm vanished without a trace. The chaotic environment that had just been wreaking havoc transformed into clarity in the blink of an eye. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The Liu clan members stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Liu Wei's terrifying strike, which would have easily annihilated them, was effortlessly thwarted by this young man. The individual's strength had reached an incomprehensible level. A sense of helplessness and a looming fear of death arose within the hearts of several superpowered beings. The soldiers behind Ling Feng gazed at him as though he were a deity. In that moment, Ling Feng was their god. In the pit, Liu Wei coughed violently several times. Accompanied by his coughs, blood mixed with internal organs uncontrollably spilled forth. Struggling, he crawled out of the pit, his body drenched in blood, every bone shattered by the immense gravitational force. The earlier bravado had long since dissipated. Ling Feng approached Liu Wei slowly, his gaze frigid. Liu Wei laboriously lifted his head. His eyes glazed over. He wished to speak, but blood surged forth from his mouth. Ultimately, amidst his unwillingness, he exhaled his last breath. Ling Feng shook his head gently, a hint of desolation in his tone as he remarked, "There is not a single capable individual left. Life is indeed as lonely as snow." He then turned his attention to the few surviving superpowered beings of the Liu clan. Their expressions faltered under Ling Feng's gaze, their faces pale as parchment. "I am willing to follow you, my lord. Please, take me in." One individual suddenly knelt before Ling Feng, his head bowing like a pestle. The others quickly followed suit, kneeling before him, pleading for mercy. "My lord, we were wrong. Please spare us. Liu Wei is truly not human. How dare he oppose you? He does not know the meaning of death. My wife has been taken by Liu Wei, and I will not rest until I confront him." Ling Feng listened to the pitiful pleas coming from across the room, his brow furrowing in contemplation. With a mere flicker of thought, he unleashed a force. Bang, 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 bang. Several of the supplicating ability users were crushed into mere pulp by the overwhelming gravity. At last, silence enveloped the world. Ling Feng, with an expression of calm detachment, walked among the remnants of flesh and unearthed 5 crystals. He then extracted Liu Wei's crystal. While Liu Wei's powers were formidable, they proved useless to him, yet remained an insurmountable threat to other ability users. Chapter 124. The war god base. Ling Feng turned to face the over 100 soldiers behind him, his demeanor grave. "From this day forth, the war god base is officially established, and you shall all be members of the war god base. In the future, regardless of whom you face, you must embody the indomitable spirit of the war god base. No matter the force or family, you must exhibit a fearless mentality and strike down any adversary that dares to approach." The soldiers were filled with fervor, their eyes alight with passion as they gazed upon Ling Feng. "Young Master Ling, you have restored our dignity. We will follow you to the death," they shouted in unison. War god base, invincible under heaven. The fervent cries resonated through the skies. Ling Feng raised his right hand, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. He surveyed the assembly and spoke with a measured tone. "Invincibility is not merely a matter of words. It requires true prowess. With your current abilities, to proclaim invincibility is nothing short of laughable. Return and train diligently. Do not bring shame upon me. I wish for you to become a truly invincible Iron Army." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the soldiers felt their spirits soar. They yearned to rush to the training grounds and push themselves to the limits. Inspired by the prowess Ling Feng had displayed, "Young Master Ling, we will not bring you shame," a captain declared resolutely. "We will become the strongest army in the world." "Very well. I shall guide you to witness the breathtaking landscapes of Long Country." Ling Feng responded, his own spirit ignited by the soldiers' enthusiasm. Under Ling Feng's encouragement, the soldiers once again immersed themselves in rigorous training. At the Alliance headquarters of the co-creation base in Beijing, Zhang Zhibiao sat leisurely in his office, sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds. Directly in front of his desk, a 120-inch ultra-large screen television was playing the classic film Journey to the Northwest, which he watched with rapt attention. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks at the door jolted him from the thrilling plot. Zhang Zhibiao, his expression darkening, switched off the television and wiped the smile from his face. "Come in." The visitor entered, displaying a hint of anxiety in their eyes. The leader rose abruptly, slamming his hand onto the table. What audacity! Who dares to provoke the Alliance of Co-Creation Base? Enraged, he strode toward the entrance, eager to confront the intruders. Upon arriving, he found several of his sentinels sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain. Before them stood a group of 7, each wearing a smug expression that exuded arrogance. With fury etched on his face, he approached, accompanied by a few empowered individuals from his base. "You blind fools! How dare you challenge me? Who are you?" At that moment, a fair-skinned young man stepped forward from the group, his demeanor detached, displaying an expression as cold as ice. "I am Zhang Zhibiao from the Storm Base, here to inquire about certain matters. Your affiliation matters not. Anyone who dares to strike me shall meet their end." Zhang Fei retorted with a fierce temper. Zhang Zhibiao's brows furrowed, his gaze icy as he responded, "You seek death." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Zhang Fei. The other empowered individuals swiftly launched their attack, and chaos ensued as both factions clashed. In the heart of the battlefield, Zhang Zhibiao and Zhang Fei engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging blows in a relentless struggle. As the battle intensified, Zhang Fei felt a growing sense of dread. Although the fight was evenly matched, he sensed his stamina waning while his opponent seemed to thrive, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. A glance at the other skirmishes heightened his anxiety. His 3 allies were on the defensive against the 6 adversaries. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Zhang Fei's impatience grew, and his movements became increasingly flawed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zhibiao exploited his opponent's vulnerability, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Fei's abdomen. The impact sent him crashing against the base's entrance, while the other battles concluded swiftly, with the 3 empowered members of the Alliance of Co-Creation dispatched and rendered powerless. Clutching his stomach, blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Fei's mouth as he faced the advancing Zhang Zhibiao, a flicker of panic in his eyes. "What do you intend?" Zhang Zhibiao regarded him with disdain, his voice chillingly calm. "Can we now converse civilly?" Zhang Zhibiao hastily rose to his feet, bending slightly at the waist, a sycophantic smile adorning his face as he said, Of course. It seems I have failed to recognize the esteemed presence before me. Please, esteemed leaders, feel free to inquire whatever you wish. I assure you, I shall disclose all I know." Zhang Zhibiao's expression softened marginally. "At least you possess some awareness. Tell me, are you aware of the events transpiring within the Wangzhuang mine?" Zhang Zhibiao's countenance reflected a hint of confusion as he replied, "Are you referring to that incident?" "Indeed. I speak of the murders of Zhao Wujing from our storm base and Liu Wei from the Lu family." "What? They were killed?" Zhang Zhibiao exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. "You were unaware?" Zhang Zhibiao's gaze sharpened, fixated upon him. Feeling unnerved under Zhang Zhibiao's intense stare, Zhang Zhibiao quickly responded, "To be frank, I truly did not know. I had only just entered the mine when I was forced out. Even the ore I had just acquired was snatched away." "Oh, if someone could wrest the ore from your grasp, it seems the opposing faction possesses considerable strength." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhang Zhibiao's eyes. The absence of other base corpses within the mine suggested that these individuals might indeed be the culprits behind Zhao Wujing's demise. Zhang Zhibiao sighed in resignation. Alas, there was but a single individual opposing us, yet their prowess was nothing short of terrifying. In an instant, they dispatched several of our ability users. Had I not been quick-witted, I too might have met a grim fate. Zhang Zhibiao expressed, a note of relief in his tone, listening intently to Zhang Zhibiao's words. A flicker of emotion stirred within Zhang Zhibiao's otherwise impassive face. If a single person could annihilate several ability users, and if Zhang Zhibiao's account holds truth, then this individual's strength might very well have reached the level of a super ability user. Should that be the case, this matter could become quite troublesome. Zhang Zhibiao promptly urged Zhang Zhibiao, to recount the entirety of the events in detail. Chapter 125, United Against Ling Feng. Zhang Zong narrowed his eyes slightly, repeatedly murmuring Ling Feng's name. After absorbing Zhang Fatsai's description and conducting an inspection of the scene, his sixth sense warned him that Ling Feng was indeed suspect. It was well known that Zhao Wujing possessed formidable abilities. Typically, one could only injure him, but certainly not kill him. According to Zhang Fatsai's account, Ling Feng's strength could feasibly have enabled him to slay Zhao Wujing. Thus, it was highly probable that Ling Feng was the murderer. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Zong's eyes, sharpening his focus. "Do you know where this Ling Feng resides?" he inquired, his tone devoid of warmth as he regarded Zhang Fatsai. I'm afraid I truly do not know," Zhang Fatsai replied, an apologetic smile on his face. Zhang Zong's displeasure became evident. "Go investigate and bring me all the information you can find on him." Zhang Fatsai nodded vigorously, eager to avoid incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. Meanwhile, within the Lu family's villa, Lu Neng was consumed with fury. The entire study lay in disarray, shattered by his fury as he vented a torrent of expletives. The two guards stationed outside were gripped with trepidation. They had never witnessed their master in such a state of wrath. Priceless antique vases were smashed without a second thought. Yet upon reflecting on the cause of their master's ire, they found understanding. One of them whispered, "It is no wonder he is enraged." The Lu family had suffered the loss of several extraordinary individuals, including a superhuman. Such a calamity represented a significant blow, even for a prominent family like the Lius. The other guard lamented, "What is happening inside?" Just as the two men murmured to each other, a gentle voice emerged. "Young master." Upon recognizing the newcomer, the guards swiftly bowed in respect. "Young master, the head of the family is in a fit of rage." Lu Guanyu, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within and entered the room. As he stepped inside, an ashtray hurtled toward him. Lu Guanyu quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Lu Neng was about to unleash his fury, but upon recognizing the visitor's face, he swallowed his words and slumped back onto the sofa, dejected, surveying the chaos around him. Lu Guanyu noted the ground was littered with shards of vases, leaving no space to stand. He casually chose a sofa and reclined, his expression serene as he inquired, "Father, what calamity has befallen you to evoke such sorrow?" Lu Neng's countenance darkened, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gritted his teeth. "Your uncle, along with 6 extraordinary members of the Lu family, have been slain. Your uncle has been murdered." Lu Guanyu sprang to his feet, astonishment etched across his face. Uncle is a superhuman, a figure of immeasurable prowess. Who could possibly vanquish him along with 6 others? Taking a deep breath, Lu Neng slowly replied, "The perpetrator is named Ling Feng, an extraordinary individual from Shanjing City. Your uncle ventured to investigate the murder of your 5th uncle at this man's stronghold, only to meet a cruel fate." Lu Guanyu furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Is this stronghold formidable enough to allow for such swift annihilation of so many? It suggests their extraordinary individuals possess either immense strength or numerical superiority. Lu Neng shook his head slowly. The stronghold is merely a small villa. The number of personnel should not be extensive. The exact count of extraordinary individuals remains unclear, as only Ling Feng has made his move from the beginning. Even the young master of the Kai family fell victim to him. Lu Guanyu's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. One person. He was well aware of Lu Wu's capabilities. Not only was he a superhuman, but his tempestuous powers were also formidable even among the elite. Moreover, Lu Wu had previously attained victories over extraordinary beings. To think such a powerhouse could be slain by another. Unbeknownst to us, Ling Feng's prowess is indeed formidable. It seems our Lu family is in a precarious situation. Lu Guanyu expressed his concern. Lu Neng, however, remained unfazed. With a dismissive scoff, he replied, "No matter how powerful he may be, he is but a solitary individual. The rest of his ilk are merely a disorganized rabble. I have made my decision. We shall dispatch our elite forces, accompanied by 20 extraordinary individuals and 3 superpowered beings, whom I shall lead personally. This time, we shall ensure Ling Feng meets a most gruesome end. Father, this plan is utterly unfeasible. It would plunge our Lu family into an abyss." Lu Guanyu exclaimed anxiously. "Why do you assert that?" Lu Neng asked, his expression one of confusion. "If you lead the troops, our Lu family's stronghold will inevitably be left vulnerable. At that moment, should an adversary seize the opportunity, they could usurp our territory. Even if we were to eliminate Ling Feng, the losses would far outweigh the gains. Lu Guanyu cautioned. Lu Ning dismissed the concern. The entirety of Qingzhou is under our Lu family's dominion. Who would dare to threaten us? Furthermore, even if all the forces in Qingzhou were to unite, they would still be no match for us. Lu Guanyu rubbed his nose, his expression serious. That may be true of Qingzhou, but what of the lands beyond? The storm base in Yuzhou has constantly been at odds with us. Once our army mobilizes, the storm base will surely catch wind of it. We cannot guarantee they will remain docile within Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Lu Neng bowed his head in contemplation. What do you propose we do? He turned to Lu Guanyu, hoping his son would offer sage advice. Lu Guanyu, known for his keen intellect and insightful analysis, often surpassed his father's judgment. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Guanyu spoke. We could form an alliance with the Kai family. Did not their young master perish in Shangjing City recently? Our families have long-standing ties. If you approach the head of the Kai family, he would surely be amenable to collaboration. Together, we could mobilize our forces, while you remain in a position of strength, awaiting favorable news. Lu Ning nodded slightly. This approach holds merit. I shall reach out to Kai Haonan shortly to discuss our joint military venture. Additionally, Guanyu, how is the progress of our gene project in collaboration with MK Corporation? Lu Ning inquired, with a faint smile and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Lu Guanyu replied, the progress is promising. I believe the experiments will yield results in just a few days, after which the number of our family's extraordinary individuals will multiply significantly. Therefore, Father, there is no need for concern once the experiments succeed. Ling Feng's demise will be inevitable. Upon hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on Lu Ning's face. Once the experiment succeeds, not only will our Lu family maintain its stronghold in Qingzhou, but we shall also expand outward, dismantling the bases of neighboring cities and potentially gaining dominion over the entire Handong province. Chapter 126. The submission of Zhang Ergo. 3 days passed swiftly. During this brief period, the war god base experienced remarkable advancements. Firstly, the strength of the 360 soldiers was exponentially enhanced. After witnessing Ling Feng's formidable prowess, the soldiers' enthusiasm for training surged to unprecedented heights. The combat capabilities of most soldiers exceeded 60, with a select few surpassing 80. In addition to the soldiers, both Lin Su and Wong Long also exhibited rapid improvements in their abilities. Ling Feng, having acquired crystals from defeating several of Lu's ability users, allocated most of them for their use. Wong Long's strength skyrocketed, achieving a staggering increase of 1,000 times, thus ranking third among the elite of the war god base. Lin Su, in second place, reached an impressive 1,500 times and mastered the storm ability. The modern Lin Su not only possessed formidable healing capabilities, but also exhibited exceptional combat prowess, capable of dispatching even super ability users within 3 moves. Beyond the two of them, Ling Feng was particularly astonished by the progress of Black Panther. Following the awakening of his abilities, Black Panther's size grew significantly day by day. To expedite his growth, Ling Feng provided him with a core essence. Consequently, Black Panther's length exceeded 10 meters, exuding a majestic presence. Despite his enlarged form, his speed remained agile rather than cumbersome, becoming even more nimble. His ability manifested as a sonic attack, shattering glass cups from 100 meters away. Furthermore, his sonic attacks could be directed precisely, ensuring that allies nearby would not be inadvertently harmed. Ling Feng was exceedingly pleased with Black Panther's abilities, envisioning him as a surprise weapon capable of catching enemies off guard in battle. On the training grounds, the soldiers continued their rigorous training while Ling Feng lounged lazily in a rocking chair, observing their efforts. Beside him, the imposing figure of Black Panther lay sleeping on the ground. Once the soldier's strength was sufficiently enhanced, it would be imperative to find a larger location to serve as a base, as the current villa area was too small and unsuitable. Where could he find an adequate shelter? Ling Feng pondered this while smoking a cigarette. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden inspiration struck him. He promptly summoned Ma Wu via the intercom. Moments later, Ma Wu arrived, panting heavily. Chief, you called for me. Old Ma, tell me about the structure of your previous official shelter, Ling Feng requested. Ma Wu, somewhat puzzled, replied, Chief, are you planning an offensive? Ling Feng stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, that Zhang Ergo has provoked me time and again. I had not previously found the opportunity to deal with him, allowing him to linger for a few more days. Now the time has come. The expression on Ma Wu's face was rather intricate. To take action against Zhang Ergu would mean that the soldiers of the shelter would inevitably become his adversaries, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. However, Zhang Ergu was a notorious wrongdoer, and failing to eliminate him would subject the entire shelter to his relentless exploitation. After pondering for a moment, Ma Wu solemnly remarked that the expanse of the shelter exceeded 100,000 square meters, all constructed 30 meters underground, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 residents without difficulty. The shelter was equipped with comprehensive facilities, including residential areas, military zones, and small-scale food processing plants, as well as agricultural bases for grain cultivation. Furthermore, the shelter's defensive capabilities were formidable, with walls composed of high-strength concrete measuring an impressive 1 meter in thickness. Upon hearing Ma Wu's description of the shelter, Ling Feng couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, it was an official construct, exhibiting an exceptional degree of sturdiness, only slightly inferior to his own villa. The primary advantage lay in the sheer size of the shelter, which could easily support the habitation of their group. Nevertheless, he still preferred to reside in his villa and planned to eventually transport the entire structure into his space for safekeeping. Just as he contemplated how to fortify the shelter further, a unique group of visitors arrived at the official shelter. At that moment, Zhang Ergu stood before Zhang Tsong with a sycophantic demeanor, incessantly lavishing praise upon him. It is truly my honor for you to visit our humble base. I am more than willing to lead our entire establishment to join the Storm Base. Zhang Tsong, brimming with pride, was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Ergu's demeanor. Initially, he had contemplated employing his own tactics to compel Zhang Ergu's submission, but he was taken aback by how compliant he was, eagerly requesting to join upon learning of Zhang Tsong's affiliation with Storm Base. Little did he know the true thoughts of Zhang Ergu. Ever since Long Hao had taken his elite subordinates to assault Ling Feng's villa, they had not returned. After dispatching inquiries, he learned of Long Hao's demise and that all his soldiers had surrendered. Since that day, Zhang Ergu had been living in constant fear, dreading that Ling Feng might one day lead his troops against him. He knew he was no match for him. Fortunately, hope appeared in the form of a savior. Zhang Tsong and his men arrived at the shelter's entrance. Without hesitation, he opened the door and surrendered, casting aside all notions of dignity. After all, one's life was far more precious than pride. "Boss, may I inquire what brings you here today?" Zhang Ergu asked. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Are you acquainted with Ling Feng?" Zhang Tsong inquired casually. Ling Feng. Zhang Ergu's expression faltered, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. "You know him?" Zhang Tsong noted the sudden transformation in Zhang Ergu's demeanor upon hearing Ling Feng's name, piquing his curiosity. "Not just acquainted, I am exceedingly familiar with him. I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tsong immediately became intrigued, sitting up straight and eagerly inquiring. "Do tell me more about Ling Feng." Zhang Ergu nodded, his face brimming with animosity as he recounted everything about Ling Feng. After absorbing Zhang Ergu's depiction, Zhang Tsong felt his suspicions solidify further. This Ling Feng truly is a troublemaker, with enemies lurking at every turn. Zhang Tsong remarked with a slight smirk. He glanced at Zhang Ergu and continued. "You mentioned that Ling Feng's household possesses an immense stockpile of resources?" Zhang Ergu fervently nodded, his expression resolute. "His family's resources are exceedingly abundant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain an army of hundreds." Zhang Tsong, with his eyes half closed, pondered over Zhang Ergu's words. Moments later, he declared, "Tomorrow, take a contingent of elite soldiers to seek out Ling Feng and gather intelligence. We must ascertain whether he is inclined to submit to my Storm Base. Should he dare to refuse, I shall unleash the might of Storm Base to obliterate his stronghold." Chapter 127. Yang Zihan's abilities. Zhang Ergu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, he held a grudge against Ling Feng. Sending him to negotiate could very well result in his own demise. His countenance darkened momentarily. Zhang Tsong, perceiving Zhang Ergu's apprehension, secretly held him in disdain for being so timid, especially for a leader of a base. However, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor and spoke in a slightly subdued tone. "You need not worry about your safety. I shall dispatch 3 ability users to accompany you. Furthermore, as long as you invoke the name of Storm Base, I believe Ling Feng will not dare to cause you any trouble." The mere mention of Storm Base speaks volumes. Zhang Tsong's words were imbued with authority. stirring a sense of determination within Zhang Zhibiao. The remnants of his fear dissipated, and he felt a newfound confidence. Now that he had allied himself with the formidable Storm Base, Ling Feng would think twice before acting recklessly. With this thought, a smile crept upon Zhang Zhibiao's lips. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter for you tomorrow. For today, allow me to extend my hospitality and treat you well, he said as he ushered Zhang Zong and his party into the inner sanctum of the shelter. He arranged for a sumptuous feast in the kitchen and invited Yang Zihan to join them. Although Yang Zihan felt deeply dissatisfied, she was compelled by Zhang Zhibiao's pressure to attend. Her presence added a layer of intrigue to the gathering. Yang Zihan, with her exquisite features and perfect physique, her long, straight black hair cascading down, exuded allure with every smile and frown. Even the typically aloof Zhang Zong found himself captivated. The others were equally entranced, their eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly drooling at the sight. Zhang Zhibiao observed the expressions of everyone present, taking note of their reactions. Zhang Zhibiao cleared his throat, eliciting an awkward withdrawal of gazes from the others, though a few still cast furtive glances. With a broad smile, Zhang Zhibiao introduced, "Allow me to present Yang Zihan, aged 26, who is here tonight solely for your entertainment." His expression bore a lecherous grin, emphasizing the word entertainment with an unmistakable tone. The others involuntarily displayed expressions of realization. Yang Zihan's countenance paled, silently cursing Zhang Zhibiao for being a wretched creature. Yet, as an ordinary person in such an environment, what could she do but resign herself to becoming a mere plaything for the powerful, subject to their whims? "Come, Zihan, let us raise a glass to Captain Zhang." Zhang Zhibiao raised a drink and handed it to Yang Zihan. Despite her deep reluctance, she forced a faint smile and approached Zhang Zong, softly saying, "Greetings, Captain Zhang. I toast to you, thanking you for your presence. I shall drink to this." With that, she downed the contents of her glass in one go. Zhang Zong smiled faintly, replying, "Miss Yang has quite the capacity for liquor. I shall drink as well." He too emptied his glass. Yang Zihan gazed at him with affectionate eyes, igniting a stir within Zhang Kong. She proceeded to toast each individual present, her formidable charm rousing desire in every heart around her. The gathering extended for nearly 4 hours, and as the guests grew inebriated, Zhang Zhibiao, displaying considerable understanding, vacated the private room. Only Yang Zihan, Zhang Zong, and a few members of the Storm Base remained. Yang Zihan, with a dazed expression, surveyed the group of ravenous wolves and sighed inwardly. The following morning, Yang Zihan slowly awoke to a scene of chaos. The once expansive room lay in disarray, with only her remaining amidst the wreckage, the air thick with an unpleasant stench. Struggling to rise, she was met with excruciating pain in her lower body, causing her brow to furrow. She surveyed her battered form, her clothing in tatters. Moving to the bathroom, she caught sight of her disheveled hair and haggard visage in the mirror. Streams of humiliating tears quietly cascaded down her cheeks. Why had her life descended to this state? Once, she could have lived in luxury, pursued by countless admirers, yet now, she was reduced to pleasing men for mere scraps of sustenance. All of this stemmed from Ling Feng's actions. Were it not for him, she would not have become this way. They all deserve to die. Ling Feng, Lin Su, Zhang Zhibiao, Zhang Zong, you all should perish. Yang Zihan's face twisted with rage, her heart swelling with hatred that rendered her expression ghastly. Her breath quickened uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Only her own heart continued to thump rhythmically. This wondrous sensation, however, faded back to normal within mere seconds. How could this be? Yang Zihan felt an immense astonishment within, as she distinctly perceived the changes in her body. This was undoubtedly no illusion. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed that some transformation had occurred in that fleeting moment. The scars upon her body had inexplicably vanished. Furthermore, it seemed as though a tremendous energy lay dormant within her. Her mind had suddenly become remarkably clear. What has happened to me? As Yang Zihan sensed the alterations within her body, she was utterly taken aback. She donned her tattered clothing and returned to her quarters. With each step, she felt her gait had become noticeably lighter. Upon changing into a fresh outfit, she found a young girl tidying up the room. This girl was an assistant specifically assigned to her by Zhang Zhibiao, primarily serving as a caretaker. Observing the girl mopping the floor, Yang Zihan felt a stirring within her and gently uttered, "Freeze." Suddenly, the girl, who had been diligently working, stood completely still, as if the television had been paused. This stillness lasted only 2 seconds. Then, the girl resumed her previous actions, and Yang Zihan scrutinized her expression, noting no apparent change. She tentatively inquired, Xiao Nan, what just happened? Why did you suddenly freeze? The girl, named Xiao Nan, looked at her in bewilderment. Sister Zihan, I was just mopping the floor. When did I stand here motionless? Yang Zihan offered a gentle smile and replied, perhaps I misperceived the situation. It's nothing. Please continue your work. As she exited the room, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. She never imagined she would one day possess supernatural abilities. Is this a divine recompense for me? I must leave this place and establish my own dominion. That fool Zhang Ergu could never rival Ling Feng. This place would inevitably fall into Ling Feng's hands. So I should depart as soon as possible. Yang Zihan pondered her next steps incessantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ergu, accompanied by over 100 elite soldiers and 3 supernatural beings, confidently set off towards Ling Feng's villa. Chapter 128. The enraged Zhang Ergu. At this moment, Zhang Ergu was brimming with confidence. Today was his chance to redeem himself after previous failed attempts against Ling Feng. He could finally hold his head high. Zhang Ergu cautiously addressed the 3 supernatural beings from the storm base beside him. Brothers, once we arrive, please be sure to support me well. One of them glanced at Zhang Ergu, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. If it were not for their leader's explicit instructions to follow Zhang Ergu's orders during this operation, they would have paid him no heed. What a disgrace. Rest assured, my brothers and I shall serve as your formidable support today. We must showcase the might of our storm base. Whatever challenges arise, we shall shield you. One of the gifted individuals waved his hand nonchalantly as he spoke. Zhang Ergu chuckled with a smug expression, expressing his gratitude, saying, I sincerely thank you, brothers. Upon my return, I shall host you splendidly. The trio exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscing about the previous night's exploits, still exhilarated by the afterglow of their experiences. Zhang Ergu continued, I have been bullied by that Ling Feng on several occasions. Today, I shall reclaim my dignity. He must kneel before me and beg for mercy. A fleeting ferocity crossed Zhang Ergu's face. Now that he had secured backing, Ling Feng appeared to him merely as a jester. He had already devised plans to humiliate Ling Feng, envisioning the moment he would plead for forgiveness. The thought filled his heart with unparalleled satisfaction, sweeter than honey. Time swiftly passed, and 3 hours later, they arrived near the villa district. At that moment, a soldier approached rapidly from the distance, bowing to Zhang Ergu and reporting, My lord, I have just conducted a reconnaissance. There are over a dozen sentries at the entrance of the villa district, all members of our previous search team. Zhang Ergu's expression darkened with anger, cursing, these traitors. I have expended so many resources to support them, and they have chosen to side with Ling Feng. I will deal with them eventually. He then turned to the over 100 soldiers, commanding them with a serious demeanor, We are almost there. Stay alert. The group continued onward, soon reaching the entrance of the villa district. At the entrance stood around 20 fully armed soldiers from the war god base, with Wong Long positioned at the forefront, awaiting their arrival. The war god base had long been prepared for battle. As soon as they entered the 1-kilometer radius of the villa district, Wong Long had already received intelligence. Ling Feng had instructed him to position numerous hidden sentries along the critical routes leading to the war god base. Should any unfamiliar individuals or groups appear, the base would be forewarned, allowing them to prepare for any potential assaults and catch the enemy off guard. Wong Long observed the 100 or so individuals approaching them, marching in unison and clad in matching attire. Their garments revealed their identity. At the forefront of the formation were 4 individuals, distinctly attired from the others. They were likely the leaders of this group, most probably gifted individuals themselves. However, Wong Long harbored no fear. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even when facing 4 gifted individuals, he possessed the confidence to send them back once they came. Moreover, he had contingencies in place, even if he found himself outmatched. The hidden experts lurking in the shadows could eliminate these intruders. Zhang Ergu's team swiftly approached within approximately 100 meters of the entrance when, suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from that direction. This is the military jurisdiction of the war god base. Advancement is prohibited. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu scoffed dismissively, seemingly ignoring the warning as he continued forward. Wong Long's lips curled into a slight smirk. Indeed, this group had come seeking trouble. He promptly issued an order, fire a warning shot. Without hesitation, The sentinels discharged their weapons into the air. The sharp reports of gunfire resounded 3 times, causing Zhang Zhibiao to pause momentarily. Advance another step and face execution without mercy. The cold voice once again rang out. The gunfire startled Zhang Zhibiao, provoking him to unleash a torrent of curses at the sentinels. Damn it, do you not recognize me? Open your eyes and see who I am. You treacherous lot. I've supported you for so long, and now you turn your backs to others. Upon hearing Zhang Zhibiao's words, the dozens of sentinels at the villa turned pale with anger. This scoundrel treated us as if we were nothing, spouting nonsense. When have you, Zhang Zhibiao, ever regarded us as human beings? The captain of the sentinels stepped forward, his face flushed with fury. Zhang Zhibiao, what drivel are you spouting? Have you ever regarded us as equals? Here at the War God Base, we at least have our dignity. We are well fed, well housed, and earn respect, far superior to your dilapidated shelter. The captain's proclamation stirred discontent among Zhang Zhibiao's 100-strong team. Whispers began to circulate, and several faces betrayed signs of temptation. Observing the shift in sentiment, Zhang Zhibiao's expression darkened. How dare you try to undermine me in front of my face? This is intolerable. As he noticed the palpable change in the crowd's mood, he began to reprimand his soldiers. Everyone, maintain your composure. I have treated you well. Whoever dares to betray me shall face dire consequences. Zhang Zhibiao's face was a mask of severity, though the soldiers below harbored deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Zhibiao. They dared not show it outwardly. Wong Long, observing the demeanor of the opposing warriors, sensed an opportunity to sway them. After all, they were seasoned veterans. With a modicum of training, they could become a formidable fighting force. Wong Long took a step forward, moving deliberately towards the opposing ranks. Halting 10 meters away from Zhang Zhibiao, the latter looked down at Wong Long, asking condescendingly, "Who are you?" Wong Long gazed at the arrogant Zhang Zhibiao, choosing not to respond to his inquiry. Instead, he turned to the soldiers behind him and declared, "Comrades, I am the captain of the War God combat team and once a soldier myself. I sincerely invite you to join our ranks. Here, we offer not only ample provisions, but also a comfortable living environment, along with the utmost respect you deserve as soldiers." Zhang Zhibiao's face turned ashen with fury at Wong Long's words. Not only did he disregard his questions, but he also dared to entice his men right in front of him. "You have gone too far, kid. Do you wish for death? Bring your leader out." Chapter 129. The dominant Wong Long looked at Zhang Zhibiao with disdain and replied coolly, "You are not worthy of that." At that moment, several ability users standing behind Zhang Zhibiao stepped forward. One of them, named Qin Xiao, casually remarked, "Why waste breath on him? Let us just take him down." Qin Xiao was the strongest among the three. With that, Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground, his body moving with remarkable speed, showcasing the might of an ability user. He threw a punch that stirred a fierce wind, his presence imposing. The crowd was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Even his two companions couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Guo's abilities seemed to have improved significantly. Even I would struggle to withstand that. Zhang Zhibiao was elated. With such a formidable fighter by his side, who could stand against them? Whoever dared to speak defiantly today must perish. In a mere breath, Qin Xiao reached Wong Long, launching a devastating punch aimed squarely at his chest. Wong Long remained rooted in place, hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of retaliating. As Qin Xiao's full power was about to connect, he sneered, "Die, trash." With a thunderous impact, Qin Xiao's fist struck Wong Long's chest. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. Instantly, Qin Xiao was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. The arena fell silent, with only the echoes of Qin Xiao's agonized cries reverberating around. Everyone stood with mouths agape, shock etched across their faces. What just happened? How could the one seemingly unscathed send the attacker sprawling? That previous strike would have shattered even stone, yet this individual stood there, unperturbed, not even shifting his stance. The two ability users from the Storm Base rushed to assess Qin Xiao's condition. His face contorted in agony, his body began to spasm from the pain. His entire right arm lay shattered, and his right hand was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The necessity for treatment has entirely dissipated. His right arm is rendered useless, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. Witnessing this tragic scene, an ability user, consumed by intense fury, began to breathe erratically. Rising to his feet, he glared at Wong Long with a vengeful expression, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You dare to harm someone from the Storm Base? You are finished. Wong Long exaggeratedly clutched his chest, his face a canvas of mock terror as he replied, "Oh, your words frighten me. However, I assure you, I did not lay a finger on him. Everyone saw it. He was simply too fragile and struck me, only to be rebounded back. It has nothing to do with me. You undoubtedly employed some kind of supernatural ability. If you hadn't, how could he have ended up like this?" The enraged ability user shouted. "Stop wasting words with him. Let us strike together and avenge Brother Qin." Another ability user stood up, coldly regarding Wong Long. Wong Long looked at the two, his expression indifferent. "If you seek death, then come," he challenged. Arrogant. The two exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, swiftly flanking Wong Long from either side. Yet, Wong Long remained unmoved, brimming with confidence in his formidable strength. His physical data had surpassed 1,000-fold, rendering his physical prowess terrifying. Coupled with his ability to double his defensive capabilities, he faced the oncoming assault of the two ability users without a shred of fear. The two moved like the wind, reaching Wong Long in the blink of an eye. They simultaneously launched their fists, blocking any avenue of retreat for him. Their powerful strikes aimed at his face and chest. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wong Long acted decisively as their fists approached. He seized one of their fists with one hand while delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of the other. His movements were so rapid that the two ability users were caught off guard. One was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a halt, lying there like a puddle of mud, utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the other ability user, whose fist Wong Long had firmly grasped, strained to withdraw his hand, but found it utterly immovable despite his desperate efforts. He looked at Wong Long in horror. "Regretting his decision to accompany Zhang Zhibiao today. I am from the Storm Base. You had better release me, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Wong Long regarded him with a playful expression and forcefully twisted his left hand. With a sickening crack, the man's wrist shattered. His face turned ashen, contorted in agony. "You bastard, may you meet a terrible end." Without engaging in further banter, Wong Long extended his right hand and seized the man's throat. "I care not who you are from the Storm Base. Daring to cause trouble at our War God base means you must be prepared for the consequences." With that, he snapped the man's neck and casually discarded him to the side. The members of the War God base gazed at Wong Long with expressions of profound respect. They believed that Ling Feng, as their leader, was formidable, but today they realized that Wong Long possessed an astonishing strength, an ability user who could effortlessly crush opponents. It was evident that those who became trusted confidants of the leader were indeed ruthless individuals. At this moment, Zhang Zhibiao was on the verge of tears. This was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. He had imagined himself leading 3 ability users forcefully into the Villa district, humiliating Ling Feng, and then returning with him to report. However, the unfolding events were completely beyond his expectations. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of their entrance. In fact, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Ling Feng, and already 3 ability users from the Storm Base had been eliminated. As he watched Wong Long approach, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Everyone charge! Kill him quickly!" Zhang Zhibiao shouted frantically to the more than 100 soldiers behind him. Yet, the usually obedient warriors stood still, coldly regarding him, not a single one moving to obey. "You bunch of bastards, I command you to act." Zhang Zhibiao yelled madly at them, but all he received in return was silence and disdainful glances. Despair washed over him. He felt death drawing ever closer. Wong Long's deliberate footsteps echoed like a death knell, relentlessly striking at his fragile heart. He completely broke down. His legs gave way, and he sat on the ground, facing Wong Long, devoid of the courage to strike back. Wong Long stood before Zhang Zhibiao, his eyes filled with contempt. A proud ability user, lacking even the courage to confront him. One truly wonders how such a coward could command a shelter. Noticing an unidentifiable liquid seeping from between Zhang Zhibiao's legs, Wong Long frowned and covered his nose. "What a waste. Let us prolong your existence a little longer." Chapter 130. The counterattack begins. Ling Feng stood on the training ground, observing the soldiers as they practiced, occasionally offering guidance. Just moments ago, he had learned from Ma Wu that a group of uninvited guests had arrived outside the base. And as the captain of the special forces, Wong Long had promptly gone to handle the situation. Ling Feng, however, was not overly concerned with Wong Long's current strength. Dealing with ordinary super ability users was more than sufficient. There was no need for him to worry. With a physique exceeding 1,000, If he could not handle such matters, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Before long, Wong Long appeared, leading a throng of unfamiliar faces toward the training ground. In his grasp was a man who bore a look of sheer terror. The procession reached Ling Feng, and at Wong Long's signal, they came to a halt. Wong Long casually tossed Zhang Zhibiao, who collapsed at Ling Feng's feet. Zhang Zhibiao, the leader of the official base. Wong Long remarked nonchalantly. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise, as he gazed upon Zhang Zhibiao, lying on the ground like a lifeless husk. His disheveled appearance seemed hardly befitting of a leader of a stronghold. Ling Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "So you are Zhang Zhibiao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Zhang Zhibiao looked at the man before him, his heart racing. In a quivering voice, he stammered, "Why, you are Ling Feng? Indeed. Have you not been searching for me all along?" Despite the fear bubbling within him, Zhang Zhibiao summoned the courage to respond, "Yes, I have dreamt of finding you. But I come today as a representative of the Storm Base." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. What connection did this Zhang Zhibiao have with the Storm Base? "Pray tell, what business do you have with me?" he inquired, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Zhang Zhibiao observed Ling Feng's composed manner, sensing that the latter was unfazed by his affiliation with the Storm Base. A troubling thought flickered through his mind. "Zhang Tsung from the Storm Base sent me to convey a message. He hopes you will consider joining their ranks." Zhang Zhibiao refrained from relaying Zhang Tsung's exact words, knowing that such honesty could jeopardize his life. Ling Feng stood in silence, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Zhang Zhibiao's brow. He hastily added, "Of course. If you decline, the Storm Base will not impose upon you." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng regarded Zhang Zhibiao with an amused expression, a smile gracing his lips. Did he truly say that? Yes. I am quoting him verbatim. Zhang Zhibiao replied, his face a mask of trepidation. He yearned to depart, though he doubted he could escape unscathed. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng inquired, "Where might this Zhang Tsung be at present?" "He is in our shelter, awaiting my return to report," Zhang Zhibiao replied, his implication clear. As a member of the Storm Base, he represented their interests, and it would be wise for Ling Feng not to offend them. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Wong Long. "Select 100 of our most capable soldiers and have them assemble here." Wong Long nodded, promptly taking Ma Wu to carry out the task. Moments later, individuals began to gather at the training ground. 100 have arrived," Wong Long announced quietly, standing beside Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded slightly. "Shortly, I will lead this group along with Lao Ma to Zhang Zhibiao's base. You will remain here to hold the fort." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhibiao's expression shifted in alarm. What did Ling Feng intend? Surely he did not plan to assault his shelter. With merely 100 soldiers, could he truly hope to seize control of his stronghold? Such a notion was utterly absurd, not to mention the formidable defenses and powerful artillery of his shelter, along with the exceptional abilities of several Storm Base enhancers. Was this not an invitation to certain death? This thought brought Zhang Zhibiao a flicker of relief. It appeared that Ling Feng was nothing more than an arrogant fool. Ling Feng gazed at Zhang Zhibiao, who stood quietly with lowered eyes, and without hesitation, delivered a single fatal blow, ending his life instantly. Zhang Zhibiao did not emit even a single cry of agony. He simply perished. The soldiers training on the field felt a wave of relief wash over them at the sight of Zhang Zhibiao's demise. The oppressive ability user who had tormented them was finally dead. Simultaneously, their reverence for Ling Feng deepened. The once formidable leader they had perceived as invincible was now but a fly that could be effortlessly swatted away by Ling Feng. Ling Feng surveyed the assembled troops and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The purpose of our gathering today is to execute a critical mission, an assault on the official shelter. You have all been meticulously selected as the elite. Today marks your inaugural mission, as well as our War God Base's first operation. I hope you will not bring disgrace upon me. You may encounter former comrades during this endeavor. Those who agree to join the War God Base shall be granted their lives, while any who resist must be eliminated. Do you understand?" The soldiers replied in unison. "We understand." Ling Feng then moved to an open area and summoned an all-terrain snow vehicle from his spatial storage, along with 100 snowmobiles. These snowmobiles had been procured before the apocalypse. He had originally bought 10, upgraded one, and replicated the remaining models 100-fold. He had no intention of trudging along on foot with this group of warriors. It would be a waste of precious time. The soldiers marveled at the sudden appearance of the 100 brand-new snowmobiles, each one astonished by their leader's ability to surprise them. The vehicles looked incredibly impressive, akin to the chariots of their dreams. One for each of you, prepare to depart. The soldiers cheered and rushed to the snowmobiles, eagerly caressing them as if they were new toys. Ling Feng smiled lightly. The scene was quite amusing. He approached his all-terrain snow vehicle and tossed the keys to Ma Wu. You drive, he said, taking a seat in the passenger side. Soon, the convoy was ready, with Ling Feng's snow vehicle leading the way, followed in perfect formation by the 100 snowmobiles as the army commenced its journey. Meanwhile, within the official shelter, Zhang Zhibiao lounged against a sofa, his eyes half closed, reveling in the massage from a young girl. He relished his life there, at the Storm Base. He was merely a mid-level manager with the rank of captain. The privileges he enjoyed here were incomparable, for in this realm, he was a supreme ruler, capable of deciding the fate of anyone. Unfortunately, such a life would soon come to an end. Once Ling Feng aligned himself with the Storm Base, their mission would be deemed complete. Despite the loss of Zhao Wujia and several ability users, the acquisition of a more powerful ability user would surely be welcomed by the base. In his view, no one would dare oppose the Storm Base. Thus, Ling Feng would undoubtedly comply. While he was still lost in fantasies about how to apply for a post at this location upon his return, a team member hurriedly entered. Captain, it's bad news. An army has arrived outside and is attacking the shelter. Chapter 131. Dominant Elimination. Zhang Zhibiao's expression shifted as he slowly opened his eyes, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. Attacked? Does Zhang Zhibiao truly have enemies? Let's go take a look. At the entrance of the shelter, Ling Feng stood not far away, with 100 members of the God of War squad strategically positioned behind him. The name God of War squad was freshly adopted by Ling Feng, as he aspired for each soldier to embody the essence of a warrior of divine caliber. Guarding the entrance of the shelter were 120 armed soldiers, their expressions grave as they surveyed the uninvited guests. The large gate behind them was already secured. Once the fighting commenced, there would be no retreat. They faced a choice: eliminate the enemy or perish in battle. The members of the God of War squad watched as former comrades transformed into foes, their expressions tinged with complexity. Ma Wu stood beside Ling Feng, ever hoping for a peaceful resolution to the matter. The shelter had long been oppressed by Zhang Zhibiao, and with his demise, they should now be liberated. Ma Wu stepped forward, addressing the group of erstwhile comrades with sincerity. Brothers, Zhang Zhibiao is dead. We need no longer serve him. This revelation stunned the soldiers, causing an immediate stir among them. They could hardly believe that such a powerful ability wielder could be dead. They had witnessed, with their own eyes, the Lord departing that morning accompanied by 3 ability users and over 100 special forces. One soldier of captain rank, skeptical, questioned, Ma Gu, don't deceive our brothers. The Lord was accompanied by so many formidable individuals. How could he simply die? Do not harbor illusions to mislead us. The shelter is under attack. For the sake of our past camaraderie, you should leave at once. Just as Ma Wu was about to respond, the great door of the shelter slowly opened. A man with a cold demeanor emerged, followed by 3 haughty figures, each exuding an extraordinary presence, unmistakably ability users. Zhang Zhibiao stepped out of the shelter, observing the advancing squad with keen interest. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be soldiers, yet their aura was evidently more formidable. They were clearly not ordinary military personnel. Even Storm Base lacked such an army. Zhang Zhibiao's curiosity deepened. Which base do you belong to? Zhang Zhibiao asked, his expression frosty. You are from Storm Base, Ling Feng remarked, glancing at Zhang Zhibiao from a distance, and inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhibiao was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this individual to recognize him, though he himself did not recall ever meeting him. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Are you Ling Feng? Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Clever. You managed to deduce that. Zhang Zhibiao glanced behind him, but saw no sign of Zhang Zhibiao or anyone else. A troubling thought crossed his mind. He fixed his gaze on Ling Feng and demanded in a stern tone, have you killed Zhang Zhibiao and the others? Indeed. Zhang Zhibiao's expression darkened immediately. He did not mourn Zhang Zhibiao's demise, yet the loss of the other 3, his trusted subordinates, was a heavy blow. Their camaraderie had been forged through numerous missions, their teamwork remarkably cohesive. What he had believed to be a simple task had turned into a massacre. Ling Feng was truly despicable. Do you comprehend the consequences of crossing me and the Storm Base? Zhang Zhibiao's eyes glinted with malice as he stared at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, casually cleaning his ears. I hardly know what consequences you refer to. Generally, those who speak to me in such a manner end up dead. Zhang Zhibiao let out a cold smile, his gaze towards Ling Feng brimming with murderous intent. I concede that you possess formidable strength, and I likely am no match for you, yet you shall still meet your demise. The power of the Storm Base is beyond your imagination. I have transmitted all your information to headquarters. Rest assured, someone will be seeking you shortly. Ling Feng merely scoffed in response. My strength is also beyond your comprehension. Even if the entirety of your Storm Base were to mobilize, I would not falter. Zhang Zhibiao slowly emerged from the crowd, advancing towards Ling Feng. You also killed Zhao Wujie, did you not? It seems you gained significant advantages at the Wangzhuang mine. Let me witness your prowess. With a powerful leap, Zhang Zhibiao propelled himself off the ground, moving with lightning speed until he vanished from sight. His right hand morphed into a claw, his nails elongating instantly, transforming from a translucent white to an eerie blood-red hue. He swiftly materialized before Ling Feng, aiming a vicious strike at his throat. The speed of his assault was nearly imperceptible, arriving in an instant, seemingly impossible to evade. Yet, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Just as he believed he was about to land his blow, he felt a violent impact to his abdomen that destabilized him instantly. Thud! Zhang Zhibiao was sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth in a pitiful display. He felt as though his very organs had been dislocated. The remaining 3 extraordinary abilities users from the Storm Base looked on in horror at this scene. They were well aware of Zhang Zhibiao's prowess, which ranked among the highest within the base, rendering him an unrivaled force beneath the superhuman echelon. However, in Ling Feng's hands, he could not withstand even a single round. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Zhibiao was coughing violently, struggling to rise, his gaze towards Ling Feng now filled with dread. Ling Feng's power far surpassed his expectations. Not only was he a super ability user, but he also ranked among the elite within that realm. Such a person, with enmity towards the base, would undoubtedly bring calamity upon it. Ling Feng, you are indeed formidable. I, Zhang Zhibiao of the Storm Base, concede. We promise not to pursue this matter further, he said, his expression somewhat grim. Ling Feng regarded him with scorn. How can you not pursue it? I have slaughtered so many of you. Can you truly swallow this grievance? Zhang Zhibiao suppressed the fury within, gritting his teeth. In this society, strength reigns supreme. Their deaths only attest to their ineptitude. Ling Feng slowly approached him and coldly remarked, I understand the principle of eradicating the root of the problem. You. Zhang Zhibiao's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to flee. Alas, it was too late. Ling Feng unleashed his gravitational domain. With a crack, Zhang Zhibiao was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by the overwhelming force, blood and flesh scattering, still emanating a wisp of warmth. The horrific scene made all present break into a cold sweat. The 3 ability users from the Storm Base, witnessing this, lost all will to fight and immediately activated their escape mode. Ling Feng reached out his hand towards the 3, and their bodies uncontrollably levitated into the air. Chapter 132. Entering the sanctuary, Ling Feng gazed at the 3 terrified ability users before him, and with a mere flick of his finger, their forms were instantly reduced to a puddle of mush. The remaining soldiers of the official base were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the formidable ability users had been reduced to this pitiful state in mere minutes. In their eyes, the once powerful ability users were now no more than ants in the hands of this man. Was he human or divine? One soldier could not help but exclaim. Fear was palpable in the eyes of all as they looked at Ling Feng. The squad leader who had just spoken with Ma Wu swallowed hard, his doubts evaporated. Zhang Ergu was likely truly dead. If even the Storm Base could not contend with him, then Zhang Ergu stood no chance of survival. Ling Feng's cold gaze swept across the crowd, causing the soldiers to turn pale. With Zhang Ergu and the Storm Base's men dead, do you still wish to resist? He stated, adjusting his attire, his demeanor indifferent. At that moment, Ma Wu stepped forward and declared, Brothers, our leader is a fiercely protective man. Joining our war god base will bring you only benefits. The crowd began to stir, murmurs of conversation spreading like wildfire. Ma Wu would not deceive us. Let us join. We are but ordinary people. Stubborn resistance will only lead to greater losses. Zhang Ergu has finally met his demise, and divine justice prevails. I have long held contempt for this group of Storm Base individuals, who have grown excessively arrogant. Just as uncertainty loomed over the crowd, a resounding voice cut through the air. I, Liu Feng, am willing to join. A robust soldier stepped forward, discarding his sidearm. I, Zhang Long, shall also join. So will I, Zhao. With the first volunteer's declaration, an increasing number of soldiers chose to align themselves with the war god base. Those who had been hesitant, upon witnessing this shift, ultimately decided to join as well. Thus, Ling Feng effortlessly seized the shelter without the loss of a single soldier. Ling Feng, accompanied by the members of the war god base, formally entered the shelter. Guided by Ma Wu, he first arrived at the core of the establishment, the very place previously occupied by Zhang Zhibiao. This location lay deep within the shelter, encompassing approximately 1/5 of its total area. Zhang Zhibiao had designated this space as Area 1. After a thorough inspection, Ling Feng could not help but marvel at its opulence. In terms of luxury, it surpassed Ling Feng's own villa by innumerable degrees. Even the toilets were crafted from pure gold. The household boasted over 100 young and beautiful maidens serving as attendants. Area 1 was vast, yet it was solely inhabited by Zhang Zhibiao, featuring impeccable facilities. In addition to a reception room, study, and office, it included waterbed chambers, gaming rooms, and even an esports arena, complete with a miniature golf course. The dining area was divided into Western and Chinese restaurants, each staffed by professional chefs and nutritionists. Every venue was attended by 3 to 5 dedicated service personnel. In Zhang Zhibiao's storage room, Ling Feng discovered an abundance of exquisite spirits, cigars, and a plethora of imported snacks. Truly, Zhang Zhibiao knew how to indulge. Ling Feng marveled at the lavishness. After exploring Area 1, Ling Feng proceeded to examine Area 2. Adjacent to Area 1, this section primarily housed soldiers, senior officials of the shelter, and some exceptionally skilled talents. The area was relatively compact, consisting mainly of barracks and training grounds. Ling Feng's interest peaked as he approached the armory, following Ma Wu's lead. Upon entering, his eyes widened in astonishment. The dread of insufficient firepower diminished instantly. The armory was filled with an array of weaponry and equipment: 120 tanks, 200 howitzers, 800 drones, 80 infantry fighting vehicles, and anti-aircraft missiles, among others. Additionally, there was a substantial stockpile of rifles, heavy machine guns, and submachine guns. Ling Feng beamed with delight as he caressed the equipment, realizing that these were indeed the most vital assets for any base. Fortunately, they did not utilize such equipment during their assault on the villa. Otherwise, it would have posed considerable trouble for me. This is primarily due to the extreme cold weather, which renders the roads slippery and hinders the long-distance operation of such gear. Ling Feng resolved to arrange this equipment on the ground, enabling swift strikes against any intruders. With this in mind, he meticulously stored all the equipment in his space, intending to upgrade and enhance their potency. Weapons of this caliber could pose a significant threat, even to those with supernatural abilities. After touring Area 2, Ling Feng proceeded to Area 3, the largest section of the entire shelter. Upon entering Area 3, the atmosphere markedly shifted. A suffocating sensation enveloped the entire area. The lighting was dim, barely allowing one to discern human figures. Furthermore, the rooms were exceedingly cramped, some spanning a mere 10 square meters, yet housing over a dozen individuals. During this period, all residents of Area 3 were diligently working, committing to an arduous 18-hour workday, with only one meal comprising the shelter's homemade biscuits and nutrient solution. Ling Feng accompanied Ma Wu to their workplace, a vast room exceeding 10,000 square meters, filled with thousands of stationary bicycles, each linked by an electrical wire. A person was energetically pedaling on each bicycle. The room also featured an energetic DJ, stimulating everyone's nerves. Witnessing this astonishing scene, with thousands pedaling in unison, Ling Feng, had he not been previously informed that they were generating electricity through cycling, might have mistaken them for fitness enthusiasts. Each individual wore a vacant expression, their eyes hollow and devoid of emotion, resembling soulless power-generating machines. This was their sole daily task, to supply electricity to the entire shelter. Among them were many former high-ranking government officials and affluent individuals from the pre-apocalyptic era, now reduced to pedaling incessantly for a meager meal of mere biscuits. After observing for a while, Ling Feng departed, with no intention of enacting significant changes, perhaps merely reducing their working hours and improving their meals. Ling Feng arrived at the cafeteria in Area 3, where chefs were busy preparing the day's meals. One chef retrieved a white plastic bucket filled with an unknown viscous liquid from beneath the countertop and evenly poured its contents into 3 large basins. He then added 3 packets of flavored powder into the basins, stirring until the mixture was uniform. Thus, a nutrient solution was prepared. Curious, Ling Feng ventured into the preparation area to inspect further. The white buckets contained a thick, sticky liquid, emitting a somewhat foul odor. However, after the addition of some fruit enthusiasts, their fragrant aroma effectively masked the foul stench. What is this made of? Ling Feng inquired. The chef, taken aback, hesitated to respond. Observing this, Ma Wu interjected sternly. This individual is the newly appointed leader of the shelter. Answer honestly. Upon hearing this, the chef's expression shifted in surprise. Realizing he was in the presence of the shelter's leader, he quickly lowered his head and replied nervously, the primary ingredient of this nutrient solution is cockroaches, processed into a nutrient liquid by machines. The chef answered truthfully. And those biscuits? What are they made from? Ling Feng pointed at the black biscuits behind the chef. Those biscuits are also made from cockroaches. Ling Feng frowned at this revelation, feeling a wave of nausea. The thought that these individuals consumed cockroaches daily made him feel quite unwell. Ma Wu, standing behind him, also wore a grim expression. After all, cockroaches were inherently repulsive, and now they were being utilized as food. Ling Feng chose not to comment and turned to leave. Despite having an abundance of food and provisions in his storage space, he could not simply distribute everything to these people. In a post-apocalyptic world, sustenance was paramount, and these precious resources were to be prioritized for soldiers and key individuals. As for those in District 3, he would find a way to improve their rations later. Afterward, Ling Feng toured a small food processing plant and a modest armory within the shelter, although most of the equipment lay idle. Due to the scarcity of resources, these facilities were largely unusable. Having explored every corner of the shelter, Ling Feng gained a fundamental understanding of its structure. It must be said that this shelter was constructed with remarkable sturdiness, designed with scientific precision, and equipped with comprehensive functionality, capable of accommodating up to 10,000 residents comfortably. Ling Feng resolved to relocate the headquarters of the War God base to this location and to initiate enhancements throughout the entire base, including establishing a military facility above the shelter. Seated leisurely on Zhang Ergu's genuine leather sofa, puffing on a cigarette, Ling Feng addressed Ma Wu, who stood before him. Old Ma, have you located Yang Zihan? Ling Feng inquired in a nonchalant tone. Ever since his villa had been persistently attacked by Zhang Ergu's men, Ling Feng had harbored suspicions that someone had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could they have traveled such a distance to assault his residence? Yet, he could not pinpoint the traitor. It was only after Ma Wu had allied with him that he learned it was a beautiful woman close to Zhang Ergu who had informed him of his vulnerabilities. This confirmed his suspicions about Yang Zihan, who had vanished after eliminating the leader of the Qinglong gang, Niu Xian. Ling Feng initially believed that he had been eliminated by Ling Kuo. To his astonishment, she had made her way here, colluding with Zhang Ergu. Thus, the moment Ling Feng entered the shelter, he instructed Ma Wu to promptly arrange for the retrieval of Yang Zihan. Chief, I inquired with the guards at the gate, and Yang Zihan left the shelter this morning, claiming she was off to find Zhang Ergu, Ma Wu reported. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. He had intended to eliminate Yang Zihan directly. Who would have anticipated her escape? Let her go. It is of no matter. We shall deal with it upon our next encounter, he remarked with a hint of resignation. By the way, old Ma, I must return to Shizi Bay and bring everyone back. You will oversee the order here with the remaining personnel. I estimate I shall return by tomorrow. Before I arrive, those die-hard loyalists left by Zhang Ergu, along with those who have committed numerous heinous acts, should be dealt with expeditiously. Ling Feng's demeanor turned somewhat cold as he spoke. Understood. I shall take care of it shortly, Ma Wu replied, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ling Feng patted Ma Wu's shoulder before departing. Once Ling Feng had left, Ma Wu, accompanied by 100 members of the God of War squad, commenced a bloody purge. Anyone who had aided Zhang Ergu in his nefarious endeavors was swiftly apprehended. Standing atop the training platform, Ma Wu's expression was solemn. Below, dozens of high-ranking officials from the shelter stood pale-faced, some maintaining an air of arrogance, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene. On what grounds do you apprehend me? I am the second leader of the shelter. Do you not understand the rules? A defiant voice echoed from outside. Then, a portly middle-aged man was ushered in, restrained by 2 soldiers. His face was contorted with fury, exuding the demeanor of one in power. This man, Zhang Daniu, was a friend of Zhang Ergu, elevated to the second-in-command of the shelter after Zhang Ergu assumed control. Much like Zhang Ergu, he had indulged in excess, reveling in his newfound wealth, and had collaborated with Zhang Ergu in his misdeeds. He was the primary target of this purging operation. At that moment, Zhang Daniu was unaware that the shelter had changed hands. When the God of War squad found him, he had been nestled in bed with 3 young women, sound asleep. Upon seeing Ma Wu, a look of realization washed over Zhang Daniu's face. "Ah, it is you, Ma Wu, is it? How dare you seize me? You must be tired of living. Do you not believe I can have Ergu deal with you?" Zhang Daniu threatened, his expression fierce. Ma Wu regarded Zhang Daniu with disdain, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Zhang Ergu is dead. Any grievances you wish to air must be directed to the King of Hell," he retorted. Zhang Daniu's countenance shifted in shock, though disbelief still lingered in his eyes. With a hesitant tone, he remarked, "Surely you jest. Ergo is a formidable supernatural being. Who could possibly kill him?" Ma Wu regarded him coldly, responding, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Without further ado, Ma Wu waved his hand, and over 100 soldiers swiftly apprehended the dozens of high-ranking officials within the shelter. According to the commander's orders, "You are all guilty of heinous crimes and deserve execution," Ma Wu declared icily. At these words, the crowd was instantly struck with horror. Some of the more timid individuals collapsed, their bodies weakening beneath them. Zhang Daniu trembled violently, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. "Take them away," Ma Wu commanded, as soldiers escorted the high-ranking officials out of the shelter. The common folk, numbering in the thousands, gathered outside, their faces a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Chapter 134. The ascendancy of the villa. Dozens of high-ranking officials knelt in the frigid snow, each visage betraying a palpable fear. Surrounding them were the onlookers, pointing and murmuring about the officials. "Isn't that Zhang Daniu? How did he end up captured? I heard the Lord has been slain. Our shelter has a new master. Whoever it is matters not. For us common folk, life remains unchanged." Regardless, the individuals before them had long deserved their fate, offering a modicum of satisfaction to the crowd. Ma Wu, with a serious countenance, stood before the gathered masses and proclaimed, "Silence." Immediately, the clamor ceased. He surveyed the crowd and continued, "Esteemed citizens, I am the vice-captain of the Special Operations Team at the War God Base. I hereby announce that from this day forth, this place shall be renamed the War God Base, under the leadership of Mr. Ling Feng. Moreover, the individuals before you are loyalists of Zhang Ergu, complicit in his nefarious deeds and deserving of punishment. Today, we shall publicly execute them as a deterrent." Having uttered those words, he turned, his voice chillingly resolute. "Prepare." Dozens of soldiers swiftly aimed their firearms at the heads of the high-ranking officials. The officials turned pale, their bodies quaking, with some fainting from sheer terror. Others, overwhelmed by fear, lost control of their bladders. In a frenzy, Zhang Daniu attempted to rise, shouting, "I demand to see your leader. I possess critical intelligence." 2 soldiers beside him restrained him to prevent further disruption. "Please, do not kill me. I truly have vital information," he pleaded, terror etched across his face. Ma Wu observed this scene with an impassive expression, his heart unmoved. He then declared with unwavering resolve, "Proceed with the execution." The air was soon filled with the resounding echoes of gunfire. The officials kneeling on the ground fell one by one, their voices echoing in submission. A murmur arose from the crowd, immediately followed by a wave of applause. Departing from the sanctuary, Ling Feng sped towards Shizi Bay in an all-terrain snowmobile. He aimed to swiftly relocate his team to the new base, preparing defensive measures, as the Lu and Kai families, along with the forces from Storm Base, were expected to advance soon. After half an hour of high-speed travel, they finally reached the villa district. Ling Feng summoned Wong Long, entrusting him with the logistics of this relocation, urging him to assemble the troops and supplies with utmost urgency. Upon receiving Ling Feng's command, Wong Long promptly set the arrangements in motion. Subsequently, Ling Feng returned to the villa, standing before the 3-story residence. He resolved to attempt to incorporate the villa into his spatial realm. He called Lin Su from within, as living beings could not be sustained in that space. Ling Feng was uncertain about the feasibility of enclosing such a large structure, given its considerable size. He had never attempted to contain anything so vast. However, since the villa had been transformed into a cohesive unit, theoretically, it should pose no problem. approaching the villa's outer wall. He placed his hand upon it and focused his thoughts. With a whoosh, the three-story villa, along with Wong Long's adjacent residence, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep, erasing any trace of their former presence. The sentry stationed at the villa's entrance was left utterly astonished by Ling Feng's display of power. "Incredible!" exclaimed veteran soldier Chen Shan, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Meanwhile, within the spatial realm, the two villas floated serenely. Ling Feng beamed with delight. With this success, the upcoming move seemed devoid of concerns. Within the space, he took the opportunity to enhance the villa further. Originally capable of withstanding small nuclear attacks, the villa's defenses were now magnified 100-fold, reaching an incomprehensible level of fortitude. He then returned the villa to its original location. After returning to the villa, Ling Feng reclined on the sofa, finally able to rest after a day of relentless activity. At Storm Base, Chen Gengyan sat in his leather chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the table, his face betraying no emotion. Moments ago, he received a report from the Special Operations Team. The investigative group dispatched from the base had lost contact. The last message from Zhang Zhibiao read, "The assailant is Ling Feng. This individual possesses formidable strength, likely a superpowered being. I must negotiate with him." Accompanying this message was a location pin. "Leader, what action should we take now? Zhang Zhibiao and his team may be in grave danger." Gu Fei's face was etched with urgency. Every lost member was one he had personally trained, and the thought of their potential loss pierced his heart deeply. He is consumed by an overwhelming desire to immediately gather his companions and exact a brutal revenge on Ling Feng. To avenge his brothers. Seated calmly in a chair, Chen Gengyan displayed an air of tranquility, his expression unwavering amidst the tumult. At present, it is evident that Ling Feng possesses formidable strength. Thus we must devise a meticulously foolproof plan. After a brief silence, Chen Gengyan slowly began to speak. "Since this Ling Feng proves to be such a formidable opponent, we cannot confront him through conventional means." Gu Fei, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Chen Gengyan and inquired with uncertainty, "Leader, do you mean?" Chen Gengyan responded with a faint smile, his tone icy. "We shall approach the Kai and Lu families and coordinate an assault on Ling Feng. Furthermore, we shall inform them that we desire nothing but Ling Feng's head. We can provide armored vehicles and munitions. Simultaneously, we will dispatch another team to monitor the situation, ensuring they do not directly engage." Upon receiving the command, Gu Fei departed in haste. The room now held only Chen Gengyan, who lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. In a secluded wilderness outside Shanjing City, a young and striking girl traversed the cold path. Her gaze was resolute, her face suffused with bitterness. "Zhang Ergu, Ling Feng, I will not spare you," Yang Zihan uttered with deep resentment. Earlier that morning, she had successfully escaped the shelter by leveraging her identity as Zhang Ergu's woman. She had attained her freedom. With her awakened supernatural abilities, she now felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through her, walking for half a day without a hint of fatigue. At this moment, she had reached the outskirts of Shanjing City, with Suang City looming ahead. Suang City was once the most economically prosperous region in Handong Province. At least prior to the apocalypse, she was uncertain of its current state. "I must establish a power of my own." Yang Zihan clenched her fists, continually motivating herself as she pressed onward. Chapter 135. The construction of the war god base. The following morning, Ling Feng stretched luxuriously. Having finally enjoyed a restful sleep after days filled with various troubles, descending to the dining area, he found Lin Su busy preparing breakfast. Noticing Ling Feng's arrival, Lin Su called out, "Just a moment, breakfast will be ready shortly." "All right." Ling Feng retrieved a premium inner core from his spatial storage and tossed it into his mouth. The inner core transformed into a warm flow that coursed through his body, continuously enhancing him. Yesterday alone, he had acquired 8 inner cores. This was the perfect time to bolster his strength. Currently, his power had reached a staggering 3,300 times, enabling him to eliminate a superpowered individual in an instant. However, he understood that future adversaries would only multiply, necessitating his continuous growth and strength. 3 minutes later, the energy from the premium inner core gradually dissipated. Ling Feng sensed a slight enhancement in his strength, now approximately reaching 3,400 times its previous capacity. As his power continued to grow, His body's ability to assimilate the inner elixirs accelerated significantly. After absorbing one such elixir, Lin Su served breakfast at the dining table. Once they finished their simple meal, Ling Feng led Lin Su out of the villa. Outside, 380 soldiers from the base, under the command of Wong Long, had assembled and were poised for departure. Ling Feng once again stored the entire villa within his spatial realm, simultaneously retrieving over 300 snowmobiles to distribute among the soldiers. Regarding the indigenous people of Shizi Bay, he intended to take only the two brothers, Zhang Ning and Zhang En, both of whom possessed extensive experience in construction. Ling Feng planned to upgrade and fortify the shelter, making their skills particularly useful. As for the other residents of the villa area, he had no intention of bringing them along. They would have to fend for themselves. He had already shown them ample goodwill. Once all preparations were complete, Ling Feng issued the command. Hundreds of snowmobiles roared to life, their thunderous sounds echoing powerfully. Ling Feng's all-terrain snow vehicle advanced steadily, flanked by the convoy of motorcycles. The indigenous inhabitants of the villa area watched the departing motorcade with mixed emotions. Ling Feng's departure signified their loss of military protection and, consequently, their food supply. Although they felt angered by Ling Feng's callous actions, they dared not voice their criticism, having witnessed his ruthlessness. He was known to resort to violence for even the slightest provocation. Their immediate concern was how to confront the impending dangers and the scarcity of food. The team from the War God base sped forth, swiftly exiting the urban area. As they approached the vicinity of Hutnci, they encountered an obstruction. A group of a dozen individuals stood in the road outside the village, brandishing various weapons, iron rods, shovels, and wooden sticks. Ling Feng, seated in the vehicle, suddenly felt it come to a halt and promptly stepped out to investigate. Before him, the villagers of Hutnci, armed and visibly indignant, glared at them, vocally expressing their outrage. Wong Long was engaged in negotiations with them. As Ling Feng approached to assess the situation, Wong Long quickly came forward to explain. Fengzi, this group claims that the officials from the shelter took all their food, promising to bring them to safety, only to leave them empty-handed. Upon seeing our soldiers in military attire, they immediately recognized us and are now demanding that we take them to the shelter. Ling Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing Wong Long's account. This matter was likely instigated by Long Hao, who was now deceased. Yet these villagers still wished to accompany them to the shelter. It was nothing short of a fantasy. Ling Feng harbored little fondness for the inhabitants of this village. Their incessant attempts to trouble him at the villa in hopes of acquiring supplies had left a bitter impression. Now, they even dared to wish to accompany him back to the base. How utterly preposterous. With a frigid tone, Ling Feng declared that they should be informed that it was the official shelter that seized their provisions, not their war god base. Should they continue to obstruct the way, they were to be warned with gunfire. If that proved ineffective, they would be shot on sight. Having spoken, Ling Feng retreated to his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a few gunshots echoed, and the roadside was marked by several lifeless bodies. The convoy resumed its journey, encountering little resistance as they smoothly arrived at the shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, Ma Wu had already gathered the members of the war god team, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the main force, Ma Wu strode confidently to Ling Feng's vehicle. Chief, all the unruly elements within the base have been thoroughly dealt with. We can now enter safely, he reported with utmost respect. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ma Wu's reliability brought him great comfort. Arrange accommodations for the brothers first. I have some matters to attend to, he instructed, and Ma Wu nodded before departing. Ling Feng opened the car door and began to wander around with Lin Su. The entire shelter was built against the mountainside, nestled at the foot of the hill. Before the shelter lay a vast plain, where Ling Feng planned to construct his villa. He had no intention of residing within the shelter. His upgraded villa was arguably the safest place in the world, far surpassing the security of the shelter. Moreover, living underground in the shelter imparted a sense of oppression. He preferred a dwelling that allowed him to gaze upon the scenery outside at any given moment. He positioned his villa 200 meters from the shelter's entrance, ensuring mutual protection. Should either side encounter danger, the other could swiftly respond. In front of the villa, Ling Feng intended to establish a military base to house large weaponry. However, the construction would undoubtedly be a considerable undertaking, especially in the current apocalyptic environment marked by resource scarcity and harsh conditions. Nevertheless, it was an essential endeavor to guarantee the base's safety. A formidable military base must be established. Accompanied by Wong Long and the Zhang brothers, Zhang Un and Zhang Ning, Ling Feng conducted an on-site survey and ultimately determined the location for the military base, with the subsequent construction primarily entrusted to Wong Long and the Zhang siblings. Ling Feng's main task would be to procure materials for the base. Having resolved the military base issue, Ling Feng returned to the office previously occupied by Zhang Ergo. During his last visit, he had caught a glimpse of a roster of elite talents, but due to time constraints, he had not been able to examine it thoroughly. Today, he intended to scrutinize it closely. He retrieved the roster and began to examine it with great care. Soon, one name captured his attention: Wang Jianan, a renowned agricultural scientist. Ling Feng had been contemplating how to cultivate food in a post-apocalyptic world, lest they be consumed by their own lack. Perhaps Wang Jianan could spearhead this research. Chapter 136. Mysterious Creatures. Ling Feng picked up the satellite phone and contacted Ma Wu, instructing him to bring Wang Jianan over. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ma Wu entered with a frail-looking elderly man. The old man appeared to be around 60 years of age, emaciated and resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. His overall demeanor deeply dispirited. His hollow gaze lacked vitality. Ling Feng looked at the diminutive elder before him with surprise. He had anticipated that a talent of such caliber, as listed in the handbook, would receive a more favorable treatment. However, the current state of affairs suggested otherwise. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Wang Jianan's expression remained unchanged. His demeanor as usual. As one of the first individuals to enter the shelter, he had witnessed the succession of personnel, having seen two leaders come and go. He had previously made several earnest suggestions to the shelter's leaders to invest resources in researching plant growth in extreme cold, all of which had been met with rejection. Each successive leader had been obsessed with resource plunder and indulgence. Now, he had relinquished all thoughts of research, merely performing the most menial tasks daily, struggling to survive. Ling Feng rose and approached Wang Jianan, speaking with utmost respect. "You must be the esteemed Wang, whose remarkable achievements I have long admired. Your prior leadership in the research of hybrid wheat technology significantly increased wheat yields, reaching an astonishing 3,000 kilograms per mu, a tremendous contribution to the nation." A flicker of self-mockery crossed Wang Jianan's face as he replied softly, "That is all in the past. I am but a useless old man now. Mr. Wang, you are no ordinary individual. The future of our food supply at the War God base will depend on you. I intend to invite you to participate in the research and development of our food sources." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of emotion broke through Wang Jianan's previously stoic expression. He hesitantly inquired, "You wish to develop food cultivation?" Ling Feng smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, as the extreme cold persists, our food crisis is becoming increasingly dire, and the existing resources will soon be depleted. For the survival of the entire base, we must conduct research on plant growth in these frigid conditions. This is a matter of human existence." Wang Jianan's face lit up with excitement. He had not anticipated that this young leader of the base possessed such profound foresight. His vision surpassed that of the previous two leaders. The numbness in Wang Jianan's heart began to thaw, and he realized that perhaps he could indeed continue his research. Observing the contemplative expression on Wang Jianan's face, Ling Feng continued, "I wonder, Mr. Wang, would you be willing to join us in this research endeavor?" Wang Jianan's eyes brimmed with excitement as he hurriedly exclaimed, "I am eager to participate in the research." Ling Feng's expression brightened with joy as he respectfully responded, "That is splendid news. With your esteemed involvement, I am confident that our research endeavors will surely succeed. Please, do not hesitate to request any materials or research personnel you may require. I shall ensure your needs are met. Furthermore, I will arrange a private residence for you, complete with meals of the highest standards. Your family will enjoy the same privileges. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Wang Jianan was deeply moved, realizing how much Ling Feng valued their scientific talents. "No, this is already more than sufficient. I have a few students who can join me in the research," he replied contentedly, satisfied with Ling Feng's conditions. The two continued to engage in discussions about research on wheat and rice for nearly 2 hours before parting ways, with Wang Jianan leaving in high spirits. Ling Feng then instructed Ma Wu to promptly arrange accommodations and improve the meal provisions for the research team. As he observed the industrious Ma Wu, Ling Feng reflected on the necessity of finding someone to take over these minor tasks. Although Ma Wu was reliable, his primary responsibility was to lead the War God Brigade. and devoting excessive energy to trivial matters would hinder his core duties. Lin Su would be ideal for the role. Yet she was preoccupied with developing gene serum and could not afford distractions in management. The Zhang brothers, Zhang Un and Zhang Ning, were engaged in infrastructure work at the base and could not assist either. For a moment, he found it challenging to identify a suitable candidate. After contemplating further, a name suddenly flashed in his mind: Liu Wei. Liu Wei was the leader of the Liu base, and he had saved her twice in the past. She was straightforward and had no ill intentions, making her well suited for management. Additionally, she was an ability user with considerable potential. With proper development, she could undoubtedly ascend to become a super ability user or even reach higher realms. With this thought, Ling Feng felt a surge of inspiration. It seemed he needed to make another trip to have an earnest conversation with Liu Wei about joining his team. After briefing Ma Wu and Wong Long on their tasks, he swiftly set out in his snow vehicle. The Liu base was located in the eastern district of Shangjing City, and he planned to inquire at a nearby base. After approximately an hour's journey, Ling Feng arrived in the eastern district and continued his search for half an hour. The once tranquil weather abruptly descended into fog. Ling Feng had no choice but to reduce his speed and proceed cautiously. After some time on the road, a shadowy figure gradually materialized ahead. From a distance, the person's features were obscured, revealing only a vague outline. The silhouette appeared remarkably tall, at least 2 meters in height, and possessed a robust physique. Wearing a hat, the figure was shrouded in layers of clothing. It seemed that the figure had also noticed the vehicle, as it began to wave vigorously in this direction. Ling Feng's spirits lifted. After such a long journey, he had finally encountered another human. He contemplated approaching for further information, although the wilderness posed considerable risks in meeting another being. Nevertheless, bolstered by his formidable strength, Ling Feng felt no fear. He pressed the accelerator, swiftly steering toward the figure. As the vehicle approached, the figure remained stationary, continuing to wave. Ling Feng halted the car, hesitating to exit. The fog had been dense, and the distance had concealed any peculiarities. Now, having drawn nearer, he scrutinized the figure before him and sensed something was amiss. To be precise, this was not a human at all. Chapter 137. Doubling down on defense, gazing at the entity before him, which donned a guise resembling a human, Ling Feng deduced that this must be a black bear. Among the animal kingdom, only bears employ such tactics to deceive humans. Once a human is lured close by its false appearance, it reveals its sharp fangs and ruthlessly strikes. Although the bear before the vehicle was tightly wrapped in clothing, its large, bell-like eyes starkly contrasted with those of a human. Ling Feng remained in the car, delaying his exit, while the bear, standing a distance away, began to amble toward the window, gently tapping on the glass, attempting to coax him into rolling it down. Ling Feng watched the gray bear with a smile, then suddenly vanished from his seat. The bear outside widened its eyes in confusion, instinctively peering into the vehicle. After confirming there was no one inside, it began circling the car, even inspecting beneath it. Finding no trace, the gray bear grew increasingly enraged, its pupils tinged with a crimson hue. Its powerful forelimbs began to batter the door and windows, attempting to smash them open. The upgraded snow vehicle's doors were 100 times sturdier than steel. The bear's assaults were utterly futile. From a distance, shrouded in mist, Ling Feng observed the frenzied bear as if watching a theatrical performance. The bear's fervent movements tore its clothing, exposing its plump, furry body. Ling Feng couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the bear's massive paws. Once, the grizzly bear was a protected species, and the act of killing wildlife was deemed a crime. However, in this apocalyptic era, murder has become a commonplace occurrence, especially when it concerns a mutated grizzly bear. Ling Feng casually whistled at the frenzied creature. At that moment, the bear, which had been violently smashing cars, turned its attention towards him, its expression twisted with contempt. Instantly, its ferocity was laid bare as it dropped to all fours and charged rapidly toward Ling Feng. The bear leaped high, lunging at him, its front claws extended, glinting ominously, emanating an overwhelming sense of menace. One can only imagine that a mere mortal faced with such a claw would likely be torn asunder. Ling Feng, somewhat astonished, did not anticipate that the seemingly cumbersome bear would possess such swiftness and agility. Evading the bear's lethal strike, he deftly sidestepped. The bear, having missed its ferocious assault, pivoted and continued its attack. Ling Feng snapped his fingers, activating his gravitational field. The bear's charge abruptly halted, its massive form collapsing to the ground. It roared in defiance, struggling against the oppressive force, yet somehow managed to rise again. Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. This bear was the first creature to withstand his gravitational field. In previous encounters, even superpowered beings had been reduced to mere pulp under its weight. The bear's formidable defense was unexpected. It appeared that he would need to resort to close combat to subdue it. In an instant, he teleported behind the bear and delivered a powerful punch to its skull. The impact reverberated through the air, sending the bear's colossal body flying. It landed with a thud, writhing in pain, its paws clutching its head as it rolled on the ground, yet it did not succumb to death. Ling Feng was once again astonished. It was still alive. That punch could have obliterated a superpowered individual, yet this grizzly merely writhed in agony, displaying remarkable resilience. He mused internally that any ordinary superpowered being would likely only have the means to flee in its presence. Ling Feng contemplated using his otherworldly flames to incinerate the creature, yet he found himself coveting the bear's paws. The bear, having witnessed Ling Feng's might, hastily attempted to rise and flee. However, the immense gravitational force rendered it immobile. Moving as if in a slow crawl, Ling Feng approached the bear leisurely, which looked up at him with fear in its eyes. It clasped its paws together and bowed, pleading for mercy. Faced with the bear's pitiable demeanor, Ling Feng remained unmoved. Bears, by nature, are treacherous and brutal, reveling in the torment of humans, slowly consuming them amidst their fear and suffering. This grizzly had undoubtedly claimed many lives, as it would not have survived to this day otherwise. With a decisive blow, he struck the bear on the head once more, this time with no restraint. The head of the bear was instantly reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, its immense form crashing to the ground. A Dan, the size of an egg, rolled to the side. Ling Feng bent down to retrieve the Dan, examining it closely. It was larger than any Dan he had previously acquired, and the energy within promised to be even more abundant. Without hesitation, he placed it into his spatial realm for enhancement. The upgraded Dan conferred a remarkable effect, doubling his defenses. Ling Feng was elated. Such an effect was truly extraordinary, and consuming this Dan would elevate his defensive capabilities to a terrifying degree. Returning to his vehicle, he ingested the egg-sized Dan without a moment's pause. Instantly, a surge of potent energy began to course through his body, creating an intense sensation of discomfort. This energy relentlessly assaulted his limbs and core, enveloping him in a veil of white mist. His complexion flushed with a slight redness. The entire process lasted for half an hour. Once the energy gradually subsided, Ling Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a heavy breath of stale air. Stepping out of the car, he stretched his body, and his joints emitted a series of satisfying cracks. Assessing his current physical state, he realized that the Dan had augmented his power by nearly 600 points, propelling his strength beyond 4,000 times. With his defenses now doubled, even the full force of a superpowered individual would fail to inflict any harm upon him, even while standing still. In addition to his physical enhancements, his previously stagnant cognitive abilities had also advanced. A score of 82, although only a 2-point increase, signified a qualitative transformation in his mental acuity. His extraordinary fire abilities could now be unleashed at his brain's command. Furthermore, he sensed a peculiar sensation within his mind, as if something was growing, itchy. This enhancement of his intellect was likely attributable to that mysterious entity. Could it be the essence of an extraordinary being? Ling Feng pondered, bemused. Although uncertain of its nature, he was content as long as it posed no threat to him. Today's expedition had yielded significant rewards, and his strength had surged dramatically. He collected the bear's carcass, planning to have Lin Su prepare a braised bear paw for dinner, chuckling to himself. Ling Feng then resumed his journey, seeking the location of the Lu base. Chapter 138. The Cult of the White Robes in an obscure factory within the eastern district of Beijing. A mysterious unit clad in white garments and donning white masks stood at the entrance. This contingent, though numbering merely 30, radiated an imposing aura, exuding an air of lethal intent, a clear indication that they had emerged from a realm of carnage and bloodshed. At the forefront of this battalion stood 3 individuals, each adorned in pristine white attire, yet their masks distinguished them from their comrades, exuding a far greater aura of menace. Opposing them were hundreds of enraged faces, armed with a diverse array of weapons, undaunted in the presence of their formidable adversaries. These were the members of the Lu base. and before them stood the recently notorious White Robe sect, cloaked in the guise of religion. These invaders demanded submission to their sect and the surrender of all provisions and resources, threatening purification in the name of the snow god should they refuse. At the helm of the Liu base, the leader Du Yibai stood resolutely at the front, his demeanor betraying a palpable wariness toward these ill-intentioned arrivals. Despite their numbers being a mere 30, each one emanated a palpable sense of danger. Their presence bore an uncanny resemblance to that of supernatural beings. Yet they were undeniably far stronger than ordinary folk. The three individuals at the forefront were indeed bona fide supernatural entities, self-proclaimed messengers of the sect. With a piercing gaze, the central figure, Li Bing, spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Leader Du, I implore you once more on behalf of the sect, are you certain you will not follow the great snow god and become his most devoted disciple? Du Yibai regarded him with a frigid expression, a sneer curling on his lips. Huh, the snow god is not but a bandit cloaked in divine pretense. Impudent. The snow god was born to rescue the suffering of the world. How could you, mere mortals, comprehend his noble intentions? Only through allegiance to the snow god can one attain redemption, Li Bing proclaimed earnestly, as he considered himself the snow god's most devoted follower. Believing that all he possessed was a gift from this deity, his powers, too, had awakened under the snow god's guidance, granting him formidable strength. In his heart, the snow god eclipsed even his parents in significance, and he would not tolerate any derision of his faith. With an icy demeanor, Du Yibai replied resolutely, Enough of this nonsense. I shall not relinquish our resources to you. To do so would be to await our own demise. Li Bing's expression darkened, his demeanor transforming into one of chilling malevolence. Those who refuse to submit were deemed heretics, wicked in nature. Those who do not submit shall perish, he declared fiercely. Raising his right hand, he issued a command to the followers behind him. Valiant holy warriors, raise your weapons and purify this band of heretics. At his command, over 30 followers surged with bloodlust, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Drawing their blades, they swiftly reformed their attack formation and charged toward the Liu base. Du Yibai furrowed his brow, resolute. Prepare to counterattack. We must eradicate these invaders. The members of the Liu base, numbering in the hundreds, brandished their weapons and surged toward the ranks of the white-robed sect. The great battle is on the verge of erupting. The opposing teams swiftly engage in combat. However, Du Yibai is soon taken aback by the formidable prowess of the white-clad sect. She had anticipated a contest of equals, although the adversaries possessed slightly superior strength. Her own side vastly outnumbered them by over tenfold. She believed that this numerical advantage would secure their victory. Yet, the reality on the battlefield revealed a one-sided affair. Despite the enemy being merely 30 in number, each warrior was valiant and undaunted, fighting with the fervor of desperate men. They seemed impervious to pain, charging fearlessly forward even when wounded. Moreover, their strength exceeded her expectations. Her subordinates were no match for them, utterly lacking the capacity to retaliate. The casualties among the personnel from the Liu base mounted swiftly. Du Yibai's expression shifted dramatically as she immediately extended her hands, summoning metal with her extraordinary abilities. To maximize the efficacy of her power, she had arranged a substantial amount of metal around her base. Sharp blades, sharpened steel pipes, and rusted metallic shards. In an instant, countless pieces of metal erupted from the ground, levitating into the air and hurtling towards the ranks of the white-clad sect's followers. The sudden onslaught of metallic weaponry caught the attacking devotees off guard. They reacted swiftly, raising their swords to counterattack. Observing this, Du Yibai's countenance hardened, and she raised her hand skyward. Ascend. The long swords in the hands of the sect's adherents, along with the metal fragments on the battlefield, soared into the heavens. Descend. With a single command, Du Yibai directed the previously elevated metal to plummet rapidly towards the ground. The dense barrage of metallic shards descended like rain, inflicting grievous injuries upon the unarmed followers. Within mere seconds, their numbers had been decimated by over half. From a distance, Li Bing's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated the sheer potency of Du Yibai's abilities. Her powers were akin to a battlefield cheat. If left unchecked, it seemed inevitable that all soldiers would be mercilessly slaughtered by her hand. Everyone together. Subdue her. Li Bing commanded the two nearby ability users. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their assault on Du Yibai. Li Bing possessed the power of super speed, enabling him to swiftly maneuver behind his foes for a lethal strike. The other two wielded ordinary strength-based abilities. They advanced from 3 distinct directions with remarkable speed. Du Yibai, recognizing the imminent threat, redirected her control of the metal to launch a rapid counteroffensive against the trio while retreating backwards. Her ability was one of remote manipulation. Engaging in close combat would be highly disadvantageous for her. The whistling metal surged towards Li Bing and his companions. Relying on his extraordinary speed, Li Bing evaded the attack unscathed. As for the other two, their situation was far more precarious. Both possessed formidable powers, yet their speed was a significant liability. Faced with the onslaught, they could only attempt to evade, but their sluggishness proved fatal. One was pierced through the heart by a sharp steel pipe, dying instantly. The other sustained severe injuries, with a metal projectile penetrating his thigh, rendering him incapable of fighting. Li Bing's expression shifted dramatically, fury simmering in his eyes. He swiftly made his way toward Du Yibai's position. Meanwhile, Du Yibai continued to manipulate the metal, launching relentless attacks toward Li Bing. The combatants from the base, witnessing their leader in peril, began to redirect their assault, hastily swinging their blades in Li Bing's direction. Chapter 139. The Divine's methods. Unfazed by the attacks from the members of the Luan base, Li Bing deftly maneuvered, evading the strikes of these ordinary foes, his focus singular. Capturing Du Yibai was his sole objective, the rest posed little threat. At that moment, Du Yibai was in a state of acute anxiety. Despite the potency of her abilities, they bore a critical flaw. The speedsters posed an overwhelming challenge for her. The man from the White Robe sect was astoundingly quick, rivaled only by Ling Feng among those she had encountered. As Li Bing closed in on her, she was left with no choice but to rely on her metal to impede his advance, yet it was futile. If the situation continued, she would inevitably find herself cornered. The battle was dire. The remaining members of the White Robe sect continued their ruthless slaughter, while only a handful of Luan base members remained to struggle against the onslaught. Observing the growing advantage on his side, a smirk crept across Li Bing's lips. Du Yibai, if you pledge allegiance to my sect now, I offer you a final opportunity. I can overlook the deaths of my disciples at your hands. What say you? Du Yibai's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Her resolve began to waver. She could not bear to witness her comrades perish one by one, though she feared not for her own life. Having long been devoid of familial ties, death for her was, in fact, a form of liberation. Yet, she could not stand idly by as others died because of her. Noticing her apparent hesitance, Li Bing pressed on. Should you choose to submit to the divine sect, I can intercede with the snow god, allowing you and these individuals to join our ranks. His tone was gentle, laced with persuasion. Just then, an incongruous voice rang out, causing everyone present to turn toward the sound. A young man, well-proportioned and handsome, ambled toward them with an air of nonchalance. It was none other than Ling Feng. Upon seeing him, Du Yibai's eyes lit up with surprise. She realized that salvation had arrived. Ling Feng approached Du Yibai, looking at her with a bemused expression. Why is it that every time I see you, you are either in the midst of a beating or on your way to one? Are you inherently masochistic? Does the pain empower you? Or do you revel in the sensation of being struck? Du Yibai gazed at her with a look of deep melancholy, filled with both shame and anger. You are the one with a masochistic disposition. I believe you are more akin to a harbinger of misfortune. As long as you are around, I cannot catch a break. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng became somewhat displeased. If you do not welcome me, shall I take my leave? He feigned an act of departure. No, no, no. Upon seeing him about to walk away, Du Yibai hurriedly grasped his garment. Help me just this once. I cannot match him in strength. Ling Feng smiled slightly, his expression cunning. Assisting you is certainly agreeable, but you must consent to one condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Yibai readily agreed. No problem. As long as it isn't too excessive, I accept. From a distance, Li Bing observed the two, oblivious to their playful banter. His face darkened with anger. Simultaneously, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. He had always been unattractive, ridiculed since childhood, which led to his deep-seated insecurities. He lacked the courage to speak to the girl he admired. Yet Ling Feng, with his striking looks, enjoyed the warmth of Du Yibai, a leader, who greeted him with familiarity. Most infuriating was Ling Feng's utter disregard for him. You belong to that base. I, as a servant of the White Robe sect, need not your unsolicited interference. Li Bing spoke in a low, menacing tone. Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious, did not even glance in his direction, continuing to converse merrily with Du Yibai. Rest assured, this endeavor will only benefit you and elevate your prowess. Upon hearing this, Du Yibai's heart stirred. Could there be a way to enhance her strength? Such a fortunate opportunity. All right, I agree. Du Yibai nodded. Li Bing was driven to the brink of madness. This was the first time since becoming a messenger of the sect that someone had so blatantly disregarded him. The sensation mirrored the days before the apocalypse, when he was merely an unnoticed shadow. Cursed wretch, who do you think you are? Li Bing shouted in a frenzy. Only then did Ling Feng shift his gaze, looking at him with casual indifference, and impatiently remarked, "What are you yelling about? You make quite the spectacle. What nonsense about a sect were you spouting?" Li Bing's teeth nearly ground to dust in rage. To be ignored was one thing, but to have his beliefs insulted was another. You are truly courting death. The White Robe sect is not something you can disparage at will. He spoke through gritted teeth. Ling Feng scoffed dismissively. What White Robe sect? I've never heard of it. Li Bing immediately took on the role of an educator, explaining the White Robe sect was founded by the illustrious Snow God. The Snow God is a deity who can annihilate you with a mere wave of his hand. His power is beyond your imagination. After speaking, he looked at Ling Feng with a proud countenance. Ling Feng felt utterly unfazed, even slightly amused, as he said with a smile, "No, my friend. Have you fallen into a pyramid scheme? Setting aside other matters, your organization possesses quite the formidable brainwashing capability if you believe such absurdities." He could hardly fathom that someone would be so gullible as to accept such a clumsy lie. Silence. How dare you question the great Snow God? The man before him continued to show blatant disrespect, an affront so severe that it ignited a fury within him. He resolved to deliver a devastating blow to this heretic. Die! Li Bing roared, only to realize he could not move. As he summoned his powers to break free, he found his efforts futile. Terror gripped Li Bing as he gazed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's smile vanished, replaced by an icy calm as he declared, "God, allow me to reveal to you what a true deity is." With a mere thought, he exerted a mysterious force, rendering a dozen white-clad cultists immobile. He then snapped his fingers, and the cultists were instantly engulfed in green flames. Their horrified screams echoed as the ghastly fire reduced them to ashes in mere seconds. Li Bing trembled uncontrollably. He had never encountered such a method, having witnessed the annihilation of elite warriors with a mere gesture. Such prowess could indeed be deemed divine. Standing beside Ling Feng, Du Yibai was equally astonished, questioning the depths of this man's strength, as each display of power reshaped her understanding. Incredible. So powerful. Who are you? Li Bing stammered in terror. Ling Feng flashed a devilish grin. Me? I am the slayer of deities. As Li Bing was consumed by the otherworldly flames, he was reduced to ash, scattered by the wind. Chapter 140. Du Yibai joins after dealing with Li Bing. Ling Feng calmly stored away his crystal, also collecting the crystals of the other two individuals. Once he had gathered his spoils, he turned to find Du Yibai and the others from the Liu base staring at him in shock. Du Yibai, having witnessed Ling Feng's capabilities before, was somewhat composed. But for the others at the Liu base, this was their first encounter. They now regarded Ling Feng as a deity. With a mere wave, he had dispatched formidable ability users. Was this not the act of a god? Ling Feng approached Du Yibai slowly, smiling as he said, "I've taken care of your troubles. Now let us discuss my affairs." Du Yibai nodded numbly, her eyes filled with reverence, deeply moved by Ling Feng's commanding words. "My terms are simple. You shall join my base." Du Yibai's expression stiffened. Join your base? A bittersweet feeling washed over her. It was as if she had driven away a hungry wolf, only to encounter a ferocious tiger. The crux of the matter is that this ferocious tiger remains unconquered. Ling Feng observed Du Yibai, whose face was etched with despair, and promptly assured her, "Worry not. I am not like those pitiful wretches from the White Robe sect. My invitation is sincere. I have no interest in the meager supplies you possess. What I seek is merely someone to assist me in managing my base." Du Yibai gazed into Ling Feng's eyes, her skepticism evident. "Are you truly sincere? You truly do not desire my supplies?" Ling Feng chuckled softly, responding with an air of nonchalance. "Is there any need for me to deceive you? If I wish for supplies, I could simply seize them. What reason would I have to engage in idle chatter with you?" Du Yibai's expression darkened momentarily, but upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his words. Given his capabilities, Acquiring her resources would be a trivial endeavor. I am willing to join, but I have one condition, she asserted firmly. What condition? He inquired. I must bring my people from the base along. Otherwise, I shall not go. Liu Wei's tone was resolute. The members of the Liu base, hearing their leader's declaration, felt a surge of emotion. This was precisely why they were willing to fight for her. Ling Feng contemplated for a moment before responding. It is acceptable for them to join, but they must adhere to the same rules as the ordinary members of our base. No problem. I will ensure their compliance, she affirmed. Thus, a consensus was swiftly reached, and Ling Feng successfully welcomed a formidable ability user into his fold. Once matters were settled, Ling Feng chose to remain at the Liu base, which housed over 100 individuals. They needed time to pack their belongings and supplies. He was concerned that the White Robe sect might come seeking them, potentially causing trouble. Liu Wei, of course, welcomed his presence. Feeling a sense of security with such a powerful ally nearby, Liu Wei graciously invited Ling Feng to tour their base. The Liu base was established beneath a food processing factory, where they had relied on the stored raw materials to survive the initial stages of the apocalypse. However, resources had become increasingly scarce. The entire base appeared quite rudimentary, and the living conditions were deplorable, a far cry from his own base. They lacked even a semblance of proper weaponry, relying instead on makeshift tools like knives and clubs. Were it not for Liu Wei's abilities, their base would have likely been overrun by others long ago. At noon, Liu Wei invited Ling Feng to share a meal, which consisted of 2 dishes, a can of beef and a portion of braised chicken, still a prepackaged meal, accompanied by steamed buns. Liu Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully remarked, "The conditions of our base are rather challenging. This is the best food I can offer. It is all I have left, and I have cherished it for quite some time." Ling Feng, however, was unfazed by the simplicity of the meal, appreciating the gesture. He had an abundance of such items in his own space, having hardly touched any himself. Although the space was filled with an abundance of prepared dishes, Ling Feng had no intention of bringing them out, as it might imply a sense of superiority over others. With an air of generosity, he settled into a chair and casually remarked, "This is delightful. There's even braised chicken. I haven't had that in ages, and it truly tempts my appetite." Liu Wei smiled softly and took a seat opposite him. "Then do indulge." Ling Feng picked up a steamed bun and began to eat heartily, clearly relishing the flavor. Observing this, Liu Wei felt a surge of joy and also took a bun to enjoy. While Ling Feng regarded such food as mere refuse, to her, it was a cherished delicacy she seldom allowed herself to savor. "By the way, to what extent have you developed your abilities?" Ling Feng inquired with a mouthful of bun. "Progress has been rather slow. I can currently only manipulate metals within a 100-meter radius," Liu Wei replied earnestly. Ling Feng nodded and casually remarked, "Once we return to the base, I'll assist you in enhancing your abilities. Your current limitations are quite apparent." "Really?" Liu Wei looked at him with excitement. Despite her diligent training, her progress had been dishearteningly slow. The prospect of Ling Feng being able to elevate her strength stirred her enthusiasm. "No problem. Let us aim to elevate you to the level of a superpowered individual." Liu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion of such an enhancement seemed as effortless to him as having a meal. The mere thought of potentially becoming a superpowered being quickened her heartbeat. After finishing their lunch promptly, Liu Wei guided Ling Feng to inspect the packing of supplies. First, they examined the food, which consisted mainly of flour, rice, and a few frozen items, but the quantity was limited. To expedite their relocation, Ling Feng directly stored the supplies within his space. Aside from food, there were some processing equipment that appeared quite shabby. Frowning at the sight, Ling Feng declared, "We can discard these. The base has better options. We only need to take the essentials." Liu Wei instructed the members who were packing, "Follow his lead. Discard everything unnecessary. We need to set off swiftly." After an hour of sorting, all items were packed, and Ling Feng stored everything in his space. The group was now lightly equipped and set off toward the location of the war god base. However, after 4 hours of travel, dozens of individuals clad in white and wearing masks arrived at the site. On the open ground outside the base, the bodies of several white-clad cultists lay strewn about, alongside the remains of 2 ability users. The leader frowned deeply. "Search thoroughly. If we do not find Li Bing's corpse, he may still be alive." Chapter 141. The Welcome Banquet. A multitude of individuals from the white-clad sect commenced a thorough search of the Liu base. After half a day's relentless searching, not a single soul was encountered. The reporting disciple, witnessing the murderous gaze of the protector, dared not continue his account. For all personnel at the Luan base had been relocated by Xiao Hufang. Xiao Tiantian surveyed the desolate base, his eyes brimming with fury. Li Bing was his envoy, and this Luan base was merely a minor outpost, housing only a single supernatural being. He had initially presumed that dispatching 3 supernatural agents along with a contingent of several dozen postnatal practitioners would effortlessly secure this insignificant base. However, the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Not only had 2 individuals perished, but over a dozen were also missing. Could it be that this base harbored hidden powerhouses? If so, Li Bing might truly be in peril. Xiao Tiantan was acutely aware of Li Bing's prowess. His speed was remarkable, and few could evade his ambushes. Even when confronted by superlative supernatural beings, he could effortlessly escape thanks to his lightning-like swiftness. The capability to slay Li Bing implied that this adversary either possessed royal-level strength or was swifter than Li Bing himself. Regardless of the scenario, the resolution would prove exceedingly troublesome. Beneath his mask, Xiao Tiantian's expression was one of profound displeasure. This marked the first significant loss for the white-clad sect upon their inaugural incursion into the capital. Should the snow deity become aware of this debacle, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It was imperative to uncover the whereabouts of the Luan base. Otherwise, not only would the reputation of the white-clad sect be tarnished, but he too would suffer the consequences. Xiao Tiantian, accompanied by several of his envoys, commenced the search for clues. The entire stockpile of resources within the base had been relocated, leaving behind only a heap of useless debris. Stepping outside to investigate, he discovered a series of disordered footprints that extended into the distance. Xiao Tiantian immediately commanded the nearby supernatural being. They must have taken the resources with them. Their numbers are substantial, and they should not be able to move swiftly. Gather everyone at once and pursue them. Understood, Protector. The supernatural being at his side promptly rallied the troops, and they set forth in pursuit, following the trail of footprints. Meanwhile, as they continued their arduous search, Ling Feng had safely escorted the personnel from the Luan base to the War God base. Ling Feng summoned Ma Wu, entrusting him with the comprehensive arrangements for the Luan base's subsequent operations. Accompanied by Du Yibai, Ling Feng began to tour the various facilities of the War God base. Du Yibai gazed in astonishment at the scale and defensive capabilities of the base, which far exceeded those of her own. Moreover, it boasted formidable advanced weaponry. Not only that, but the members of the War God Brigade were all veterans of special forces, each possessing extraordinary skills and formidable strength. After the visit, Ling Feng escorted Du Yibai back to the base management center, which had originally served as Zhang Erge's private residence. Ling Feng transformed it into the management center. The core management personnel, laboratories, and future offices and living quarters were all arranged here. The office of the former leader of the sanctuary remained untouched, as it would also serve as Ling Feng's office. Adjacent to Ling Feng's office, he established another office specifically for Du Yibai. This will be your office from now on. You will be responsible for all affairs of the base aside from military matters, Ling Feng declared while seated on the office sofa. Du Yibai surveyed the office, which spanned approximately 50 square meters, adorned with upscale furniture and an elegant desk. The temperature was remarkably comfortable, with the thermometer on the wall indicating a pleasant 20 degrees. She found it hard to believe that amidst the apocalypse, she could still enjoy such a comfortable environment. You assign me such an important position so casually? She asked, smiling at Ling Feng. I have faith that you will excel. This position is meant for you. Ling Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Having nearly concluded their tour, he suggested, shall we go for a meal? I had my wife prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome you, and I'd like to introduce you to the other management personnel at the base. Du Yibai's smile faltered at the mention of Ling Feng's wife, a pang of bitterness and disappointment stirring within her. The feelings she harbored deep inside could only remain concealed. Ling Feng led Du Yibai back to the villa, where Lin Su was bustling in the kitchen. Upon hearing the door open, she emerged to check and was met with the sight of the exquisitely beautiful Du Yibai. A flicker of wariness flashed in Lin Su's eyes. Ling Feng had mentioned that he found a powerful ability user who would manage the base, but she had not anticipated that this person would be so strikingly attractive. Du Yibai, in turn, couldn't help but compare herself to the stunning Lin Su. A subtle tension brewed in the air as both women regarded each other, each harboring unspoken rivalry. Unaware of the underlying tension, Ling Feng cheerfully introduced them. Wife. This is Du Yibai, the ability user I invited today to help manage the base. And this is Lin Su, my wife. Both women exchanged cordial greetings. Hello. I am Du Yibai. I look forward to your guidance. Said Du Yibai. I am Lin Su. We shall all be part of the same team and support one another. Lin Su replied with a bright smile as they shook hands, a spark igniting between them. Please, have a seat. I still have rice cooking. Lin Su said cheerfully before returning to the kitchen. The core personnel of the base gradually arrived. Wong Long, Ma Wu, Zhang Yin, and Zhang Ning were all present. Wong Long's gaze remained fixated on Du Yibai, his interest unwavering. Approaching to greet her, he remarked, "It's good to see you again, beautiful." Du Yibai offered a perfunctory smile in response, merely saying hello, before turning her attention elsewhere. Wong Long had previously gazed at her with a lecherous demeanor, an image that lingered vividly in her memory. Lin Su brought an array of exquisite dishes to the table, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. Du Yibai gazed at the sumptuous spread, swallowing discreetly. It wasn't just her. The others, excluding Wong Long, were equally salivating. This feast, even before the apocalypse, would have been beyond the means of an average individual. Delicacies such as Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, Iberian ham, champagne crab, and bluefin tuna adorned the table, all ingredients of considerable worth. As Du Yibai contemplated the lavish banquet before her, she couldn't help but compare it to the mediocre meal she had offered Ling Feng earlier that day, deeming it utterly inferior. Ling Feng generously produced a box of premium Mao Tai, causing Wong Long's eyes to gleam with interest. Ling Feng introduced them to one another, and the dinner commenced. As several drinks were consumed, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively, oblivious to the fact that a group was stealthily making its way toward the war god base. Chapter 142. Enhancing Strength. Xiao Tianlong led his soldiers after hours of searching, finally locating the position of the war god base based on the footprints left behind. He gazed at the two villas standing prominently in the snow, their presence starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. Behind the villas, an entrance to an underground shelter was visible. This peculiar architectural combination was a first for him, stirring a sense of curiosity about the base. Guard, should we storm in directly? He inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. We must not act recklessly, he cautioned. The fact that they dare to boldly construct villas at the forefront of their base indicates their immense confidence in their strength. We must retreat for now. I need to consult the great snow god to make the final decision. Xiao Tianlong and his subordinates cautiously withdrew, meticulously erasing their traces, unaware that their every move had already been observed by the sentinels of the war god brigade. Meanwhile, Wong Long, engrossed in his meal, glanced at the message on his phone and sneered. "What's wrong?" inquired Ling Feng, noticing Wong Long's unusual expression. Wong Long immediately shared the intelligence from the sentinels with Ling Feng. Upon reading the information, Ling Feng quickly deduced the identity of the approaching group. The white-robed cult. He murmured, "They've come looking for us." Du Yibai's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily set down her Australian lobster. It was only a matter of time before they arrived. There's no need to panic. If they come, we shall annihilate them. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. What exactly is this white-robed cult? Ma Wu inquired, his face devoid of expression. Du Yibai spoke with a grave expression. The white-clad church has recently emerged as a formidable religious faction. Its leader claims to be the snow god, believed to be a divine being incarnate, whose sacred blessings can awaken supernatural abilities with a mere gesture and even control life and death. The fervent devotion of the church's followers to this snow god has reached fanatical levels. Should the snow god command them to die, they would not hesitate to take their own lives. In a remarkably short span, the white-clad church has attracted a multitude of adherents, its power unrivaled in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The chilling revelation of Du Yibai about the white-clad church left everyone present gasping in disbelief. The notion of bestowing powers upon individuals. Could there truly be deities in this world? Wong Long instinctively questioned. Nonsense, Ling Feng retorted vehemently. Observing the fear etched on the faces of those around him, his tone shifted to one of stern authority. There are no gods in this world. The white-clad church is merely a nefarious cult masquerading as divine, having brainwashed some individuals with abilities. It is not as mystical as they proclaim. Even if they were gods, should they dare to approach, we would vanquish them. Listening to Ling Feng's commanding declarations, Lin Su couldn't help but be starry-eyed. Now that's a real man. The others, too, found themselves invigorated by Ling Feng's words, their previous trepidation dissipating entirely. "Brother Feng, what shall we do next?" Wong Long inquired, looking to Ling Feng for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng replied with a smile. "We shall increase the number of covert scouts while reducing the visible ones. We must lay traps on all essential routes. Explosives, landmines, everything should be accounted for. Additionally, we must expedite the injection of the warrior serum for our newly recruited soldiers to enhance their combat capabilities. Wong Long, you will oversee these arrangements. The fortifications must also be constructed swiftly. It won't be long before our enemies arrive, and we must be thoroughly prepared. Zhang En and Zhang Ning. This task falls to you two brothers." Ling Feng then turned to Ma Wu, speaking earnestly. "Our base's armory must also commence operations. While conventional weapons pose little threat to those with supernatural abilities, they are quite effective against ordinary individuals. Old Ma, this responsibility is entrusted to you." After delineating each person's responsibilities, the welcoming banquet drew to a close. Ling Feng retained Ma Wu and Du Yibai for a private discussion, leading them to the training room. He produced a vial of genetic serum and handed it to Ma Wu. "Old Ma, as the vice captain of the War God Squad, the Hundredfold serum may not suffice for you. This vial contains the Thousandfold serum. Inject it as soon as possible to elevate your strength." Ma Wu gazed at the serum in astonishment. The previous warrior serum had already upended her understanding, and now, another vial of a Thousandfold serum was presented. A thousandfold, what a concept! Ma Wu's expression was tinged with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. "Chief, I, the ever honest and loyal Ma Wu, am at a loss for words in my exhilaration." Ling Feng, with a beaming smile, gently patted his shoulder. "Do not be overly excited, there is more." He then produced a core and a super energy mineral, presenting them to Ma Wu. "Hasten to break through to a power level of 1000. This will significantly enhance our Foundation's combat strength." Ma Wu nodded vigorously. Standing nearby, Du Yibai was already rendered speechless by the shock. Each item Ling Feng presented was something she had never encountered before, yet they sounded remarkably formidable. Ling Feng turned to Du Yibai and similarly offered her a mineral and a core. "Once you absorb these two items, you should also attain the level of a super ability user. This core will grant you the ability to harness speed, thus compensating for any shortcomings you may have." The core given to Du Yibai was a crystal extracted from Li Bing. With this new ability, her lethality on the battlefield would be further augmented, instilling fear in her adversaries. "You two should enhance your strength right here." Ma Wu and Du Yibai, without hesitation, seated themselves cross-legged to cultivate their power. Ling Feng also found a place to sit, contemplating the next phase of the base's development. He was still faced with numerous adversaries, each formidable in their own right. His greatest advantage lay in the ample supply of resources and serum. As long as his troops quickly developed combat capabilities, they would fear no one. He too needed to elevate his own strength. Currently, he had 4 super energy minerals and 6 premium cores remaining. He intended to reserve the minerals for future rewards to his subordinates, while he could utilize the cores, knowing that it wouldn't be long before more would be offered to him. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng took all 6 premium cores and consumed them in one go. Given his formidable strength, he was unperturbed by the potential excess of energy overwhelming his body. Ling Feng felt a subtle change as his power reached 4,000 times, though he could not quite articulate it. He speculated that once he broke through to 5,000, the transformation would become even more pronounced. Chapter 143. Old acquaintances. In a large underground air raid shelter in Suzhou, dozens of powerful ability users gathered in a small square, each clad in white garments, their faces solemn. Before them stood a 2-meter-high platform, adorned on either side with indistinct statues. At the center of the platform sat a golden chair, occupied by a man wearing a white mask, emanating a divine aura. Standing on either side of him were a man and a woman, both masked as well. "We have encountered His Majesty, the Snow God." A congregation of extraordinary beings knelt in reverence before the man atop the platform. "Rise." The commanding voice of the Snow God resonated from above. Upon receiving the divine directive, the extraordinary beings stood, their faces reflecting utmost respect. "Are there any recent difficulties that require my intervention?" the Snow God inquired. "Your Majesty, the evangelism efforts in Suzhou and Hangzhou have been entirely accomplished. All 15 bases, both large and small, have expressed their admiration for your divine might and chosen to join the sacred order, exclaimed a particularly fervent, extraordinary being standing at the forefront. The efforts of King Yi have been commendable. This mission has been executed remarkably well. Others should take King Yi as their exemplar. The snow god remarked in a deep tone. Your Majesty, we have encountered some issues with the envoy we dispatched to Jingjing City. Interjected another extraordinary being with a hint of indignation. Oh, King Gu, what transpired? The snow god asked with curiosity. Gu Qing gathered his thoughts and replied slowly. According to the report from Envoy Xiao, our small team of over 30 individuals, along with 3 messengers, faced resistance from heretics and met with valiant demise. Envoy Xiao, following the clues at the scene, managed to locate the hiding place of the heretics. However, their strength is formidable, and Envoy Xiao is currently gathering intelligence on them. Upon finishing his account, Gu Qing cast a worried glance at the snow god, fully aware that such losses would not go unpunished, especially since he bore the primary responsibility. The snow god remained silent for a moment, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, his calm voice echoed once more. It seems the strength of Jingjing City surpasses our expectations significantly. By the way, our saintess and bishop hail from Jingjing City, do they not? As soon as the snow god spoke, a man and a woman standing beside him promptly turned to bow. Your Excellency, I indeed come from a place called Hu Family Village in Jingjing City, Hutnci replied with deference. Ever since awakening his extraordinary abilities and fleeing to Suzhou after a failed assault on Ling Feng's villa, he had successfully joined the white-clad church. Leveraging his formidable powers, he gradually ascended to the position of bishop, second only to the snow god, and on par with the saintess. Since joining the church, he had been amassing strength with the sole purpose of avenging his grandfather and the villagers of Hu Family Village who had perished. Your Excellency, I too hail from Jingjing City, yet I find myself more enamored with Suzhou now. It is my greatest honor to follow you, snow god. The saintess chimed in. Indeed. The snow god nodded, visibly pleased with the saintess's words. His admiration for her gracefulness deepened as he gazed upon her elegant figure. Have Envoy Xiao thoroughly investigate the circumstances. Intelligence is paramount. Do not hasten to employ force. King Gu, you shall continue to oversee this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Qing wore an expression of relief. Thankful that the snow god did not hold him accountable today. Otherwise, he would have certainly faced a painful reckoning. Does anyone else have matters to discuss? If not, you may leave, the snow god commanded, casting a glance over the crowd. The assembly bowed and exited the grand plaza, leaving only the snow god, the bishop, and the saintess behind. The snow god turned to the saintess and said, Saintess, please visit my palace later. I have matters to entrust to you. The saintess's eyes flickered with a hint of internal conflict, yet she ultimately bowed and responded, Yes, snow god. Standing nearby, Hutnci clenched his fists tightly beneath his white robe as he listened to the snow god's words. This so-called saintess was, in fact, Yang Zihan, whom he had discovered in the snow just days prior. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated. After bringing her to the church and tending to her with great care, their affection blossomed, and they soon established a bond. Hutnci's once lifeless heart began to awaken because of this woman. However, he could never have anticipated that by sheer chance, the snow god would encounter Yang Zihan and, upon learning that she was also an empowered individual, elevate her to the status of saintess. Since her elevation, the snow god insisted that she visit his palace each night. It was clear to any rational mind what transpired during these visits. Hutnci watched helplessly as his girlfriend endured daily humiliation, his heart in agony. The verdant meadows above him transformed his initial reverence for the snow god into simmering resentment. He bided his time, waiting for an opportunity to seize control of the church and become the true snow god himself. With the ability to command ice and snow, he aspired to be the genuine embodiment of the snow god. As he contemplated, Yang Zihan glanced at him, her eyes filled with sorrow and distress. Before she followed the snow god away, Zihan, do not worry, I will rescue you. Wait for me. Hutnci vowed silently within his heart. Inside the snow god's palace, Yang Zihan sat alluringly on the sofa opposite the snow god. Having removed her mask to reveal a visage that stirred the passions of men, she gazed at the masked figure before her, whose fervent eyes betrayed the disguise he wore. Inwardly, she scoffed. So what if he is a deity? Before me, he is no different from an ordinary man, with just a slight exertion of my power. I can have him dancing to my tune. That Hutnci is probably fretting over me right now. How naive. The snow god beheld the woman before him. Astonished by her beauty, he had not anticipated such delight. He could hardly contain himself as he lunged towards Yang Zihan. At the Lu family base in Qingzhou, Lu Guanyu clutched a vial of crimson elixir, laughing maniacally. It's done. It's done. I have succeeded, he exclaimed jubilantly. Beside him, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats shared his delight, their faces alight with joy. After years of diligent research, the Zeus serum has finally achieved success. Once implemented, the Lu family's power will experience a tremendous enhancement. Who could possibly withstand an army composed of hundreds of extraordinary beings? Chapter 144. The Hongmen Banquet at the Kai family in Jinling. Today, the Kai residence is unusually bustling. The estate is filled with over 100 formidable extraordinary beings. Those who are rarely seen have gathered in abundance, including a dozen superpowered individuals. In the Kai family's reception hall, for powerful extraordinary beings are seated, each exuding an air of authority that is palpable. These 4 individuals represent the Lu family of Qingzhou, the Kai family of Jinling, and the leaders of the Storm Base. One could assert that any one of them, should they choose to venture forth, would wield immense influence over their respective territories. One individual occupies the main seat, commanding respect such that even the leaders of the major factions present express no objections. This signifies his status far surpasses that of the other 3. He is Ito Musashi, a senior instructor of the Dragon-Slaying Society, and notably, the only king-class extraordinary being in attendance. Despite Ito Musashi's unappealing appearance and modest stature of less than 5 feet 3 inches, the aura he emanates eclipses that of all others. With his eyes half closed, he appears to be in a slumber, yet the others present do not dare to disrupt the tranquility, sitting quietly like obedient children. After a considerable pause, Ito gradually opens his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. Each person he locks eyes with instinctively bows their head, unwilling to meet his gaze. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the establishment of an alliance. Recently, each of your bases has suffered varying degrees of loss, and the perpetrators remain at large. Therefore, I propose that the 3 major factions unite to collectively fend off our adversaries. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the various bases exhibit a range of emotions. Chun Gingyan from the Storm Base furrows his brow, responding with a hint of hostility. Since you, Mr. Ito, propose an alliance, how exactly do you envision this alliance functioning? Ito smiles faintly, responding casually. It is quite simple. The 3 families must become one cohesive entity, no longer acting independently, but rather supporting one another. This will be beneficial for all 3 families involved. Since we are to function as a single entity, how shall we make decisions regarding specific matters? Chun Gengnian inquires further. We shall elect a leader for the alliance, who will handle the decision-making for both significant and minor issues. I disagree. The Storm Base will not participate. Chun Gengnian's expression shifts, and he promptly declines. A cold smile graces Ito's lips as he gazes at Chun Gengnian, his voice laced with a chilling tone. Disagree? Then you shall not leave this room. Chun Gengnian scoffs derisively. What? Do you intend to take action against me? Kai family head. Do you wish to engage in war with the Storm Base? After finishing his words, Chun Gengnian whistled, and within mere seconds, dozens of extraordinary beings stormed into the room, their fierce gazes directed at the assembled individuals. Kai Haonan hastily rose to his feet, donning a smile as he approached Chun Gengnian. Brother Chun, please do not be so impulsive. This matter could indeed be beneficial. Mr. Ito is considering the interests of our respective families, is he not? Lu Neng, who had remained silent at the table, now appeared indifferent. He had long since reached an agreement with the Kai family, and even within the alliance. His Lu family enjoyed considerable autonomy, possessing rights over resources and extraordinary beings alike. The purpose of this alliance was fundamentally to diminish the strength of the Storm Base. Chun Gengnian was known for his eccentric and ostentatious actions, and both the Lu and Kai families harbored long-standing grievances against the Storm Base. The deaths of Lu family extraordinary beings at the mines were likely tied to the Storm Base. However, the formidable power of the Storm Base intimidated both families, preventing them from acting too recklessly. Yet today, with a king-level extraordinary being backing them, they naturally sought to target Chun Gengnian. As Chun Gengnian observed the expressions of those around him, he quickly realized they had come for him. You may conduct your alliance as you please. I shall not partake. With that, He attempted to leave with his entourage of extraordinary beings. Kai Haonan sneered as he watched Chun Gengyan's retreating figure. In the next moment, bang! Chun Gengyan was unexpectedly sent flying. His body crashed through several doors and windows before finally slamming against a concrete wall, where he came to a halt. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned, as they had not even discerned who had struck before Chun Gengyan was propelled away. Now bloodied and battered, Chun Gengyan realized that several of his ribs had been shattered from that blow, and his internal organs had shifted position. At that moment, Ito slowly rose, sauntering over to Chun Gengyan's side. "Ah, Chun-san, why put yourself through such suffering? A little cooperation would have spared you this pain," he said with a tone of mock sympathy. Chun Gengyan's heart raced. Was this the true power of a king-level extraordinary being? Truly formidable. He felt utterly powerless to resist. Struggling to stand, his face contorted in rage as he regarded Ito's arrogant demeanor. "You wretched creature, perish!" Chun Gengyan instantaneously closed the distance to Ito, his powerful arms suddenly bristling with spikes that glimmered ominously in the light. He raised his fist, generating a gust of wind, and struck down towards Ito's head with ferocity. Ito, standing serenely with his hands clasped behind him, remained unfazed by the full-force assault from Chun Gengyan. Just as Chun Gengyan's fist was about to connect with his head, Ito leisurely extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the punch as if he had exerted no effort at all. Chun Gengyan's figure was abruptly flung backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a moment of disbelief. He gazed incredulously at Ito, astonished that his utmost effort was so easily thwarted. Ito regarded him with a cold smirk, his tone chilling as he declared, "You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for your demise." With that, he unleashed a palm strike, shattering Chun Gengyan's head into a gruesome pulp. In the distance, the superhumans of the Storm Base watched in horror, their expressions betraying their fear. Their leader had been slain. A formidable superhuman had been dispatched with such casual ease. Ito turned his gaze upon them, a menacing look in his eyes as he demanded, "Will you choose to submit, or will you meet the same fate as him?" The superhumans of the Storm Base wore expressions of turmoil, caught in a moment of hesitation. In an instant, Ito appeared beside one of them, delivering a casual yet lethal blow. The once vibrant superhuman was instantly extinguished. "I surrender." "Me too." The remaining superhumans could no longer contain their dread, each one opting for surrender. Though they had once been loyal subordinates of Chun Gengyan, his death left them with no choice if they wished to survive. Ito smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. You are all wise individuals. I relish dealing with the astute." Chapter 145. Playing the game, Ito surveyed the newly subdued members of the Storm Base before returning to his seat in the conference room. Lu Neng and Kai Haonan also resumed their seats, still reeling from the display of power they had just witnessed. Their wariness of the man before them had only intensified. With the Storm Base eradicated, all matters of the Alliance would henceforth rest in their hands, Ito declared earnestly. "Mr. Ito, you are too modest. This is our duty." Kai Haonan stood, his demeanor obsequious as he addressed Ito. "Mr. Ito, my Lu family shall fully support your endeavors," Lu Neng added, also rising to pledge his loyalty. Ito raised a hand to indicate they should sit, then inquired, "Now that the Alliance has been unified, what are your thoughts regarding the expedition to Shangjing City?" Kai Haonan was the first to respond, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "That Ling Feng certainly has audacity. Our investigations reveal that he not only murdered my son, but also a number of Lu family's formidable warriors, and even implicated Mr. Kuetian. His audacity knows no bounds. Therefore, I propose we dispatch our most elite forces, along with 50 superhumans, to decisively suppress Ling Feng." Lu Ning chimed in. "I believe we should mobilize all the personnel from the Storm Base. This way, we can eliminate Ling Feng, while simultaneously depleting the strength of the Storm Base. What do you think?" Ishido pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before nodding and stating, "This method is indeed feasible. But both of your bases must dispatch a greater number of extraordinary individuals to lead this endeavor. Otherwise, should any mishaps occur, it would be a costly mistake." Mr. Ishido's comprehensive consideration was indeed commendable. "We shall proceed with this strategy," Kai Haonan said earnestly. "Then it is settled. You must swiftly organize your strongest to take over the Storm Base and advance rapidly towards the capital, aiming to embark within 3 days. Also, that Ling Feng must be captured alive. He has slain the powerful of our Great Wa state, and I must ensure he pays the price." Understood. Understood." The meeting concluded successfully, and both the Kai and Lu clans commenced dispatching their strong to seize the storm base. At the war god base, Ling Feng awakened from his meditative state, having assimilated 6 premium inner elixirs, which had once again enhanced his strength. However, he had yet to breach the 5,000 threshold. Ling Feng was not overly anxious. With his current abilities, he could effortlessly eliminate superpowered adversaries. He did not harbor an urgent desire for personal advancement, but was rather concerned with the progression of his subordinates. Only when their strength increased could the future of their entire base be secured. After all, he could not remain confined within the base indefinitely. He was not keen on becoming a mere firefighter, perpetually cleaning up after others. It was only through their empowerment that he could confidently venture forth in search of opportunities. Soon, Ma Wu and Du Yibai also opened their eyes in succession. Ma Wu's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Initially a middle-aged man nearing 40, following the administration of the serum, he appeared significantly more youthful, now resembling someone in their early 30s. His entire demeanor radiated a more formidable presence, exuding an air of intimidation. Du Yibai's exterior showed little change, yet her aura projected a sharper, more impressive elegance. "How do you both feel?" Ling Feng inquired with a smile. "Leader, I feel immensely stronger. It's like a complete transformation." Ma Wu's expression was serious, excitement flickering in his eyes. "I feel the same. I can now control any metal within a radius of 500 meters, and I can even melt it." Du Yibai's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her voice trembling with excitement. She had finally ascended to the ranks of a superpowered individual. Without Ling Feng, she could not fathom how long her breakthrough would have taken. "It's good to hear there are no issues. Continue to enhance yourselves and strive for even greater heights." After bidding farewell to the two, Ling Feng made his way to the laboratory. Presently, all soldiers of the War God Squad had been injected with the Warrior Serum No. 1, and he believed they would soon reach their peak potential. He prepared to continue the development of the Warrior 2 Serum, this time aiming for an astonishing 500-fold enhancement. This would not only ensure the subsequent elevation of the soldier's capabilities, but also elevate his own potential once again. Presently, his strength was nearing 5,000-fold, and he firmly believed that it would not be long before he reached the monumental 10,000-fold mark. At that point, his progress would inevitably plateau. Hence, he must hasten the development of the Warrior 2 Serum. Drawing upon the data left by his grandfather, the complexity of his research had decreased significantly. Through extensive study and comprehension of the data, he had now established himself as a leading figure in the field of genetic research. Ling Feng was utterly engrossed in the formulation of the serum, completely oblivious to the passage of time. When he finally emerged from his experimental state, it was already the following morning. After a night of experimentation, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. His research had achieved a groundbreaking advancement, and with just one more day's effort, he would be able to produce a finished product. Ling Feng glanced at the clock in astonishment. He exited the laboratory, intending to have breakfast before continuing his research. After all, he had become a hands-off manager, with all matters of the base delegated to responsible personnel. He merely needed to conduct a brief inspection each day. As Ling Feng stepped out of the villa, he observed a vast open space ahead where hundreds of base members were fervently laying the foundation. Zhang An and Zhang Ning stood nearby, poring over blueprints and continuously directing the work. The foundation was just beginning to take shape and was likely to be a lengthy endeavor, a project of significant duration. After briefly observing, Ling Feng departed. Behind the villa, the soldiers of the God of War Brigade were engaged in their daily physical training. The brigade had expanded from an initial 360 members to now 600. Although there was potential for further expansion, Ling Feng had chosen not to pursue it. He favored a strategy of quality over quantity, believing that cultivating these 600 soldiers to their fullest potential was sufficient. While he was watching, Wong Long approached him at a brisk pace. "Fengzi, this morning a group of refugees arrived at the base, seeking to join us. I suspect they may be affiliated with the white-clad sect." Ling Feng's eyes flickered with interest as he smiled and replied, "Let's pretend we know nothing. Allow them to stay inside for now. We can divulge some information to them if necessary." Wong Long exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Feng, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Chapter 146. The performance within the power plant of the God of War base. The staff responsible for electricity generation were pedaling vigorously. Accompanied by the pulsating rhythms of a DJ, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. Each face radiated joy, and the once vacant gazes were now filled with vitality. Since Ling Feng implemented the new system, the enthusiasm for work had reached unprecedented heights. Although their working hours have now been reduced to 9, their daily productivity has surpassed previous levels. They not only enjoy 3 meals a day, but also have the opportunity to consume wholesome food. The biscuits and nutritional liquids they now have are not only more delectable, but also rich in energy. These provisions have been upgraded by Ling Feng in the space, yielding remarkable results. While the notion of food made from cockroaches may sound repulsive, the upgrade has completely eradicated any unpleasant odor. The flavor is so enticing that even Ling Feng exclaimed its deliciousness after just 1 bite. Furthermore, as long as they meet the basic work targets, any excess can be converted into points. These points hold significant value, as they can be exchanged for food, used to rent accommodations to enhance their living conditions, or to purchase daily necessities. Although these items tend to be expensive, the presence of hope invigorates the spirit. Now, they pedal their bicycles with great vigor. However, amidst this crowd, one individual stands out with a discontented expression. Xiao Tianlong, observing the exuberance of those around him, cannot help but suspect they have been brainwashed. Who could engage in such monotonous work daily and remain so passionate? In an effort to blend in, he pedals fervently like everyone else. Having been undercover in this base for 2 days, his activities have been limited to cycling, eating, and sleeping. He has had no opportunity to gather intelligence. He inquired of the staff here, but they were utterly clueless. He remains unaware of the circumstances surrounding his comrades who infiltrated with him. With the sound of a bell marking the end of the workday, Xiao Tianlong dismounted from his bicycle, rubbing his sore backside. Despite being an extraordinary individual, the repetitive nature of the work has taken its toll. He walked awkwardly toward the cafeteria. The fare remains the same, simple biscuits and nutritional liquids. Yet one must admit the taste is quite pleasant. Having spent 2 days here, he has gradually developed a fondness for the food, finding it more enjoyable than that prepared by their cult. Just as he relished the bliss of his meal, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar face, Li Zijuan. One of the brothers who infiltrated alongside him, Li Zijuan also recognized him. The two exchanged a glance, communicating silently. Li Zijuan approached with a tray and took a seat across from him. Xiao Tianlong cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to them before leaning closer to whisper, "Have you gathered any intelligence these past 2 days?" Li Zijuan shook his head, his expression one of bitter disappointment. "Xiao Hufa, for the past couple of days, my time has been consumed solely by cleaning the restroom and dealing with excrement, leaving me no opportunity to conduct any investigations. The management is exceedingly stringent. Without a pass, one cannot enter any department whatsoever. I have been tirelessly handling waste, and it is driving me to the brink of despair. The stench of excrement clings to me." Li Zijuan incessantly lamented to Xiao Tianlong, decrying his recent tribulations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong sighed in exasperation. "By the way, what has become of Wu Tian? I haven't seen him around." Xiao Tianlong inquired further. Li Zijuan munched on a biscuit and muttered, "I did see that fellow yesterday. He mentioned he has been assigned to construct a military base outside the facility. He has been toiling away there, moving bricks day in and day out, freezing and fatigued." "A military base?" Xiao Tianlong's eyes sparkled with interest. This could be crucial intelligence. Perhaps this could lead us to the core secrets of the War God base. "What sort of military base? What is its specific purpose?" Xiao Tianlong hurriedly pressed for details. His excitement caused his voice to rise involuntarily, drawing the attention of patrons at the neighboring table. Realizing his indiscretion, Xiao Tianlong quickly turned, offering an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon, everyone. My companion and I were merely reminiscing about an old game. My excitement got the better of me." Once he noticed others returning to their own conversations, he exhaled quietly. "That was close. I almost revealed too much." Li Zijuan glanced around and whispered, "I heard Wu Tian mention that they are constructing a military base for a special operations unit. He hasn't yet grasped its precise function, but I'll be sure to inquire further the next time I see him." Xiao Tianlong nodded in agreement. "Very well, you should return now to avoid raising any suspicions." Li Zijuan slightly nodded and, with his tray in hand, returned to his position. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had already been overheard in its entirety by individuals positioned behind them as per Wong Long's arrangement. Xiao Tianlong hastily finished his dinner, preparing to retreat to his dormitory for a much-needed rest, with hopes of sneaking out later that evening. Around 1 o'clock at night, Xiao Tianlong lay in bed. Suddenly jolting awake, he had observed that all his dorm mates were sound asleep. Cautiously, he propped himself up, dressed, and stealthily opened the door to slip outside. The dimly lit corridor was void of any figures, allowing him to swiftly exit the building. For the past few days, he had been meticulously studying the layout of the surrounding structures and was now intimately familiar with the paths of the dormitory area. Upon reaching the outermost perimeter of the dormitory zone, he encountered a large iron gate, the purpose of which on the other side remained a mystery to him. Fortunately, the gate was unlocked. He slipped through and discovered a small food processing facility, filled with an array of already prepared biscuits and bread. After passing through the food factory, he encountered an iron gate, which was ajar and unlocked. Xiao Tianlong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The management here was truly abysmal, with such glaring security lapses going unnoticed. He continued onward, and as he ventured deeper, the light grew ever brighter. In a security room, he even stumbled upon a pass, which filled him with delight. Armed with the pass, he swaggered toward the core area of the base. Meanwhile, within the monitoring hall of the base, Wong Long sat before the large surveillance screen, observing every move of Xiao Tianlong. A subtle smirk played on Wong Long's lips as he picked up the intercom on the table. Attention all areas, the target is about to appear. Prepare according to the script. Chapter 147. The plan succeeds. Xiao Tianlong, with the pass in hand, navigated through the core area of the war god base with relative ease. Although he faced some scrutiny from guards, they merely asked a token question before letting him pass, due to his credentials. This only deepened his contempt for the war god base. Arriving at the doorway of a conference room, he noticed a meeting in progress, the door slightly ajar. Allowing the voices within to drift to his ears, he stood at the threshold, intently listening. He vaguely caught the mention of the white-clad sect. Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from within the room. The white-clad sect is far too powerful. Our base is simply no match. Indeed, Captain, we have only one superpowered individual. How can we contend with the sect? Nonsense, roared another voice, slamming the conference table with a resounding bang. You cowards! The enemy hasn't even attacked, and you're already cowering. While we may lack many superpowered individuals, our firearms are no trifling matter. No matter how formidable the white-clad sect, united we stand, and any enemy will be vanquished. Did I not defeat several of the base's superpowered individuals from Luin? Listening from outside, Xiao Tianlong chuckled coldly. A group of simpletons. The might of the sect is beyond your comprehension. My sect boasts over a dozen superpowered beings, and the great snow god is unparalleled. It seems I have overestimated you previously. Quietly retreating, Xiao Tianlong made his way back to the dormitory, where everyone was still fast asleep. He shed his clothes and lay back on his bed, his mind racing with the information he had just gleaned. This war god base appeared mysterious, yet its strength was not particularly formidable. It seemed he had been overly cautious. The following day, he must devise a plan to escape and report this intelligence back to headquarters. Although this base lacks strength, its infrastructure is commendable, making it a suitable candidate for the sect's branch in the capital city. Perhaps his recent performance might even earn him the position of branch leader. Lost in these delightful musings, Xiao Tianlong succumbed to slumber, a gentle snore gradually escaping his lips. Once he fell asleep, the other members of the dormitory simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and then returned to their slumber. The following morning, Xiao Tianlong arrived at the power plant as usual, preparing for work when the leader of their small group approached him. Xiao Tianlong, you need not ride your bicycle today. Startled, Xiao Tianlong's heart raced with a hint of trepidation. Had he been exposed last night? Had they discovered his true identity? However, he maintained an expression of feigned confusion. Leader, what is it? Did I not perform adequately? No, do not misunderstand. The construction department is short-staffed, and you have been reassigned to assist with the construction work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong felt a surge of joy. He had been pondering how to find an opportunity to leave, and now he was being assigned to work outside. Truly, it felt as though the gods were favoring him. Noticing Xiao Tianlong's silence, the leader's expression turned slightly displeased. What, are you unwilling? Xiao Tianlong hastily waved his hands in denial. No, I am willing. I will do anything for the sake of the base. The leader nodded in satisfaction. Come with me. He led Xiao Tianlong through layers of guards, eventually reaching the exterior of the underground base. Upon seeing the surface again, Xiao Tianlong inhaled deeply. Soon, they arrived at the construction site, where hundreds of individuals were busily engaged in their tasks. He quickly spotted Wu Jun, who was also among those who had infiltrated the base. As they exchanged glances, Xiao Tianlong was assigned to the same group as Wu Jun. They soon managed to meet up. "Guardian, what brings you here?" Wu Jun inquired in a low voice. "I have received crucial intelligence. We can find an opportunity to leave soon." Xiao Tianlong casually surveyed their surroundings and whispered back, "What about Li Zhejuan? He hasn't been exposed yet. Leaving him here alone shouldn't pose much of a problem. After all, we will be advancing soon." All right. After discussing their plans, the two began to seek an opportunity to escape. Finally, they seized the moment when the guards stepped away to use the restroom and successfully fled. They hurriedly made their way out of the influence of the God of War base. Upon reaching their previous temporary residence, they found around 20 followers of the white-clad sect waiting for their return, anticipation evident in their expressions. "Guardian, you have returned," they exclaimed. "When shall we avenge our fallen brothers?" Xiao Tianlong raised his hand, silencing their voices, and spoke in a deep tone. "I have thoroughly understood the situation on the other side. I will report this matter to headquarters, and when they dispatch powerful reinforcements, we can strike directly." He retrieved his satellite phone and dialed a number. At the headquarters of the white-clad divine sect, Gu Qing sat in his exclusive office, fraught with anxiety. As there had been no news from Beijing for 2 days, he was uncertain whether Xiao Tianlong was encountering difficulties. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Upon seeing that the caller was Xiao Tianlong, he felt a wave of relief. He quickly answered, eagerly inquiring about the situation. "Guardian Xiao, what is the status on your end?" "Tianlong, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. The strength of the War God base is not formidable, possessing only one super ability user." Xiao Tianlong reported everything he had discovered about the War God base over the past 2 days. After hearing his report, Gu Qing felt a weight lift from his heart. "Good, hold your position for now. I will report this to the Snow God and strive to arrange for someone to eliminate the War God base today. I will personally lead this operation. Those at the War God base who dare to harm our sect's members must be shown the consequences. This will also serve as a warning to other bases in Beijing." After hanging up the phone, Gu Qing quickly tidied his appearance, preparing to report the matter to His Majesty the Snow God. The initial phase of the missionary work in Beijing had not gone smoothly, and as the primary responsible party, he should face repercussions. Although the Snow God had not blamed him last time, Gu Qing understood that dissatisfaction had begun to brew within the Snow Goddess' heart. Therefore, he needed to execute this task flawlessly to regain the Snow Goddess' favor. Chapter 148. The innocent Hutnci within the Snow Goddess Palace. The Snow God, adorned with a golden mask, reclined on his bed, while the gentle Yang Zihan, dressed in light attire, tenderly massaged his body. Beneath the mask, the Snow God wore an expression of enjoyment, yet no one could perceive the emotions concealed beneath it. "Let us call it a day. You may return now. And do not forget to reassure Hutnci, so he does not harbor any unwarranted thoughts." Yang Zihan slowly donned her clothing, speaking softly. "Rest assured, he will not hold any resentment towards you, Your Majesty." "Well, that is good. Hutnci is indeed a talented individual. With proper nurturing, his future is boundless." The Snow God concluded, closing his eyes and falling silent. Yang Zihan gazed at him with an adoring smile, her eyes filled with admiration. She then turned to leave, but in that fleeting moment, her expression turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in her gaze. However, this fleeting emotion vanished swiftly as she skillfully concealed it. She had transformed significantly, having endured numerous trials that honed her ability to mask her emotions to perfection. No one truly understands the thoughts that dwell within her heart. After Yang Zihan's departure, Gu Qing promptly arrived at the palace of the Snow God. Although the Snow God felt a tinge of displeasure, she suppressed her discontent and summoned Gu Qing to enter. Upon his arrival, Gu Qing immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to the Snow God. "Forgive me for disturbing your rest at such a late hour, but I must report a matter of great importance," he stated. "Do not worry, speak your mind." The Snow God's solemn voice resonated from behind the screen. "Esteemed Snow God, the protector I dispatched to the capital has risked his life to gather intelligence over the past few days. He has finally uncovered the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the murder of our faithful followers and has gained substantial insight into their base," Gu Qing announced. "What is their background?" "They are known as the War God base. Upon investigation, it appears that this base was recently established, and their highest leader is named Ling Feng. While his true strength remains uncertain, he commands only 3 or 4 subordinates, whose powers are rather modest, Gu Qing reported. The snow god furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. If their strength is lacking, how could they have slain so many of our people? Are you certain that your information is accurate? She inquired, her tone growing more intense. Gu Qing's expression shifted, fear creeping into his voice. I have indeed conducted a thorough inquiry. According to Xiao Tianlong, they possess a considerable arsenal of advanced weaponry. The reason they were able to kill so many of us was solely due to their use of firearms. Additionally, their base harbors a formidable superpowered individual, which enabled them to defeat our prior practitioners. As Gu Qing spoke, he cast a fearful glance at the screen. Although he could not see the snow goddess' face, her tone had conveyed her dissatisfaction and suspicion, despite her outward demeanor of kindness and solemnity. Only those in the upper echelons truly understood her nature. The snow god was a decisive figure. If she found the execution of her orders lacking, the consequences could be dire, ranging from demotion to death. The 4 heavenly kings of the sect had already been replaced once. Thus, Gu Qing approached the snow god with palpable trepidation. Behind the screen, the snow god contemplated Gu Qing's words. While she believed he would not deceive her, she sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as he portrayed. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it excessively. As the leader of the sect, she was tasked with numerous responsibilities, and the matter concerning the capital was merely one of many. The sect had been infiltrating surrounding cities, with the capital being the first to encounter issues. To uphold the sect's authority, she resolved to ensure that the war god base would pay a heavy price. Given the uncertainty surrounding their true capabilities, she would dispatch a force capable of overwhelming all opposition, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Upon reflecting, he immediately spoke. Since the strength of that individual, Ling Feng, remains uncertain, as a precaution, I shall allocate 1,000 elite followers to you, along with an additional 50 supernatural beings and 4 extraordinary powers. This formidable force is more than sufficient to eliminate any obstacles in our path. Gu Qing felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the snow god to be so generous, dispatching such a substantial military force in one fell swoop. With such strength at his disposal, not only could he conquer a mere war god base, but he could also seize the entirety of Shangjing City. Your Majesty the Snow God, I request permission to personally lead the followers and eradicate this wave of heretics, Gu Qing implored earnestly, bowing his head in reverence. Very well. You shall lead the charge. After annihilating this war god base, unify all factions within Shangjing City as well, the Snow God responded coolly, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Yes, I shall exert every effort. With that, Gu Qing exited the Snow God's palace. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the cult's base, Yang Zihan lay in Hutnci's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes, her melancholic gaze reflecting profound suffering. Hutnci's heart ached at the sight of her. He was filled with rage. Despite being a supernatural being endowed with immense power, he felt powerless to protect the woman he loved, watching her endure such injustices. That scoundrel! I swear I shall kill him, Hutci declared through clenched teeth. Yang Zihan's expression turned alarmed upon hearing Hutnci's words. She quickly covered his mouth and whispered urgently, Hutci, don't speak recklessly. Be cautious of others overhearing. He is the snow god. Hutci scoffed, his eyes darkened with fury. And what of it? Regardless of who he is, anyone who dares to harm you will not escape my wrath. As tears cascaded down Yang Zihan's cheeks once more, her gaze toward Hutci brimmed with affection. Hutci, I know you love me, but the snow god is too powerful. I do not wish for you to be harmed. My grievances are truly insignificant. Hutci's face contorted in anguish as he clutched his head tightly. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted to one of unwavering determination. He must die? Hutci, please don't act impulsively. Yang Zihan grasped Hutci's hands, pressing them against her chest, her face etched with concern. Feeling the softness beneath his rough hands and gazing at Yang Zihan's exquisite visage only fortified his resolve. Rest assured, I would never gamble with my life. Recently, I have been in contact with the Dragon Peace Base, and our relationship has been progressing well. Dragon Peace Base, Yang Zihan exclaimed, her expression tinged with surprise. That is a superpower. It stands as the largest force in the Jiangnan province, rendering the White Robe cult merely a minor player in comparison. Unbeknownst to many, Hutnci has indeed forged connections with such formidable forces, a feat that is truly remarkable. Chapter 149, The Warrior King 2. Yang Zihan gazed at Hutnci, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She yearned to immerse him in the depths of her affection, wishing to drown him in a spring of her own emotions. Hutnci, please prioritize your safety. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Hutnci nodded earnestly, clasping Yang Zihan's hands with deep affection. Rest assured, I shall swiftly liberate you from the clutches of darkness. The two shared a profound gaze, embracing one another tightly. Meanwhile, on another front, after receiving orders from the snow god, Gu Qing chose not to return for rest. Instead, armed with the snow goddess token, he convened the faithful throughout the night. Observing the rows of elite disciples clad in white, each face radiated a fierce determination. Upon learning of the tragic demise of their brethren in Shangjing City, they were eager to avenge their fallen comrades. At the forefront of the assembly stood four powerful figures, also adorned in white, yet donning rare red masks. They were members of the Divine Judgment Corps, the martial backbone of the entire sect, each a formidable superpower. Heavenly King, the personnel have gathered. A masked member of the Judgment Corps reported with a bow to Gu Qing. Gu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Since everyone is present, let us prepare to depart. At his command, the 1,000-strong contingent began to board their vehicles. To expedite their journey to Shangjing City, Gu Qing coordinated all available transportation within the sect. Snowmobiles, motorcycles, and even a dozen sleds drawn by huskies were arranged. A diverse array of conveyances transported the disciples towards Shangjing City under the cover of night. In the underground conference room of the God of War base, Ling Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by Wong Long, Ma Wu, Du Yibai, Lin Su, and the Zhang brothers on either side. Behind Ling Feng, a small blackboard outlined the recent key work plans. The traps surrounding the base had all been meticulously set. According to your directives, various high-yield explosives have been properly arranged. Should the enemy dare to approach, they shall find themselves with no means of return. Ma Wu declared confidently. Aside from the explosives, have any other measures been implemented, such as those rusty steel pipes, contaminated glass, or toxic wooden stakes? Ling Feng inquired with a calm demeanor. The others stifled their laughter, secretly admiring Ling Feng's ruthlessness. Anyone unfortunate enough to be struck by such items would surely face dire consequences. Ma Wu's face flushed. Everything has been arranged, and additionally, I have even sprinkled plenty of chili powder and lime dust atop the explosives. All eyes turned to Ma Wu, astonished that the seemingly mild-mannered individual harbored such cunning ideas. Truly, he was delightfully devious. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Ma Wu's approach. He then turned his gaze towards Wong Long. How had the training of the War God team fared recently? Had they reached their limits? With a proud countenance, Wong Long declared that they had indeed pushed themselves to the limit the previous day. Any member could now defeat an ability user within 10 moves. As the captain of this formidable unit, Wong Long felt immense pride. A battalion of 600 individuals, each comparable to an ability user, was a remarkable force. Such strength would place them among the elite of any faction. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that with this team, he could sweep through the entirety of Handong province, provided no super-strong adversaries intervened. Observing Wong Long's confident demeanor, Ling Feng unhesitatingly sought to temper his enthusiasm. Indeed, but it is still insufficient. As the enemies surrounding our base multiply, our strength must be further enhanced. Being capable of defeating ability users is merely the beginning. We must at least be able to conquer super ability users. A collective gasp echoed from those present. Super ability users. If they could cultivate 600 super ability users, how formidable would the War God base become? Perhaps they would even rank among the foremost powers in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Wong Long interjected. Our serum can only achieve a 100-fold enhancement. Further elevation seems implausible. Ling Feng smiled lightly, then retrieved a large box from his spatial storage and placed it upon the table. This is the latest serum, Warrior King No. 2, developed by Lin Su and myself. It can transcend the human limit by 1,000-fold. You are to arrange for all soldiers to be injected immediately. This serum, perfected today, boasted no side effects and included a unique attribute, the fire ability. Ling Feng had extracted his own blood, isolating the genetic chains, which were then integrated into the Warrior King serum. Upon injection, one would gain the ability of the mystical fire. However, The potency of this fire would not match Ling Feng's own, reaching only half of his strength. Yet, even at half power, it remained a formidable force, presenting considerable challenges even for super ability users. After its creation, Ling Feng was the first to utilize a vial of the upgraded serum, which elevated his physical limits to an astonishing 100,000 times. For the foreseeable future, he need not worry about the augmentation of his own abilities. The expressions of those present, save for Lin Su, were ones of utter astonishment. Initially, they believed Ling Feng to be speaking in jest, yet he had proven his seriousness. Moreover, the swift completion of the research and production was nothing short of impressive. Wong Long gazed at the box brimming with serum, casually set upon the table by Ling Feng, and could not help but swallow hard in awe. "Fengzi, is this truly the case? I can hardly believe it," Ling Feng remarked with a faint smile. "If you doubt it, you may attempt it for yourself. I nearly forgot to mention. This serum is also accompanied by the ability of flame manipulation. You may each receive an injection of whatever you desire." "What? Flame manipulation?" Du Yibai exclaimed instinctively, as the sole ability wielder present, struggling to comprehend the revelation. The notion that a single injection of serum could bestow such a power was utterly astonishing. If she were to possess flame manipulation in conjunction with her metallic control, the resultant destructive force would be unfathomable. Imagine, in the heat of battle, all metals ablaze. Even if the enemy were not crushed by the metal, they would surely be consumed by the flames. "Everyone can take one home today. Feel free to experiment," Ling Feng concluded. "All right, let us adjourn today's meeting. Wong Long, distribute the serum to the warriors now. The injections are to be administered tonight." Wong Long readily complied, carefully grasping the serum before departing hastily. Ling Feng then returned to the villa with Lin Su, having spent the entire day engaged in experiments and now feeling quite famished. After a long day, it was time to reward both himself and his younger brother. Chapter 150. Ling Feng's precious blood. Ling Feng, hand in hand with Lin Su, arrived at the villa's entrance, where they found the Black Panther sprawled and asleep at the door. Recently, the panther had grown significantly larger, now exceeding 15 meters in length, towering like a large truck when standing. Its pitch-black fur shimmered like satin, and its golden eyes radiated an imposing aura. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the panther had refrained from showcasing its power, a decision made intentionally by Ling Feng. The panther's size was perfectly suited for group combat, making it a veritable killing machine on the battlefield. As Ling Feng approached the Black Panther, he realized that he barely reached half its height. Upon noticing Ling Feng, the panther joyfully circled around him, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its massive weight. "Black Panther, considering your size now, I dare say your daily food intake rivals that of 100 soldiers. Is it possible for you to reduce your size a tad?" Ling Feng jested. The Black Panther, pondering Ling Feng's words, tilted its head in contemplation. Moments later, astonishingly, the panther began to gradually shrink, ultimately transforming into the size of an ordinary dog. Ling Feng gazed in delight at the miniature version of the Black Panther, reaching out to affectionately pat its head. "Incredible. You can indeed shrink." Lin Su, equally astonished, stroked the panther's head. Since its growth spurt, she had not had the opportunity to touch the panther's head. Now, seeing this smaller version, she tenderly caressed it as well. Ling Feng, observing the Black Panther before him, was suddenly struck by a profound idea. "Currently, my bloodstream contains golden blood, and I am uncertain whether this substance could be of any benefit to others. However, I cannot simply offer my blood to someone else. Perhaps I should let the Black Panther try it." As this thought sprang into my mind, I found myself unable to restrain it any longer. I retrieved a dagger from the void, specifically selecting one that had been upgraded. A standard dagger would certainly be inadequate to pierce my skin. Holding the dagger in hand, I prepared to make an incision on my own palm. Seeing this, Lin Su immediately grasped my arm, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "What are you doing? Are you intending to harm yourself?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to experiment and see if my blood can enhance the Black Panther," I replied nonchalantly, then swiftly drew the blade across my wrist. To my surprise, my skin remained unscathed, leaving only a faint white mark. I gazed at my wrist in astonishment. I was aware of my formidable defenses, yet I had never tested this before, nor had anyone ever succeeded in injuring me. This trial startled me as well. With determination, I clenched my teeth and made a more forceful cut upon my hand. A soft sound accompanied the incision, and a shallow wound appeared. A few droplets of my golden blood seeped from the gash. I quickly retrieved a small vial to collect the blood, just as I captured 3 or 4 drops. The wound miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury. Your recovery ability is astonishing, Lin Su exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she inspected my wrist. Pulling it back and forth in disbelief, I glanced at the glass vial containing my blood, and to my surprise, a faint, alluring fragrance emanated from it, devoid of any metallic scent. Black Panther, come here. I beckoned. The Black Panther promptly scampered over. I positioned the glass vial before its nose, and its expression transformed instantly. Filled with longing as it gazed at the blood within, its tail wagging eagerly. With its mouth agape, the Black Panther revealed its dark tongue. I took this opportunity to pour the few droplets of blood directly into its mouth. The Black Panther gulped it down, a look of indulgence washing over its face. However, this expression soon morphed into one of agony. Its body began to uncontrollably revert to its original form. The Black Panther collapsed, howling in distress as its fur gradually began to shed, blood seeping from its pores. This harrowing process lasted approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, the Black Panther ceased its cries, and new fur began to sprout from its body. After a few more minutes, it slowly opened its eyes. He suddenly sprang to his feet, his aura shifting dramatically, and his large eyes sparkled with a profound human essence. After his transformation, his physique surged once again, growing nearly 1/3 larger than before. Ling Feng gazed with satisfaction at the colossal canine before him. Then in an instant, he teleported onto the back of the Black Panther. Black Panther, let us take a lap, Ling Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With a resounding bark, the Black Panther launched itself from its position like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, its form became a mere blur, and Ling Feng, perched atop the panther, felt exhilarated as its speed surpassed the sound barrier. This was far more thrilling than driving a sports car. The rush of wind roared in his ears, the cold breeze whipped against his face, and the scenery on either side blurred into obscurity. The sheer exhilaration from such velocity ignited a passionate fervor within Ling Feng. The Black Panther raced through the snow, reveling in its unbridled energy. After a relentless half-hour of sprinting, Ling Feng lost track of the distance they had covered as the surroundings began to morph into unfamiliarity. It was then that he reminded the Black Panther, Black Panther, it's about time to head back. With a reluctant growl, the Black Panther came to a sudden stop and began its return to the base. As Ling Feng rode on its back, his mind whirled with thoughts of the Panther's recent transformation. The success of the experiment had validated the formidable regenerative capabilities of his own blood, rivaling that of any serum. He intended to extract more of his blood to administer to the soldiers, yet he realized the potency of his blood required dilution. Otherwise, it could potentially overwhelm their bodies. Before long, they arrived back at the villa, where the Black Panther reverted to its smaller form, following Ling Feng inside. Upon entering, Ling Feng was eager to commence the bloodletting. He retrieved a large bowl, placing it on the table, and with a swift motion, he made a deep incision on his wrist with a dagger. In his quest to release more blood, he cut deeper than before. Instantly, blood gushed from the wound, filling the bowl beneath. As the bowl gradually filled with blood, a pallor crept over Ling Feng's face. Despite his formidable strength, the loss of such a significant volume of blood weighed heavily on him. He quickly swallowed a healing pill, and the sensation of weakness began to dissipate. As the wound gradually healed, the bowl brimmed with blood. Ling Feng stored the blood in a spatial pouch for a hundredfold enhancement. Chapter 151. The transformation of the God of War squad. After the enhancement, the blood underwent a remarkable transformation. What was once about 1/3 golden blood had entirely turned to gold. Ling Feng gazed at the golden liquid before him, infused with a rich energy that perfumed the entire house with an enchanting aroma. He dipped a drop of the golden blood from the bowl and placed it in his mouth. He wished to ascertain the effects of consuming his own blood. Ultimately, aside from its palatable flavor, it proved utterly ineffective. Left with no other option, he abandoned the notion of ingesting his own blood. Instead, he procured a diminutive glass vial and extracted some golden blood, which he intended for the upper echelons of the base. Their constitutions were entirely capable of withstanding the golden essence. The remaining blood was poured into a large plastic barrel, which he then filled with water, thus creating a precious elixir. He stored the barrel within his space, preparing to administer this miraculous blood to the warriors that very night. Emerging from the villa, He made his way to the underground shelter of the base, specifically to the military district square. There, 600 members of the Divine Warriors were undergoing the injection of Serum number 2. Upon his arrival, he beheld the soldiers sprawled on the ground, clutching their abdomens and moaning in agony. Wong Long and Ma Wu stood upon a platform, observing the soldiers' plight. With haste, he ascended the platform and placed the barrel of precious blood upon the ground. "Chief, what is this?" Ma Wu inquired, gazing at the large plastic container filled with an unknown liquid that exuded an enticing aroma, provoking an irresistible urge to taste it. "Is this a beverage?" Wong Long added, equally intrigued by the contents. "This is my latest concoction, a nutritional elixir that enhances physical strength. Once they have all undergone transformation, allow each of them to partake of it," Ling Feng declared with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Wong Long and the others refrained from further questioning. "Additionally, you too should also partake of this. It is a higher purity nutritional solution with even more potent effects." Ling Feng produced 2 glass vials containing the pre-measured precious blood. Upon his arrival, he had already instructed Black Panther to consume a portion, who was now lamenting in the snow outside the villa. Before long, Du Yibai joined him on the platform, and Ling Feng similarly offered her a vial of precious blood. "Prepare yourselves. This elixir is exceptionally powerful, but its potency is accompanied by intense stimulation, resulting in considerable discomfort. You must endure it," Ling Feng kindly cautioned. Wong Long dismissed the concern, stating, "Fear not. We have endured much torment before. We are accustomed to it, and it shall pass." Ma Wu remained silent, while Du Yibai's expression grew somewhat apprehensive. As the only individual present who had not yet received an injection, she felt a tinge of anxiety upon hearing Ling Feng's warning. Wong Long, noticing her unease, reassured her. "Yibai, do not be afraid. It is not as painful as it sounds. Just endure it, and it will be over." Du Yibai nodded politely. Meanwhile, the Special Forces members, having spent approximately half an hour in recovery, gradually stood up, beginning to sense the changes within their bodies. Excitement illuminated their faces. Wong Long cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Silence, please." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Now that everyone had completed the injection of serum, they were to proceed to the second activity. They formed a line, each person taking a cup of the medicinal liquid, which was intended to aid in their rapid enhancement of strength. "Treasure this opportunity. Everyone must drink. Let us begin." Upon finishing his address, the Special Forces members spontaneously lined up, taking turns to receive the precious blood. Soon, the square echoed with anguished cries, louder than before, as many succumbed to the pain. Fainting on the spot, on the high platform, Du Yibai felt increasingly anxious, fearing she might embarrass herself. Ling Feng observed as everyone consumed the precious blood. The plastic barrels emptied. "You all should drink quickly. I'll keep watch here." Ma Wu nodded and, without hesitation, opened the lid and drank first. Wong Long followed suit, downing the precious blood in one gulp. Only Du Yibai, holding her glass vial, furrowed her brow and bit her lip. However, after a deep exhale, she swiftly drank the precious blood as well. Before long, Wong Long and the others experienced unprecedented pain. "Goodness, this medicine packs quite a punch." Wong Long's face flushed crimson, nearly purplish, as he lay on the ground trembling, dark red blood oozing from his body. His screams overshadowed everyone else's. Du Yibai, too, endured the agony, gritting her teeth in silence, perhaps too proud to cry out, observing others reveling in their newfound strength. Ling Feng quietly took a seat on a stool he conjured from his space, pulling out a premium cigarette and inhaling deeply, awaiting their transformation. Half an hour later, Ma Wu was the first to open his eyes. Ling Feng shifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. Ma Wu had regained his youthful visage, appearing to be in his 20s, with piercing hawk-like eyes radiating intensity and vigor. Following him, Wong Long and Du Yibai also awakened in succession. Wong Long, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "How have I become so powerful? My strength must have surpassed 2,000 points. Ha ha." He laughed heartily, unrestrained. "I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of a superpowered individual, so close to the king level." Du Yibai chimed in, equally exhilarated. Though Ma Wu did not display overt excitement, the gleam in his eyes revealed his profound exhilaration. The soldiers below the platform gradually regained consciousness, leading to a chorus of discussions. After tallying the results, it was determined that each soldier's physical capabilities had exceeded 500 points following the use of the precious blood. Some individuals possess extraordinary talents, reaching an impressive score of 700, yet their numbers are scarce, limited to just a few dozen, primarily comprising squad leaders and team captains. Observing the soldiers below, who have significantly improved in strength, Ling Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These are indeed the fruits of his own blood and sweat. Just as Ling Feng reveled in his joy, Gu Qing and his followers from the sacred sect had already arrived at the outskirts of the capital city. Gu Qing gazed at the formidable procession behind him, each individual exuding a potent aura. He couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. This expedition must yield success. He intended to sweep through the capital like autumn winds scattering leaves, swiftly conquering all factions and fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the snow god. Should he accomplish this task flawlessly, the long-vacant position of deputy leader might very well be his. Chapter 152. The battle begins. Gu Qing, accompanied by 1,000 faithful followers, swiftly reached the designated meeting place agreed upon with Xiao Tianlong. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Tianlong spotted the familiar white-clad army, his heart racing with excitement. A rough estimation indicated that the headquarters had dispatched nearly 1,000 troops this time. At the forefront of the formation, an imposing all-terrain snow vehicle advanced rapidly. Gu Qing, along with several dozen followers, emerged from the darkness, ready to extend a warm welcome. The snow vehicle soon arrived before Xiao Tianlong's team. Dressed in white, Gu Qing stepped down from the vehicle with an air of authority. Gu Qing hastened forward, and Xiao Tianlong knelt before him, saying, "My incompetence has led to the demise of Li Bing and the others at the hands of treacherous villains. I implore the Heavenly King to mete out punishment." Gu Qing regarded the kneeling Xiao Tianlong with an impassive expression and replied in a measured tone, "We shall discuss this matter later. What is paramount now is the swift eradication of those heretics to quell the snow goddess' wrath." Xiao Tianlong, trembling with anxiety, asked, "Is the snow god exceedingly furious?" Gu Qing's expression shifted, revealing his dissatisfaction as he responded, "The snow god is indeed very angry. Had I not intervened on your behalf, you would have met a glorious end." Xiao Tianlong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Heavenly King, for pleading for me. I shall serve you faithfully from now on, even unto death." Gu Qing felt a surge of joy. In just a few exchanges, he had secured not only a favor, but also deepened the loyalty of his subordinate. However, he maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. "Very well, let us put this matter aside. Now to the business at hand." Xiao Tianlong nodded solemnly, stating, "I have ascertained the situation at the War God base. The base boasts a total of 800 armed personnel, all ordinary individuals, devoid of any supernatural abilities. Though they were once part of the official special forces, they are merely a disorganized mob compared to our elite of the sacred sect." Gu Qing interjected, waving his hand with a hint of impatience. "What is the status of their high-end combat capabilities? That is all I wish to know. There is no need to dwell on these insignificant details. Indeed, Your Majesty, regarding the advanced combat capabilities, they possess merely 3 ability users. One of them is the former leader of the Liu-Storm Base, while the other 2 are the heads of their armed forces. Their strength is approximately at the pinnacle of ability users, certainly not reaching the level of super ability users. Their supreme leader, Ling Feng, is rather enigmatic. I have not encountered him even once, and his exact power remains uncertain. However, it is reasonable to assume that he is no more than a super ability user. With your prowess, he should not pose a significant threat. In terms of firepower, their arsenal primarily consists of light weapons, lacking any large-scale destructive armaments." Gu Qing pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What about their defenses?" Xiao Tianlong replied with a faint smile, "Their defenses are virtually non-existent. The guards are exceedingly lax. During my previous stay within, the sentinels stationed between various areas were practically meaningless. Even in their most critical zones, I could enter and exit at will." "Excellent," Gu Qing remarked appreciatively, feeling reassured by Xiao Tianlong's description. He believed this mission was assured. Not to mention, he had over 1,000 men at his disposal. Even with just 200, he could swiftly flatten this place. "Lead the way now. Let us aim to capture it by tonight." "Your Majesty, after a long day of travel, would you not prefer to rest and rejuvenate, so we can strike decisively tomorrow?" Xiao Tianlong suggested. Gu Qing dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. "No need. Their meager strength can be dealt with effortlessly. There is no requirement for rest. Capturing the war god base and then resting inside would be far more advantageous. Indeed, Xiao Tianlong promptly guided Gu Qing toward the direction of the war god base. Meanwhile, within the command room of the war god base, Ling Feng, Wong Long, Ma Wu, and Du Yibai were convened, diligently strategizing their combat plans. As Xiao Tianlong and Gu Qing met, Ling Feng was already informed of their movements, having kept a close watch on every action they took. "Old Ma, have the traps been set?" Ling Feng inquired. "Rest assured, my lord. Once they enter our encirclement, they shall have no means of escape." Old Ma replied confidently. "All members of the War God Brigade are assembled." Wong Long added. Ling Feng nodded. "Good. Let us depart now. It is likely they will arrive shortly." Leading the senior members of the base along with 500 members of the War God Brigade, Ling Feng set off toward a location 2 kilometers from the base. The physical prowess of the team members surpassed that of ordinary ability users, and within 2 minutes, they all reached the designated spot. They found themselves at a crucial juncture leading to the base, flanked by low mountains on either side, with the War God Brigade members cloaked in white capes. Lying in ambush atop the hills, Ling Feng retrieved a grenade launcher from his spatial inventory and placed it at the predetermined site, distributing heavy machine guns and similar weaponry to the soldiers. To facilitate their swift journey, he placed all the heavy weaponry within his spatial confines. Once all preparations were complete, everyone concealed themselves, patiently awaiting the arrival of their prey. In this battle, Ling Feng intended to refrain from direct involvement. He meant to use this batch from the White Robe sect as a whetstone, honing the skills of his subordinates, including Wong Long and the others. Should he engage, he could resolve the conflict in a mere minute, yet such an outcome would lack significance. If a base were to rely solely on his prowess, then the very foundation of its establishment would be rendered meaningless. What he required was a robust ally, not a burden. Having expended considerable energy and resources previously without any practical combat experience, this encounter would serve as a critical assessment of the base's combat capabilities. Approximately an hour later, a contingent of individuals appeared about 800 meters from Ling Feng. They approached rapidly in a variety of vehicles, preparing for battle. At Ling Feng's command, all team members tensed, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Gu Qing, positioned centrally within the formation, appeared utterly relaxed, displaying no signs of tension in light of the impending conflict. He harbored no strategy for this confrontation, opting instead for sheer audacity. With their numerical superiority and formidable strength, no strategy was requisite. They would push through directly, aiming to conclude the skirmish within an hour, thus preserving their evening respite. Soon, the team entered the encirclement. Ma Wu fixed his gaze intently on the enemy's march, and before long, the 1,000-strong contingent was entirely ensnared within the trap. Ma Wu glanced at the red button before him and pressed it decisively. Chapter 153, The Clash of Armies. In the next instant, boom, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions echoing throughout the valley. The location of the White Robe sect was instantly engulfed in flames, a veritable inferno ablaze before them. This was soon followed by a chorus of anguished screams. The vehicle carrying Gu Qing was reduced to a mangled wreck, yet he leveraged his formidable abilities to ascend swiftly from the ground at the moment of detonation. It was then that he realized he had fallen into an ambush. He quickly surveyed his own team. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and shattered bodies. The air thick with the acrid scent of explosives, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the sharpness of smoke. Several motorcycles lay in ruins, continuously ablaze. Some cultists, in their panic, stumbled into traps, their feet pierced by shards of metal and glass. Others had their legs blown off, left to wail in agony. Some were struck in the eyes by shrapnel, flailing wildly in their distress. The entire formation was thoroughly disarrayed, with everyone darting about like headless flies. Although they were all elite believers, they remained mere mortals, unaccustomed to such harrowing circumstances. Gu Qing beheld the tragic scene, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Tianlong, terrified, turned ashen, scrambling to Gu Qing's side, his arms still bearing wounds. Gu Qing seized him by the collar, roaring, "Is this what you call a lapse in defense? Explain this situation to me." "Heavenly King, what I witnessed was the unvarnished truth. I would never jest with the lives of my comrades." Xiao Tianlong stammered, utterly flabbergasted by the chaos around him. He had never encountered such a dire situation before. Surely, the folks from the war god base had deceived him. I swear, Heavenly King, I did not lie. Gu Qing cast him aside, commencing the regrouping of the forces. Before long, the surviving members of the cult were gathered together, and upon hearing the harrowing count of survivors, Gu Qing's visage turned pale. Of the elite 1,000 he had brought, fewer than 500 remained, with 8 out of 50 ability users having perished in the explosion. The denizens of the war god base were indeed vile. They had filled the explosives with chili powder and pepper, leaving the brethren unable to open their eyes from the stinging pain, their vision severely compromised. One ability user, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What is this? They even filled the traps with filth, and the iron spikes are rusted. Many of our brethren's wounds have begun to fester." Another ability user chimed in with indignation. As Gu Qing listened to the reports, his expression twitched with agitation. These despicable scoundrels exhibited no sense of honor. Heavenly King, what shall we do next? The losses are grievous. Gu Qing inhaled deeply, his voice steady yet somber. We shall press onward. This is all they are capable of. Their reliance on traps merely underscores their lack of elite combatants, resorting to such despicable tactics to hinder our advance. He rallied the remaining 400+ believers, his voice resonating with fervor. Children of the snow god, the great snow god shall bestow upon you strength. Follow me into the lair of the ability users and crush them. Gu Qing's voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, transforming the earlier despondency into fervent rage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a thunderous chant, "Crush them! Crush them! Crush them!" In the next moment, a deafening explosion resounded. A 5-meter-wide no-man's land emerged within the throng, with a dozen individuals reduced to mere fragments. A deep pit, 2 meters in depth, formed in the ground. Before anyone could react, another resounding blast echoed. The second shell fell amidst the crowd, claiming yet another dozen lives. Following closely were the second and third shells. The crowd, just regaining composure, spiraled into chaos once more. Gu Qing shouted urgently, "Everyone, scatter! Do not cluster together." Gu Qing immediately unleashed his extraordinary ability, enveloping his surroundings in a thick mist that gradually shrouded the entire battlefield. "Everyone, gather towards my voice." The soldiers promptly moved in the direction of Gu Qing's call. Ling Feng, observing the sudden anomaly on the battlefield, furrowed his brow and swiftly ordered a cessation of artillery fire. The battlefield was now completely obscured by dense fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Indiscriminate firing would only waste precious shells. After all, he possessed a mere 100,000 rounds, far from abundant. "Now, it is up to you," Ling Feng directed towards Ma Wu, Wong Long, and Dui Bai. Wong Long cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor. "I can hardly contain myself." The trio led 500 soldiers swiftly down the mountain. Ling Feng offered a faint smile, retrieving a chair from his spatial pocket and settling into it, savoring a bag of sunflower seeds as he watched the unfolding events. Among the three, Dui Bai raised his hands, causing all metallic objects on the ground to rise into the air. This included rusty iron spikes from traps, fragments of explosives, and the vehicles of the white-clad sect, all levitating skyward. Then, with a mere thought, Dui Bai ignited all the metallic items in a raging inferno. These blazing pieces of metal descended upon the ground like meteors, unleashing indiscriminate attacks on the white-clad sect's forces below. Despite the enveloping fog, anguished screams echoed from within. Gu Qing, witnessing the fiery rain descending from above, was taken aback. An extraordinary ability user has made their move. Remain vigilant. 5 superpowered individuals from the crowd immediately positioned themselves at the outermost edge of the formation, prepared to confront the incoming threat. Soon, they beheld a sight that would be etched in their memories forever. Hundreds of men, their arms encircled by flames, surged forward with athletic grace. Gu Qing, alongside the 5 superpowered individuals, led the remaining followers into the fray. The two sides clashed instantaneously. Wong Long faced one of the extraordinary beings, delivering a rapid punch enveloped in a circle of green flames. The superpowered individual from the sect promptly activated his ability, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Wong Long. His right hand transformed into a claw, lunging for Wong Long's neck with ferocity akin to a tiger's assault. Wong Long smirked slightly, unperturbed. The white-clad sect's superpowered individual displayed a sinister grin as his hand grasped what seemed to be Wong Long's soft neck. However, in the next moment, his smile vanished. Not only did his hand fail to crush Wong Long's neck, but it was met with excruciating pain. This strike could have split stone in two. After a brief shock, he prepared to teleport once more, yet Wong Long was evidently unwilling to grant him that opportunity. With lightning speed, Wong Long seized his wrist, swiftly maneuvered behind him, and struck a decisive blow to his head. The Adept's skull shattered instantaneously. Following the execution of this extraordinary being, Wong Long hastily advanced towards another superhuman. Chapter 154. The eerie black mist. At this moment, Gu Qing was engulfed in a tempest of fury, harboring grave suspicions that Xiao Tianlong had betrayed him. To his mind, the war god base was merely a disarrayed assembly, a rabble, yet the reality was starkly contrary. The individuals within the war god base were not only formidable, but astonishingly so. Their firepower was overwhelming, possessing even heavy artillery akin to that of an army. The sudden appearance of hundreds of fiery troops, each boasting prowess rivaling the peak of extraordinary abilities, left him bewildered. He pondered how their leaders managed to cultivate such a cohesive force of 500 extraordinary beings. Moreover, their combat experience was exceedingly rich. Their attacks were ruthless and lethal. He witnessed an adept have their neck snapped in a single move, only to be reduced to ashes shortly thereafter. The personnel from the war god base displayed no signs of elation. Rather, they calmly collected the crystals from the ground, continuing their assault on others. His own followers exhibited no capacity for resistance. While the extraordinary beings could withstand a few blows, the ordinary elite followers were annihilated with a single strike. It must be noted that these elite followers were among the finest within the cult, and he had brought almost half of them along. Yet, in the face of their adversaries, they were crushed like mere ants. He regretted his decision to wade into this murky water. Not only had his forces suffered near total annihilation, but he himself found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. In a mere minute, the elite followers of the white-clad cult were all but obliterated, leaving only a handful of extraordinary beings, with Gu Qing standing alone among the superhumans. As he surveyed the battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of his subordinates. While not a single adversary had fallen, a flicker of retreat flashed in Gu Qing's eyes. All he wished for now was to flee. Indifferent to the fates of others, Wong Long seemed to perceive his intentions, coldly remarking, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Today, all of you shall remain here." Hundreds of members of the war god squad swiftly surrounded the remaining remnants of the cult. "Have you not considered the consequences of slaughtering so many of my cult today?" Gu Qing's expression darkened as he spoke. Wong Long responded with a chilling smile, "Consequences? The war god base has always operated in this manner. From the moment you set foot on our territory, your demise was inevitable. Not only you, but the entire white-clad cult shall pay the price." "You." Gu Qing was rendered speechless with anger, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. The reputation of the white-clad cult had proven ineffective. It seemed today would culminate in a desperate struggle for survival. Gu Qing's expression darkened, an eerie aura emanating from his being. A shadow of blackness stained his previously normal visage. Ling Feng, seated at a distance, watched with keen interest as Gu Qing underwent this transformation, intrigued by this peculiar ability that bore a resemblance to poisoning. On the battlefield, Gu Qing was enveloped entirely by a shroud of black mist, obscuring his features from view. Wong Long furrowed his brow, fixated on his adversary. In the next moment, Gu Qing vanished from sight, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Wong Long's gaze shifted, acutely attuned to the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling presence crept upon his back, prompting him to instantaneously teleport 3 meters away. The instant he vacated his previous position, it was engulfed by the encroaching black mist. In the blink of an eye, the mist dissipated, revealing the ground. Once blanketed in white snow, now tarnished black, exuding an ominous aura. Wong Long's brow twitched, yet he soon sensed the whisper of shifting air. This time, rather than retreating, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. The emerald flames enveloping his fist distorted the very air around him. His strike pierced through the black mist, encountering no resistance. And in the next heartbeat, the mist evaporated. What manner of sorcery is this? Why does it yield no reaction upon impact? Beside him, Ma Wu watched in astonishment. Having never before witnessed such a bizarre spectacle, Wong Long glanced at his fist, now tainted with a trace of the black mist, which continued to creep up his arm. Ha! Gu Qing reappeared, standing 3 meters away, a triumphant smirk gracing his features as he regarded Wong Long as if he were already a corpse. With my venom coursing through you, your demise is inevitable. Wong Long felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his strength gradually waning. Are you not feeling exceptionally lightheaded? Are you unable to muster even an ounce of power? Gu Qing sneered coldly. Once ensnared by my poison, even the divine cannot save you. Otherwise, why would I ascend to the rank of king within the holy sect? Ma Wu's face darkened with rage. Having forged a deep bond with Wong Long over the past days, he charged forward, intent on confronting Gu Qing. However, Wong Long halted him with a gesture. Do not act impulsively. This man's abilities are far too treacherous. A shadow of blackness began to creep across Wong Long's visage, the toxic essence infiltrating his heart, causing his breath to quicken. Today, I shall obliterate you all. I have sacrificed my own vitality to invoke this ability, reducing my lifespan by at least a decade. And you shall all pay with your lives. Gu Qing's countenance was frenzied as he transformed into black mist once more, vanishing from sight. Ma Wu tensed, every fiber of his being on high alert for an impending ambush. However, in the next instant, Gu Qing suddenly appeared at the original spot, expelling copious amounts of black blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. Your ability is rather intriguing. I shall take it. Gu Qing turned towards the source of the voice, where a young man emerged, exuding an aura of regality, his features sharp, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. You were the one who attacked me. Gu Qing glared at Ling Feng with a look of resentment. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly. He retrieved a glass vial from his spatial realm and handed it to Wong Long. Drink this, and swiftly neutralized the poison. Gu Qing let out a cold laugh, a mocking expression on his face. Do not waste your efforts. This poison is beyond anyone's remedy. Is that so? In my presence, nothing is impossible. Ling Feng replied calmly. Wong Long accepted the vial without hesitation and gulped it down. The moment it slid down his throat, he felt an immediate surge of power within him. In the next second, the black mist enveloping his body vanished at a visible pace, completely dissipating within a minute. Impossible. How could you possibly cure this poison? Gu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, his prideful ability effortlessly undone by this man. Fengzi, it's my inadequacy, Wong Long said, lowering his head in regret. Ling Feng consoled him. Do not blame yourself. This fellow's ability is exceedingly peculiar, making it easy for an ordinary person to fall victim. What did I just drink? I feel invigorated. Wong Long inquired. It is my latest concoction, capable of detoxifying all poisons, Ling Feng stated nonchalantly. This potion was actually a diluted version of Ling Feng's own blood. With his physical prowess nearing a breakthrough of 5,000 points, he had become virtually immune to all toxins. His blood was incredibly potent. A single drop could cure any ailment in the world. Even on the brink of death, consuming Ling Feng's blood could revive one. Who exactly are you? Gu Qing yelled in rage. Who am I? I am Ling Feng, the master of the war god base. Haven't you always sought to kill me? Ling Feng replied to Gu Qing with a playful expression. I will kill you. Gu Qing unleashed all his strength, instantly closing the distance to Ling Feng. His dark fists aimed ferociously at Ling Feng's face. Ling Feng remained unperturbed, not even blinking. In the next moment, Gu Qing found himself airborne, followed by the chilling sound of bones shattering, sending shivers down the spine. Gu Qing's arms hung limply at his sides, his body reduced to a mere head capable of movement, as Ling Feng exerted his mental prowess to crush the rest into fragments. Gu Qing's expression turned vacant, his skin twitching sporadically. The remaining members of the White Robe sect were visibly stricken with fear, as they sensed an authority emanating from Ling Feng that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the snow god. Ling Feng cast a brief glance at these individuals without taking action, instead turning his attention to Wong Long. You shall handle these people, he declared, preparing to depart. At that moment, a ringing sound emanated from Gu Qing's satellite phone. Grandfather, your grandson is calling again. Ling Feng paused, approached Gu Qing, and deftly retrieved a mobile phone from his embrace, the screen displaying the name of the snow god. With a slight smile, he pressed the answer button, and a commanding voice resonated from the other end. Gu Qing, how have matters progressed? Quite well. Gu Qing is in dire need of your assistance, Ling Feng replied with a teasing grin. The snow god on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, before coldly responding. Who are you? I am your wind brother. If you and all the members of your White Robe sect come to the war god base to bow and admit your mistakes, I might consider sparing your life." The snow god was left incredulous by Ling Feng's words, a mocking laughter escaping him. "So you are Ling Feng. Excellent. You have successfully ignited my wrath, and I shall come for you." With that, a crackling sound echoed through Ling Feng's phone as the call was abruptly ended. Ling Feng shrugged, amused. "Is that all?" He hung up just like that? Meanwhile, within the snow god's palace, he seethed with rage, carelessly tossing the distorted phone to the ground. In the desolate room, he removed his mask, revealing a visage devoid of any grandeur. He appeared as a frail old man, unattractive and even somewhat lecherous, with beady eyes darting about. The snow god's true name was Koizumi Ichiro, a member of the dragon-slaying society from Japan. 2 decades prior, he had infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, marrying and raising a family, masquerading as a humble farmer, his true identity concealed. After 20 years of farming, he had gleaned no valuable intelligence, believing he would live out his days in obscurity. However, fate smiled upon him, as he awakened an extraordinary ability and, leveraging this power, established the White Robe sect. Assuming the title of Snow God. Upon becoming the Snow God, he reveled in the intoxicating thrill of power, with resources and women alike at his fingertips. Even the dragon-slaying society had elevated him to a senior position. His ambition was to rapidly consume the surrounding forces, positioning the White Robe sect as the preeminent power in the vicinity, thus establishing it as the stronghold for the dragon-slaying society in the Handong province in preparation for the impending imperial invasion of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, at this juncture, Ling Feng appeared, thwarting his plans to invade the capital city and inflicting significant losses upon him. The mere thought of it sent him into a furious rage. "War God Base." Ichiro Koizumi gritted his teeth as he repeated those 4 words. At that moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming desire to lead his elite troops and obliterate the War God Base from existence. However, he quickly suppressed this notion. Ling Feng's true strength remained a mystery. He was a cautious individual, having successfully concealed himself for decades without revealing his presence. Although he was a king-level ability user, he was not the sole one in this world, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom were known for their penchant for keeping their cards close to their chests. Who could ascertain whether Ling Feng was indeed a king-level ability user? After a moment of contemplation, a wicked smile crept across Koizumi's lips. He patted his body and soon realized that he had inadvertently destroyed his phone. He retrieved another device from beneath his pillow and dialed a number. Within the War God Base, the senior officials had gathered to celebrate the resounding success of their recent operation. Ling Feng generously rewarded each member of the War God team involved in the mission with an abundance of provisions: a box of instant noodles, 10 pounds of pork, and 5 pounds of beef, real treasures in this apocalyptic world. Food was, without a doubt, the most vital resource. While these rewards might seem trivial to Ling Feng, they represented a bountiful gift to the soldiers. In the square of the underground shelter, 50 tables laden with sumptuous feasts were set up, and the faces of all the team members radiated joy. Their elation stemmed not only from the rewards, but also from their triumphant victory in their first battle, where even the formidable ability users fell before them like fragile glass. At the center table, Ling Feng occupied the seat of honor, receiving toasts from all around. He then announced an important message. "Our War God Base has remained too low profile, leading everyone to believe we are easily bullied. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on an expansion." Upon hearing these words, the diners abruptly set down their chopsticks. "Ling Feng, are we going to annex other bases?" Wong Long's voice bore a hint of excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness, armed with a force capable of sweeping across the land. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head. "We do not seek barbaric annexation, but rather civilized conquest." Confusion washed over the faces of the assembly. They struggled to grasp the meaning behind his words. "What do you mean by civilized conquest?" Du Yibai inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 156. The Lu family's preparations. Ling Feng observed the puzzled expressions around him and calmly stated, "Our objective in unifying the capital is straightforward: to gain control over the military management of all bases while refraining from interference in other aspects of their governance." "And how do we gain military control?" Ma Wu asked. "It is quite simple. We will deploy troops to garrison these bases. This will ensure their safety while simultaneously monitoring their every move. In doing so, these bases will inevitably lose their sovereignty, and they will not consent to such an arrangement." With a furrowed brow, Wong Long spoke. Ling Feng took a sip of his drink, his pupils narrowing. No one would refuse. If there were, it would be time to replace the current administrator of the base. Everyone present understood Ling Feng's implication. Although some felt it was exceedingly cruel, none dared to voice their dissent. At the War God base, Ling Feng's decisions were deemed infallible. Each individual present owed their current achievements to him. Ling Feng, seemingly perceptive of their thoughts, spoke gravely. I am aware that some of you may not agree with this decision, but it is a necessity. For too long, we have relied on passive defense, constrained by our limited administrative area and isolated information. Faced with sudden adversaries, we can only react defensively. If we could consolidate all of Shangjing City into a unified stronghold, the scenario would be entirely different. Any would-be aggressor would think twice. Moreover, should enemies breach Shangjing City, we would be able to respond promptly. After hearing Ling Feng's address, the others nodded in silent agreement. The militant Wong Long, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I am in favor. When shall we commence our actions? I plan to split you and Old Ma into 2 teams, simultaneously pushing through the eastern and western fronts of Shangjing City. However, before that, I shall enhance your capabilities once more. The senior members of the War God base were filled with excitement, though their time following Ling Feng had been brief. Their strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Slaying ability users had become second nature to them, and even super ability users could be dispatched with ease. If this momentum continued, the War God base would inevitably emerge as the foremost base in Long Nation. Once the pressing matters were discussed, the atmosphere at the table began to lighten. They exchanged pleasantries, savored delicious food, and envisioned a promising future. In a clandestine laboratory within the Lu family of Qingzhou, Lu Guanyu gazed with fervor at the 100 artificial ability users before him. Out of 1,000 participants in this experiment, only 100 had succeeded. After several months of research and substantial resource expenditure, success had finally been achieved. Though these 100 individuals were artificially created ability users, their prowess was not inferior to that of ordinary ability users. In fact, they surpassed them. Not only did they possess formidable physical attributes, but they also exhibited a contagious nature. Any individual who fell victim to their scratches or bites would transform into a mindless husk. The lone drawback was that these artificial ability users lacked certain cognitive abilities and had strayed from human appearance. Standing at an imposing 3 meters tall, their arms had fully evolved, taking on a green hue, while their skin was covered in wrinkled dead tissue. Their 30-centimeter-long nails bore resemblance to those of animals, and their teeth had mutated to become exceptionally sharp, protruding prominently. Despite the numerous shortcomings of this batch of artificial ability users, Lu Guanyu remained exceedingly satisfied. With the formidable and fearless team of superhumans at their disposal, the Lu family now possesses an invaluable trump card capable of delivering a devastating blow to their adversaries at a critical juncture. As the Lu family and the Kai family united to march towards Shangjing City, he had no intention of allowing the artificially created superhumans to accompany them. The experiments surrounding these artificial superhumans had been conducted in secrecy, known only to him and Lu Neng within the Lu family. He would not reveal this strength until absolutely necessary. Lu Guanyu departed from the experimental base and arrived at Lu Neng's residence, eager to convey this joyous news. Upon his arrival, 2 guards respectfully greeted him. Is the master here? He inquired nonchalantly, glancing at the guards. Young master, the head of the family is inside attending to matters, they replied. Lu Guanyu nodded and entered the room. Lu Neng, who had been engrossed in his work, looked up to see Lu Guanyu entering and smiled slightly. Guanyu, take a seat while I finish my tasks, he said. Lu Guanyu casually settled onto the sofa, observing Lu Neng. Today, Lu Neng appeared to be in good spirits, a hint of joy illuminating his features. Before long, Lu Neng completed his work and joined Lu Guanyu on the sofa. Father, what has brought you such happiness today? Lu Guanyu inquired with curiosity. Ha, you've noticed. Recently, our Lu family has been successfully acquiring supplies from the Storm Base. Now, we possess enough provisions to sustain our family for a decade. Lu Neng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Moreover, the weapons seized are abundant, with the most valuable being the 50 armed helicopters. Our family's strength will undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Lu Guanyu mirrored his father's joy. Aware that everything the Lu family possessed would eventually belong to him, the stronger the Lu family became, the more secure his future position would be. Father, I also have splendid news to share with you, Lu Guanyu declared. Has the experiment succeeded? Lu Ning asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Guanyu nodded with a smile. Haha, excellent. It seems today brings double happiness. Lu Ning exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he stood and applauded. As long as we maintain a good relationship with the dragon-slaying society, the province of Handong will soon be under our Lu family's dominion. Even the Kai family will not pose a threat. Lu Guanyu concurred enthusiastically. The Kai family relies on the support of the Japanese to establish themselves in Jinling City. Yet in terms of strength, our Lu family far surpasses them. Handong province should rightfully be governed by us. Indeed, if the Kai family can serve as lapdogs to the Japanese, why can't my Lu family do so, and even better? Lu Ning declared with fervor. Father, how have the plans for the joint assault on the war god base been arranged? Lu Ning casually sipped his tea. All arrangements are in place. This time, we will deploy a total of 3,000 troops, along with 150 superhumans, 3 super-level superhumans, and formidable warriors dispatched from the dragon-slaying society. In addition, there exist numerous formidable weapons. This expedition shall ensure that Ling Feng meets a fate of utter annihilation. Lu Ning's gaze turned icy, radiating a murderous intent. Lu Guanyu also wore a grim expression. Ling Feng has slaughtered so many from the Lu family. He must not be dispatched easily. It is imperative to make his existence a living hell, compelling him to regret ever entering this world. Chapter 157. The second transformation of the body. When is the coalition planning to depart? In 3 days. We shall set forth promptly at 9 in the morning. I will personally lead the charge. You shall oversee matters at home. This operation is not merely about eradicating the war god base, but also represents the finest opportunity to engulf the entirety of Shangjing City. Lu Ning retrieved a set of keys from his drawer and entrusted them to Lu Guanyu. These are the keys to our Lu family's vault. I am placing them in your care today. Within lies all the resources of the Lu family, so ensure they are safeguarded with utmost diligence. Lu Ning advised earnestly. Lu Guanyu nodded solemnly. After the banquet concluded, Ling Feng returned to his villa. He extracted 4 exquisite inner elixirs from his spatial storage, all derived from the crystals of superpowered individuals, imbued with an abundance of energy. At present, Ling Feng's physique had reached a critical juncture. With a further push, he could surpass the threshold of 5,000 points, heralding his second transformation. As his strength augmented, he could utilize his precious blood to elevate the prowess of others. He produced an inner elixir, slightly darkened in hue, unique in its coloration compared to the others. The effect associated with this inner elixir captivated Ling Feng immensely. Source of 10,000 poisons. It releases toxic gas within a maximum radius of 1,000 meters. Those poison will be dissolved by the gas in an exceedingly short span of time. Upon discovering this ability's description, Ling Feng was instantly enamored, deeming it comparable to a biochemical weapon, perfectly suited for combating the avaricious Japanese. Such greedy Japanese must vanish from this world. I shall inevitably journey to Japan in due time. Ling Feng collected his thoughts and swallowed the inner elixir whole. The elixir instantly transformed into a torrent of energy coursing through his body, and he felt his physical strength gradually augmenting, inching closer to the formidable 5,000 threshold. At last, at a certain moment, a sharp crack resonated. Ling Feng sensed that a particular shackle within his body had seemingly been released, and a powerful, piercing pain surged throughout him. He could distinctly feel his bones fracturing bit by bit, the excruciating agony nearly shattering his teeth. Soon after, his muscles began to dissolve slowly, leaving Ling Feng a mere puddle of flesh on the ground. His garments became thoroughly drenched in sweat. The entire ordeal persisted for half an hour, during which Ling Feng felt as though he had endured a century. He was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he persevered until the end, and the sensation of pain began to gradually fade away. Within him, the bones initiated a rapid growth, and Ling Feng, through inner vision, discovered a remarkable transformation taking place in his skeletal structure. His once pristine white bones now bore a hint of delicate gold, exuding an aura of mystery. It was evident that the current density of his bones was extraordinarily high, at least tenfold compared to before, suggesting that his physical strength could withstand the impact of a missile without difficulty. In addition to the skeletal transformation, his muscles were also regenerating, and the golden components within his blood had increased to half of its overall composition. With a slight exertion of his arm, he could sense the explosive power concealed beneath his skin. Although his physical capabilities were approximately around 5 for 100 points, the enhancements he experienced transcended mere numbers. They represented an evolution of life itself. The most significant gain from this metamorphosis was not his physique, but rather his brain. In the core region of his mind, a nascent white orb, akin to the size of a peanut, began to take shape. Prior to this upgrade, Ling Feng merely sensed alterations within his brain. Yet no tangible changes had occurred. Now, a white sphere had materialized, though it was still in an incomplete form, necessitating further transformation. He named it the Brain Dan. Upon the formation of the Brain Dan, Ling Feng could distinctly feel an enhanced mastery over his mental powers. Previously, he could only control objects within a 200-meter radius. Now, that range had expanded to an impressive 1,000 meters, with greater precision. Moreover, his supernatural abilities had experienced a substantial augmentation, with his gravitational field now soaring to 3,000 times its previous strength, encompassing a 1,000 meter range. His teleportation capability could now traverse 1,000 meters, effortlessly bypassing any obstacles. The innate ability of the Brain Dan. The source of all toxins had also extended its activation radius to 3,000 meters, rendering Ling Feng a mobile bioweapon once he unleashed his powers. Ling Feng gazed at the inner Dan of the three other superpowered individuals before him and consumed them all in one go. The inner dawn of ordinary superpowered beings offered him negligible enhancement. He intended for his subordinates to utilize those instead. After another half hour, the energy within his body gradually dissipated, ultimately stabilizing his physical data at 300 points. Rising to his feet, Ling Feng felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. A compelling urge to unleash his pent-up force. He exited the villa and, with a single teleportation, arrived beside a low hill adjacent to the base. The reverse side of the hill revealed a towering cliff, reaching heights of over 100 meters. With a few agile leaps, he descended to the base of the cliff, where he found solitude, perfect for testing his newfound strength. Ling Feng stood before the towering villa, inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, channeling all of his power into his arms. He clenched his fists. With a roar, he unleashed a formidable punch, generating a fierce gust of wind that struck the unyielding cliff. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, sending a cloud of dust swirling against the wall. As the dust settled, a gaping chasm, approximately 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, emerged. A fissure, 20 centimeters wide, snaked from the base of the cliff all the way to its summit. Ling Feng gazed upon his creation, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Even without relying on my extraordinary abilities, I could effortlessly obliterate a king-level supernatural being with a single punch, he declared confidently. After assessing his newfound power, Ling Feng teleported back to the villa in the basement. He retrieved a large bowl, preparing to draw blood. However, he no longer required a dagger to pierce his skin. No blade could inflict harm upon him now. Extending his hands, he concentrated, and a wound gradually appeared at his wrist. Following this transformation, his control over his body had intensified, allowing him to manipulate any part at will. The golden blood dripped slowly into the bowl, exuding an alluring aroma that tempted one to take a sip. Once the bowl was filled with blood, Ling Feng stored it in his spatial pocket for enhancement. He beamed at the sight of the golden liquid, exhilarated at the prospect of its potential to significantly bolster the base's strength. Chapter 158. The encouragement arrives. Ling Feng arrived at the command center of the base, eager to have Wong Long administer the blood to the team members to elevate their abilities. As he passed by the research facility, he noted that the researchers were still diligently at work. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening. Surprised that they remained so industrious in the midst of the apocalypse, he silently commended their dedication. Their hard work was beneficial to him. As the leader, one could hardly dislike employees who willingly put in extra hours. He pushed open the door, intending to invigorate them with some motivation. Wang Jinan, wearing reading glasses and a lab coat, despite his age, exuded vitality. The younger researchers displayed varying degrees of fatigue on their faces. "Chief, you have arrived," exclaimed a young man closest to Ling Feng, his expression one of astonishment. Ling Feng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the young man's voice, the others lifted their heads toward the entrance, and indeed, they beheld Ling Feng standing there. Excitement spread across their faces. In the war god base, Ling Feng was akin to a deity, He was not only the soul of the base, but also its vital pillar. Had it not been for him, they would still be pedaling bicycles in the power department, far removed from the comfortable lives they now led, free from worries about food and clothing, and enjoying elevated status. Wang Jinan, visibly thrilled, stepped forward to grasp Ling Feng's hand. "Chief, what brings you here at such a late hour?" With a serious expression, Ling Feng remarked. "I have heard that you all work late every day, so I hurried over to check on you. If this continues, I shall have to reprimand you, old Wang." Wang Jinan appeared somewhat apprehensive, and the others felt a twinge of unease. After all, Ling Feng was a formidable ability user and the highest combat strength within the base, instilling a sense of pressure amongst them. For, with just a thought, he could end the lives of everyone present. "Chief, have we faltered in some aspect?" Wang Jinan spoke in a subdued tone. "You are working far too many hours. If you exhaust yourselves, it would be a significant loss for the base," Ling Feng admonished. The researchers were deeply touched by his concern. They had not anticipated such kindness from their leader. A benevolent boss like him was truly rare to find. Ling Feng continued, "I shall speak with Du Yibai shortly, instructing her to arrange for the cafeteria to provide you with supper every night. Working late necessitates at least some sustenance." Wang Jinan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he removed his glasses to wipe them. "Chief, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the staff at our research institute." With that, he bowed deeply to Ling Feng. Quickly, Ling Feng assisted him to stand, his expression earnest. "Old Wang, I must thank you all. The work you are undertaking is monumental, pivotal to the sustenance of our entire base and even the global food crisis. Our base's food supply is dwindling, and the burden upon you is immense." Having spoken, Ling Feng retrieved 20 boxes of instant noodles and 100 bags of bread from his spatial compartment, placing them on the table. "You may keep these provisions for your supper tonight. My capabilities are limited, but this is the best I can offer you," he expressed with a hint of guilt. Tears of gratitude flowed from everyone present. They silently vowed to work diligently in return for their leader's kindness. Ling Feng approached the laboratory table and inquired, "Old Wang, how is our research progressing?" Wang Jinan stepped forward, visibly excited. "The progress is quite promising. We have made breakthroughs in cultivating wheat under extreme cold conditions. The seeds you provided, Chief, are the finest I have ever encountered, yielding high outputs and exhibiting excellent resistance to both cold and disease." Wang Jinan passionately shared his expertise, and Ling Feng, leveraging his exceptional intellect, quickly grasped the fundamentals of the wheat research. The upgraded seeds Ling Feng had supplied significantly aided their research efforts. "Old Wang, at this pace, how long until we yield results?" Ling Feng inquired, eager to know the answer. Wang Jinan pondered for a few seconds before responding, "In 3 months, no. Within 1 month, we strive to produce results." His determination was evident in his gaze. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy, realizing that his motivational words had indeed made an impact. However, he still maintained a facade of concern. Research is important, but one must not neglect rest. From his pocket, he retrieved a glass vial containing diluted precious blood, a substance that enhances human vitality without inducing discomfort. This was specially prepared for the researchers. After all, how could one endure the rigors of a 996-work schedule without a robust constitution? With a serious expression, Ling Feng handed the vial to Wang Jinan, saying, "This is the latest nutritional solution developed by the base, designed to bolster human immunity. Wang, please ensure that everyone consumes just a drop. Moderation is key." Wang Jinan nodded earnestly, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Now, you may continue your work. I shall not intrude further," Ling Feng stated before stepping out. Inside the lab, Wang Jinan was filled with exhilaration. He stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "As you can see, our leader values and cares for us greatly. We must not disappoint his expectations. I have decided that we shall henceforth work until midnight. Those who feel fatigued may leave as they wish. I will stay late with you, teacher. Together, we shall contribute to the development of the base," declared a determined young woman. "I too shall work until midnight. As a single person, I can manage an all-nighter. I can even reside in the lab, as I have no other commitments." Others chimed in, expressing their enthusiasm. Wang Jinan nodded in satisfaction, his heart swelling with pride. Truly, they were his students, embodying the spirit of hard work and resilience that mirrored his own. Given their fervor, he resolved to extend their working hours to midnight. "Now, let us form a line to receive the nutritional solution," Wang Jinan announced, producing a dropper to distribute the liquid, ensuring each person received a single drop. The first in line was a slightly built middle-aged man, his thinning hair barely covering his scalp, and he wore a pair of glasses. Upon consuming a drop of the nutritional solution, he immediately sensed a transformation in his vitality. His previously relaxed muscles tightened, and he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Remarkably, his nearsightedness seemed to vanish, and as he touched his scalp, he discovered new hair sprouting. Coarse to the touch. How extraordinary, he exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Chapter 159. The mysterious man in black. Others turned to gaze at him, curiosity piqued. The middle-aged man, somewhat embarrassed, smiled sheepishly before exclaiming with fervor, "This nutritional solution is truly miraculous. My nearsightedness has disappeared, and my hair is returning. I feel invigorated, as if I could work tirelessly for 2 days without sleep." Witnessing the man's exhilaration, the others, convinced of his sincerity, eagerly queued up, eager to experience their own transformations. Soon, the lab was filled with excited exclamations. My cold has miraculously vanished. I had been feeling utterly drained, yet now, astonishingly, I find myself completely healed. My shoulder inflammation has also subsided. What a relief. An older gentleman expressed his excitement as well. Wang Jinan, having consumed a drop of the nutrient solution, exclaimed in disbelief. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed years off his life. Even his presbyopia had disappeared. The atmosphere in the room grew infused with a deeper sense of respect for Ling Feng. With such kindness shown to them, how could they possibly refuse to work overtime? I shall discreetly extend my hours and astonish everyone. Ling Feng, who was quietly eavesdropping by the door, felt a surge of joy. Observing his employees willingly putting in extra hours with fervor filled him with genuine happiness as their leader. The slayer of dragons had ultimately transformed into a dragon himself. He lamented that he had become the very version of himself he despised. After reflecting on this, Ling Feng continued to visit the Weapons Research Institute, employing the same comforting rhetoric and approach. The staff there gazed at Ling Feng with teary eyes as he departed, their enthusiasm for work soaring to unprecedented heights. Ling Feng diligently traversed every department within the command center of the base, garnering immense satisfaction. Following this invigorating endeavor, he entered Wong Long's office, only to find Wong Long sprawled on the sofa, deeply asleep. A wave of frustration surged through him, and he approached Wong Long, shaking him vigorously to awaken him. With bleary eyes, Wong Long sat up upon seeing Ling Feng's furious expression, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "What happened? Is there an emergency? Have the enemies attacked?" Ling Feng held out his phone before Wong Long's eyes, saying, "What time is it? How can you sleep at your age?" Wong Long, bewildered, replied with a mournful expression, "Come on, brother. It's past 1 o'clock, and you're telling me not to sleep? Even a landlord's donkey wouldn't be treated this way. I barely just lay down 10 minutes ago when you showed up." Ling Feng chastised him. "Have you seen those researchers? They're still hard at work. As a senior executive, how can you justify sleeping?" Wong Long looked incredulous. "What? They've lost their minds. Is it really necessary to push ourselves this hard, especially without overtime pay?" Ling Feng, with utmost seriousness, countered, "That's where you're mistaken. They are pursuing noble ideals for the betterment of the base. To speak of material gain is rather mundane." Wong Long raised a thumb in admiration, filled with respect. "Impressive, truly impressive. It's no wonder you're the leader of the base. All right, enough banter. Let us get down to business." Ling Feng lit a cigarette and casually handed it to Wong Long, who, without hesitation, snatched the entire pack and tucked it away. "What is going on?" Wong Long exhaled a smoke ring, speaking nonchalantly. Ling Feng retrieved a glass vial containing precious blood from the void and presented it to Wong Long. "This is the latest development. Hurry and utilize it. Ensure that the other team members do the same. We can set out with them tomorrow." Wong Long gazed at the vial in his hand with delight, exclaiming, "I can enhance my strength once more. At dawn, I shall instruct everyone to use it. I intend to lead 200 men westward, pushing forward relentlessly." Lao Ma had directed him to set out east with 200 men. Ling Feng nodded, imparted a few important instructions to Wong Long, and then returned to the villa. Upon arriving at his bedroom, Ling Feng found no trace of Lin Su. He surmised that she might be in the laboratory. He proceeded to the basement, yet Lin Su remained elusive. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. He scoured every room in the villa, but still could not locate her. In a hurry, He took out his phone to check the villa's surveillance footage. Starting from the moment he had left, he scrutinized the records and finally noticed something amiss at 12:50. In the footage, a peculiar black figure emerged suddenly from the wall of the villa, clad in a dark cloak and wearing a black mask that obscured its face. The figure first ascended to the upper floor, finding nothing unusual, before descending to the basement, where it was swiftly detected by Lin Su. A fierce battle ensued between them. The opponent moved with ghostly agility and possessed the ability to become invisible, making it a formidable adversary for Lin Su. However, the assailant did not escape unscathed. Lin Su landed a decisive blow with her Tang Dao, striking the figure's shoulder, prompting it to flee, while Lin Su pursued with her weapon in hand. The surveillance abruptly ended at this juncture. Ling Feng breathed a temporary sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Su was unharmed. Yet, he pondered the origins of this shadowy figure. Capable of invisibility and phasing through walls, a remarkable ability indeed, particularly suited for stealthy assaults. I must acquire this power, Ling Feng declared. He stepped outside the villa and sought out Black Panther, who lay on the ground, resembling a small mountain. He instructed Black Panther to shrink its form and accompany him to the basement. Black Panther, there is a stranger's scent here. Take a good whiff. Black Panther lowered its head, sniffing the ground as it circled the basement, ultimately committing the scent to memory. Now, lead me to this individual. Black Panther dashed outside the villa, instantly enlarging back to its original size. Ling Feng leaped onto Black Panther's back and patted its head. In a flash, Black Panther vanished, pursuing the trail left by the cloaked figure. Having undergone multiple transformations, Black Panther had surpassed the king level, boasting not only a formidable physique, but also the abilities of sonic and fire attacks. Even Wong Long would find it a challenge to prevail against Black Panther. Together, they traversed several mountain ranges, eventually exiting the capital's territory and arriving in Jingheng City. Ultimately, they halted atop a mountain peak. With his keen sense of hearing, Ling Feng soon discerned the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from below. He gazed down the mountainside and indeed spotted Lin Su's figure. At that moment, Lin Su was engaged in combat with 5 shadowy figures, each exuding formidable energy. Among them, 2 had even transcended the level of superpowered individuals, clearly ranking as royal-level ability wielders. Lin Su found herself in a desperate struggle. Chapter 160, Secrets Unveiled. Armed with a Tang Dao, Lin Su's elusive figure darted among the 5 adversaries, their attacks failing to graze her in the slightest. Yet, she felt equally frustrated, for her own strikes could not inflict harm upon them either. One among them possessed an exceptionally peculiar ability, regardless of how incisive her attacks were. They entirely vanished upon making contact with this individual. Cease your futile efforts. You are no match for us, rasped one of the ability wielders, his tone indifferent. Lin Su positioned her Tang Dao defensively, wary of their intentions. Who are you, and what are you doing infiltrating my home? She demanded, her expression fierce. Who is Ling Feng to you? The man countered, evading her question. Lin Su chose silence as she unleashed her tempestuous powers, and in an instant, a whirlwind erupted on the battlefield, encircling her within a colossal vortex. The swirling winds stirred the icy snow beneath, drawing it into the maelstrom with astonishing force. The ability Lin Su manifested stemmed from Liu Wei of the Lu family, yet its potency had multiplied manifold. Even a superpowered individual would face merciless annihilation upon contact. The black-clad figures were taken aback by Lin Su's display of power, astonished that she had concealed such a formidable trump card. The tornado, should it strike them, would surely be a challenge to withstand. Despite the chaos swirling outside, the center of the vortex remained eerily calm, with Lin Su standing unperturbed. Not a single hair out of place. One of the black-clad men turned to another and inquired, Brother Nine, surely we haven't mistaken our target? Could that boy have deceived us? Brother Nine shook his head slightly, confidence radiating from him. Impossible. With his audacity, he wouldn't dare lie to me. He was indeed the head of a local agricultural market. His words should hold weight. Alas, we were perhaps too hasty in eliminating him. He should have been brought here for identification, another black-clad man expressed with regret. Not to worry. I believe this individual is closely connected to Ling Feng. Capturing him will undoubtedly lead us to Ling Feng, Brother Nine remarked, his gaze steady and unconcerned. As the two conversed, Lin Su had already engaged in combat with 3 black-clad figures. Empowered by her abilities, she held a significant advantage in the confrontation. Despite the fact that the three adversaries were all formidable, superpowered individuals, they found themselves severely compromised when drawn near the tornado, their bodies shredded by the fierce winds. Once they sustained injuries, Lin Su swiftly delivered fatal blows with her blade, leaving them grievously wounded and in a pitiful state. Old 10. Let us not prolong this any further. We must strike together and swiftly subdue her. Brother Jiao commanded the black-clad figure beside him. Agreed. This woman, despite her seemingly frail appearance, possesses astonishing strength. He then abruptly closed his eyes, summoning his powers. Brother Jiao joined the fray, rapidly approaching the tempest and gesturing lightly towards it. Seal. In an instant, the tornado vanished, and the tumultuous space transformed into a serene calm. Ling Feng, who had been observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes. Spatial abilities? This marked his first encounter with such powers, and he was astonished by their application. It felt as though he had unlocked a gateway to a new realm. However, it appeared that Lin Su was no match for these individuals, as this spatial ability proved utterly inscrutable, capable of absorbing any assault. Yet, encountering him would be a different matter. He teleported directly to Lin Su's side. Upon seeing Ling Feng, Lin Su's expression brightened, her earlier tension dissipating in an instant. With Ling Feng present, she felt an unwavering assurance. No one could stand against him. You've arrived. These individuals are specifically after you. Be cautious, that one's powers are quite peculiar. Lin Su warned, while Ling Feng offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, no one capable of defeating your husband has yet to be born. He replied nonchalantly, dismissively waving his hand. Brother Jiao, observing the sudden appearance of this man on the battlefield, recognized that he had materialized instantaneously, not by mere speed. Teleportation. The realization struck him like a lightning bolt, and he noted the remarkable distance of the teleportation, at least several hundred meters. The surrounding barren snow-capped mountains offered no cover for anyone. You are Ling Feng. Brother Jiao's gaze pierced through the air, fixated on him. Indeed, I am. And you are? What is your purpose in seeking me? Ling Feng responded, his tone unperturbed, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the presence of numerous formidable foes. We have heard that you possess resources valued at over 20 billion. We have come to verify this information. Brother Jiao stated coldly. Ling Feng was taken aback by this revelation. How could this individual be aware of such valuable assets? Had someone divulged his secrets? Who informed you of this? Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of menace flickering within. Brother Jiao responded with a chilling smile. Zhang Xinguang from the Kiligo agricultural market. Do you remember him as the former head of the market? Ling Feng suddenly realized, his mind recalling this individual, who had evidently leaked information. It was no longer a mystery. Indeed, I possess a considerable amount of resources. What, do you desire them? Ling Feng said with a mocking grin. Upon hearing Ling Feng's admission, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in Brother Jiao's eyes. It is indeed true. Resources valued at 20 billion. A staggering quantity capable of driving any organization or base into a frenzy. I want to take them all. I only require 2/3 of the resources, and I can keep this secret for you. Ling Feng was instantly amused, bursting into hearty laughter. Seeing Ling Feng's laughter, Brother Jiao joined in. How about that? My request is not unreasonable, is it? Ling Feng chuckled while waving his hand dismissively. Unreasonable? Not at all. In fact, I might as well give you everything. However, these resources are plentiful. Can you and your few companions truly handle them? Brother Jiao said confidently. Rest assured, no matter how many resources you possess, I can manage them. You're not jesting when you say you'll give them all to me, are you? Ling Feng looked at him with disdain. Of course, I'm joking. Were you not the one who jested with me first? You think you can play me? Brother Jiao's expression turned cold. Ling Feng ceased his laughter, adopting a detached tone. Humph, what are you, to negotiate terms with me? A murderous aura enveloped Brother Jiao's eyes, his face set in a frosty glare. Unappreciative? Fine. Even if I kill you, the resources will still be mine. Lao Shi, take action. The two locked eyes, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. They swiftly charged towards Ling Feng. Chapter 161. The Shadow Tower of Kunlun Mountain. Ling Feng leisurely extended a finger towards the duo, gently pointing. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous sounds erupted. Their thighs were instantly reduced to a mass of shredded flesh. The ground was immediately stained crimson, steam rising from the spilled blood. The two collapsed, their bodies reduced to half, wailing in agony. Racked with excruciating pain, they pounded the ground with their hands, their faces contorted in extreme anguish. The three other superpowered individuals, witnessing the horrific scene, were paralyzed with terror. "Run!" someone shouted, and the trio promptly fled in different directions. Ling Feng observed their hasty retreat with a mocking expression. To one of them, he softly uttered, "Boom." One individual, already 100 meters away, had their legs explode, losing balance and crashing to the ground. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. The other two, upon hearing the anguished cries behind them, dared not glance back and ran even faster. Yet soon, they discovered their bodies uncontrollably drifting backward. A few moments later, they returned to their original position, accompanied by a companion who had just lost his legs. Ling Feng, however, paid no heed to the trio, instead directing his gaze towards the two individuals on the ground. Brother Zhu looked at Ling Feng in sheer terror, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated the extent of Ling Feng's formidable power. His previous words had been nothing short of self-destructive. Not only would he fail to obtain any resources today, but his very life also hung by a thread. Beside him, Lao Shi was filled with regret, wishing he had never ventured into this quagmire, let alone descended the mountain. "Speak, who are you?" Ling Feng inquired, arms crossed as he regarded them with an air of authority. "We hail from Kunlun Mountain. If you slay us today, you will invite utter catastrophe upon yourself. I concede that you possess great strength, but there are many from Kunlun whose prowess surpasses yours," Brother Zhu declared, his expression dark and foreboding. Kunlun Mountain? Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed heard of this place. It was one of the most enigmatic locations in Long Country, steeped in numerous myths and legends. He was taken aback that these individuals had emerged from such a place, which had been officially sealed off from entry for some time. Surely, they could not be attempting to intimidate him. As for their claim of having many who were stronger than him, he felt no trepidation. In terms of growth rate, none could rival him. If he desired to enhance his power, he could simply storm into the strongholds of his enemies and collect crystals, causing his strength to soar exponentially. "You claim to come from Kunlun, which is thousands of kilometers away. What brings you here? That is not for you to know, and we shall not divulge it," Brother Zhu replied, his gaze resolute. In the next moment, there was a resounding bang. Brother Zhu exploded on the spot, his remains scattering across the battlefield. Simultaneously, a mountain of supplies appeared not far from the scene. "By heavens, have they dropped their gear?" Ling Feng exclaimed, his eyes drawn to the bounty before him. It was an array of various foodstuffs, presumably gathered from numerous locations. The sheer volume was staggering, at least tens of thousands of tons. Due to the overwhelming variety, Ling Feng swiftly absorbed everything into his spatial realm. This stockpile would suffice to sustain the base for at least 3 years. If he could replicate it 100-fold, it would be utterly delightful. With a flick of his finger, a spherical crystal slowly levitated from the ground, coming to rest in Ling Feng's palm. He scrutinized the crystal carefully. This was his first encounter with such a round crystal. It appeared that upon reaching the king level, the crystals within the minds of ability users underwent a transformation. The energy contained within this crystal was evidently far superior to that of any he had previously collected. Ling Feng turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals, a glint of bloodthirsty madness flickering in his eyes. "Speak, what is the purpose of your journey so far?" "I will not tell you, even if you kill me," Lao Shi retorted fiercely. Ling Feng chose not to engage in further dialogue, employing the same method once more to acquire another king-level crystal. The remaining 3 individuals trembled in fear, utterly unwilling to meet Ling Feng's gaze. For he was a merciless demon who killed without a second thought. Ling Feng glanced down at the black-clad figure lying on the ground, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. He felt no inclination to inquire further and turned his attention to the other 2. "We know nothing. We are merely executing a covert operation, the specifics of which are known only to the elders. We are completely in the dark," one of them stammered, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere. "Elders? Which organization do you belong to?" Ling Feng asked coldly. "We are from Kunlun Mountain, members of the Shadow Tower." After a round of questioning, Ling Feng gained a preliminary understanding of their identities. The 2 royal-level abilities belonged to the elders of the Shadow Tower, above whom were 8 additional elders, each of considerable strength. Above the elders, there were 2 vice leaders of unknown power, and the Lord of the Tower had never been seen. Ling Feng swiftly dispatched them all and collected their crystals. "This group is not to be underestimated. We must prepare thoroughly," Lin Su said, her expression grave. "Not to worry. Kunlun is far from here, And who would know it was us? Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, pinching her cheek. Let us go home and sleep. It's been ages since we've enjoyed a bath together. He added with a mischievous grin. Is that what you call a bath? Lin Su replied, utterly speechless at his antics. The following morning, Ling Feng was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Blinking sleepily, he retrieved his mobile device to see it was a call from Wong Long, which he promptly answered. Fengzi, the team is fully prepared. We can depart at any moment. Instantly alert, Ling Feng sprang from his bed. All right, I'll be there right away. Just as he hung up, a pair of fair, delicate arms emerged from beneath the covers, wrapping around his shoulders. What time is it? Lin Su mumbled in a half-asleep, soft voice. Despite her robust physique, she was unaccustomed to working late into the night, and her body felt as if it might fall apart. It's only 8. Go back to sleep. Ling Feng replied as he dressed, tucking the covers around her before leaving the bedroom. Outside the villa, 400 members of the War God Brigade stood in disciplined formation, each one exuding an air of formidable resolve. Ling Feng and Ma Wu awaited his arrival atop a platform. To save time, Ling Feng teleported to Wong Long's side. Wow, you gave me quite a fright. Could you please make some noise next time? Wong Long exclaimed, while the team members below gazed at Ling Feng with fervent admiration. Did they use the nutritional solution I provided yesterday? Wong Long nodded, his face alight with excitement. They did, and this time the results were even better than last. Chapter 162. The commencement of battle. Ling Feng's gaze shifted slightly. Just how far have we come? Wong Long, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. Our team members have all reached their peak state of 1,000 points, and their innate fire abilities have significantly intensified. We now possess a battalion akin to a cadre of superpowered individuals. Ling Feng was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that his transformation would render his blood so formidable. However, a new dilemma arose. He required more serum to augment his teammates' strength, yet the raw materials at his disposal were insufficient. It seemed he would need to devise a method to procure additional resources. Nonetheless, the current prowess of his team was formidable enough to dominate the capital city of Shangjing. After addressing the immediate challenges, he could then seek out these materials. Such resources were inherently scarce, and the apocalyptic conditions made their retrieval exceedingly arduous. Yet, there was one location that undoubtedly harbored ample supplies. Gazing at the hundreds of team members below, Ling Feng prepared to address them. He stepped forward, his voice resonant. Comrades, congratulations on your successful rebirth. Your strength has advanced further. You now possess the means to safeguard yourselves in this apocalyptic world, no longer mere prey for others. The warriors of the War God Base below were visibly moved, their faces alight with fervor. Their gazes towards Ling Feng were filled with respect and gratitude. They were ordinary individuals, possessing merely a modicum of combat skills, yet they had previously been powerless against the superpowered beings. It was Ling Feng who had bestowed upon them everything. Today marks the first day of your expedition, a pivotal moment for the advancement of our War God Base. Your success will determine whether we can ascend to greater heights. Here, I wish each of you a triumphant return. I shall prepare a feast to celebrate your homecoming. Upon finishing his speech, the team members were electrified, eager to test the limits of their newfound strength. Chief, we shall not disappoint your expectations, Ma Wu declared solemnly. Very well, let us set forth. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. As Wong Long and Ma Wu returned to their respective teams, the two squads commenced their gradual departure. All members boarded snowmobiles, heading resolutely in 2 directions. Once they had departed, 200 individuals remained on the grounds, primarily tasked with safeguarding the base. This constituted the 3rd team. The first team was overseen by Wong Long, the second by Ma Wu, while the third was currently managed by Ling Feng. Observing the 200 individuals below, Ling Feng offered a few concise remarks before allowing them to disperse. Their roles and responsibilities were already well defined, requiring no further elaboration. As Ling Feng walked along the path, he pondered incessantly over the management of the 3rd team. It was imperative to find a suitable individual to oversee the guard team swiftly. He is a person averse to management. As the leader of the base, his sole responsibilities are to ensure the provision of resources and maintain absolute strength. By excelling in these 2 aspects, the base remains stable. Beyond that, other tasks can be entrusted to professionals. After a restful sleep, he intends to absorb the inner elixir from yesterday. Ling Feng ambled leisurely towards the villa. Meanwhile, Wong Long, accompanied by 200 elite team members, marched with a sense of accomplishment in a specific direction. He reclined comfortably in an all-terrain snow vehicle, driven by a designated chauffeur. This vehicle had been specially allocated to him by Ling Feng, and Ma Wu also possessed one. With unfaltering confidence in this operation, he commanded 200 subordinates who surpassed even the most formidable super-ability users. Who could withstand such might? In terms of personal combat prowess, after consuming the nutrient solution provided by Ling Feng that very morning, he had surged past the threshold of 2,100 points, possessing a strength capable of effortlessly dispatching even super-ability users. However, he pondered how he would fare in a confrontation with a king-level opponent. At that moment, while Wong Long relaxed in his vehicle, indulging in a cigarette, a call crackled through the intercom. "Captain, we have identified a base ahead. According to our gathered intelligence, this is a refuge under the Co-Creation Base Alliance." The mention of the alliance prompted Wong Long to contemplate briefly before decisively commanding, "Let us proceed directly. I wish to speak with their leader." As the troops halted at the entrance of the refuge, the guards had already reported this development to the highest authority of the base. The leader of the refuge, Hutnci, observed the approaching group with palpable tension from the observation post. Judging by their attire, they were no ordinary individuals, clad in standard uniforms. Each person bore a long blade and a dagger at their waist. This group possessed vehicles that the entirety of their refuge lacked, each member equipped with their own snow vehicle. The aura they exuded was far beyond that of typical ability users. As he surveyed the scene, one of the uniformed individuals approached. The guards promptly inquired, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Co-Creation Base Alliance. You are prohibited from advancing." The team members stood firm, gazing towards the observation post, and replied with measured composure, "We are from the War God Base. We have come to discuss a potential collaboration with your leader. Please inform your highest authority at once." The guard turned to Hutnci, "Boss, they wish to negotiate cooperation with us." Hutnci furrowed his brow, sifting through the information about the War God Base in his mind. He had not previously encountered this name. The alliance leader had only cautioned against provoking someone named Ling Feng, without ever mentioning the War God Base. It seemed to be an obscure and lesser-known base. Through the observation port, he addressed the team outside, stating, "I am the head of this shelter. Feel free to discuss your matters here." The team outside immediately relayed this message to Wong Long, who promptly disembarked from his vehicle and approached the entrance of the shelter. "I am Wong Long from the War God Base, the highest authority of this unit." "And you are?" "I am Hutnci. Please state your business." Wong Long smiled slightly. "Our War God Base seeks to establish a united front with your alliance to collaboratively ensure the peace and security of Shangjing City. How do you propose to achieve this?" Hutnci inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It is quite simple. We shall dispatch a small team to garrison at your base to safeguard your security without interfering in your normal operations." After contemplating for a moment, Hutnci suddenly grasped the implication. "Isn't this tantamount to stationing troops?" He exclaimed in anger. "We do not consent. We are a coalition of cooperative bases and do not require your assistance. Please leave." Wong Long's expression darkened, his voice turning icy. "Are you certain?" Chapter 163. Breaching the shelter. Hutnci, undeterred by Wong Long's threatening demeanor, replied defiantly, "Certain? Do you wish to engage our alliance in a confrontation?" Wong Long remained silent, slowly raising his right hand. Behind him, 200 well-equipped soldiers began to march steadily forward. Taken aback by the audacity of the opposition, Hutnci immediately instructed a nearby communications officer, "Relay the message. All combat personnel must be on standby. If they dare to strike, ensure these ruffians are dealt with severely." Following this, he retrieved a satellite phone and dialed a number. At that moment, Zhang Zhibiao, who was in a meeting room, received Hutnci's call and answered nonchalantly. "What is it?" "Alliance leader, a group has arrived at our shelter, behaving most arrogantly, demanding our submission and even threatening to resort to violence." Zhang Zhibiao's expression changed dramatically. Having experienced several incursions at his doorstep, he was no longer inclined to be brash. He inquired anxiously, "What is their background?" "They claim to be from the War God Base, arriving with 200 individuals." War God Base. Zhang Zhibiao quickly recalled any information regarding this entity. Realizing it was the first time he had heard of it, his anxiety eased somewhat. "Do you know the name of their commander?" "They sent a commander named Wong Long." This name was unfamiliar to Zhang Zhibiao. He deduced that the opposing force was merely a small base, likely recently established. With this thought, his temper flared. It seems anyone dares to trample upon us now. Do they truly believe our base is an easy target? Immediately assemble our personnel for a counterattack. I shall lead the main force to support you. This time, we must utterly dismantle their base. Zhang Fazai hung up the phone, his eyes brimming with fury. The meeting was momentarily halted. It was time to swiftly gather the troops and follow me to rescue Yang Tingi. Who dares to bully our alliance? Growled a burly man with a fierce demeanor. Our alliance holds a significant position in the entirety of Upper Capital City. Yet there are still those who are blind to our might. We have merely been too low-key. This time, we must ensure they pay dearly. The crowd expressed their discontent in a cacophony of voices. Zhang Fazai, ignited by their words, proclaimed, "We must demonstrate the might of our alliance and instill fear in the neighboring bases. Now, prepare yourselves. We depart in 10 minutes. Furthermore, notify the other shelters to send reinforcements." With that, he exited the conference room. The other high-ranking officials followed suit, busily preparing for the impending confrontation. On the other side, Yang Tingi felt a surge of confidence upon receiving confirmation from the leader. Meanwhile, the ammunition at the shelter was fully stocked and ready for retaliation. Outside, Wong Long swaggered toward the shelter's entrance, flanked by his subordinates. With their current physical defenses, ordinary firearms posed no threat to them. "Halt your advance, or we shall open fire," warned the shelter's guards once more. Wong Long appeared oblivious, continuing his approach. Gunfire erupted as the shelter's shooting ports unleashed a torrent of bullets, instantly engulfing the battlefield in a cacophony of gunshots. Wong Long, standing at the forefront, became the primary target of the barrage. Hundreds of bullets hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Wong Long stood his ground, allowing the bullets to strike him without flinching, utterly unaffected. The other team members, too, remained unscathed amidst the onslaught. They emerged unscathed from the first wave of fire. Inside the shelter, everyone was left in stunned disbelief. What is happening? How can they withstand so much gunfire without a scratch? What is the nature of their defenses? Even those with abilities would not dare to endure such a hail of bullets. Could they possibly be superpowered beings? Yang Tingi's brow furrowed deeply. The strength of their adversaries exceeded his comprehension. Their ability to disregard bullets indicated an extraordinary physical condition. Wong Long approached the shelter's entrance, and, rather than detonating explosives against the half-meter-thick door, he unleashed a powerful punch directly at it. Initially, Yang Tingi regarded the situation with disdain, secretly mocking Wong Long for what he perceived as a lapse in judgment. He believed it was utterly absurd for Wong Long to think he could breach the imposing 30-centimeter-thick steel door, reinforced further with ultra-high-strength concrete. Even explosives would struggle to penetrate such a formidable barrier. Yet, the ensuing events would soon astonish him even more. To his utter disbelief, the once immovable door began to tremble violently. Wong Long, realizing that his first punch had failed to shatter the door, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Gathering his resolve, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his arm. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a punch that carried an unstoppable force against the door. With a resounding roar, the door collapsed, shaking the ground and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. A chilling wind swept into the shelter, prompting all eyes to turn towards the entrance. In the dim light, the figure that stood there was not particularly muscular, yet it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The sight of someone capable of smashing through a half-meter-thick door was nothing short of staggering. At that moment, Yang Tingi sensed trouble brewing. Addressing the crowd, he urged everyone, "Let us unite and subdue this intruder." However, no one stepped forward. They exchanged glances, aware that confronting such a threat could lead to their demise. After all, they were merely struggling to survive, unwilling to sacrifice their lives. "You ingrates! After all this time I've supported you, have you forgotten everything?" Yang Tingi seethed with anger, slowly stepping out from the crowd to confront Wong Long. "Do you truly wish to escalate this conflict? Our alliance's forces will arrive shortly, even if you breach this place. It will be futile. It would be wise for you to leave now." Wong Long smiled slightly, an air of amusement dancing across his features. "And how did a fool like you come to lead this shelter? Do you honestly believe I fear your so-called alliance? This is nothing short of banditry," Yang Tingi exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Wong Long continued, "I attempted to reason with you, but since you refuse to listen, I have no choice but to resort to force." Approaching Yang Tingi, he posed a question. "I offer you one last chance. Will you accept my terms?" Yang Tingyi's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Very well, I will consider your proposal. Suddenly, without warning, Yang Tingyi launched an attack aimed squarely at Wong Long's face. In an instant, his fist struck Wong Long's chest. However, the moment his punch landed, Yang Tingyi's confident demeanor faltered. It felt as though he had struck a solid steel plate. A sharp pain shot through his hand, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. With a cry of agony, Yang Tingyi was sent sprawling backward. With a violent crash against the concrete wall, the surface trembled, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Wong Long swiftly approached the fallen Yang Tingyi, lifting him effortlessly into the air. I just offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Wong Long observed him with an expression of indifference before tightening his grip around Yang Tingyi's neck. As he succumbed in shock, Yang Tingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom the casualness of his own demise, Wong Long carelessly discarded the lifeless body to the side and turned his gaze towards the remaining personnel in the shelter. Do you wish to share his fate? A squad of team members glared at them, ready to strike down any opposition. The warriors of the Alliance exchanged fearful glances, their expressions betraying their trepidation. One boulder guard declared loudly, I surrender. I am willing to submit. Wong Long looked at him with a smile, responding coolly, excellent. What is your name? Reporting, I am Liu Xiao, the squad leader of the second team of the 1st Brigade. Wong Long nodded casually, saying, you are a wise individual. From today onward, all armed forces within this base will be under your command. Liu Xiao's countenance brightened at this unexpected fortune. Realizing that merely being the first to surrender had granted him such a significant advantage. The military authority over the entire base was a position of considerable power, one that he could have never aspired to attain before. Thank you, sir. I will serve with utmost dedication until my last breath. Let us hope you honor your word. Otherwise, Wong Long gestured towards Yang Tingyi, will be your fate. Liu Xiao felt a tightening in his chest, suppressing any thoughts of disloyalty. Eager to prove himself, he promptly revealed the news of the Alliance's advancing forces to Wong Long. Sir, based on their marching route, they will arrive in about an hour. Wong Long nodded dismissively, displaying no sign of anxiety. Subsequently, Liu Xiao guided the members of the War God team through the process of comprehensive takeover. They encountered no resistance. Upon learning of Yang Tingyi's demise, everyone capitulated. After thoroughly inspecting the entire shelter, Wong Long gained a foundational understanding of its layout. The base was relatively small, comprising approximately 1/3 of the War God base, with a standing army of 500, primarily composed of ordinary civilians lacking combat capabilities, some of whom could not even wield a firearm. The food reserves within the base were adequate, sufficient to sustain the entire population for 2 years. According to Liu Xiao, this place had originally belonged to the official shelter, but due to a rebellion, the highest officials were slain by Yang Tingyi and a group of armed militants, who seized control of the base. The officials had previously stockpiled a substantial amount of provisions within the shelter. However, most of the supplies had already been transported to the headquarters of the Alliance. It appears that this so-called Alliance headquarters is rather sinister. However, the strategy of using food to control the various bases below is quite ingenious. Perhaps we could adopt this approach in the future, Wong Long mused inwardly. A team member swiftly approached Wong Long and whispered, Captain, a troop has arrived 1 kilometer from the base, approximately 1,000 strong, expected to reach us in 5 minutes. Wong Long was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the rapid advance of this group, arriving even sooner than he had imagined. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Zhang Hutnci was seething with rage. Ever since the incident at Wangzhuang Mine, he had not enjoyed a moment's peace, with various bases coming to him for trouble, treating him like a subordinate. The crux of the matter was that he dared not resist. These were formidable powers, any one of which could annihilate him. Finally, an obscure small force had come to challenge him, providing the opportunity for him to redeem himself. Upon receiving Yang Tingyi's distress call, he rushed over without hesitation. Zhang Hutnci sat upon a sled, pulled energetically by 5 Alaskan Huskies. Holding his phone, he frowned in frustration. What is going on? After several calls, why isn't Yang Tingyi answering? Is the battle that intense? What a useless fool. With only 200 opponents, he is struggling so much. It seems the leadership of this base needs a change. Everyone accelerate. We must arrive as swiftly as possible. Zhang Hutnci shouted to the marching troops. Under his relentless urgency, the main force quickly reached shelter number 5, the location of Yangtingi. At that moment, in the open area before the shelter, approximately 200 soldiers, armed with long blades, stood in perfect formation, their expressions grave and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Zhang Fazai immediately recognized that this group was no ordinary force. They were regular troops, elite veterans accustomed to battle. No wonder Yangtingi had refrained from calling. This unit was indeed formidable. Yet, where was Yangtingi? A sense of unease gripped Zhang Fazai, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He descended from the sled and quickly approached the front of the troops, directing his gaze towards one individual. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Where is Yangtingi?" "He is dead," Wong Long replied succinctly. "You have the audacity to kill a member of our alliance. Do you truly believe we are to be trifled with?" Zhang Fazai's face was ablaze with fury, itching to tear this individual apart immediately. However, this person had managed to slay Yangtingi in a short span, undoubtedly an ability user himself. Without understanding the opponent's strength, he could not act recklessly. A misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Wong Long gazed at Zhang Fazai, whose face was contorted with rage, and adopted an air of nonchalance as he calmly remarked, "Since childhood, I have been audacious. I learned to pilfer at the tender age of 1, to thieve at 2, ingested rat poison at 3, navigated sewers at 5, and dealt a blow to an old Taoist at 6. Wong Long's mocking demeanor only intensified Zhang Fazai's fury. "I care not which faction you hail from, but to dare slay those of our co-creation base alliance will be the gravest regret of your life. You lot, seize him." After delivering his menacing proclamation, Zhang Fazai commanded 3 of his superpowered subordinates to confront Wong Long while he retreated behind them. Wong Long regarded this cowardly individual with disdain. He spoke fiercely yet scuttled away when it came to action. It was perplexing how this man managed to persuade his subordinates to risk their lives for him. The 3 superpowered individuals under Zhang Fazai exchanged glances and encircled Wong Long. Chapter 165. A featherweight encounter. Wong Long observed the feeble aura emanating from these 3 superpowered beings, indicating they had only recently awakened their abilities and were even weaker than Yangting. Such lowly adversaries hardly warranted his effort. He turned to his team and selected one member, saying, "You have 1 minute to subdue these 3. "Yes, Captain." The chosen team member stepped forward, flexing his wrists, his eyes flickering with combat spirit. Despite facing 3 superpowered beings, he felt no trepidation. Although he was not the strongest in the squad, his physical prowess had reached its peak of 1,000 points. The 3 superpowered individuals from the Co-Creation Alliance were visibly displeased to see Wong Long casually dispatch a mere soldier to confront them. "Who does this kid think he is? Challenging us as an ordinary person? Is he seeking death?" One of them scoffed. The team member responded with a cold smile, "While I may be a mere soldier, I am more than capable of handling you. Enough chatter, let us get to it." With that, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the 3 superpowered beings. They quickly spread out, forming an encirclement. All 3 attacked simultaneously from different angles. The soldier deftly altered his course, darting towards one of them. With fists like cannonballs, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his speed and ferocity a testament to his years of training. Combat had become instinctual for him. The superpowered individual, witnessing the rapid approach of the soldier's fists, hastily attempted to defend himself, but in his flustered state, he stumbled and nearly fell. Though he possessed superpowers, he lacked combat experience and forgot to utilize his abilities. The soldier's fist connected solidly with the superpowered being's chest. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The extraordinary individual was propelled backward for over 10 meters, skidding along the ground for an additional 7 or 8 meters, leaving behind a striking trail of blood. Lying motionless on the ground, the chest of this extraordinary being had caved in, resulting in instant death. Zhang Fazai, who was concealed among the onlookers, felt his pupils constrict upon witnessing this scene. To slay an extraordinary being with merely a single move was an exhibit of terrifying prowess. Were all 200 of them equally formidable? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It was improbable for a single base to harbor such a multitude of strong individuals. Even the previously renowned Lu family of Qingzhou and the Storm Base could not boast such power. Moreover, this was a small base that he had never even heard of. It was highly likely that this was a ruse, a deliberate attempt to intimidate him, and that this individual was the true commander of the unit, playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhang Fazai felt a slight relief wash over him. Although this individual was strong, he was not incapable of defending himself. As he too possessed hidden cards. Just a few days prior, he had ascended to the realm of a super extraordinary being, wielding formidable powers. On the battlefield, the remaining two extraordinary beings, having witnessed the effortless slaughter of their companion, wore grave expressions. The adversary was formidable and required cautious handling. They resolved to unleash their powers and swiftly eliminate this threat. One of them bellowed. In an instant, they both activated their abilities, charging toward their target. One augmented strength while the other enhanced speed, their cooperation yielding commendable results. The team member's gaze hardened as he accelerated, swiftly closing the distance to one of the assailants. In a heartbeat, his fist, enveloped in a mesmerizing green flame, struck toward the adversary's head. The extraordinary being was instantly engulfed by the fiery onslaught. A piercing scream erupted from him, and within 3 seconds, he was reduced to mere ashes, amidst which a crystal flickered with a radiant glow. The last remaining extraordinary being, witnessing this, immediately turned to flee. Having seen 2 of his comrades felled, he fully grasped the might of his opponents. Continuing the fight would lead only to his demise. Yet, his speed was evidently no match for the pursuing team member, who swiftly caught up and delivered a fatal blow after a mere 2 to 5 meters of escape. Upon returning to his squad, the team member saluted Captain Wong Long, reporting, "Captain, mission accomplished." Wong Long nodded in approval, his expression one of commendation. "Excellent." It took only half a minute. He then cast a challenging gaze toward Zhang Fazai. "Alliance leader Zhang, are you planning to remain a turtle withdrawing into its shell? How long will you hide?" Zhang Fazai snorted coldly, stepping out from the crowd. "That individual just now is the true leader of your squad, isn't he? Do you still wish to play the trick of feigning weakness? This is a game I have long mastered." Wong Long gazed at Zhang Fazai with a look of astonishment, taken aback by the latter's imaginative prowess. However, his patience was thin. He was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and the necessity to seize control of this territory swiftly. "Enough with the idle chatter, Zhang Fazai. I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to surrender the military command of your base?" Wong Long inquired, his brow furrowed. "Absolutely not. The co-creation alliance will not yield," Zhang Fazai retorted defiantly. "Then, in that case, I shall have no choice but to appoint a new leader for your alliance." Wong Long replied coldly. "Attack. Show them mercy and surrender." At his command, the soldiers behind him surged forward, their spirits ignited, as they launched an assault on the enemy. Zhang Fazai surveyed his meager force of merely 200 men, yet the pressure they exerted felt as formidable as facing a 1,000,000-strong army. He bellowed to his troops, "Charge. Annihilate them." 1,000 members of the alliance began their advance, though their morale appeared dismal. The two forces clashed immediately, and the battlefield soon tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Wong Long's troops. Within mere seconds, the co-creation alliance had suffered catastrophic losses. The warriors from the war god base shouted, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." "I surrender. I surrender." With one individual leading the way, the rest hastily raised their hands in surrender. Those who hesitated met immediate demise, with no chance to capitulate. Zhang Fazai stood in shock. His entire alliance had dwindled to just himself, while others either surrendered in despair or lay slain. He had never anticipated that his 1,000-strong faction would falter in less than half a minute. What manner of beings were these? Wong Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unperturbed as he regarded Zhang. "You now have the opportunity to surrender. I offer you one last chance." Chapter 166. The mysterious Yinwu base. Upon hearing Wong Long's words, Zhang Fazai hesitated not a moment before kneeling. "I surrender." He was inherently fearful of death, and the prospect of survival was too alluring to ignore. Pride? What significance did that hold? Wong Long was somewhat surprised by the swiftness of Zhang's capitulation. Yet, this outcome was preferable, as it spared him the need to resort to violence. Zhang, the leader of the alliance, demonstrates great wisdom, recognizing the reality of the situation. The war god base prefers to engage with astute individuals such as yourself. I am certain our leader will hold you in high esteem. Zhang Fazai was intrigued by the sudden emergence of the war god base. To establish such a formidable power in such a brief period, one could only wonder about the caliber of its leader. Unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask who the leader of the war god base is?" Wong Long responded with a faint smile. "Our leader is named Ling Feng." I wonder if Lord Zhang has heard of him. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Fazai was taken aback. Not only had he heard of him, but he was also exceedingly familiar with him. The fear that Ling Feng instilled in him lingered deep within his heart. He could never have anticipated that this formidable base of warriors was established by Ling Feng himself. Had he known this sooner, he would have immediately prostrated himself in reverence along with everyone else. Zhang Fazai was well aware of Ling Feng's ruthless tactics, decisive in his actions, quick to eliminate his foes without a moment's hesitation. Previously, I failed to recognize greatness. I humbly beseech Captain Wong to intercede on my behalf before the leader. Zhang Fazai pleaded as he knelt on the ground. Wong Long approached and helped Zhang Fazai to his feet, speaking kindly. Old Zhang, you are being overly humble. The leader is a very approachable person. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, he is quite magnanimous. I will certainly inform the leader of your situation. So rest assured. Now, let us proceed to your headquarters for a tour. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Fazai dared not show it, and he led Wong Long towards the headquarters. Wong Long left 10 of his team members behind to safeguard the shelter, equivalent to 10 superpowered individuals, more than sufficient to ensure its security. To save time, Wong Long allowed Zhang Fazai to ride in his private vehicle while the others temporarily remained at shelter number 5. Half an hour later, the God of War team arrived at the Alliance headquarters, which was similarly constructed underground, having been transformed from an air raid shelter. Under Zhang Fazai's guidance, Wong Long quickly familiarized himself with the vast expanse of the headquarters, which was sizable yet surprisingly sparsely populated, consisting solely of the armed forces of the Alliance and their senior officials' families. In the headquarters storeroom, Wong Long was astonished to discover their stockpiled provisions. There were several 100,000 pounds of rice and flour, as well as a considerable amount of meat and frozen foods. Instant noodles and other convenience foods were also plentiful. Such provisions could sustain the entire Alliance for a decade. Old Zhang, your reserves are impressively abundant. Where did you acquire all this? Wong Long exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Fazai, slightly embarrassed, replied, actually, these items were already here. Before the apocalypse, I was a porter and worked at this site. This place belonged to a wealthy individual from Shanjing City, who, upon receiving credible information about an impending disaster in Blue Star, stockpiled a vast amount of food. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but after the apocalypse struck and I awakened my abilities, I simply seized the opportunity to claim this place. Wong Long, realizing the significance, patted Zhang Fazai on the shoulder with a smile. Old Zhang, very well. I will promptly report this situation to the leader. He will undoubtedly be pleased. Though Zhang Fazai's heart ached, he could only maintain a smile on his face. Upon completing his tour of the headquarters, Wong Long promptly placed a call to Ling Feng, informing him of the abundant food supplies available. Ling Feng, elated by this news, urged him to continue advancing, assuring him that he would make time to visit Zhang Fazai. Wong Long left behind a contingent of 30 personnel to secure the headquarters while he proceeded with the remainder of his team towards their next objective, taking Zhang Fazai along. As he was hesitant to leave someone so recently surrendered behind, uncertain of what mischief he might incite, Wong Long's next target was the Yinwu base, a relatively small establishment led by the enigmatic Dong Yinwu, a formidable super-ability wielder. This base had been established only within the last month and had swiftly absorbed several surrounding bases, gaining momentum. The Yinwu base comprised predominantly young individuals, as it did not accept women, children, or the elderly. Even young members who sustained injuries or fell gravely ill were ruthlessly discarded. Thus, while the base boasted a limited number of members, its strength was not to be underestimated. Previously, Dong Yinwu had boldly proclaimed his intent to unify the entirety of Beijing City within 3 months. His confidence stemmed from the base's brutal elimination policies, which sustained its vigorous development, effectively turning every member into a soldier. As Wong Long perused the information regarding the Yinwu base, a frown creased his brow. It was not merely Dong Yinwu's prowess that concerned him, but rather the man's cold-heartedness. He was unyielding even towards his most trusted subordinates, discarding them without mercy should they lose their combat capability. This extreme self-serving nature, while seemingly devoid of compassion, indeed ensured the longevity of his base. Free from the burdens of the weak and infirm, the Yinwu base was not far from the Gongchuang alliance, and the two had previously experienced some friction. According to Zhang Fazai, several minor skirmishes had erupted over resource disputes, resulting in casualties on both sides. Dong Yinwu was notoriously brazen. Any resources he coveted were seized without regard for their original discoverers. Listening to Zhang Fazai's account, Wong Long found himself increasingly intrigued by Dong Yinwu. Eager to witness this figure in action, Wong Long led his troops in a swift march, arriving at the Yinwu base in under 20 minutes. To his surprise, he found that a gathering of over 1,000 individuals had assembled outside the base, each armed with firearms. The formidable demeanor of these individuals suggested they possessed a strength superior to that of the Gongchuang alliance. At the forefront of the assembly stood a young man alongside an elderly figure clad in gray linen. The young man's piercing gaze and erect posture resembled that of a drawn sword, his hawk-like eyes radiating aggression. It appeared they had anticipated Wong Long's arrival, waiting in readiness for his approach. Chapter 167. The gray-robed elder Wong Long narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He stepped down from the vehicle, with his 160 team members following him in perfect formation. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the menacing aura radiating from them instilled a profound sense of oppression in the 1,000-strong opposing force. Wong Long's gaze fixed upon the youth standing at the forefront. His defiant countenance hinted at his identity. However, it was the enigmatic gray-robed elder beside him that eluded any discernible depth. Barefoot in the snow, the elder bore a long blade across his back, exuding an air of a transcendent recluse. Wong Long halted at a distance of 50 meters from Dong Yinwu, calmly observing his adversary. Dong Yinwu's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as he scrutinized Wong Long. Though the opposing side consisted of merely over 100 individuals, each exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably not typical soldiers. This overwhelming aura set his blood boiling with anticipation. He yearned for a confrontation, finding exhilaration in the strength of his opponents. The stronger they were, the quicker his own prowess would escalate. "Are you from the War God base?" Dong Yinwu's tone was harsh and menacing. Wong Long's eyes flickered with surprise. "You seem remarkably well informed. It appears you have planted quite a few spies with Zhang Fazai." Dong Yinwu chuckled coldly. "These spies were meant to deal with Zhang Fazai, but I never anticipated that fool would capitulate so easily after just half a day. What a waste of my efforts." He then regarded Wong Long with an air of arrogance. "I never expected you to be so confident as to attack my base. Haven't you heard my story? I hadn't even sought you out, yet here you are, saving me the trouble of chasing after you." Wong Long couldn't help but laugh. Dong Yinwu's expression soured. "What are you laughing at? Is what I said amusing?" Wong Long waved his hand dismissively. "I apologize. I simply couldn't contain myself. In such a serious setting, laughter is typically unwarranted, but your confidence is quite irresistible. You truly believe you can defeat me?" Dong Yinwu stepped forth, his battle intent surging forth. "Since awakening my powers, I have engaged in over a dozen battles, never tasting defeat, and no one has ever left my presence alive. Then today, I am eager to shatter that record and discover just how formidable you truly are." Wong Long replied, casually placing himself in the midst of the two forces. As Dong Yinwu approached, his aura intensified with each step, reaching its zenith when he was merely 10 meters away from Wong Long. His long hair danced without a breeze, and his crimson eyes shone with a feral glow. "Come, let us battle." With a fierce roar, Dong Yinwu propelled himself forward, leveraging a single foot against the ground, his entire body surging forth like a tempestuous force. The air around him crackled with an astonishing momentum. The elderly figure clad in gray, observing from a distance, subtly nodded in approval. In just a few days, his disciple's prowess had indeed escalated further. Wong Long, somewhat taken aback, regarded Dong Yinwu with newfound respect. Recognizing that this individual had truly cultivated his skills to the level of a divine warrior, a commendable achievement worthy of pride. In the blink of an eye, Dong Yinwu had closed the distance to Wong Long, his right fist charged with an indomitable spirit, aimed squarely at Wong Long's head. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Wong Long effortlessly extended his left hand to seize Dong Yinwu's punch, appearing utterly unfazed. The expression on Dong Yinwu's face shifted dramatically as he instinctively retracted his arm, yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, his opponent's grip remained unyielding. A surge of disbelief coursed through Dong Yinwu. It was the first time he encountered such an insurmountable obstacle. Aside from his master, no one had ever casually intercepted his strike. Who was this person, and what extraordinary power did he possess? Wong Long, wearing a benevolent smile, acknowledged the young warrior's capabilities. "Indeed, Your strength is commendable and worthy of pride. However, there remains a considerable gap before you can hope to defeat me." As soon as Wong Long's words fell, he exerted a powerful twist, resulting in a resounding crack. Dong Yinwu's wrist was abruptly broken, and subsequently, Wong Long delivered a decisive kick to Dong Yinwu's abdomen. With a pained scream, Dong Yinwu was sent flying several meters away. The gray-clad elder, witnessing this, vanished from his position in an instant, catching Dong Yinwu with unwavering steadiness. At that moment, Dong Yinwu's complexion turned ashen, the fervor in his gaze extinguished, resembling a deflated balloon, filled with despondency. The indomitable will to fight within him crumbled under the weight of reality. One move, merely a single blow, and he had suffered a devastating defeat. He had once believed himself unmatched in the entire capital, but reflecting on his previous words now seemed utterly laughable. The gray-clad elder, noticing the shift in Dong Yinwu's expression, offered words of comfort. "Yinwu, do not lose heart. A temporary setback is inconsequential. What matters is to learn from this experience and elevate your abilities." Dong Yinwu nodded with difficulty, understanding the wisdom in his master's words, yet the fire within him remained extinguished. "Rest assured, my disciple, I shall avenge your grievances." The elder spoke with a chilling tone. "Master, please do not kill him. Otherwise, the darkness within my heart will never dissipate. I wish to confront him openly and decisively." The gray-clad elder nodded with satisfaction, entrusting Dong Yinwu to his subordinates before turning his attention back to Wong Long. His gaze was filled with lethal intent. He was a fiercely protective individual, and Dong Yinwu was his most cherished disciple. Were it not for his apprentice's plea for mercy, the young man would have already had his head severed by a single stroke of his sword. "You have injured my disciple. I ought to take your life to avenge him. However, you are not yet destined to die. I have decided to spare you, for now." Wong Long, despite being unable to discern the old man's true capabilities, was not one to be easily intimidated. He retorted defiantly, "Huh? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Sparing my life? What audacity!" A glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the gray-clad elder. "Foolish child, with a modicum of strength, you've become oblivious to your own insignificance. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." In an instant, the gray-clad elder vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Wong Long. Teleportation. Wong Long's expression turned grave. This old man was no ordinary foe. The elder struck out with his palm, exuding an overwhelming force aimed directly at Wong Long's chest. Wong Long, unwilling to underestimate him, clenched his right fist and retaliated with all his might. The clash of their fist and palm reverberated through the air with a thunderous sound. Both combatants were propelled backward by the impact. Wong Long stumbled back several paces, finally halting his retreat with his right foot, leaving a deep imprint in the ground. The gray-clad elder also retreated a number of steps before executing a graceful turn to stabilize himself. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wong Long's eyes. Even now, he could easily triumph over opponents of the king level. Yet this old man evidently surpassed him by a considerable margin. This indicated that the elder's strength exceeded that of a king. When had such a figure emerged in the capital city? Perhaps only Ling Feng from the war god base could contend with him. Meanwhile, the gray-clad elder wore a look of surprise as well. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such formidable strength. It was well known that he was a transcendent being, ranking among the powerful in the entire dragon nation. In a place like Handong, a warrior of his caliber could maneuver with impunity. Even in the neighboring Jiangnan province, where strong contenders abounded, he would still rank within the top 10. Yet here in the small city of Beijing, someone could withstand his strike. Truly remarkable. Young man, you indeed possess considerable skill. In Handong province, you are the first to endure a blow from me. The gray-clad elder wore an expression of profound respect. Wong Long shook his slightly aching hand and smirked coldly. You are merely a shade stronger than I. Do not flatter yourself. At this level, when confronted by our leader, you would be reduced to begging for mercy. With death looming, he remained defiant. Let me show you my true capabilities. The gray-clad elder suddenly drew his long sword, twirling it with elegance, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. The long sword, illuminated by the light, emanated a chilling radiance, surrounded by a subtle aura of sword energy that rendered it extraordinarily mystical. Wong Long gazed at the long sword in the hands of the elder, his eyes widening in astonishment. The visible sword energy enveloping the blade was indeed a phenomenon beyond mere cultivation. It was a revelation, suggesting that such prowess was reserved for those above the royal level. The elder, wielding the long sword, swiftly approached Wong Long, the blade slicing through the air like a silver dragon, aimed directly at his vital points. The sword glimmered with enigmatic hues, its aura stirring the air into rippling waves. As the blade rushed towards him, even from a half-meter distance, Wong Long could sense the menacing threat of the sword energy. He understood that he could not withstand the blow. With urgency, he exerted all his strength to retreat rapidly. The long sword narrowly grazed his chest, the fierce energy cleaving a neat fissure in the hardened snow beneath. Wong Long felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to inspect the damage. His combat attire bore a long gash, exposing his skin beneath. A wound measuring 20 centimeters ran deep, revealing bone, with blood flowing profusely, creating a horrifying sight. Upon witnessing Wong Long's injury, his teammates rushed forward. Encircling him in a protective formation, over 100 individuals swiftly reorganizing into an offensive stance. Wong Long quickly retrieved a golden pill from the pocket of his jacket. A gift from Ling Feng before his departure, intended for use during dire circumstances. Initially, Wong Long had been confident in his own resilience and deemed it unnecessary. But Ling Feng had insisted, and he had reluctantly accepted it. Now, in this moment of peril, he consumed the pill. The wound on his chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the debilitating weakness from blood loss dissipated entirely. Remarkably, he sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. Deeply astonished, Wong Long marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of the golden pill. He stood up, revitalized, and faced the elder clad in gray. The elder, though appearing unfazed, was internally shaken. He had witnessed everything. Wong Long, who had just been grievously injured by his sword energy, now stood as if unscathed, with an unmistakable surge in his aura, all due to a single golden pill. Such miraculous medicine existed in the world. After decades of cultivation, he had never encountered its like. What is that pill you consumed? Share the formula with me, and I may consider sparing your life. Wong Long smirked slightly. This elixir is a unique concoction of our leader. If you wish for it, seek him out. He is quite amiable, and you might find him willing to part with it in a generous mood. The elder's eyes flickered coldly. In that case, summon your leader to meet me, or face the dire consequences. Wong Long cast a malevolent glance at him, smirking. Are you certain? Enough of your prattle. Make the call at once. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the eyes of the gray-clad elder. Wong Long's subordinates seethed with indignation, yearning to charge at him. They were all valiant Special Forces soldiers, not one to endure such humiliation. Yet, they were all restrained by Wong Long. Do not act impulsively. This individual possesses formidable strength. Even united, you would not stand a chance. Remain composed. Wong Long steadied the crowd and retrieved a satellite phone to contact Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, engrossed in his training and consuming a concoction, was absorbing the energy from the inner cores of 2 royal-level superhumans he had vanquished the previous night. The energy contained within was tenfold that of a superhuman, propelling Ling Feng's power to an astonishing 9,000 points. Furthermore, he had acquired a new spatial ability and an illusionary ability. The spatial ability, due to its compatibility with the system's spatial attributes, had undergone an upgrade, increasing its replication capacity from 100 times to 110 times. This revelation filled Ling Feng with exhilaration. Although the increment was modest, it promised significant benefits for his future power enhancement. The illusionary ability allowed the creation of a phantasm that ensnared enemies in a virtual realm. Though Ling Feng deemed this skill less relevant, as he preferred a more direct approach to confrontations, dispatching foes with a singular, decisive blow. In addition to these advancements, his mental acuity had reached an impressive 95, rendering his psychic strength nearly equivalent to his physical prowess. Just as Ling Feng was reflecting on these transformations, Wong Long's call came through. Fengzi, we have encountered a bit of trouble at the Yenwu base. There is an expert surpassing the royal level. Ling Feng's expression shifted. Surpassing royal level? Are you all right? I was wounded by his sword, but thanks to the medicine you provided, I am fine now. That individual has specifically demanded your presence. Otherwise, he threatens to eliminate us. Send me your location. I am on my way. Ling Feng ended the call, a glint of cold resolve crossing his gaze. Chapter 169. Let the energetic song and dance commence at the Yenwu base. The gray-clad elder observed as Wong Long dutifully completed the call, then settled cross-legged, laying his sword horizontally before him, closing his eyes to cultivate. Wong Long instructed his team to rest in place, awaiting Ling Feng's arrival. The previously tense battlefield now experienced a fleeting calm. Time passed slowly, until an hour later. The elder opened his eyes with an expression of displeasure, fixing his gaze upon Wong Long. Why has your leader not yet arrived? Is he perhaps afraid? Wong Long lay on the ground without a hint of decorum, casually remarking, "Why the hurry? I, a young man, am not anxious. How can you, an elder, lack patience?" The old man in gray abruptly rose, grasping his long sword, and pointed it menacingly at Wong Long, his voice icy as he declared, "Call him again and inform him that my patience is limited. If he is late by even a minute, I shall slay 10 individuals." Wong Long's expression shifted, about to respond, when a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Such bravado. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" All eyes turned to see a tall figure clad in black leisurely approaching. The personnel at the war god base immediately relaxed upon sighting Ling Feng. As long as he was present, the outcome of this conflict was already sealed. The old man in gray scrutinized the young man before him, noting no remarkable difference other than his striking appearance. "Are you their leader? Have you brought what I requested?" Ling Feng looked at him in astonishment. "What items?" "I have a grand challenge for you. Would you like that? If that is insufficient, I can offer you a couple more." The old man's expression turned frosty. "Young man, I advise you to speak respectfully, or you shall incur my wrath, and the consequences will be dire." Ling Feng scoffed dismissively. "Your anger is of no concern to me. Old man, at your age, walking barefoot is quite reckless. Are you not afraid of catching a chill? If you lack shoes, I can gift you a pair. What a sight you present." The old man was incensed by Ling Feng's words, his previously calm demeanor now marred by a flicker of fury. Such ignorance from a mere child. The members of the base behind the old man were equally outraged. "Zheng Lao, this brat is exceedingly insolent. He is crossing the line." "Indeed, Zheng Lao, you must eliminate this scoundrel," they clamored. "This so-called war god base has not only injured our leader, but has also insulted us. They must not be spared." Unfazed by the multitude's outcry, Ling Feng casually adjusted his ear. "What if you deem it unreasonable? So what?" The old man's brow furrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seeking death, with a swift motion, he lunged toward Ling Feng, sword raised. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Although he initially intended to dispatch this man with a single strike, he now reconsidered. With a thought, he activated his illusionary powers. The once menacing old man suddenly found himself in a transformed environment, now standing in a private room of a bar. A handsome young man lounged on a sofa, flanked by 3 elegantly dressed young women, each one adorning provocative attire, their bodies pressed against the man as they vied for his attention. The dim lighting, coupled with pulsating music, stirred primal desires within, igniting an atmosphere of restless temptation. The elderly man in gray observed the unfolding scene, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, unable to discern whether it was reality or mere illusion. As he pondered deeply, the man seated on the sofa suddenly pointed at him, his tone tinged with irritation. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour some wine." The gray-clad elder looked at the man in confusion, remaining motionless in place. The man, incensed, exclaimed, "Damn it! I paid for you to come here, not to stand guard. Stop pretending to be innocent and come here at once." Beside the man, a strikingly beautiful woman quickly intervened to soothe him. "Ling Xiao, we're just here to have a good time. Please don't be angry. It's her first day on the job. She might not know the rules." After speaking, the woman approached the gray-clad elder and whispered, "What are you doing? Hurry up and join Ling Xiao for a drink." The elder looked down to find himself transformed into a woman, clad in a short skirt and towering heels. He felt his memories becoming increasingly blurred, unable to distinguish his true self. With a timid demeanor, he approached and sat beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, wrapping an arm around her waist, offered her a glass of wine. The elder gazed at the full glass of red wine before him, suppressing his discomfort to drink it down. Subsequently, Ling Xiao continued to serve him several more glasses. The elder felt a dizzying warmth enveloping him, gradually loosening up and engaging playfully with Ling Xiao. Staggering to the front, her cheeks flushed, she picked up the microphone and proclaimed, "This song is dedicated to the most dashing Ling Xiao." Oh, she then approached the karaoke station, selected a song, and began to sing along with the accompaniment. "Little sister, send my beloved to the east of the Great Gate, just when the heavens decided to rain and blow the wind. As her melodious voice filled the room, she began to dance energetically, her alluring movements eliciting applause and cheers from Ling Xiao, inciting envy among the other girls who felt overshadowed. A newfound confidence illuminated the elder's face. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively, and he became more uninhibited, shedding his clothing in rhythm with the pulsating music, which made Ling Xiao's eyes gleam with excitement. Strangely, no matter how he undressed, the clothes would reappear on his body. He found himself repeating the act of undressing, and after 4 attempts, he finally managed to remain unclothed, his excitement surging as he unleashed his dancing talent. Lost in his own world, he could not extricate himself from the trance. Outside the illusion, the personnel at the Yinwu base stood in stunned silence, gazing at the gray-clad elder on stage. The soldiers from the War God base were equally bewildered. How did this old fellow end up performing a striptease? Just moments ago, he had projected an image of a sage, and now he stood in the midst of 2 armies, completely naked, showcasing his electric moves, with a lascivious expression that left everyone astounded. While jumping, the old man in gray sang, "Oh baby, speak sweet words a little more, if you miss me. Glance my way a bit more, show a little more, so I can truly see." Wong Long exclaimed, "It's blinding. What a perverse old man. His eyes must be like needles." The members of the War God base laughed heartily as they watched the old man perform. Ling Feng nodded repeatedly. To be honest, his dancing was quite impressive, far surpassing the skills of someone who had practiced for 2.5 years. He should just debut. In contrast, on the Yinwu base side, Dong Yinwu was astonished to see his usually stern master behaving so recklessly on stage. He couldn't help but question his own vision. Could this truly be the real master? The others at the base looked at the old man in gray, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing, too disgraceful. How could they hold their heads high in front of the enemy after this? Half an hour later, the people from Yinwu base had nearly buried their heads in their laps. Ling Feng could no longer bear it. It was too painful to watch, making him feel somewhat nauseous. With a swift wave of his hand, he dispelled the illusion. The old man in gray, who had been dancing wildly, suddenly froze. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as familiar memories slowly returned. He looked down and was immediately startled. He hurriedly grabbed the clothes from the ground and clumsily donned them. Turning to face the people from Yinwu base, he saw their complex expressions, filled with shame. His disciples couldn't even meet his gaze, their eyes evasive. He then turned to Ling Feng. Noticing the mocking expression on his face and the smiles on the faces of his subordinates. "Was it you?" He angrily pointed at Ling Feng. The old man was fuming. After living for decades, being publicly humiliated like this left him feeling utterly disgraced. How could he continue to stay at Yinwu base after this? "Don't mention it. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. "You scoundrel, I'll kill you." The old man in gray cursed furiously, no longer pretending to maintain the lofty image he had cultivated for years. He picked up the sword from the ground, his aura surging violently, enveloped in a powerful sword energy. In an instant, the old man shot towards Ling Feng with incredible speed, his form almost indistinguishable. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, gripping his sword with both hands, he raised it high, channeling all his strength as turbulent energy swirled around him within a 1-meter radius. The sharp blade glinted coldly as it swung down fiercely towards Ling Feng's head. "Die!" The old man's eyes burned with madness, completely forgetting his original purpose of confronting Ling Feng. All he wanted now was to slay this detestable fellow. Wong Long, standing not far from Ling Feng, felt a shift in expression. The old man's strike was evidently more powerful than during their previous encounter. Had he faced this blow earlier, victory would have been utterly unattainable. The personnel at the Yinwu base were visibly elated, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of Elder Zhang, a strength far beyond their comprehension. With this single sword strike, it seemed today's battle could swiftly conclude. Dong Yinwu's complexion flushed, as this was the first time he had witnessed his master unleash his full might, and he was astounded by its terrifying magnitude. "I must strive diligently to achieve my master's level of greatness," he vowed silently, his fists clenched tightly. In the arena, facing the full-force assault of the elder clad in gray, Ling Feng remained unfazed. He was unaware of the extent of his newfound strength. However, he knew that he could effortlessly crush the elder with a mere hand. Slowly, Ling Feng lifted his right hand, nonchalantly pinching the elder's long sword between 2 fingers. The violent sword energy dissipated in an instant, rendering the sword an ordinary weapon. The elder's expression changed dramatically. He hastily attempted to withdraw the sword with both hands. Yet no matter how forcefully he pulled, the sword refused to budge even a fraction. A flicker of fear flashed in the elder's eyes as he regarded Ling Feng. It was the first time he had encountered someone so formidable since awakening his own powers. As a royal-level ability user, how could he fail to overpower even a mere 2 fingers of this young man? This individual was insurmountable. The sheer strength was preposterous. Observing the elder's shifting expression, Ling Feng suddenly exerted force. The long sword was instantly freed from the elder's grasp and casually tossed aside. It plunged into the ground, the hilt sinking deep into the earth. Ling Feng's effortless dismissal of the elder's full-strength attack left the personnel at the Yinwu base in stunned silence. They had believed the elder to be invincible, yet before Ling Feng, he proved inadequate, and despair flickered in many eyes. Dong Yinwu was particularly shaken. He knew the extent of his master's strength. Even a casual strike from his master could defeat him. Yet, this Ling Feng was capable of effortlessly countering his master's most formidable blow. It was utterly terrifying. Shall we continue? Ling Feng asked with an expression of indifference. The elder, his face etched with bitterness, shook his head. Your strength is akin to that of a deity. I am no match for you. I concede. With that, the elder lowered his head in despair. If you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life, Ling Feng stated coolly. The elder's eyes reflected profound inner turmoil. The notion of bowing to a youth as a royal-level ability user was intolerable. Yet, he was reluctant to face death. Unwilling to abandon his disciples or relinquish the comfortable life he had come to enjoy since awakening his powers and establishing the base. He had experienced the privileges of the elite for the first time, a feeling far more pleasant than his previous life of seclusion in the mountains. Why so unwilling? Ling Feng furrowed his brows, his expression turning icy. A chilling aura of menace emanated from him. The old man in gray immediately appeared flustered, fully aware that this individual before him was capable of taking his life without hesitation. I am willing to submit, he quickly exclaimed, fearing that Ling Feng might act on a whim and end his life. Ling Feng's demeanor softened slightly, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he patted the old man's shoulder. In that case, we shall be like family from now on. As long as you remain loyal and diligent, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. The old man in gray managed a strained smile. Thank you, Chief. But my disciple. He looked at Ling Feng with some trepidation, knowing his apprentice was notoriously unruly and would never willingly submit to anyone, much less bow to Ling Feng. Not to worry, summon him here, and I shall speak with him, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. Yes, I shall do so at once. The old man turned and returned to the Yinwu base formation, where Dong Yinwu eagerly approached him. Master, are you all right? The old man shook his head in resignation. Yinwu, we have truly encountered a formidable opponent. This person's strength has surpassed the imperial level. We are no match for him, and he could easily slay us. Dong Yinwu's expression shifted, his heart racing with unease. Above the imperial level, how could such a powerful being exist in the capital, even in the neighboring Jiangnan province? Finding someone of that caliber would be a challenge. What shall we do next, Master? Dong Yinwu found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate this dire situation. I have already agreed to submit to the war god base, and he has promised not to harm our people, the old man said earnestly. Absolutely not. Dong Yinwu immediately protested. I refuse to become his dog. I, Dong Yinwu, would rather die than surrender. The old man quickly sought to console him. What is wrong with being a dog? It is better to endure humiliation than to face death. Master, a gentleman must uphold his dignity. One cannot forsake their pride out of fear of death. Dong Yinwu retorted passionately. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Serving a powerful individual is not disgraceful. The old man countered. Come, you shall accompany me to meet the leader of the war god base. With that, he turned and headed toward the war god base. Dong Yinwu fell silent, lowering his head as he followed behind, moving toward the opposing camp. At that moment, Ling Feng sat relaxed in a chair, sharing light-hearted banter with Wong Long. Upon seeing the old man in gray, Ling Feng rose from his seat, his smile fading. The old man bowed respectfully before Ling Feng, adopting a humble demeanor. Chief, this is my young disciple, Dong Yinwu. Upon observing his master's submissive demeanor towards Ling Feng, Dong Yinwu furrowed his brow, a flicker of ire igniting in his eyes. Yanwu, quickly pay your respects to Chief Ling. Yet, Dong Yanwu seemed oblivious, holding his head high with an air of pride. Yanwu, did you hear me? The elderly man in gray intensified his tone, his expression tinged with displeasure. I am a person of firm resolve. I shall not bow my head. Ling Feng, abandon your hopes. Dong Yanwu retorted disdainfully. Beside him, Wong Long pointed an accusing finger at Dong Yanwu, exclaiming, what pretense is this from a defeated subordinate? Were it not for our chief's compassion, you wouldn't even be standing here to speak. What of a defeated foe? If you dare, strike me down. Dong Yanwu replied, unflinching. You insolent fool. Wong Long could no longer restrain himself and advanced as if to strike. Enough. Ling Feng's deep voice halted Wong Long, who reluctantly lowered his fist. Ling Feng regarded Dong Yanwu with a faint smile, surprised by the latter's tenacity, far more admirable than his master, who was prone to frivolity. Though a bit headstrong, such individuals, if properly nurtured, could indeed become valuable assets, fitting for the vanguard. Do you believe yourself to be formidable? Ling Feng inquired. Give me time, and I shall surpass you. Dong Yanwu declared earnestly. Ling Feng chuckled, responding, are you overly confident? At your current level, you cannot even rival the ordinary members of my base. Yet you dare to dream of defeating me? Nonsense. You and your 100-odd companions are merely ordinary soldiers, while I am a superpowered being. How could they possibly match me? There is nothing impossible. If you doubt me, find anyone to test your mettle. Should you win, I shall let you go. Humph. I am currently injured and unable to demonstrate my true capabilities. Ling Feng casually tossed a pill toward him. Take this, and your wounds will mend instantly. Dong Yanwu caught the pill, skepticism etched on his face. He had never heard of a single pill capable of instant healing, especially considering his grave injury, a fractured wrist that would take at least a month to heal, even for an extraordinary being. The elderly man in gray gazed at the pill in Dong Yanwu's hand, excitement blossoming on his face. Yanwu, take it. The chief would not deceive you. If he wished you harm, he would not go to such lengths. Heeding his master's words, Dong Yanwu swallowed the pill without hesitation. In that moment, he felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him. Astonishingly, the pain from his wound dissipated, and within seconds, the bones in his wrist healed, allowing him to move freely once more. Stunned by the transformation within his body, he sensed an increase in his strength. I am truly healed, Dong Yanwu murmured. Turning to Ling Feng, I am ready to challenge you. Ling Feng nodded, signaling him to choose a challenger. Dong Yanwu turned and scrutinized the members of the first team, ultimately selecting a captain-level squad member. I challenge you, Dong Yanwu declared to the captain. I am Li Sheng, the captain of the second squad of the War God team. Li Sheng stated with a serious expression. Li Sheng felt somewhat displeased, suspecting that this individual had chosen him due to his slender appearance, believing him to be weak. He harbored a quiet determination to demonstrate his strength later on. The two proceeded to an open area, where curious teammates gathered on either side, eager to witness the duel. Dong Yanwu was filled with a fierce fighting spirit, resolved to prove his capabilities. Li Sheng stood firm, exuding a menacing aura, and assumed a combat stance. Please enlighten me. Come at me. In an instant, the two clashed, engaging in a primal form of combat devoid of flashy abilities. Their fists struck with forceful impact, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Dong Yanwu became. He relished this style of battle, believing that true men should engage in such confrontations. His own ability was a power amplification, perfectly suited for close-quarters combat. Li Sheng, equally filled with fighting spirit, was among the best fighters in the entire team, with a physical prowess that was 1,000 times greater than ordinary. His strength had soared to an astonishing 2,000 times, a testament to the might of the second soldier. After several hundred exchanges, the outcome remained uncertain, causing Li Sheng to grow anxious. He swiftly unleashed his fiery abilities. Dong Yanwu, positioned closest to him, felt an intense heat as flames suddenly manifested in Li Sheng's hands, immersing him in what felt like a sea of fire. Without hesitation, Li Sheng launched a flaming punch directly at Dong Yanwu's face. Dong Yanwu grit his teeth, forcing himself to withstand the discomfort as he countered with a punch, their fists colliding in midair. In that moment, Dong Yanwu felt a searing sensation on his skin, accompanied by the odor of burning flesh. Alarmed, he instinctively withdrew his fist, seeking to create distance. Li Sheng, perceiving his intent, feigned a punch, and then delivered a powerful kick to Dong Yinwu's abdomen. The force sent Dong Yinwu flying, crashing to the ground, and leaving deep cracks in the earth beneath him. Before he could regain his composure, Li Sheng's fist hovered before his eyes. "I concede," Li Sheng stated impassively as he turned to leave. Dong Yinwu stood up, dejected, and approached Ling Feng, whispering, "I lost. Had he used his abilities from the start, I might have been defeated long ago." Ling Feng lounged in his chair, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Your disparity will only widen, perhaps in half a month. He could defeat you with a single strike." "Impossible," Dong Yinwu retorted immediately, feeling insulted by Ling Feng's words. "How can it be impossible? There is nothing I cannot accomplish. And they were mere ordinary individuals a month ago. Now they can still overcome you." Ling Feng spoke with an air of indifference, while Dong Yinwu appeared utterly astonished. The words of Ling Feng shattered his confidence completely. Chapter 172. The Coalition's Assault. As long as you are willing to submit to me, you will have the opportunity to attain the same level of power as they possess, or perhaps even surpass it, reaching a stature akin to that of Wong Long. Ling Feng reiterated his proposition. A flicker of temptation crossed Dong Yinwu's eyes. Despite his lack of interest in power, he revered strength and yearned to become more formidable. Ling Feng's offer undeniably stirred his ambitions. A moment of inner conflict crossed Dong Yinwu's face. He was reluctant to be subservient to others or to be constantly overseen. "Do you think that by becoming the leader of a base you will gain true freedom? Without strength, in an increasingly brutal apocalypse, your fate is merely extinction." The gray-clad elder interjected, offering counsel. After a brief silence, Dong Yinwu turned to Ling Feng and declared, "I am willing to join, but I have conditions." Ling Feng scoffed dismissively. "You are not in a position to negotiate conditions with me. To me, you are merely an inconsequential figure. Come back to discuss terms only when you can surpass Wong Long." With that, Ling Feng strode toward the camp of the Yinwu base, with Wong Long closely following. The personnel of this base possessed decent physical qualities. You can select some promising candidates to train with Old Ma. Ling Feng conversed with Wong Long as they walked. Wong Long nodded in agreement. "Very well, regardless of how Dong Yinwu chooses to arrange things." After a moment's contemplation, Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. "Let him start as an ordinary team member under your command, allowing him to hone his character. If he proves too difficult to manage, simply eliminate him. The War God base does not lack for his presence." Upon entering the base's interior, Ling Feng conducted a thorough search of the storage facilities and discovered a substantial supply of resources, sufficient to sustain them for an entire year. He proceeded to replicate these resources. The original supplies were returned, as he had already duplicated the provisions from the headquarters of the Co-Creation Alliance on the way here. Observing the ever-increasing stock within his spatial realm, Ling Feng felt a sense of reassurance. As time progressed, the significance of food steadily escalated. Even those with abilities required sustenance. After securing the supplies, Ling Feng summoned the gray-clad elder and Dong Yinwu. The elder, displaying great respect, bowed to Ling Feng, while Dong Yinwu awkwardly inclined his body. Through inquiries, it was revealed that the elder's original name was Zhang Zhibiao, a recluse residing on the Mount of Creation. "Old Zhang, how is it that your strength has surged so rapidly? Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. Zhang Zhibiao hesitated. This was his greatest secret, one he had never disclosed to anyone, not even Dong Yinwu. Yet, Ling Feng was now his master, and withholding this information might displease him. Hearing this question, Dong Yinwu also turned his gaze toward his master, intrigued by the secret behind his master's remarkable ascension. Zhang Zhibiao's expression faltered for a moment before he spoke slowly. "Indeed, I have had a remarkable encounter. I once discovered a peculiar fruit on the mountain." "Peculiar fruit?" Ling Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar term. Zhang Zhibiao nodded and continued. "I have long secluded myself on the Creation Mountain, diligently practicing my Taoist arts for several decades. Yet I have only attained the realm of inner vision, still leagues away from the legendary heights. I had resigned myself to a mere existence until the apocalypse awakened my abilities, albeit just the most mundane speed power. However, due to years of meditation, my powers escalated to that of a super-ability user upon awakening. One day, I stumbled upon a golden fruit resembling an apple on the mountain. I plucked it and consumed it, unexpectedly feeling my strength surge. It was astonishing. In a fit of fervor, I devoured every fruit from that tree, elevating my power to the pinnacle of the royal level. Upon finishing, Zhang Zhibiao gazed at Ling Feng, who he believed had even greater opportunities otherwise. How could he have achieved such terrifying strength in such a short time? Ling Feng, absorbed in thought, reflected on Zhang Zhibiao's words. It appeared that the apocalypse not only awakened abilities in people, but also caused certain plants to mutate, acquiring extraordinary powers. Where's the creation mountain? If you, Chief, intend to seek treasure there, I advise you to abandon that thought. Zhang Zhibiao cautioned. Why? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. Zhang Zhibiao sighed. To be frank, Chief, I was expelled from the creation mountain due to my inadequate strength. Ling Feng's expression turned to one of disbelief. How could someone at the pinnacle of the royal level have been driven away? What was the true nature of the creation mountain? After a brief pause, Zhang Zhibiao continued. Before the apocalypse, many chose to retreat from the mundane world and reside there, devoting years to their training and mastering their arts. Most awakened their powers and possessed considerable strength, while the most exceptional among them reached the pinnacle of the royal level in a remarkably short time. They gradually formed an organization that monopolized all resources of the creation mountain. Several of their leaders have long surpassed the royal level. I was driven out simply due to a feud with one of them. It seems there are numerous peculiar fruits on creation mountain. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ling Feng's eyes, his interest in the mountain intensifying. Zhang Zhibiao, astute as he was, perceived Ling Feng's thoughts and felt he was overly ambitious. Despite having already warned him of the dangers, Ling Feng remained undeterred. With a resigned tone, Zhang Zhibiao remarked, indeed, Creation Mountain is home to many peculiar fruits, some of which are still in their growth phase. However, most of the ripe ones have been consumed by them. Yet, deep within the mountains, there must be countless undiscovered peculiar fruits. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt a tinge of regret. If he possessed such extraordinary fruits, the enhancement of his spatial abilities would undoubtedly yield superior results, allowing him to cultivate even more formidable individuals. Nevertheless, it is not too late. There remains an opportunity for him. It seems that once he concludes his current tasks, a visit to Creation Mountain is imperative. However, matters concerning Creation Mountain must be set aside for now, as the base is currently undergoing rapid development, making it unsuitable for long journeys. Old Zhang, you will accompany me back to the base shortly. I shall assign you a position. As for Dong Yinwu, Ling Feng paused, casting a glance at him. Dong Yinwu raised his gaze to meet Ling Feng's, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. He yearned to command his own team, much like Wong Long. For now, Dong Yinwu, you shall follow Wong Long. Your current strength still leaves much to be desired. A hint of disappointment clouded Dong Yinwu's eyes. Yet acknowledging that he could not even best an ordinary team member, he could only accept this reality with a heavy heart. After assigning the tasks, Ling Feng departed from Yinwu base with Zhang Zhibiao, returning to the headquarters of the War God base. Upon arriving at the underground command center, as soon as Ling Feng settled into his chair, a message arrived from the security team. An unidentified military force had invaded, already encroaching upon the territory of Shanjing City. Approximately 150 kilometers from the War God base, expected to arrive in 6 hours. The enemy force numbered around 3,000, with an estimated 180 of them being ability users. Based on the number of adversaries and their direction of invasion, Ling Feng surmised that this group must belong to the Kai family of Jinling. After such a prolonged wait, they had finally made their move. However, they posed no threat to Ling Feng now, as his own security team of 200 could easily annihilate them. Since they had come, it would be an excellent opportunity for him to replenish his inner cores. Chapter 173, The Purple Sweet Potato Brigade in the border area of Shanjing City. A military contingent of 3,000 marched in formation, armed with the most advanced rifles and clad in bulletproof vests. Each soldier exhibited a robust physique and resolute demeanor. At the center of the formation, a luxurious snowmobile moved forward slowly, its size far surpassing that of a recreational vehicle, resembling a behemoth. Inside this vehicle sat the commander of this expedition, Liu Neng, the head of the Lu family. Liu Neng reclined comfortably in the rear seat, flanked by 2 youthful and radiant women who were diligently massaging his legs. In front of him, a table was laden with an array of delicacies and fine red wine. The entire interior of the vehicle had been transformed into a mobile mansion, boasting opulent amenities that would astonish anyone. It featured a kitchen, restroom, bedroom, living room, and even a tea room, allowing Liu Neng to indulge in ultimate luxury, even in the midst of travel. Commander, according to reports from our scouts ahead, we shall reach the war god base in 6 hours. A man clad in black tactical gear reported military intelligence to Lu Nong. Lu Nong inhaled deeply from a cigar, leisurely exhaling a plume of smoke, and replied nonchalantly, "What is the situation with the opposing troops?" The adversary's defenses appeared alarmingly feeble. With scarcely any armed personnel in sight, only a handful of ordinary civilians engaged in construction activities. The man clad in black replied with utmost sincerity. Lu Nong furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Could they be concealing a ruse? A base of such magnitude should undoubtedly house at least 1,000 armed troops. Yet their absence is perplexing. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Have the reconnaissance team ahead conduct a thorough investigation. Ascertain the true number of adversaries, Lu Nong instructed, before once again closing his eyes to relish the massage. Understood, head of the family, replied the man in black, extracting a phone from his pocket before exiting the room. As the army advanced slowly, Ling Feng had already dispatched Wong Long with over 100 of his subordinates to the critical path of the enemy, intending to deliver them a profound welcome. Meanwhile, Ma Wu, leading the second team, was not to participate in this skirmish but to continue on his path of conquest. However, Ma Wu was also encountering some unusual occurrences. Unlike Wong Long, Ma Wu adopted a conciliatory approach. Upon arriving at a base, he would engage amicably, extending his goodwill. Though this tactic proved largely futile, as most bases would turn hostile upon hearing demands for military governance, Ma Wu found himself reluctantly resorting to forceful means of annexation. Yet, upon reaching a refuge known as Anshin Shelter, he discovered it was entirely deserted. Strangely, all the inhabitants had vanished without a trace. After inspecting the entire shelter, Ma Wu concluded that the residents must have departed quite recently, as supplies remained untouched in the storage. It is well known that food is of utmost importance within a shelter. It is improbable that anyone would move without taking their provisions. Something was amiss. Stepping outside the shelter in search of clues, Ma Wu pondered the peculiar disappearance of its inhabitants. Just as he deliberated whether to report this anomaly to Ling Feng, a convoy of several snowmobiles appeared on the horizon, racing swiftly towards their position. Prepare for battle, Ma Wu commanded his team. The members of the second team swiftly formed a combat formation, facing the impending threat. The approaching vehicles seemed to have detected their presence, reducing their speed before finally halting 200 meters from the shelter. Once the vehicles came to a standstill, over 300 individuals emerged, eliciting a look of astonishment from Ma Wu. Foreigners? How did they find their way onto our territory? Ma Wu stepped forward, scrutinizing this oddly assembled group of foreigners. The height of this group of individuals generally exceeds 2 meters, with a few towering at an astonishing 2 meters and 50 centimeters. Their skin is a deep shade of purple, resembling oversized purple sweet potatoes. Over 300 foreign individuals from the purple sweet potato squad swiftly approached Ma Wu. From an outward appearance, they exuded a formidable presence, though their actual strength remained uncertain. Ma Wu regarded this group with cautious vigilance, poised for any potential confrontation. Emerging from the throng was a young man bearing the features of the Dragon Kingdom, his physique akin to that of an ordinary person. Though he had gone unnoticed amidst the tightly packed crowd, with a tone laced with menace, he addressed Ma Wu. "Who are you? This place is now under the jurisdiction of our MK base. You should leave at once." "MK?" Ma Wu furrowed his brow, the name striking a familiar chord, reminiscent of something the leader had mentioned. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and the memory of MK flooded back, chilling his demeanor. This MK had committed numerous heinous acts within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. He recalled the leader's words about the company's clandestine human experiments. "By heaven, I was just lamenting the difficulty of tracking you down, and now you present yourselves willingly." Ma Wu scoffed, his gaze fixed on the purple-clad legion. "Hey, are you deaf? If you don't leave now, you'll regret it later." The young man continued to threaten, his tone brimming with arrogance. Ma Wu's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Are you the ones responsible for the sanctuary's troubles?" he demanded. The young man regarded Ma Wu with disdain, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Are you simply bored? Our patience is finite." Some irritable members of the crowd surged forward, launching into a tirade at the young man. Ma Wu could only catch snippets of exclamations laced with expletives. The young man, initially brimming with bravado, now appeared somewhat cowed, his demeanor shifting drastically. After exchanging a few more words, the young man regained his arrogant posture. Which base do you belong to? Mr. William, our base supervisor, intends to visit your facility. Ma Wu sneered. With that treacherous appearance of yours, leading foreigners to harm our compatriots, you are unworthy of existence in this world. Brothers, let us eliminate this band of outsiders. Kill. The young man's expression soured. He detested being labeled a traitor. However, witnessing the audacity of the opposing group to threaten them filled him with a sense of twisted glee. Truly seeking death, daring to confront these genetically enhanced warriors. These foreigners possess extraordinary strength, capable of obliterating a car with a single punch. He quickly darted aside, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 174. The Annihilation of the MK Mutants. The foreign members of the Purple Sweet Potato Corps, upon witnessing an individual daring to confront them, exchanged disdainful smirks. They were eager to send him to meet his maker. A notably imposing man within the crowd spoke with a fierce intensity. The others, encouraged by his words, cracked their knuckles, reveling in their recent triumphs since arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, having obliterated several minor bases without sustaining a single injury. It had become a shared understanding among them that the Dragon Kingdom's people were utterly feeble. Boasting formidable physiques, they had already dispatched numerous ability users, and among their ranks were several enhanced individuals whose powers had been augmented through modification. The two factions swiftly clashed, and the battle erupted instantaneously. However, it soon became apparent to the War God base that this band of foreigners was remarkably weak. They had initially presumed that such towering figures, who spoke so arrogantly, would possess significant strength. To their astonishment, they were mere pretenders, all show and no substance. In the face of these towering foreigners, the team members initially capitalized on their agility to evade direct confrontations. Despite the foreigners' imposing size, their nimbleness was lacking. At first, the team refrained from engaging them head-on, opting instead for stealthy strikes from the sides. However, when one team member landed a punch on a foreigner, resulting in a shattered bone, the realization dawned that these individuals were nothing more than hollow threats. The team member then proceeded to deliver a fatal blow to the foreigner's head. Soon, others recognized the truth and joined in the fray, exchanging blows with the foreigners. The battlefield erupted into a cacophony of screams as the Purple Sweet Potato Corps found themselves overwhelmed, many crying out for mercy. They pleaded in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect, hands raised above their heads, faces etched with terror, begging for the violence to cease. The members of Team 2, seemingly deaf to their pleas for mercy, continued their relentless assault until only one foreigner and a traitorous Dragon Kingdom youth remained on the battlefield. At that moment, the young man from the Dragon Kingdom felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. This was the first time he had witnessed the MK Modified Squad's failure, and he realized it would also be the last. He had not anticipated the ferocity with which these individuals would dismantle the formidable modified beings. Just moments ago, he had hurled insults at them. Now he could only imagine the retribution awaiting him. As he observed the man who had previously negotiated with him approach, this individual had claimed the most lives in the skirmish. Likely the leader of the group, he hastily donned a sycophantic smile. Dear compatriots, though I find myself among the enemy, my heart resides with my own. I must report these beasts. They have ruthlessly slaughtered our citizens for their genetic experiments and stolen a considerable amount of our provisions. They are truly deserving of the harshest punishment. The young man from the neighboring nation proclaimed with righteous indignation. Ma Wu regarded him coldly, a sardonic expression gracing his features. With such scant information, it seems you shall find it difficult to escape your fate. As he spoke, he was compelled to act, causing the youth from the Dragon Kingdom to tremble in fear and collapse to the ground, his lower garments dampened in terror. He hastily pleaded, I possess vital intelligence. I am aware of their hideout, their numbers, and their strength. I can guide you there. Nearby, the only modified individual under restraint immediately hurled curses at the youth. Qin Hui, you scoundrel. If you dare to utter a word, you will meet a most gruesome end. Ma Wu turned to glare at the foreigner, his tone somber. Sever this man's tongue, so he ceases his incessant prattling. One of the team members drew a dagger and approached the modified individual, who instantly paled. Fear etched across his face. Do not kill me. I shall never dare again. I will divulge everything. Enough. Let him be for now, Ma Wu commanded. Halting the advancing team member, bind both of them and escort them back to the base for interrogation. After issuing his orders, Ma Wu prepared to lead the team back to the base. The shelters along this route were scarce, some already obliterated by MK, and their mission had come to fruition. He needed to report on the handling of the vacant shelters to Ling Feng and await further instructions. At the War God Base's command center, Ling Feng reclined on a comfortable sofa, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, while Zhang Zhibiao sat across from him. Would you care for one? Ling Feng offered a box of Lihuan Fuchin Mountain cigarettes to Zhang Zhibiao. The latter quickly declined, waving his hands. I have secluded myself for decades, harboring no interest in such vices. I have long since relinquished all desires. Ling Feng smiled faintly, amused by the old man's pretense. No desires? You must think I am oblivious to the scent of alcohol wafting from you. Ling Feng feigned a look of regret. Ah, what a pity. I had intended to gift you several cases of Mao Dai, but since you claim disinterest, I suppose it shall remain unbestowed. What? Mao Dai? Zhang Zhibiao's voice rose, a glimmer of longing in his eyes as he gazed eagerly at Ling Feng. His passion for fine spirits was insatiable, and he found it impossible to resist at the mere mention of good wine. Ling Feng leisurely retrieved a bottle of Mao Dai from his storage space and placed it on the table. This is it. I personally enjoy it. But since you profess to be devoid of desires, I shall refrain from offering it. Ling Feng uncapped the bottle, releasing an intoxicating aroma of rich liquor. Zhang Zhibiao's nostrils flared, his expression one of rapture. Indeed, it is exquisite. He cast a sheepish glance at Ling Feng and chuckled awkwardly. Leader, truth be told, I do indulge in a bit of wine on occasion. I am not entirely averse to this fine spirit. Ling Feng, suppressing a smile, waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. Do not force yourself. I am not one to impose upon others. This wine, I shall reserve for someone else. With that, Ling Feng prepared to rise and depart. However, Zhang Zhibiao was unwilling to let him leave and hurriedly stepped forward to block Ling Feng's path. Chief, to be honest, my sole passion in life is indulging in alcohol. Without it, I truly cannot survive. Zhang Zhibiao implored, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Noticing Ling Feng's silence, he quickly added, Chief, I ask for nothing in return for following you, as long as there is liquor. Ling Feng, with a smile dancing on his lips, inquired. Do you truly mean what you say? Absolutely, I promise. Zhang Zhibiao hastily replied. Ling Feng settled back onto the sofa, retrieving an entire box of Mao Dai from his space and placing it upon the coffee table. Zhang Zhibiao's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the liquor, nearly bursting to open it immediately. My demands are modest. You shall remain at the headquarters of the War God Base, tasked with ensuring the safety of the premises. During quiet times, you may do as you please, but you must not stray a step from the base. Can you manage that? Zhang Zhibiao nodded vigorously in agreement, realizing that this role was tailor-made for him. As long as the base faced no crises, he could lounge in bed, indulging in restful slumber. Having lived in seclusion for decades, he despised meddling in trivial matters and preferred a tranquil existence. Ling Feng's satisfaction was evident as he observed Zhang Zhibiao's casual acquiescence. Chapter 175, Aerial Support. While the two conversed, a series of subtle tremors emanated from the ground. Ling Feng's expression shifted. Could it be that the enemy has breached our defenses? Why have I not received any word from the guard team? Zhang Zhibiao too sensed the vibrations. Chief, could it be that we are under attack? Ling Feng rose, preparing to investigate the situation, when suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Come in. A member of the guard team burst through, appearing somewhat flustered. Chief, dozens of armed helicopters are conducting a carpet bombing over our base. Helicopters? Ling Feng questioned, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Yes, there are approximately 30, all the latest L-98 model armed helicopters from the government. The guard, observing Ling Feng's demeanor, was perplexed by his apparent calmness, even a hint of joy amidst such alarming news. Surely the chief isn't intoxicated. The enemy is at our doorstep, and he appears utterly unfazed. The guard mused internally. Little did he know Ling Feng's true intent. As the leader of the base, he had long desired aerial transport, not only to alleviate the sluggishness of ground movements, but also to gain air superiority. To his surprise, weapons were being delivered right to his doorstep, a stroke of fortune. As for the artillery fire outside, Ling Feng paid it no mind. Old Zhang, remain safe within the base. I shall tend to these helicopters. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Zhibiao's eyes. Although he too possessed the ability to teleport, his speed paled in comparison to Ling Feng's, and he could only teleport in open spaces, unlike Ling Feng who could disregard solid objects. At this moment, atop the mountain behind the base, Ling Feng stood observing the multitude of helicopters hovering in the sky, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. He had just expressly instructed the guards to refrain from bombarding these helicopters with artillery, for they were invaluable treasures, particularly cherished in this apocalyptic era. The helicopters relentlessly targeted the base, with 2 villas becoming their primary focus. Dozens of helicopters simultaneously unleashed a barrage upon the villas, only to soon discover that the fortitude of these structures was alarmingly formidable, regardless of whether they employed shells or heavy firearms. Their efforts failed to inflict any damage upon the villas. What on earth are these villas constructed from? Why are they so indestructible? A helicopter pilot lamented over the public channel. I've exhausted all my ammunition to no avail. I can't even shatter a single window. Others echoed his grievances on the same channel. Look, it seems there's someone standing on the roof. A sudden exclamation rang out. Damn, is he deliberately provoking us? Standing there and laughing at us. Brothers, concentrate your fire and turn him into a sieve. All the helicopters swiftly converged towards the villa area, surrounding the entire structure. Ling Feng felt a surge of delight. These fellows were surprisingly cooperative, gathering together, which was quite advantageous for him. He smiled and waved at them. Seeking death. Brothers, eliminate him, commanded the leader of the flight squad over the public channel. In an instant, 35 helicopters opened fire on Ling Feng simultaneously. He raised an eyebrow, and with a mere thought, activated his mental domain. All the helicopters abruptly halted mid-air, suspended as if caught in an invisible grip, to the astonishment of all the pilots. Not only were the helicopters immobilized, but they themselves were also ensnared by a mysterious force, rendering them powerless. The helicopters gradually descended until they landed softly on the ground. The guards from the base surged forth, swiftly apprehending the occupants of the helicopters and bringing them before Ling Feng. Casting a glance at the captured individuals, Ling Feng waved his hand, and the guards understood, drawing forth their daggers to execute the entire group. Approaching the helicopters, Ling Feng gestured, and they were absorbed into his spatial realm, undergoing a 110-fold upgrade. A brand new helicopter materialized within the space, which Ling Feng retrieved and placed upon the ground. As a retired Special Forces operative, piloting a helicopter was an essential skill for him. Ling Feng ascended into the cockpit, familiarizing himself with the aircraft's capabilities. Eager to discern the changes brought by the upgrade, the first notable alteration was in the fuel system. Following the upgrade, the helicopter no longer required specialized aviation fuel, but could operate on any type of fuel, whether gasoline or diesel, thus ensuring complete compatibility. Moreover, the helicopter is capable of carrying missiles and machine guns, among other formidable weaponry, and is additionally equipped with a laser weapon that can eliminate adversaries in an instant. With a maximum speed of 800 km per hour and a range of 5,000 kilometers, its maximum takeoff weight reaches an astonishing 80 tons, far surpassing conventional armed helicopters. Ling Feng gazed at the impressive specifications before him, unable to contain his joy. With these dozens of aircraft, he could swiftly reach any location within the entire Hundong province, greatly enhancing his mobility. Each helicopter can accommodate 10 individuals, and with 35 helicopters, that translates to the capacity for 350 personnel, facilitating rapid reinforcement. Ling Feng proceeded to upgrade all the helicopters and subsequently position them in the square in front of the villa. He summoned members of the security team, selecting 30 adept pilots and assigning them a task. As the team learned of the mission's objective, laughter erupted among them, surprised by Ling Feng's cunning. He distributed ammunition, and each helicopter was also armed with a small missile. One by one, the 30 aircraft ascended into the sky, heading toward the designated target area. Meanwhile, Wong Long, accompanied by over 100 members of his team, swiftly approached the location assigned by Ling Feng, soon arriving at the target zone. Wong Long retrieved his mobile phone and saw a message from Ling Feng instructing him to hold off on any actions, as he had something surprising in store. Confounded by Ling Feng's enigmatic words, Wong Long resolved to wait and see what unfolded. After an hour of anticipation, shadows of the enemy forces began to materialize in the distance. At that moment, over 3,000 fully armed soldiers were advancing toward them, prompting Wong Long to issue commands for everyone to be on high alert, prepared for an assault. Suddenly, a resounding roar filled the air. The team looked up to witness approximately 30 aircraft soaring from behind them, racing past toward the enemy's encampment. A hint of astonishment crossed Wong Long's face. Could the surprise Ling Feng mentioned truly be this? When did the base acquire so many aircraft? Chapter 176. Deceptive Surrender. Meanwhile, Lu Ning, seated in his vehicle sipping tea, was also drawn to the cacophony of the aircraft overhead. What were the planes doing here? Hadn't they been instructed to conduct a preliminary airstrike first? Furrowing his brow, he promptly summoned his deputy. Go inquire about the situation with the air forces. How did they end up here? Before Lu Ning could finish his sentence, a sudden barrage of artillery erupted around the vehicle. The immense shockwave caused the entire vehicle to tremble violently, spilling tea across the table. The two young women inside the car struggled to maintain their balance amid the tumultuous shaking. What is happening outside? Lu Ning, taken aback by this unexpected assault, exclaimed in anger and confusion. I will go out and investigate immediately. The figure clad in black swiftly turned and opened the car door to investigate, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. In the sky, over 30 aircraft were relentlessly unleashing a barrage of heavy machine gun fire upon the ground troops, while cannons continued their ceaseless assault. The cacophony of gunfire echoed, with casualties mounting. The battalion of 3,000 was thrown into disarray, rendered incapable of mounting an effective counterattack, as chaos reigned and soldiers fled in all directions. Although the abilities of the enhanced individuals suffered minimal losses, they found themselves powerless against the aircraft above, forced to merely observe. The figure in black promptly returned to Lu Ning's command vehicle to report the situation. Upon hearing the account, Lu Ning erupted in fury. He slammed his palm against the table with such force that the solid would split in two. These treacherous fools! I dispatched them to assault Ling Feng, and they dare turn against me. Master, I believe this aerial formation does not resemble our aircraft. Their firepower is evidently far superior to ours. The figure in black cautiously remarked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our planes are the most advanced in Longwa. There cannot be any that surpass us unless they are not domestically produced. Lu Ning's stutter, which had plagued him for years, vanished in the heat of the moment. I must go out and see what is truly happening. The figure in black hurriedly tried to restrain him. Master, it is far too dangerous outside. You should remain in the vehicle. Lu Ning coldly pushed him aside. How could a superpowered individual like myself be easily harmed? Moreover, as the head of the family, I must stand forth in such a time. Otherwise, where is my authority? With that, he flung open the car door and stepped out. As he emerged, the stench of blood hit him like a wave, causing him to cough involuntarily. Amidst the thick smoke, he began to run about, organizing the surviving personnel for an effective counteroffensive. Soon, under Lu Ning's rallying call, 120 surviving enhanced individuals and 2,000 soldiers were mobilized, seizing their weapons to retaliate against the aircraft above. The upgraded helicopters, emboldened by their superiority, hovered confidently, inflicting heavy losses on the ground troops while remaining unscathed. Lu Ning watched in exasperation as these helicopters seemed to taunt them, gliding low overhead, clearly inviting their fire. Ground soldiers unleashed a frenzied barrage, even deploying individual rockets, yet to no avail. Lu Ning, boiling with rage and frustration, had no choice but to order everyone to take cover. Once the squadron of fighter jets had exhausted their ammunition, they began their return journey, and Lu Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He urgently commanded the leaders of the various units to assemble without delay and hasten to the war god base. Otherwise, once the helicopters reloaded, their predicament would become even more dire. Concealed upon the hillside, Wong Long observed as the enemy forces regrouped. Despite the recent airstrike resulting in over 1,000 casualties on their side, nearly 2,000 remained, a number vastly superior to her own forces. Among them was a unique unit composed entirely of individuals with extraordinary abilities, a truly formidable assembly. Yet, in Wong Long's eyes, they were now no more than detritus. As the opposing forces completed their assembly, they prepared to advance. Wong Long rose and issued her command, engage with full force. Instantly, her contingent of over 100 surged forth towards the enemy. Lu Ning, who was in the midst of rallying his troops, was momentarily startled by this sudden appearance. However, upon discerning the enemy's numbers, he could not suppress a laugh. It seemed the war god base had exhausted its options. Daring to launch an attack with such a meager force, how blindly confident they were. Annihilate this troop without leaving any survivors. Kill. At Liu Ning's command, thousands swiftly formed ranks, their weapons trained on the members of the war god squad. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Yet soon they were met with a horror beyond imagination. This group of adversaries appeared to disregard the bullets, charging relentlessly toward them. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the ranks. These individuals were undeniably formidable. To withstand gunfire required at least the prowess of superpowered beings. Could it be that the entire opposing force consisted of such extraordinary beings? That seemed improbable. In mere moments, the soldiers of the war god squad closed the distance, rendering firearms ineffective in close combat. Liu Ning's soldiers promptly discarded their weapons, drawing daggers to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Initially brimming with confidence from his vantage point, Liu Ning's certainty began to wane after just a minute. Doubts crept in. Was this incursion wise? Should he have provoked Ling Feng? With only 100 adversaries, they had effortlessly decimated nearly 80% of his 2,000 soldiers. Even his pride, the extraordinary combat unit, had been obliterated, leaving only one severely wounded superpowered individual among them. With a heavy sigh, Liu Ning slowly spoke. I am the highest authority of this unit. I wish to speak with Ling Feng, your leader. Wong Long raised her hand, signaling her team to cease their assault. She regarded the middle-aged man before her, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes. Are you from the Kai family of Jinling, the Lu family of Qingzhou, or the Storm Base? With a somewhat grim expression, Liu Ning replied, I am Liu Ning, head of the Lu family of Qingzhou. This coalition is a joint effort of the Lu and Kai families. We concede defeat and wish to negotiate with your base's leadership. Wong Long pondered for a moment, astonished that this fellow had surrendered so readily. He had expected them to fight to the bitter end. Very well, accompany me to meet the leader. Liu Ning's face lit up with surprise. Thank you. I would like to bring an assistant. Is that permissible? Just one. As you wish. Wong Long replied nonchalantly. Thank you. Liu Ning bowed in gratitude, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Chapter 177. The formidable dragon-slaying society. Wong Long left half of his over 100 subordinates to guard the captives, while the rest followed him back to the base to report. Liu Ning was taken away alongside a middle-aged man of dubious appearance. This operation had met with resounding success, and Ling Feng, stationed at the base, had a comprehensive understanding of the war's circumstances. He was somewhat surprised by the surrender of the Liu family head. Soon, Wong Long returned to the base with his team and the captives. Liu Ning and his assistant were brought before Ling Feng. Ling Feng regarded Liu Ning with interest, particularly his assistant. The choice of a middle-aged man, especially one with a diminutive and unattractive visage, suggested something amiss. Moreover, the man's sleazy demeanor did not fit that of a dragon country citizen. Rather, it resonated more with the traits of a person from Japan. You must be Ling Feng. I have long admired your reputation, and today I finally meet you. Liu Ning maintained his composure, his gaze devoid of any fear characteristic of a captive. Ling Feng regarded him coolly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. All your brothers have been slain by my hand. Are you truly content to surrender? Liu Ning's expression faltered momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Surrender? I merely wished to see you. Did you truly believe I would capitulate? Utterly ludicrous. You are the one who killed Koitian Jinichiro of the Dragon-Slaying Society, are you not? Came the low, somber voice of Ito Musashi, standing behind Liu Ning. You are indeed a Japanese, Liu Ning. You have colluded with the Japanese, acting as a traitor, serving as a dog for them. You deserve a fate most dire. Liu Ning scoffed dismissively. Those who recognize the times are wise. In this apocalypse, what use is there for notions of nationhood? It is all for survival. Liu Ning bore no shame in being labeled a traitor. In fact, he felt a sense of pride, for the Dragon-Slaying Society had infiltrated the Dragon Country for decades. Wielding immense power, an exceptionally reliable ally. You have yet to answer my question. Ito Musashi glared at Ling Feng, his tone chilling. What gives you the audacity to question me? Who do you think you are, demanding I respond? Kneel and speak. In an instant, a formidable wave of spiritual energy enveloped Ito Musashi. His countenance shifted as he felt as though a colossal weight bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. His legs buckled uncontrollably, ultimately forcing him to kneel heavily upon the ground. Ito Miyamoto's countenance changed dramatically. He believed that with his pinnacle royal-level strength, he could easily flatten the entire base. To his astonishment, the opponent's power far exceeded his expectations. A mere display of pressure rendered him utterly defenseless. Lu Neng, standing nearby, was completely oblivious to the unfolding situation, only to witness the revered Mr. Ito kneeling before Ling Feng. What could possibly be happening? In a panic, Lu Neng quickly knelt as well, thinking that if his master had bowed, how could he, a mere dog, remain standing? Ling Feng regarded the two on the ground with indifference. You, a Japanese national, dare to act pretentious before me? How audacious! Ito Musashi was enveloped in an aura of malevolence, his gaze filled with a murderous intent that seemed palpable. As a senior official of the great Yamato nation, enduring such humiliation made him wish to see Ling Feng's body torn to shreds. Ling Feng, you dare offend our nation. This is the most foolish decision you could make. You will become the enemy of the entire dragon-slaying society. With a mere thought from Ling Feng, one of Ito Musashi's calves exploded into a mist of blood. Ito clutched the wound on his severed leg, his anguished cries echoing as cold sweat dripped onto the floor. Ling Feng coldly observed him. I see you still have not grasped your current position. With bloodshot eyes, Ito gritted his teeth and declared, do you think such methods will compel a warrior of an empire to submit? Dream on. Oh, quite the spirit you have. Then let us see how long you can endure today. Ling Feng retrieved a sharp dagger from his spatial dimension, a weapon so refined it could slice through iron. He rose from his chair and approached Ito Musashi. Your nation enjoys pilfering our treasures. Surely you have heard of our ancient punishment known as lynching? Ito Musashi's expression shifted, his eyelids twitching as he stammered. What do you intend to do? Ling Feng casually toyed with the dagger, his tone eerily calm. I've heard that the highest recorded number of cuts before death in ancient times was over 3,000. I wonder how many I can manage at my current skill level. Hold him up. Wong Long and a teammate promptly seized Ito Musashi by the arms. You cannot harm me. I am a senior officer of the Dragon-Slaying Society. Killing me will not go unpunished. Ling Feng disregarded Ito's words entirely, slicing open his sleeve to reveal an arm beneath. He prepared to strike. Don't cut. I was wrong. I'll confess everything I know. In sheer terror, Ito's mental defenses crumbled. Ling Feng smirked coldly. Regardless of your cooperation, you will endure 100 cuts today. With that, he swiftly made a clean incision, severing a piece of flesh from Ito Musashi's arm. The conference room was suddenly filled with a cacophony of anguished screams, the sound unsettling even Dewey Bai, who was working in the adjacent office. The gruesome torture persisted for a harrowing 2 hours, during which Ito's entire arm was reduced to a mere skeleton, devoid of flesh, a truly horrifying sight. At that moment, Lu Neng was kneeling on the ground, his face pressed deeply against the floor, trembling uncontrollably, with a pool of moisture forming between his legs. Ling Feng gazed at the near-lifeless Ito and administered a stimulant, ensuring he remained in a state of heightened alertness. No one present deemed the brutal treatment of the Japanese to be excessive. The atrocities committed by Japan and Longwa warranted nothing less than 1,000-fold retribution. Reveal everything you know about the Dragon-Slaying Society, and I can promise you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall endure 100 cuts each day. Ito trembled at Ling Feng's words, overwhelmed by the thought of further suffering. He would rather embrace death than endure such torment. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. The Dragon-Slaying Society was established 50 years ago as a clandestine organization aimed at invading Longwa. It has since grown to include thousands of members, infiltrating various sectors, with some having risen to positions of prominence. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, our objective is to swiftly seize control of various bases, forming a formidable force that will, when the time is ripe, swiftly consume the entirety of Longwa. Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated the Dragon-Slaying Society's extensive infiltration and the immense power it had amassed over such a long duration. This organization should not be underestimated. Chapter 178. Lu Guanyu's strategy. How do you communicate within the Dragon-Slaying Society? Ling Feng inquired, his tone indifferent. Ito Musashi hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. We maintain a one-way communication system. My superiors contact me solely through text messages, and I have never met them in person. Ling Feng gestured for Wong Long to retrieve Ito's phone. Let me die? Ito Musashi pleaded. Ling Feng smiled faintly. I have changed my mind. I have decided to spare your life. Wong Long nodded and took Ito Musashi away, while Ling Feng had just shattered every bone in his body with his mental prowess, rendering him akin to a cripple. After Ito was escorted out, Lu Neng remained on the ground, utterly petrified. Let us have a conversation, Lu Nang, Ling Feng said, his tone calm and composed. Lu Nang trembled in fear. He had witnessed the horrific torture of Ito just moments ago. Although he had not dared to look up, the blood-curdling screams had rattled every nerve in his body, making his existence feel like a living nightmare. Hearing Ling Feng call his name sapped the strength from his limbs. Chief Ling Feng, I may have spoken too harshly earlier. Please do not hold it against me. Lu Ning forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. What conditions do you intend to propose in exchange for your life? Ling Feng reclined leisurely on the sofa, smoking, and looked down upon Lu Nang, who was on the floor. Lu Nang discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, contemplating how he might salvage his life. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he hesitantly declared, I am willing to offer half of the Lu family's resources in exchange for my survival. Upon finishing, he anxiously glanced at Ling Feng. A faint smirk appeared on Ling Feng's lips as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, slowly responding, It seems the head of the Lu family lacks sincerity. Resources hold more value than your life. Even when given an opportunity, you prove to be of no use. Upon hearing this, Lu Nang began to perspire profusely and hurriedly bowed his head, pleading, Lord Ling Feng, spare my life. I am willing to surrender all the resources of the Lu family. Only now do you speak? It is too late. Even if I destroy your Lu family's resources, they will still belong to me. Ling Feng said, falling silent as he continued to observe Lu Nang. I can assist you in annihilating the Kai family, and additionally, I can provide our family's genetic research data. I implore you, grant me a path to survival. Lu Ning fervently bowed, his eyes filled solely with terror. Does your family also conduct research on genetic serums? Ling Feng became intrigued, not out of desire for their data, but rather for their genetic raw materials. He currently possessed the data but lacked the corresponding materials. With sufficient raw materials, he could mass-produce a myriad of genetic serums, elevating the capabilities of his subordinates to a new level. As his enemies grew increasingly formidable, with the Dragon-Slaying Society and the Shadow Tower being colossal entities, including the powerful organization of Genesis Mountain, the strength of his current followers was sufficient to dominate Handong province, yet inadequate against greater forces. Thus, he urgently required more raw materials. Seeing Ling Feng's keen interest in his genetic data, Lu Nang seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Yes, yes. My son has been secretly researching genetic warriors, and the progress has been remarkably smooth. It is undoubtedly the future trend. I am not interested in your findings. I merely wish to know the status of your genetic raw material reserves. Ling Feng interrupted him directly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Nang replied, Our reserves are exceedingly ample. To ensure successful research, we have prepared over 20,000 samples. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Such a substantial reserve, if the information were accurate, would sufficiently meet his needs. Very well, you need not die today. Take him away. Ling Feng gestured to the nearby guard team. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Lu Nang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he could survive, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Meanwhile, in the Lu family estate in Qingzhou, the news of Lu's defeat reached Lu Guanyu's ears, causing his brows to furrow deeply. As the eldest son of the Lu family and the future patriarch, the failure of Lu Jun had significant repercussions for him. His father had taken away 2/3 of the family's resources, and should these individuals be annihilated, the Lu family's standing in Qingzhou would be perilously threatened. His position as the head of the family would also be precarious. He harbored doubts about the veracity of this information, for to his knowledge, the War God base was merely an obscure little base with hardly any capable abilities. In contrast, his father had taken 3,000 elite warriors, including 150 ability users, and a king-level ability user to bolster their ranks. Such a lavish assembly could not possibly face defeat. Lu Guanyu took out his phone to call his father, seeking to confirm the situation. After several attempts, all unanswered, his expression shifted, and an ominous thought began to stir within him. Could it be that his father had truly failed? He could hardly believe it. How could such a small base possess such formidable strength? No. He must prepare for contingencies and seek new alliances. With a resolute thought, Lu Guanyu quickly dialed another number, and upon the call connecting, he donned a smile of flattery. Ah, good day, Mr. James, this is Lu Guanyu. I wish to discuss our previous conversation regarding collaboration. After a lengthy discussion lasting several minutes, he ended the call with a beaming smile, his worries dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Father, rest assured, I will ensure the Lu family's prosperous future. Under my guidance, we shall ascend to an even grander stage. Liu Guanyu silently vowed. In this endeavor, he proactively established a partnership with MK Company, which agreed to dispatch experts to safeguard the Lu family's security and jointly develop more potent genetic serums, with the condition that the Lu family would henceforth heed MK's leadership. Liu Guanyu paid little heed to this stipulation, for MK was a prestigious international corporation, bolstered by the support of the Council of Elders, far surpassing the strength of the dragon-slaying society from Japan. Ling Feng, should you dare to come to Qingzhou, I shall ensure you return empty-handed. Liu Guanyu promptly set about organizing the Lu family's counteroffensive, summoning the remaining ability users and assigning them tasks. Simultaneously, he reached out to the head of the Kai family, Kai Haonan, to jointly fend off Ling Feng's impending assault. Upon learning of the coalition's defeat, Kai Haonan nearly toppled from his chair. For the dragon-slaying society had been his pillar of support. With Ito's demise, that support had vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted Liu Guanyu's invitation, even agreeing to join MK and become its vassal without a second thought. Chapter 179. Hutnci's plan. The news of the coalition's defeat between the Kai family of Jinling and the Lu family of Qingzhou swiftly spread throughout the entire Handong province. The various factions within Handong province are all acutely aware of the emergence of a formidable force known as the War God Base in Shanjing City. Through the whispers of those with ulterior motives, the War God Base has become a notorious den of malevolence, known for its ruthless and savage nature. Numerous factions speak of it in hushed tones, fearful that one day the agents of the War God Base may appear at their own doorsteps. Even the Lu and Kai families, who are significant powers in their own right, have suffered at the hands of the War God Base, leaving them wary of provoking such a force. Word of the War God Base swiftly reached the white-clad divine sect. Upon learning of the situation, the Snow God felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from impulsively leading an assault on the War God Base. Otherwise, he might have faced a fate akin to that of the Lu family. The true terror of the War God Base far surpasses its outward appearance. Only he is aware that a king-level powerhouse from their dragon-slaying society has also gone missing in this operation. The reason for this disappearance is abundantly clear. As the Snow God pondered his next move from his divine seat, he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. Lest Ling Feng one day come knocking at his door. Snow God, we have meticulously devised our next steps regarding the War God Base. We are ready to initiate our plan, a confident king-level member declared from beside him. The Snow God, feeling a twinge of annoyance, replied coolly. The plan is to be temporarily shelved. The timing is not yet right. We must wait. A flicker of confusion crossed the king-level member's face as he responded. But Snow God, Ling Feng has killed so many of our. This matter need not be reiterated. I have my own considerations. The Snow God interrupted impatiently. His animosity towards Ling Feng eclipsed that of anyone else. Ling Feng had slain his men, disrupted his ambitions to unify Shanjing City, and jeopardized the empire's future plans. He yearned for Ling Feng's demise more than anyone, yet the latter's prowess instilled a sense of caution in him, preventing any unrealistic thoughts from taking root. Let this day conclude. We shall address any matters tomorrow. Saintess, accompany me, the Snow God commanded, hastily leading Yang Zihan towards his palace. Hutnci, observing the Snow God's retreating figure, felt a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. He had been diligently amassing strength in preparation to confront this scoundrel. In recent days, he had been cultivating his trusted confidants and garnering support from the upper echelons of the sect, yielding notable results. The Snow God's tyranny and brutality had long provoked discontent among many high-ranking members, who were eager to join forces to overthrow him and elect a new Snow God. He had already secured the support of a substantial faction and was in negotiations with the Dragon Peace Base. Should he gain their backing, formidable allies would come forth to assist him in seizing power. Zihan, wait for me. It will not be long before I rescue you from this torment. Hutnci silently vowed to himself. Upon returning to his dwelling, he sat on the cold bed, overwhelmed by the thought of his beloved being claimed by another man. Driving him into a frenzy, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from beneath the table, drinking deeply to numb his anguish. As he sought solace in sobriety, the ringing of his mobile phone interrupted the stillness. Upon glancing at the incoming number, Hutnci's expression brightened instantly. He shook his head briskly to maintain his clarity and cautiously answered the call. Brother Hu, I have spoken with the higher-ups about your situation. You may now proceed. Came a gruff voice from the other end. Hutnci's heart soared. The most crucial aspect of his plan had been secured. Thank you, my elder brother. Once this is accomplished, I shall express my gratitude in person, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. By the way, when can we expect the reinforcements to arrive? Hutnci inquired further. This was his foremost concern. Without external support, it would be exceedingly challenging to contend with the snow god, even with his formidable abilities. The voice on the line chuckled lightly. You need not worry. The base has dispatched 2 captains, both of whom are king-level ability wielders. They are expected to arrive within a few days. Excellent. With their assistance, our operation is destined for success. After hanging up, Hutnci's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally, he could avenge Zihan and cleanse the humiliation he had endured. Eliminating the snow god would pave the way for him to unify the entire white-clad church. Subsequently, with the power of the Longping base, he could surely vanquish the war god base and exact revenge for his family and villagers. With unwavering resolve, Hutnci clenched his fists. Meanwhile, at the war god base, Ling Feng had enjoyed a few days of tranquility. Since the defeat of the Lu and Kai alliance, no other bases had dared to trouble him. Even the previously belligerent snow god had been conspicuously silent. Ling Feng speculated that the latter had likely been intimidated by the events surrounding the Lu family. However, despite the white-clad church's avoidance of confrontation, he could not let them off the hook. Ling Feng resolved to rest for a few more days before leading his forces to obliterate the Lu and Kai families, while simultaneously dismantling the white-clad church. Currently, the entire Shangjing city had been consolidated, with nearly 20 bases amalgamated into 12 under Ling Feng's command. Each base housed 10 members of the War God Squad, amounting to a formidable force of 10 superpowered individuals, thus ensuring stability. Yet, this led to a new dilemma. The number of personnel was insufficient. He could only deploy 480 individuals, and a portion would need to remain at headquarters, leaving fewer than 300 available for action. Therefore, it was imperative to expand the forces and augment the ranks of the War God Squad. Based on the current circumstances, at least an additional 400 members were necessary. Ling Feng summoned Ma Wu and entrusted him with the task of this expansion. Chief, considering the current personnel count at the base, it will be quite challenging to find 400 suitable candidates. Ma Wu responded, visibly troubled. In the entirety of the capital city, a preliminary selection shall be conducted across all bases, systematically eliminating individuals who do not meet the stringent criteria through rigorous training. Ma Wu nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall attend to this immediately. Furthermore, it is imperative to instill a robust ideological framework. I do not wish to witness the emergence of traitors within our ranks. Ling Feng added, halting Ma Wu momentarily to supplement his directive. Having delegated his responsibilities, Ling Feng exited his office and proceeded to the confinement chamber. He had captured 2 individuals from MK Corporation, and it was an opportune moment for interrogation. Having previously engaged with MK Corporation, he was astonished to find them resurfacing once more, revealing their unrelenting ambition. Both MK and the Dragon-Slaying Society are backed by their respective nations, harboring aspirations of invading the Dragon Kingdom. Such organizations shall not escape retribution. Upon reaching the confinement chamber, Ling Feng encountered 2 familiar faces, Ito from the Dragon-Slaying Society and Lu Ning from the Lu family. Both appeared utterly dejected, lying on the ground devoid of vitality, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Especially Ito, whom Ling Feng had specifically instructed the guards to administer a daily dose of torment, ensuring he experiences the pinnacle of anguish while remaining conscious. Having dared to sow discord within the Dragon Kingdom, Ling Feng would ensure that his suffering transcended mere existence. After passing the 2, Ling Feng entered another chamber and beheld a face belonging to a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, an individual apprehended from MK Corporation by Ma Wu. What is your name? Ling Feng inquired coldly, fixating his gaze upon the man. Initially lost in thought, Qin Hui, upon noticing the imposing figure before him, immediately rose, displaying an obsequious demeanor. I am Qin Hui, at your service, esteemed leader. Ling Feng regarded him with interest. How did you ascertain my status as the leader of this base? With a beaming countenance, Qin Hui flattered, Your Excellency exudes an extraordinary presence and charisma. It is evident that you are no ordinary individual, undoubtedly a person of great significance. Ling Feng, regarding him with indifference, felt a strong aversion towards such sycophantic opportunists. Yet he acknowledged their remarkable ability to read the room. Where is MK Corporation's hideout? He pressed. They are concealed in Jinghang City, at a sanctuary known as Rongshan, which they recently seized, Qin Hui divulged without hesitation, betraying his own masters. To demonstrate his sincerity, he continued, Leader, if you intend to launch an assault there, please exercise caution. Their strength is formidable. Even the white-clothed sect treats them with deference. How many are there? Ling Feng inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hui replied, their total number is approximately 500, of which around 100 are researchers, while the genetic warriors number around 400. With a shift in his gaze, Ling Feng summoned the guards to unlock the confinement chamber. A flicker of joy crossed Qin Hui's face, as he believed that Ling Feng intended to spare him. Secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. My leader, I, Qin Hui, am willing to join the War God base. I shall be utterly loyal, ready to risk my life for the base. Ling Feng regarded him with a cold gaze, not trusting a single word he uttered. Take me to their stronghold, and I may consider it, Ling Feng stated indifferently. Certainly, I will lead you there. I assure you, none shall escape. I am fully aware of all their secret passages. Qin Hui, devoid of any moral qualms, betrayed his superior without hesitation. Follow me, Ling Feng commanded, leading him out of the confinement chamber. As they passed by the cell of another MK company member, Qin Hui cast a provocative glance at him. William, confined in his cell, immediately rose in anger upon seeing the smug Qin Hui. You traitor, you will meet a terrible end. Although he was a foreigner and struggled with the language, he clearly understood Qin Hui's betrayal. Ling Feng shot him a cold glance and instructed the guard, provide him with extra rations. It seems he is still too vigorous. Understood. The guard replied with a sinister grin directed at William. William, filled with terror, retreated to a corner, harboring even greater resentment towards Qin Hui. Upon reaching the surface, Ling Feng whistled. In an instant, a colossal shadow materialized before him, a massive head affectionately nudging against Ling Feng. Qin Hui, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the Black Panther, collapsed in fear. He had never encountered such a formidable creature. It resembled a small mountain, standing at least 4 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length, its jet black fur exuding a fierce demeanor. One could only wonder how Ling Feng had tamed such a behemoth. Ling Feng hoisted Qin Hui and leapt onto the panther's back, giving its neck a pat. Panther, to Jinghang City. Woof. The panther barked excitedly, having longed to venture outside after being confined to the base. Like a streak of black lightning, the panther vanished from sight. Seated atop the panther, Qin Hui screamed in terror. Had Ling Feng not held on to him, he would have surely been thrown off. The panther's exhilaration only intensified with Qin Hui's cries, as it exerted all its strength, sprinting through the snowy terrain. Covering the 100 kilometers from the base to Jinghang City in a mere 10 minutes, the panther outpaced even the high-speed rail. Ling Feng leaped off the panther's back, casually tossing Qin Hui onto the ground. At that moment, Qin Hui lay crumpled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his hands pressed against the earth as he retched repeatedly. After a 5-minute interval, he gradually regained his senses. Where's the shelter? Ling Feng inquired, his impatience evident. Please, follow me, Qin Hui replied. Qin Hui struggled to rise, his steps unsteady as he led the way. The trio, comprising 2 individuals and a dog, arrived at a secluded foothill, finally unveiling a shelter concealed beneath layers of ice and snow. The entrance of the shelter was painted white, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. One could hardly discern it upon a cursory glance. The construction of the shelter perfectly harmonized with the mountainside, and directly behind it loomed a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high, steep enough that even a king-level adept would find it arduous to ascend. This shelter indeed presented itself as a fortuitous refuge, Ling Feng remarked, noting that this shelter also served as a crucial passageway into the capital city of Shangjing from Jinghang, underscoring its strategic significance. From this day forth, it would serve as a branch of the War God base. Ling Feng strode confidently towards the shelter, with Qin Hui trailing behind. The guards of MK Corporation within the shelter quickly detected the presence of unfamiliar individuals and immediately activated the alarm. Within half a minute, the alert and responsive guard team had assembled at the observation post. Captain Tom, peering through the observation port, recognized Qin Hui's visage alongside a stranger, who was accompanied by a colossal beast resembling a canine from the Dragon Kingdom, albeit much larger than any typical dog. Tom hesitated to confirm. As it was rare to encounter a pet of such immense proportions, Tom retrieved his communicator and spoke in halting Dragon Kingdom dialect. Qin Hui, why have you returned alone? Where are the others? Who is this man beside you? Qin Hui stepped forward, maintaining an air of composure. This is Mr. Ling Feng, the leader of the War God Base. He wishes to confer with the head of the shelter. I kindly ask you, Captain Tom, to open the door. By the way, our leader, Ling, has a rather short patience. I hope you will not test it. With that, Qin Hui cast a triumphant glance toward the observation post of the shelter. Chapter 181. Ross with the shield. Tom's expression turned icy at these words. Normally deferential, Qin Hui's newfound audacity raised suspicions. Had he perhaps defected? Qin Hui, have you grown wings? How dare you speak to Mr. Tom in such a manner? A Dragon Kingdom man standing beside Tom chastised him first. Qin Hui smirked, ready to retort, but was halted by Ling Feng, who raised a hand for silence. Ling Feng extended a finger towards the shelter's entrance and lightly beckoned. The imposing 5-meter door instantly detached from the shelter, levitating in midair. With a gentle touch of his finger, the door descended gracefully onto the snow-covered ground. Tom, witnessing this extraordinary feat, was left utterly astounded. The door weighed 10 tons, immovable even by their strongest personnel, yet this young man moved it effortlessly with a mere flick. The other guards stared in disbelief. Prepare yourselves. The enemy is about to attack. Ready the counteroffensive. Tom immediately commanded his subordinates, while simultaneously escalating the situation to the higher echelons of the shelter's command. Ling Feng strolled towards the shelter. As soldiers within hastily brandished various weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in his direction. In an instant, a multitude of bullets soared towards him. Ling Feng regarded these projectiles with contempt. With his current defenses, they posed no threat whatsoever. With a casual wave of his hands, all the bullets reversed their trajectory, striking down every member of the guard squad within the shelter. Tom, who was reporting the situation over the intercom, stood frozen in shock. The voice on the other end persistently urging him for answers. Tom, I'm asking you, what kind of power are we facing? Speak up. Tom swallowed hard, about to respond, when suddenly a figure appeared beside him, snatching the intercom from his grasp. Trembling, Tom gazed at the man before him, realizing he was no mere human, but a devil, for how else could he wield such magic? Ling Feng, holding the intercom with an air of nonchalance, declared, I am Ling Feng. You will soon comprehend my strength. With that, he cast aside the intercom and swiftly dispatched the foreigner standing before him. Half a minute later, Qin Hui, breathless, rushed to Ling Feng's side, having traversed over 300 meters in pursuit of him. Witnessing Ling Feng's displayed prowess, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief at his decision to surrender. Lead the way, Ling Feng commanded icily. Yes. Qin Hui dared not delay and guided Ling Feng deeper into the shelter. They passed through 3 formidable gates, during which Ling Feng effortlessly eliminated all guards in their path. He had no intention of allowing anyone to escape alive today. Upon reaching the shelter's innermost sanctum, a fully armed squad awaited him, poised and ready for confrontation. Ling Feng surveyed the scene. Approximately 100 individuals, all foreigners, their faces a shade of purple that betrayed their drug use. Most stood over 2 meters tall, their muscular physiques accentuated by form-fitting combat attire, reminiscent of supermodels from a bygone era. In the center of this formidable assembly stood a man clad in a blue, tight-fitting combat suit. He was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, exuding an air of resolute determination, wielding a shield of indeterminate material that radiated authority. I am Ross from MK Corporation, the commander of this shelter. Who are you, and why have you attacked us? Ross inquired with a sinister glare. Ling Feng responded with a chilling smile. Do I require a reason to strike you? This is the territory of our dragon nation. You foreign devils have unlawfully invaded our shelter. My actions are entirely justified. Ross scoffed in retort. Your territory? Our MK Corporation is a legitimate entity. Our presence here is lawful and our private domain. You have no right to intrude. Is that so? Is it also reasonable and lawful for you to slaughter those in other sanctuaries? Ling Feng retorted. Ross was momentarily at a loss for words, and then, in a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to kill a citizen of our great and beautiful nation will pay a heavy price. You will not leave this place alive. Ling Feng coldly gazed at him, responding, those words should be directed at you. All of you will perish today, except for you. I shall annihilate every one of your MK bases in the Dragon Kingdom." Ross, filled with bravado, was about to retort when he witnessed a bizarre scene. The genetic warriors beside him began to dissolve into a mist of blood. Indeed, blood mist, with not a bone remaining, exploding right where they stood. The sound of explosions echoed like the crack of firecrackers. As the front line of warriors exploded, the second row followed suit, plunging the entire unit into chaos. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. How could a person spontaneously combust? He is a devil. He is a messenger from hell. The warriors in the back, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, but soon realized their bodies were paralyzed, unable to move even an arm no matter how hard they tried. Panic began to spread across Ross's face as he too found himself immobilized. He was well aware of his own strength, capable of defeating royal-level ability users. Even the so-called snow god of the white-clad cult treated him with respect. Who are you? What sorcery have you cast upon us?" Ling Feng smiled faintly, remaining silent until only Ross stood among them, the others having transformed into blood mist. Qin Hui, standing behind Ling Feng, trembled uncontrollably, awestruck by the extraordinary prowess displayed by Ling Feng. He wiped the cold sweat from his shaking hands. Ross, filled with rage, declared, "This is an ambush. If you have the courage, let us duel face to face." Ling Feng smiled slightly and released his control. "Then I shall grant you that opportunity." Ross felt a sudden lightness as the shackles on his body vanished, and he moved his limbs, joints cracking as he did. "Let me show you the power of our MK Corporation's super serum." Ross sneered, swiftly charging at Ling Feng. The force of his movement left deep impressions in the solid ground. In the blink of an eye, Ross stood before Ling Feng, fists clenched, channeling all his strength into a punch as large as a sandbag aimed directly at Ling Feng's face. Confident in his ability to kill Ling Feng with this blow, he recalled having previously dispatched a royal-level ability user with a single strike. This Ling Feng, judging by his physique, appeared defenseless and surely could not withstand his assault. In the next moment, Ling Feng effortlessly grasped Ross by the throat, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. "You are far too weak. With such feeble prowess, you dare to confront me?" Ling Feng remarked with a mocking expression. Ross's face turned crimson, unable to utter a word. He longed to resist, but his neck was in a vice grip, rendering him powerless. Ling Feng, uninterested in further discourse, forcefully snapped his neck and carelessly discarded the corpse as if it were refuse. "Where's the laboratory?" Ling Feng turned to the trembling Qin Hui. "It's inside. I will lead you there." Qin Hui, his complexion pallid, guided Ling Feng deeper into the sanctuary. As they walked, Ling Feng methodically eliminated the remnants of MK Corporation, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Before long, they arrived at the laboratory. The space was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, bustling with hundreds of individuals, yet it felt far from crowded. Ling Feng's expression hardened as he observed the harrowing scenes within. He spotted several experimental tables where individuals from Dragon Country were bound, one of whom was a child. Numerous human organs floated in glass containers scattered throughout the laboratory. On one of the tables, a researcher clad in a white coat held a syringe filled with a crimson liquid, preparing to inject a terrified woman restrained on the table. "Please, don't. I'll do anything you ask, just don't." The researcher's gaze was icy. The woman's pleas evoked no compassion within him as he aimed the syringe toward her arm. Despair washed over the woman as she stared at the man before her. Fully aware that injection meant certain death, the girls confined in the same cell as her had all been taken away, and none had returned alive. She was the last remaining soul in that desolate place. Just as she was about to close her eyes and relinquish hope, the man before her suddenly froze. As if ensnared by an invisible spell, Ling Feng shattered the laboratory's glass door with a single punch and stepped inside. The researchers, now paralyzed with fear, could only watch as a stranger entered their domain. "Release them from the tables," Ling Feng commanded Qin Hui. With a quick affirmation, Qin Hui hurried to unlock the restraints binding each individual. Once freed, the survivors remained rooted in place, still in shock and afraid to move. "Aside from you, are there any others imprisoned here?" Ling Feng inquired of a recently liberated woman. Yes, they're all in the cells," she stammered, fear evident in her voice. Ling Feng glanced at Qin Hui, who instantly grasped his intent. "I will bring them here," he replied, swiftly exiting the laboratory. Before long, over 40 individuals of all ages, men, women, and children, were brought before Ling Feng. Ling Feng observed the emaciated figures before him, their faces etched with terror, unwilling to meet his gaze. With an air of indifference, he addressed this assembly of ordinary individuals, asserting, "I am the leader of the war god base. I have eliminated all the guards outside. Now, I offer you a chance for vengeance. Slay every foreigner in this laboratory." Upon his proclamation, a murmur rippled through the crowd, yet none dared to act. Their heads bowed in reluctant submission, akin to ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Ling Feng's brows furrowed as he coldly declared, "If you do not take action, I shall release their restraints and see if they will show you any mercy." A palpable shift occurred among the crowd. Many turned pale, acutely aware of the dire consequences they would face should they confront the foreigners. "I will do it." A young man stepped forward, striding to an operating table where he grasped a scalpel and approached a scientist clad in a white coat. The white-coated figure's eyes widened in sheer terror at the sight of the ferocious youth. With a sinister grin, the young man plunged the sharp scalpel into the scientist's heart. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and within moments, the scientist succumbed to death. The young man, intoxicated by the thrill of bloodshed, turned to the crowd and shouted, "Brothers, come forth and avenge your families." With that, he resumed his grim task, mercilessly taking the lives of the remaining foreigners. "Let us fight back." Several more individuals charged toward the foreigners, and ultimately, the entire assembly joined in the slaughter, liberating themselves from their initial fear, descending into a frenzy. Armed with knives and scissors, and even resorting to biting when weaponless, they savagely tormented the white-coated figures, unleashing the pent-up hatred within their hearts. The laboratory morphed into a veritable slaughterhouse, with the former butchers now transformed into the prey. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng surmised that no one from MK would emerge alive from this place. He then made his way to the cold storage room, hoping to unearth some genetic materials. Kicking open the door, he entered to find several towering cabinets filled with a myriad of genetic serums, each with bizarre effects. He collected them all into his spatial storage, intending for Lin Su to study them for potential enhancements. Additionally, he found some strains of the original virus, possessing a highly infectious nature. Indeed, these foreigners harbored nefarious intentions. Ling Feng secured the viruses within his spatial storage, vowing that should the opportunity arise in the beautiful nation, they would reap what they had sown. After an exhaustive search, he finally discovered a modest quantity of genetic materials within the last few cabinets, merely a handful. Thankfully, he had the system. Otherwise, this meager amount would have been utterly insufficient. Having gathered the genetic materials, he noted that there was nothing of value left in the cold storage room. Without hesitation, Ling Feng employed his otherworldly flame to reduce the contents to ashes. Ling Feng returned to the laboratory, which had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, strewn with the dismembered remains of individuals clad in white coats, with not a single intact body in sight. Some among them were even voraciously devouring a corpse, prompting a slight frown from Ling Feng. However, he refrained from intervening, for these individuals had caused the demise of countless lives, and letting them meet their end 1,000 times over seemed scarcely unjust. Ling Feng departed the laboratory with Qin Hui, seeking out the shelter's warehouse, where he reserved a small portion of the provisions for the survivors, while seizing the remainder into his spatial storage. The food supplies here were relatively plentiful, encompassing a variety of poultry, fish, meats, eggs, snacks, and beverages, ample sustenance to last a base several years. Upon exiting the shelter, Black Panther lay at the entrance, impatiently awaiting his return. Ling Feng leapt onto Black Panther's back, exclaiming, "Homeward bound." Chapter 183. Tenfold Physical Prowess Upon Returning to the God of War Base. Ling Feng escorted Qin Hui to the confinement room. Qin Hui, somewhat anxious, spoke up, "Chief, regarding my desire to join the God of War Base." Ling Feng feigned ignorance, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "Ah, you mean that matter?" With a forced smile, Qin Hui bent slightly, saying, "Chief, I genuinely wish to become part of our God of War family. I have developed a profound affection for this place. Previously, I believed I had no choice but to act as a traitor, but now I aspire to be a good person." Upon finishing, he looked at Ling Feng with a face full of hope. With a hint of regret, Ling Feng patted his shoulder, stating, "You performed admirably today. But the base has regulations. Your probation period is not yet over. Please be patient." Qin Hui could only respond with a forced smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Ling Feng led him to the entrance of a confinement room, where the captive from MK Company, William, awaited. Ling Feng signaled to the guard to open the door. William cast a venomous glare at Qin Hui, yet he dared not express any dissatisfaction towards Ling Feng. Qin Hui, given the current strain on the confinement facilities, you shall temporarily share quarters with your former colleague, Ling Feng said with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui's expression changed drastically, and he spoke with palpable fear. Chief, please. If I am confined with this man, he will surely kill me. Qin Hui could vividly imagine the consequences of being locked up with William, setting aside the latter's hatred towards him and their previous provocations. The very peculiarities of this individual could render his existence a torment beyond endurance. Nonsense. You are colleagues. How could he possibly harm you? Ling Feng replied, turning to William, who nodded with a sinister smile. Enough of this chatter. Once your probation period concludes, you shall be free. With that, Ling Feng unceremoniously pushed Qin Hui into the confinement room and shut the door behind him. Chief, I beg you, let me switch rooms. Qin Hui pleaded, tears welling in his eyes as he leaned against the door. Ling Feng, seemingly disregarding his pleas, walked away without a glance back. Humph. A traitor wishes to join the war god base, treating it as a mere garbage dump? Ling Feng chuckled coldly within. William regarded Qin Hui with a sinister grin, his gaze gradually becoming unsettling. Mr. William, let us converse civilly. Qin Hui managed a strained smile as he looked at William. Oh dear, Mr. William. Please put your trousers back on. What are you doing in broad daylight? This is quite inappropriate. Do not touch me. Help, help. Ling Feng hummed a tune, leisurely returning to the villa. Now that the raw materials for the gene serum were at hand, he could commence the research on warrior number 3. However, before delving into this endeavor, another crucial task awaited, the enhancement of his strength. Ling Feng's abilities had reached 9,000 points. Just 1,000 more would allow him to surpass the 10,000 mark. Achieving this milestone would undoubtedly catalyze another transformation in his physique, elevating his power to a new echelon. Ling Feng retrieved dozens of inner Dan from his space, all belonging to ordinary supernatural beings. After vanquishing several waves of foes, he now possessed over 200 inner Dan. Without hesitation, he tossed a handful into his mouth and reclined on the ground to gradually absorb the energy within. In just a few minutes, the inner Dan had been completely digested. However, he had not yet breached the 10,000 point threshold, now estimating his strength at around 9,500 points, just 500 short. Ling Feng grabbed another handful of inner Dan and consumed them, closing his eyes to slowly digest the energy. 5 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. By heavens, I can feel it. A wave of intense pain began to engulf his entire body, distinct from the previous discomfort he had experienced, which had felt like his bones were being gradually shattered. This time, the agony surged from within his vital organs. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all throbbed simultaneously, as if they were swelling to the point of bursting, only to rapidly contract again, creating a sensation of being crushed. As his organs expanded and contracted, his entire physique fluctuated in size. Meanwhile, the flow of his blood quickened, akin to a surge of acceleration, with his heartbeat soaring to over 1,000 beats per minute. Ling Feng's clothing could not withstand the transformation and burst apart, leaving him completely bare upon the ground, his body flushed and emanating steam. The temperature in the room began to rise drastically. Yet, Ling Feng remained oblivious, consumed by excruciating pain as the metamorphosis of his organs rendered him faint. This ordeal persisted for approximately half an hour, after which the pain gradually subsided and his strength began to restore. 10 minutes later, Ling Feng rose from the ground. Observing the black, viscous substance covering his body, he had no time to contemplate his transformation and hurried to the bathroom for a hot shower. Half an hour later, clad in comfortable sleepwear, Ling Feng emerged from the bathroom, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Ling Feng sensed the transformation within his body, feeling as though an inexhaustible reservoir of strength resided within him. Through introspection, he discerned a shimmering golden membrane subtly encasing his internal organs. His skin had grown increasingly fair, exuding a silky smoothness akin to that of an infant. Despite its softness, it possessed remarkable resilience. Ling Feng was confident that his defensive capabilities could withstand even the force of a nuclear explosion. Moreover, his various abilities had seen a remarkable doubling in potency, with his gravitational field reaching an astonishing 6,000 times normal. Once unleashed, even the mightiest of sovereigns would be rendered powerless. His teleportation range had surpassed 5,000 meters, while the sphere of his toxic source extended to an equally formidable distance. Additionally, his cerebral development had reached an impressive 99, yet he found himself unable to breach the elusive threshold of 100. Ling Feng was at a loss. Perhaps the effects of his internal elixir had plateaued, hindering further cognitive expansion. Lastly, there was a notable alteration in his blood, with golden plasma comprising approximately 80 of its entirety. He speculated that in his next metamorphosis, his entire bloodstream might transform into gold. In a single teleportation, he found himself in a snow-covered expanse, a mere 5,000 meters from his base. His power had now escalated to around 10,500 times, leaving him uncertain of his true standing. As he was not an ability user, and thus could not measure himself against their standards. Nevertheless, even the peak sovereign, Zhang San, posed no more challenge than an ordinary person in his hands, easily extinguished at will. To date, he had yet to encounter an adversary capable of matching him in full-force combat, yearning instead for an evenly matched opponent with whom he could engage in a thrilling battle. Yet, the harsh reality remained. Invincibility was a lonely existence. Chapter 184. The King of Green Hats. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng returned to the genetic laboratory within his villa. With his newfound strength, he was ready to delve into the research of the warrior Serum No. 3. As for the matters concerning the Lu and Kai families, he planned to resolve them in due time. No longer feeling the urgency, given that he had already acquired the necessary genetic materials. While Ling Feng diligently focused on serum development, a significant event was unfolding within the white-clad divine sect, one that could alter its trajectory. Hutnci was preparing to revolt. In a concealed chamber, a long conference table was filled with individuals, with Hutnci seated at the head, his expression grave. Flanking him were his trusted confidants, individuals who had suffered under the oppression of the snow god, each harboring a deep-seated vendetta against him. Among them were protectors and high-ranking officials of the sect. Utilizing his personal charisma, Hutnci had successfully rallied them to his cause. Tomorrow presents us with an opportune moment for action. Our success hinges on this singular endeavor. Should we prevail, you shall all become the future masters of the sect, liberated from that man's tyranny. Hutnci declared earnestly. I have long been intolerant of that god of snow. This time, with the envoy leading our uprising, success is surely within our grasp, exclaimed a middle-aged man with a face adorned with stubble, his excitement palpable. Indeed, if it weren't for the envoy gathering us together, I would likely remain a scattered group, oppressed by that god of snow. Another person chimed in. Hutnci, the envoy, listened to the flattery directed at him with an unperturbed demeanor. He understood that all praise was hollow, and until victory was achieved, any commendation held no significance. Let us discuss the details of tomorrow's operation. Ling Feng interjected, redirecting the conversation. The meeting continued into the depths of the night, and only after Hutnci confirmed that the plan was foolproof did he declare the meeting adjourned. That night, Hutnci lay in his bed, tossing and turning. Knowing that tomorrow would decide his fate, success would bring him glory and renown, while failure meant only death. We must succeed tomorrow, Zihan. Wait for me. The following morning, Hutnci donned a pristine white robe and a mask, preparing to attend the daily morning assembly of the cult. As usual, he stood to the right of the god of snow, with Yang Zihan on his left, their eyes briefly meeting in silent understanding. Yang Zihan instantly grasped the meaning behind Hutnici's gaze. One by one, the high-ranking members of the cult arrived at the venue, and everyone stood silently in anticipation of the god of snow's arrival. 10 minutes later, the god of snow, clad in a white robe and a golden mask, entered through the main doors and gracefully took his seat on the elevated platform. All attendees bowed in reverence, then began to extol the virtues of the god of snow. Dear god of snow, we thank you for guiding us into a new day. On this splendid occasion, we beseech you to lead us deeper into your presence. The god of snow is immortal, forever cherished in our hearts. Once the praises concluded, the god of snow waved his hand, and the assembly fell silent. This ritual was well ingrained in the minds of all present. Let us begin. Each institution, please report on your work. The god of snow's authoritative voice resonated from the platform. Subsequently, the various kings and protectors took turns reporting their progress, and soon an hour had passed. Almost all present had completed their reports, with a few whose work had faltered being escorted away by the enforcement team. Is there anyone else with a report to make? If not, today's morning assembly will conclude here. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Hutnci knelt before the god of snow and spoke clearly. Oh, what is it, envoy? The god of snow inquired with curiosity, as Hutnci, typically reticent, had taken the initiative to present a report today. Under the auspices of the snow deity, I recently discovered an extraordinary tree while inspecting one of our bases. Its fruits possess the remarkable ability to significantly enhance one's strength, while the tea brewed from its leaves offers soothing properties that aid in sleep. I wish to extend an invitation to the snow deity to join me in tasting these wonders. Upon hearing this, the snow deity's expression brightened. Such a fruit-bearing tree exists? Is the effect truly as you describe? Hutnci knelt humbly, a look of reverence upon his face. I would not dare deceive your excellency. This fruit is indeed wondrous. However, it must be consumed within 10 minutes of being plucked, lest it decay and spoil instantly thereafter. It is for this reason that I have taken the liberty of inviting you to witness it personally. After a moment's contemplation, the snow deity joyfully responded, in that case, I shall accompany you. I trust you have spoken truthfully. I would not presume to lie. Hutnci replied, let us proceed, and may the saintess join us as well. With that, the snow deity rose from her seat, walked over to Hutnci, and assisted him to his feet. He followed closely behind her, alongside Zhang Zhibiao. As they made their way outside, the snow deity boarded her exclusive snow vehicle, accompanied by Zhang Zhibiao, while the others walked alongside it. Due to the recent assault on the war goddess base, Gu Qing had commandeered all of the sect's transportation, leaving this all-terrain snow vehicle as the sole mode of conveyance. Hutnci stood beside the vehicle, and throughout the journey, he could faintly hear sounds of movement from within. Each moan pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him pale and seething with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, yearning to storm inside and exact vengeance upon the old man who dared to insult his woman before his very eyes, undoubtedly intending to humiliate him. As he endured this torment for what felt like half an hour, each moment stretched on endlessly, akin to a century of suffering. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Zhang Zhibiao disembarked from the vehicle, her hair disheveled, her gaze toward Hutnci filled with sorrow. He exhaled deeply, regaining his composure before approaching the vehicle door with utmost respect. Your Excellency, we have arrived. Indeed, came the languid voice of the snow deity from within. Hutnci stepped forward to open the door, and the snow deity emerged, adjusting her attire as she tightened her belt, seemingly for his benefit. As she descended, she casually patted Hutnci on the shoulder, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable amusement, almost mocking. Hutnci froze momentarily, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet he masked it flawlessly. As he gazed at the snow deity's retreating figure, a fierce intent to kill simmered in his eyes. Chapter 185. The toxic fruit. Hutnci suppressed the fury within him as he accompanied the snow god into the inner sanctum of the Icefield sanctuary. The snow god sat majestically in the principal seat of the reception hall, while the sanctuary's leader and several high-ranking officials knelt on either side, attending to him with utmost care. I have heard that your sanctuary has recently discovered an extraordinary fruit. Is this indeed the case? The snow god inquired, directing his gaze towards the leader of the sanctuary. Reporting to the snow god, it is indeed true. I dared not conceal this matter and have specifically reported it to the vice envoy. The sanctuary's leader replied, his face etched with trepidation. Very well. Your loyalty to me has not gone unnoticed, the snow god remarked with a glance of appreciation before continuing. I recall your name is Hutnci, correct? Indeed. I am Hutnci. It is a tremendous honor for a mere subordinate like myself to be remembered by the esteemed snow god amidst your busy schedule. Hutnci stood beside the snow god, sensing the opportune moment had arrived, and promptly interjected, Master Hu, since the snow god has graced us with his presence, please fetch the extraordinary fruit. I shall retrieve the fruit at once. Please wait a moment, snow god. Hutnci responded, rising to depart. Wait, Hutnci called out, halting Hutnci in his tracks. Does the vice envoy have further instructions? The tea brewed from the leaves of that extraordinary fruit is said to surpass even the finest teas in flavor. Shouldn't you prepare some for the snow god to savor? Hutnci said meaningfully, casting a significant glance at Hutnci. A look of realization crossed Hutnici's face as he hastily slapped his forehead. Ah, forgive my oversight. I shall prepare it immediately. He then hurriedly exited the room. Silence enveloped the space, leaving only the sound of the snow god idly tapping his fingers on the armrest. After a brief pause, the snow god suddenly spoke, Vice Envoy. How do you perceive my regard for you? The snow god looked at Hutnci, and the implication in his words was palpable. Hutnci stiffened, promptly kneeling before the snow god, his tone reverent as he declared, the snow god is akin to my rebirth parents. It is you who sheltered and nurtured me, elevating me to the position of Vice Envoy. Your kindness is a debt I can never repay. Given that, you would not dare to betray me, would you? The snow god's voice rose abruptly, a commanding presence erupting from him, casting an immense pressure over everyone in the room. Hutnci, nearest to him, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I would not dare. Should I ever entertain thoughts of betrayal, I would willingly accept death, Hutnci asserted, kneeling on the ground with clenched teeth. The snow god remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. You truly are someone I hold in high regard. The snow god approached Hutnci and assisted him to his feet. I was merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart. Hutnci secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had restrained himself from taking action moments ago. Otherwise, he would have truly made a blunder. His subordinates dared not speak. Hutnci lowered his head and stood to the side. Following this brief interlude, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, with each individual hesitant to breathe, fearing the attention of the snow goddess. After another 10 minutes, Hutnci cautiously entered, carrying a tea set. He placed the tea set on the high platform and stepped forward to take the utensils from Hutnici's hands. He set the tea set down on a nearby table, poured a cup of tea, and then approached the snow goddess, bowing as he spoke. Your Majesty, this tea is brewed from the leaves of a rare tree. Please indulge in its flavor. The snow goddess glanced at the cup of tea and replied, You should taste it first and share your thoughts with me. Hutnci hesitated, responding, This tea is exceedingly precious. It would be a great transgression for a subordinate to drink it first. The snow goddess smiled slightly, unconcerned. It matters not. I permit you to drink it, and none shall dare to object. After a brief glance at the tea, Hutnci drank it in one gulp. What a fine tea. Its flavor is rich without a hint of bitterness, leaving a sweet aftertaste, truly exquisite. Upon hearing this, the snow goddess became intrigued and immediately urged, Quickly, pour me a cup to taste. Hutnci swiftly grabbed another cup, poured a fresh cup of tea, and respectfully presented it to the snow goddess. She lifted the cup to her nose, inhaling its aroma before drinking it all down, her eyes closing as she savored the experience. Although she had seldom indulged in tea throughout her life, she found this particular brew quite pleasant. Indeed, excellent tea, the snow goddess affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Hutnci entered, holding a tray in both hands. On it rested a red fruit, roughly the size of an orange, its vibrant hue appearing most enticing. The moment the snow goddess beheld the extraordinary fruit, her eyes lit up. She could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from it, a clear indication of its rarity. Given her status as a king-level supernatural being, present it to me, she commanded. Hutnci swiftly approached, taking the tray and bringing it before the snow goddess. She examined the extraordinary fruit carefully, marveling at the astonishing energy contained within such a small object. After scrutinizing it for a moment longer, she casually handed the fruit to Hutnci. You shall consume it. A flicker of alarm crossed Hutnici's face as he replied, Your Majesty, this fruit is the last of its kind. If you give it to me, what will you do? The snow goddess cast a cold glance at Hutnci, her tone brooking no dissent. Did you not hear me? I command you to eat it. Despite a hint of panic in his eyes, Hutnci accepted the fruit. The snow goddess regarded him with an icy stare, a smirk of derision forming in her heart. With a fleeting glance at the extraordinary fruit, Hutnci took a deep breath and consumed it in one decisive bite. A few seconds later, Hutnci felt a powerful energy slowly transforming his body, and his extraordinary abilities were rapidly ascending at a terrifying pace. I have treated you well, Hutnci. Why do you choose to betray me? The snow god gazed at him with an air of arrogance, disdain evident in his eyes. Hutnci removed the mask from his face and cast it aside, his eyes betraying an unmistakable malice. You claim to have treated me well while you occupy my woman and humiliate me in my presence? You call that kindness? Those like you, who exploit followers while presenting a facade of righteousness, dare to call themselves a god? Such an affront to divinity. Standing nearby, Yang Zihan's eyes reflected her anxiety. She had never anticipated that Hutnci would consume that strange fruit. Although it was imbued with energy, it also contained a lethal poison. The snow god regarded him with a frigid gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, consuming that fruit guarantees your demise. And as for your woman, who says I am doomed? Chapter 186, A Scheme Within a Scheme. Hutnci looked at the snow god with a mocking smile. The snow god sensed something amiss in Hutnci's eyes and asked, uncertainly, what do you mean? Hutnci chuckled. This fruit indeed carries a lethal toxin. Consuming it guarantees death within an hour. However, if one brews the leaves of the extraordinary tree into a tea, it can counteract the poison and enhance the fruit's effects. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would never have dared to consume this fruit and break through to the king level. Hutnci said with a triumphant expression. This is the mysterious, extraordinary tree of our dragon nation. How could a person from the Yamato nation comprehend such matters? The snow god was taken aback. Astonishment etched on his face. His identity was his greatest secret. No one within the cult knew it. How could Hutnci have uncovered such knowledge? If the members of the cult were to learn his true identity, his authority would plummet, and the white-robed cult he had painstakingly built would be destroyed. The onlookers below displayed looks of disbelief. How could the snow god possibly be from the Yamato nation? The enmity between the Dragon Nation and the Yamato Nation was deeply rooted in history, and they had always been at odds. If this were true, then they had been bowing down to a Yamato person all along, a tremendous humiliation. The snow god maintained his composure as he looked at Hutnci and replied calmly. This is utter nonsense. I am a true citizen of the Dragon Nation, having lived there for decades. How could I possibly be from the Yamato Nation? Hutnci slowly approached the edge of the platform, fixing his gaze upon the snow god. I must admit, you have concealed yourself quite well. But those confidants you brought with you are not nearly as adept at hiding their origins. A mere observation of their accents and appearances reveals them to be genuine Yamato people. If you are not from the Yamato Nation, why have you allowed so many of them to join this cult? If you are not a citizen of the Yamato Nation, would you dare to remove your mask and reveal your true visage to all? A barrage of questions from Hutnci left the snow deity utterly speechless, as he had not anticipated that his meticulous caution would be so easily unraveled. The snow deity, enraged yet amused, cast a look of fierce indignation towards Hutnci. Who would have thought that after decades of concealment, I would be exposed by such a young whippersnapper? I must admit, you are quite talented. I find myself somewhat reluctant to end your life. In my life? Do you possess the capability to do so? Before Hutnci's words could fully escape his lips, dozens of extraordinary individuals burst through the door, standing resolutely behind him. All of these individuals were high-ranking members of the divine sect, each possessing powers of a superhuman caliber, and they had all been drawn into Hutnci's fold. Observing the sudden betrayal of his allies, the snow deity displayed no semblance of anger. Rather, he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it with deliberate calmness. With just these few people, you think you can usurp power? Do you genuinely believe they will heed your commands? The snow deity glanced at the group behind Hutnci. Why do you not act swiftly and apprehend this traitor? Yet, no one moved. They remained anchored in place, gazing at him. Did you not hear my words? Seize Hutnci at once. The snow deity's voice rose, laced with an undercurrent of fury. Hutnci regarded him coldly. As for schemes, we, the people of the Dragon Nation, are your forebears. Those who delivered messages to you were deliberately arranged by me. Did you truly believe you had everything under control? The snow deity clenched his fists, taken aback that after such a protracted game of wits, he had been outmaneuvered today. Very well, I must concede that I underestimated you. Hutnci, rising to his feet. The snow deity's formidable malevolence erupted, causing the solid wooden chair behind him to be sent hurtling away. The aura of his royal status instilled fear in all present. With just this meager assembly, you think you can take my life? Just as the snow deity's words fell, a middle-aged man entered the room, sporting a distinguished beard. He emanated a presence akin to that of the snow deity, unmistakably a royal-level extraordinary being. The middle-aged man stood at the threshold, his countenance icy as he spoke. Murakami, I have warned you that these Dragon Nation individuals are exceedingly cunning. There is no need for further discourse. Simply eliminate those who refuse to submit to our great Yamato nation. The snow deity regarded the middle-aged man with a dispassionate gaze. I merely wish to observe how much effort they would expend to eliminate me. The outcome has truly astonished me. Haha. The middle-aged man also chuckled coldly. In the face of absolute power, Even the most elaborate schemes are rendered futile. Today marks the end for you Dragon Nation scum. Who do you call scum? You short-statured Yamato? A resounding voice echoed from outside the room. Following this, two formidable figures, one tall and the other short, swiftly approached from the distance. A middle-aged man standing at the doorway suddenly changed his expression. The two individuals approaching him were, astonishingly, also king-level superhumans, exuding an aura that matched his own strength. The man regarded them warily and coldly remarked, "Gentlemen, this is an internal conflict of our war god base. It is best you do not meddle in our affairs. To hell with your internal conflict. You pests dare to intrude on the secrets of our dragon nation? Are you seeking death?" retorted the slightly shorter man, his temper flaring. For he was the one who had just called him a short and ugly person. On the elevated platform, Snow God furrowed his brow, as the situation escalated too swiftly. Given the current strength on the field, he found himself at a disadvantage. He turned to the two newly arrived king-level beings and spoke in a cold tone. "May I inquire which faction you represent, that you feel compelled to involve yourselves in this matter? The forces behind me are not something you can contend with." The tall and lean man met Snow God's threat with a dismissive smile. "Regardless of your faction, our Longping Base welcomes all comers." Longping Base. The expressions of both Snow God and the king-level superhuman from the Wokoku shifted dramatically. Longping Base was the largest base among several provinces nearby, reportedly backed by official support and possessing formidable strength, with countless superhumans and many experts within its walls. Even king-level superhumans were not highly regarded there. The Wokoku superhuman, upon witnessing the two from Longping Base, immediately felt a sense of retreat. He fixed his gaze on the exit and suddenly exerted himself, attempting a swift escape. Thinking of leaving? It won't be that simple. The shorter superhuman from Longping Base sneered and immediately pursued him. Hutnci turned to the other tall and lean king-level superhuman with respect, saying, "Brother Liu, leave this to me. You go assist Brother Wong in eliminating that Wokoku superhuman. We must not let him escape." The lean man looked at Hutnci and cautioned, "This fellow is a king-level. Are you certain you can handle him?" Hutnci responded with a confident smile, "Rest assured, brother. I am capable. I would never gamble with my life." The lean man nodded slightly, and then quickly dashed towards the exit. Once he left, Snow God's expression brightened immediately. Chapter 187. The Fall of Snow God. Snow God did not anticipate that Hutnci would be so audacious, a recent breakthrough to king level, yet daring to confront him. Who was in the mid-king level? He had originally been pondering strategies for escape, but now with Hutnci's bold challenge, it seemed like a glimmer of hope amidst darkness. "Hutnci, you are courting your own demise. Blame only your arrogance." Snow God glared at Hutnci, feeling that killing him would not suffice to quell his inner fury. If it were not for his current status as the exalted Snow God, this upstart would have already obliterated the power he had painstakingly built. The mere thought of this made him tremble with rage. Hutnci glanced at his watch and spoke in a calm tone, "The time is nearly upon us." He then smiled at the Snow God. "Snow God, oh no, it should be Muramasa. Do you not feel a dull ache in your heart at this moment?" Muramasa touched his chest and indeed felt a sharp pain. His expression shifted. "What have you done to me?" Hutnci's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Oh, it is nothing, merely that the tea you consumed was laced with poison, and the antidote lies within that peculiar fruit. They are mutually antagonistic. Should you consume the fruit within half an hour of drinking the tea, the toxicity would dissipate. Alas, that half hour has already elapsed. You." Muramasa pointed accusatorily at Hutnci, his face contorted with malice. "Even in death, I shall ensure your demise first." With a furious roar, Muramasa charged towards Hutnci, unleashing his full power as a king-level warrior. Extending his arms, he conjured hundreds of 1-meter-long ice spikes, each one as sharp as metal. "Perish!" Muramasa swung his arms, and the multitude of ice spikes hurtled towards Hutnci from all directions. Hutnci's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of seriousness flashing within. Forming hand seals, a tempest erupted, and a sudden blizzard obscured everyone's vision. The once delicate snowflakes transformed into lethal projectiles, blinding all who faced them. Muramasa could no longer discern Hutnci's figure, unsure if his attack had struck true. As he cautiously observed, he felt a chill creep up his spine. His combat instincts urged him to anticipate the incoming assault. He swiftly erected an ice wall behind him and sidestepped to the side. With a resounding crash, The ice wall shattered into countless shards as Hutnci lunged forward, a dagger aimed directly at his chest. Muramesa's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils turning golden. Upon locking eyes with Hutnci, the latter momentarily froze, his gaze becoming vacant, rooted in place. However, he soon regained his senses. Though it was merely a fraction of a second, it was ample time for a king-level warrior. Just as Hutnci snapped back to reality, Muramesa's ice spikes were mere inches from his chest. Terror gripped Hutnci as he hastily conjured a protective barrier of ice and snow, yet his timing proved inadequate as the spikes neared his heart. A flicker of unwillingness surged within him. After all his scheming, was he destined to fall here? Yet, in the next heartbeat, a miracle unfolded. The ice spikes halted mere half a centimeter from him, and even Muramesa stood frozen in place. Act quickly, Zhang Zhibiao called urgently from afar. A surge of joy surged within Hutnci as he unhesitatingly drove the dagger into Muramesa's chest, then with a swift kick, sent him crashing against the wall, which succumbed to the impact and collapsed entirely. Hutnci cast a grateful glance towards Zhang Zhibiao. Zhang Zhibiao's complexion was pallid, her abilities merely that of an ordinary supernatural being. In her desperate bid to harness the power of time manipulation, she had momentarily immobilized Murakami, a king-level supernatural entity, at the expense of overexerting her own powers. She flashed a sweet smile at Hutnci. Cough, cough, cough. Murakami struggled to rise, his gaze falling upon the blood staining his chest, feeling the life force ebbing away. He could not fathom how, moments ago, he was on the verge of eliminating that scoundrel Hutnci, only to find himself in this dire predicament. However, upon directing his gaze towards Zhang Zhibiao, clarity dawned upon him. It was you. You orchestrated this. Murakami pointed at Zhang Zhibiao, astonished. He could hardly believe that she would betray him. He had suspected everyone but her. Their entanglement had spanned a considerable duration, and they were well acquainted with each other's depths. He had always assumed Zhang Zhibiao harbored affection for him, but now it seemed he had been mistaken. A self-deprecating smile escaped Murakami, having lived a substantial life. He ultimately fell at the hands of a woman. Hutnci, embracing Zhang Zhibiao, bore a look of provocation in his eyes. Murakami chuckled derisively. I have explored every conceivable scenario and position with her, something you shall never comprehend. Ha ha. With that, Murakami gradually closed his eyes, the once mighty snow god now fallen. Hutnci stood before the deceased snow god, momentarily dazed, devoid of the anticipated exhilaration and joy. Recalling Murakami's final words felt like a dagger piercing his heart. An indelible memory. The snow god had perished. He could now ascend as the new leader of the White Robe sect. Yet the things he had lost could never be reclaimed. Zhang Zhibiao grasped Hutnci's hand, her voice tinged with weakness. Hutnci, you have succeeded. Knowing you will become the new snow god fulfills my wishes. I am no longer pure. I am unworthy of you. I should take my leave. Upon finishing her words, she turned to depart. Hutnci felt a pang in his heart and swiftly stepped forward to embrace Zhang Zhibiao, speaking with deep affection. Zhibiao, everything I have done is for you. If you leave, all my efforts will be in vain. Stay. I cannot live without you. A flicker of pride crossed Zhang Zhibiao's eyes, yet her expression soon turned pained as she said, my abilities are lacking. I cannot assist you. Hutnci tenderly stroked her hair and replied softly, do not worry. I shall help you enhance your powers. Without hesitation, he rushed to Murakami's lifeless body, extracting a round crystal from his skull and placing it into Zhang Zhibiao's hands. This is the essence of a king-level supernatural being. Once you absorb it, you will transcend to that level, and you will no longer be a burden, but rather my formidable ally. Zhang Zhibiao, visibly moved, hesitated to accept the crystal. However, Hutnci firmly grasped her hand, insisting she take it. Without you, I might have already fallen to Murakami. This is what you rightfully deserve. Zhang Zhibiao reluctantly accepted the crystal, yet internally, she was overwhelmed with joy. I can ascend to the ranks of a king-level powerhouse. I am no longer the prey at the mercy of others. Those who have wronged me shall meet their demise. Chapter 188. The King of Soldiers Number 3 Hutnci, having slain Murakami, successfully ascended as the new leader of the White Garment sect. Sitting in the chair once occupied by the snow god, Hutnci radiated confidence, while Zhang Zhibiao, as the leader's wife, sat beside him. From this day forth, the sect shall cease its expansion and begin to consolidate its forces, fortifying its existing territory. The first decree issued by Hutnci was a significant shift in strategy, transitioning from an offensive to a defensive posture. He understood that his adversary was Ling Feng, a formidable foe whose very presence instilled fear. Although Ling Feng had not launched an attack on the sect during this period, Hutnci was acutely aware that Ling Feng was a man who would repay grievances in kind. The previous failure of the sect's assault on Ling Feng's base guaranteed that retribution was inevitable. Only the timing remained uncertain. Despite aligning himself with the powerful Longping base, Hutnci recognized his own limitations. Without substantial strength, he risked becoming a mere puppet of Longping base. The two king-level powerhouses dispatched to aid him appeared to serve a supportive role, yet their true purpose was to monitor and gradually undermine his authority. Thus, he must amass strength to ensure he retains influence within Longping base. While the others did not fully comprehend Hutnci's orders, none dared to dissent. After all, he had just executed several high-ranking members of the sect, dismissed all 3 heavenly kings, and abolished their positions, creating 2 deputy roles instead. Subsequently, Hutnci issued a second command. Tomorrow, the headquarters of the sect will relocate to the Icefield base, with all high-ranking officials required to attend. Departure is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Dismissed. After announcing his orders, Hutnci directly led Yang Zihan away. Hutnci, why must we change locations? Yang Zihan inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Hutnci sighed in resignation. Ling Feng's god of war base may soon launch an assault here. For now, it is prudent to avoid direct confrontation and focus on our development. I have heard from the 2 king-level powerhouses at Longping base that many extraordinary fruits have recently ripened at the Genesis Mountain in Jiangnan province. Numerous ability users will be heading there, and I wish to join them. Perhaps a grand opportunity awaits. Yang Zihan nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. I will accompany you. I am now a king-level ability user and will not be a burden. Excellent. Finally, it is done. Ling Feng beamed with delight as he gazed at the gene's serum in his hand. After 3 days of relentless research and dedication, he had successfully developed the King of Soldiers No. 3 serum. Compared to its predecessors, the 3rd generation boasted enhanced effects. Once administered, the user would experience minimal discomfort, allowing for a transformation that occurred almost imperceptibly. The serum No. 3 of the Warrior King elevates the human limit to an astonishing 10,000 times, accompanied by 3 extraordinary abilities: gravitational manipulation, teleportation, and ethereal fire. However, this serum bears a significant flaw. Once upgraded, Ling Feng himself cannot utilize it due to the extensive incorporation of his own genetic sequences within the serum. Nevertheless, Ling Feng remains unconcerned, for his current threshold stands at 100,000, and he has merely just surpassed 10,000, leaving a considerable distance to traverse. He carefully placed the newly formulated 10 serums into a spatial dimension for replication. In addition to this serum, Ling Feng has also developed a novel nutrient solution. This solution is crafted from his own blood, amalgamated with high molecular compounds, resulting in a nutrient solution that not only facilitates rapid absorption, but also alleviates the discomfort typically associated with the absorption process. Ling Feng is immensely satisfied with this nutrient solution, as his burgeoning strength enhances the efficacy of his blood, thereby improving the solution's effects. Having completed the research on both products, Ling Feng stepped out of the villa and stretched leisurely. This was his first venture outside in 3 days. At the military square, Ma Wu was rigorously training a group of newly recruited soldiers alongside several seasoned veterans. The expressions of the new recruits were filled with anguish, each bearing traces of exhaustion. Ling Feng recognized his own past in their weary faces. As he observed the training from the sidelines, he spotted Dong Yanwu among the recruits, likely sent by Wong Long to join the newcomers for training. Upon noticing Ling Feng, Ma Wu jogged over with enthusiasm. Ling Xiao, we haven't seen you in days. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I've been engrossed in research on serum No. 3. I just succeeded today. Ensure that all the veterans are gathered shortly for unified administration. He then inquired about the new recruits' training progress. Ma Wu shook his head slightly. Although these individuals are elite selections from various bases, many were previously ordinary civilians, with only a small fraction having military experience. Compared to our former team, they still have a significant gap. We anticipate accepting 400 out of the 1,225 recruits. Approximately 2/3 will likely be eliminated. Ling Feng nodded, emphasizing the urgency for combat readiness. We must expedite the formation of their combat capabilities. It is crucial to intensify their training, push them to their limits. He then retrieved over 1,000 doses of Serum number 1 and some diluted nutrient solutions from the spatial dimension, placing them on the ground. Oldma. Administer these to each individual to elevate their strength, then escalate the training intensity to complete the regimen in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, provide them with appropriate encouragement, informing them that this is merely Serum number 1, with number 2 and number 3 awaiting them, contingent upon their capabilities. Those who have been eliminated can form a secondary battle team responsible for some peripheral tasks. Ma Wu, holding a notebook, nodded in agreement while diligently recording Ling Feng's directives. All right, let us proceed with this for now, Ling Feng remarked before making his way to the command center of the shelter. Within the shelter, everyone appeared to be bustling with activity, except for Zhang Zhibiao, who leisurely sat on the sofa sipping a drink, a small plate of peanuts on the coffee table, relishing his snack. Ah, old Zhang, living quite comfortably, I see. Ling Feng approached Zhang Zhibiao, teasingly commenting. Upon noticing Ling Feng's arrival, Zhang Zhibiao hastily rose, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Chief, you see, I usually have nothing to do, just enjoying a little drink to lighten the mood. Ling Feng, unfazed, gestured for him to sit down. It's fine, your duties are rather simple. As long as it doesn't hinder progress, enjoying a drink is no issue. I came to inquire about a few matters. Wong Long, upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, also approached, his expression lively. Fengzi, where have you been these past few days? We haven't seen you around. Ling Feng responded, I've been engaged in some research, and I just wrapped it up today. Later, you'll be responsible for distribution. Chapter 189. Kai Haonan's opportunity. Having finished speaking, Ling Feng produced 600 vials of Soldier King No. 3 serum and 600 bottles of nutrient solution, placing them on Wong Long's desk. I won't elaborate on the usage, you should already be aware. Administer them promptly. As for you high-ranking officials, I will provide you with a separate supply. Wong Long, excitedly caressing the serums, felt a thrill despite his prior experience. Each time the soldier's abilities were enhanced left him exhilarated. In recent missions, the soldiers he commanded had been unstoppable, allowing him to bask in glory, a sensation he had grown fond of. This latest Soldier King No. 3 serum could elevate the soldier's limits to an astounding 10,000 times, while the nutrient solution would at least double their strength. Ling Feng stated casually. Upon hearing Ling Feng's description, Wong Long, even with his expectations set, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had anticipated that this iteration of the Soldier King No. 3 would reach a commendable limit of 2,000 times, but was utterly taken aback at Ling Feng's revelation of 10,000. Furthermore, the potency of this serum was indeed extraordinary. A simple doubling meant a minimum limit of 2,000 times. Incredible, surpassing the capabilities of a king-level ability user who possesses a physical limit of merely 1,500 times. This was akin to having 600 king-level team members. Just one king-level powerhouse could establish a significant base. The mere thought was daunting. Wong Long, clutching the serums, nearly drooled at the prospect. Ling Feng then presented 5 vials of distinctly colored serum to Wong Long. These are for you high-ranking officials to use. Just distribute them accordingly. After Ling Feng concluded his remarks, he paid no heed to Wong Long's expression and turned to continue his conversation with Zhang Zhibiao. Zhang Zhibiao, having just heard them mention terms like nutrient solution and serum, words utterly foreign to him, decided to disengage. Ling Feng settled onto the sofa, pondering what the leader might wish to inquire about. With an inquisitive expression, Zhang Zhibiao asked, Is it about the matters concerning Genesis Mountain? Ling Feng succinctly articulated his intention. Zhang Zhibiao's face momentarily froze. He had anticipated that Ling Feng would sooner or later broach this subject, yet he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. What exactly do you wish to know? I seek to ascertain one particular detail. How many anomalous fruits can be found at Genesis Mountain, and what are their effects? Zhang Zhibiao deliberated for a moment before responding. Genesis Mountain is contiguous with the Great Qing Mountain Range and spans an extensive area. Since ancient times, it has been a favored retreat for those seeking seclusion, not only due to its sparse population but also because it harbors numerous precious medicinal herbs and plants. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many plants underwent mutations, yielding anomalous fruits. However, with opportunity comes peril. Genesis Mountain is home to a multitude of fierce beasts that have transformed after consuming these fruits, some even posing a threat to those of royal caliber. The anomalous fruits on the periphery have largely been harvested by those in seclusion, while the more dangerous fruits within remain largely untouched. Additionally, many of the plants possess potent toxins. I am aware of one herb resembling dandelion, which, upon contact with human skin, causes rapid decay, ultimately reducing a person to a mere mass of putrid flesh. Upon finishing, Zhang Zhibiao regarded Ling Feng with a grave expression. Rather than feeling fear upon hearing Zhang Zhibiao's account, Ling Feng's excitement only grew. The vastness of Genesis Mountain suggested a plethora of anomalous fruits, and the core region, seldom visited, would undoubtedly yield even more potent effects. By venturing there, he could not only acquire these fruits, but also harvest the inner cores of the mutated beasts, a dual advantage. However, it would be ill-suited for an army to traverse Genesis Mountain. He resolved to embark on this venture alone. Having made up his mind, Ling Feng rose to depart. Zhang Zhibiao earnestly cautioned him, "Leader, Genesis Mountain is fraught with danger. I urge you to contemplate this seriously." Ling Feng nodded dismissively. "Old Zhang, should I decide to set forth, I will summon you to accompany me. We can settle old scores along the way." With that, he exited. Zhang Zhibiao sighed as he watched Ling Feng's retreating figure, then returned to the sofa to sip his drink, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. Upon returning to the villa, Ling Feng began preparations for an offensive against the Kai and Lu families. Both families had significantly diminished in power and posed no threat to the war god base. However, Ling Feng was a man who settled scores. These factions had repeatedly encroached upon his territory, and he could not let such transgressions go unpunished. In addition to these two families, there was also the white-clad church, which he intended to annihilate completely after dealing with the Kai and Lu families. Eliminating these three factions would essentially leave no significant powers in the entirety of Handong province. Aside from the two clandestine organizations, MK and the Dragon Slaying Society. To thoroughly eradicate the foundations of these two forces within Handong, it would be a rather straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to unify the entire region and transform Handong into the stronghold of the war god. In such a scenario, these foreign separatists would find no refuge. This is precisely the strategy that Ling Feng has in mind. Once all the warriors have exhausted the blood serum and nutrient solution of the War King, he can commence preparations for this undertaking. Moreover, the war god base requires a new headquarters, and the provincial capital of Jinling presents itself as an ideal location. Not only is it centrally situated within Handong, but it is also positioned on the plains, facilitating convenient access to surrounding cities. Historically, Jinling has been a coveted battleground, making it exceptionally suitable as the headquarters of the war god base. Establishing a base there would enable him to manage all bases across Handong more effectively, propelling the war god base onto a grander stage. While Ling Feng was strategizing the establishment of a base in Jinling, far away, Kai Haonan was enduring considerable distress. Ever since reaching a consensus of cooperation with the Lu family, their demands had become increasingly excessive. Initially, they insisted he join MK Company, and then they compelled him to surrender the majority of his stockpiled resources to them. Though Kai Haonan felt immense frustration, he dared not voice his anger, for he knew that his support had been eradicated by Ling Feng, who could very well strike at any moment. With only a handful of followers at his disposal, he was utterly incapable of resisting Ling Feng's onslaught. To survive, Kai Haonan had no choice but to swallow his pride and comply with the Lu family's demands. One day, while he was lamenting his circumstances, his son, Kai Yongkong, knocked and entered with a broad smile. "Dad, I have wonderful news." Kai Haonan shot him a disapproving glance. His son, who wasted his days in frivolities, seemed unrepentant even in dire times. "What is it? Speak quickly. Can't you see I'm preoccupied?" "Dad, someone came to see me today. He claims to be from the Longping base. He said he could help us out of our predicament." Kai Haonan's expression shifted dramatically. "What? The Longping base?" He regarded his son with a mixture of skepticism and incredulity. Typically, his son showed little interest in family matters. And how could such a formidable entity as Longping base possibly reach out to their modest establishment? Although the Kai family held some influence within Jinling, they were leagues away from competing with the likes of Longping base, which dominated the entire Jiangnan province, with no nearby faction capable of rivaling its might. "Surely you wouldn't deceive me, would you? At such a time, how could you still jest?" Kai Haonan remarked with a hint of irritation as he gazed at Kai Yongkong. Upon hearing this, Kai Yongkong immediately grew anxious, raising his right hand to the heavens with utmost seriousness. I swear by the heavens, everything I say is true. May I be cursed with extinction if I utter a single falsehood. Curse you, Kai Haonan retorted, kicking Kai Yongkong off the sofa. Exasperation etched across his face. He had only this son left. Was he not thereby cursing the Kai lineage to extinction? Realizing he had misspoken, Kai Yongkong dusted himself off and stood up with a goofy grin, scratching his head. Dad, I assure you it's all true. There are indeed people from Longping Base, and one of them is currently here with the Lu family. Kai Haonan observed his son's demeanor, which did not suggest deceit. Given the gravity of their family's survival, it was unlikely he would dare to jest. If it were true that Longping Base had intervened, the Kai family would be secure. They would not only evade Ling Feng's reckoning, but also avoid surrendering substantial resources to the Lu family, while aligning themselves with a formidable ally. Kai Haonan felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at his son, eager to rise from the sofa. If they are indeed from Longping Base, we must not neglect them. Hurry, take me to them. We cannot keep them waiting. With that, he pulled Kai Yongkong from the sofa and made his way outside. The two arrived at the Kai family's reception hall, where Kai Haonan stood apprehensively at the doorway, his heart racing with anticipation. He took several deep breaths, straightening his clothing and smoothing his thinning hair before pushing the door open. Inside the hall sat a man of approximately 30 years, casually flipping through a magazine while seated on the sofa. His expression was stern, and he appeared unyielding. His skin bore a slight tan, and his physique was robust, with a crew cut that gave him a neat appearance. Kai Haonan quickly discerned that this man likely hailed from a military background. Exuding an aura that suggested superiority, he was at least a king-level ability user. Upon noticing Kai Haonan's entrance, the man continued to peruse the magazine, showing no inclination to rise in greeting. Rather than feeling offended, Kai Haonan felt a flicker of satisfaction. The demeanor of this individual strongly indicated authenticity. Those emerging from major bases often carried an air of pride. If he had been overly courteous, Kai Haonan might have doubted his identity. Approaching the man with a smile, Kai Haonan greeted him warmly. Greetings, esteemed officer. I am Kai Haonan, the head of the Kai family. I apologize for keeping you waiting and hope for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in my hospitality. The man glanced at him, set the magazine down, and slowly rose. Hello, head of the Lu family. I am Long Kaiyu from Longping Base. I apologize for the unannounced visit. Please forgive me, he replied in a frosty tone. Oh dear, your words are too formal. It is indeed our honor to welcome you to the Kai residence, Kai Haonan said with a smile, engaging in polite conversation. Long Kaiyu gestured for Kai Haonan to take a seat. Let me be forthright. I have heard that the Kai family is currently facing a crisis, and I have come to assist the head of the Kai family in resolving this issue. Kai Haonan's expression brightened, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Wonderful. With your assurance, this crisis will not pose a significant threat to our family. However, Ling Feng's strength remains formidable. He spoke, a hint of concern etched on his face. Long Kaiyu smiled lightly. Rest assured, head of the Kai family, Ling Feng would not dare to approach. Our base has already dispatched representatives to negotiate with him. If he is wise, he will find a way to survive. Otherwise, he shall not see the light of tomorrow. Long Kaiyu proclaimed with confidence. Kai Haonan was both astonished and elated. He did not expect the Longping base to act so swiftly. Without uttering a word, Longping had already resolved the predicament, proving to be a formidable base capable of averting his life and death crisis with mere words. Thank you, Commander Long. However, I am curious about the conditions under which your base aids us in resolving such a significant issue, Kai Haonan inquired cautiously. Indeed, the head of the Kai family is astute. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals, Long Kaiyu remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips before continuing. I am here representing the base, and our conditions are remarkably simple. The Kai family shall join the Longping base, with Jinling becoming a territory of Longping, and the head of the Lu family will serve as the administrator in Jinling. What does the head of the Kai family think? Long Kaiyu concluded, his gaze piercing into Kai Haonan. Under Long Kaiyu's intense scrutiny, Kai Haonan felt a chill run down his spine. He was certainly reluctant to accept such terms. Joining the Longping base would mean being subjugated, and he feared that even the resources at his disposal would need to be surrendered. With a forced smile, Kai Haonan responded. Commander Long, Jinling cannot compare to the wealth of Jiangnan. Our resources are quite scarce. I wonder why the base seeks to enter Handong province. Long Kaiyu cast a meaningful glance at Kai Haonan, replying, "This is part of our strategic planning at Longping." After the apocalypse, the global powers underwent a complete reshuffling. Those who can secure more resources and extraordinary abilities will gain an advantage in the future society, seizing the initiative. Our ambitions extend beyond Jinling. We aim to encompass all of Handong. Ultimately, the entire Handong will become our domain, and behind the Longping base stands this. Long Kaiyu declared, pointing skyward. Kai Haonan, observing Long Kaiyu's gesture, uncertainly asked, "Is it the government?" Long Kaiyu smiled slightly, implying his acquiescence. Kai Haonan's expression shifted dramatically. His heart suddenly stirred by tumultuous waves of realization. He was astonished to learn of Longping's formidable background. It was no wonder that the Longping base had developed to such an impressive extent in merely 6 months after the apocalypse. It was backed by the authorities. Realizing he was indirectly conversing with the official powers, Kai Haonan felt a sudden sense of gravity and promptly acquiesced to Long Kaiyu's conditions. Long Kaiyu was exceedingly pleased with the sagacity displayed by the head of the Kai family. Kai family head, I extend my congratulations on your induction into our organization. Long Kaiyu proclaimed with a smile, extending his hand toward Kai Haonan. Rising swiftly, Kai Haonan clasped Long Kaiyu's hand firmly. I shall serve the base diligently. Kai Haonan vowed earnestly, though a hint of concern prompted him to inquire, what of Ling Feng? Fear not. Our people have already gone to negotiate, Long Kaiyu reassured him. And relief washed over Kai Haonan's face. Just as they were conversing, Kai Haonan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he broke into a grin. Look, the call has arrived. It must be news of the negotiations. Chapter 191. Visitors from Longping base. Kai Haonan maintained a cheerful demeanor. Long Kaiyu, brimming with confidence, pressed the call button, only for his expression to become frozen in shock moments later. What? His countenance darkened instantly. He forcefully ended the call. Commander Long. What is the matter? Kai Haonan inquired cautiously. Long Kaiyu's expression turned grim, with a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. The audacity of the war god base is astonishing. They dare to eliminate our negotiating personnel. Truly outrageous. Kai Haonan was taken aback. Ling Feng's audacity was indeed reckless. Even daring to slay individuals from Longping base. A blatant invitation to disaster. However, such an act would surely provoke a furious retaliation from Longping base. Kai Haonan felt a surge of delight. Ling Feng would undoubtedly suffer the wrath of Longping base, and in this, his vendetta would find a proxy avenger. Ling Feng's unreasonableness, wantonly slaughtering our Longping personnel. Does he not realize he is striking at our very dignity? Kai Haonan exclaimed indignantly, fanning the flames further. Long Kaiyu smirked coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Since Ling Feng is so unappreciative, there is no need for us to remain. With that, he departed the room, presumably to summon reinforcements. Kai Haonan watched Long Kaiyu's retreating figure, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Time rewound 4 hours. Ling Feng had risen early, intending to inspect the training conditions of the War God Brigade, as well as the usage of the blood serum and nutrient solution from the 3rd Elite Soldier. At that moment, apart from a few station guards and personnel on missions, all members of the War God Brigade were congregated in the military square, engaged in rigorous military training. Although the strength of the God of War Brigade is already formidable, daily military training must proceed as usual, a requirement particularly emphasized by Ling Feng. This regimen is primarily aimed at maintaining the cohesion, teamwork, and sense of honor among the members. In the square, seasoned veterans engage in routine drills on one side, while a group of new recruits undergoes rigorous training under the watchful eye of their instructors. This cohort of newcomers has evidently improved significantly since their last encounter, and more importantly, each face radiates determination, fueled by the injection of the elite soldier serum. They have experienced the exhilaration of enhanced abilities, and with Ling Feng's South motivational system in place, they are eager to train incessantly, vying against one another to avoid being outperformed and eliminated. Ling Feng observes this spirited group of new recruits with immense satisfaction, recognizing that they will be the backbone of his future endeavors. He calls over the chief instructor for the new recruits, Ma Wu. Old Ma, it would be best if the training for the new recruits takes place in the underground training facility. The recent air raid serves as a crucial lesson. These newcomers are not yet capable of withstanding artillery fire. Ma Wu nods in agreement. Once I complete the current training regimen, I will direct them back to the underground facility. With a few succinct instructions, Ling Feng allows Ma Wu to continue organizing the training. Ling Feng then makes his way to the training grounds of the God of War Brigade, where the soldiers are engaged in small unit combat exercises. Each squad consists of 30 members, focusing on transitioning between offense and defense and tactical maneuvers. Wong Long supervises the training, and upon spotting Ling Feng, he rushes over. "How is the performance of the God of War 3? Ling Feng inquires, observing the soldiers' drills. Wong Long gives a thumbs up, brimming with excitement. "The results are simply outstanding. You now command a royal-level fighting force. All of them have reached data points of 2,200, with some even exceeding 2,800. Our God of War base is undoubtedly destined for invincibility." Ling Feng feels a surge of joy at this news. Yet he feels compelled to temper Wong Long's excessive pride. "Remember, there are always greater forces beyond our own. We may currently dominate in Handong, but there are bases far more powerful than ours. Exercise humility and caution. Do not succumb to blind confidence." Wong Long wipes the exuberance from his expression and nods in acknowledgement. "Our soldiers have completed their final preparations. Are we ready to deploy to Jinling?" Ling Feng ponders for a moment. "Let us tentatively set the time for tomorrow. The soldiers have just completed their enhancement. They need time to acclimate to their newfound strengths." As the two converse, a soldier rushes over to deliver a report. "Chief, a group claiming to be from Longping Base is at the entrance, requesting an audience with you. They say they have urgent matters to discuss." Longping Base. Ling Feng's gaze shifted, and he recalled hearing of this base, acknowledging its considerable strength. However, wasn't this base located in Jiangnan province? How did it end up here, when my location is quite distant from Jiangnan? Had he ever interacted with this base? And why had they suddenly sought him out? After pondering for a brief moment, Ling Feng ultimately resolved to permit the group to enter. He instructed that they be taken to the training ground. The sentinel, upon receiving the command, promptly retrieved his radio to restore communication with the sentry at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a sentinel led 5 or 6 individuals toward the official area. As they surveyed the base, they often exchanged opinions. Yet it was evident from their expressions that they regarded the place with disdain. Among them, the foremost figure was a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, with a stout build and an air of cunning in his eyes. The sentinel guided the group to Ling Feng's side and turned to address them, stating, "This is our base's esteemed leader, Chief Ling." The leader of the group, the middle-aged man, stepped forward with a somewhat defiant tone. "I am Fan Kaoyong from Longping Base. Are you the leader of the War God Base?" Ling Feng regarded the man with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, what brings you here?" Fan Kaoyong was taken aback by Ling Feng's reaction. He had anticipated a more astonished response upon mentioning the name of Longping Base, or at least some flattery directed his way. This lack of reaction left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, prior to his visit, he had been instructed to tread carefully, as the War God Base was reputed to be formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, he was advised not to provoke them, but rather to seek a peaceful incorporation, ideally resolving the enmity between the War God Base and the Kai family of Jinling, fostering reconciliation between the two factions. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Fan Kaoyong spoke earnestly. "Since Chief Ling has inquired, I shall be forthright. Our base wishes to extend an invitation for you and your base to join Longping Base. Surely, you have heard of our strength. Aligning with us would bring you only benefits, not drawbacks. We can offer you robust protection and the opportunity to unify the entire Shangjing city." After delivering his proposition, Fan Kaoyong fixed his gaze upon Ling Feng, awaiting a response. Ling Feng, with a dismissive smile, replied without a moment's hesitation, "I have no interest in your base. The War God Base will not affiliate with any other. If your purpose for visiting is merely this, you may take your leave." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Fan Kaoyong's brow furrowed. This was a far cry from what he had anticipated. A seemingly insignificant base like the War God Base showed him such disregard. Representing Longping Base in negotiations, he had not only failed to receive the respect he deserved, but had also been issued an unequivocal dismissal, leaving him in a rather awkward position. "Chief Ling, are you certain you wish to decline our invitation? You must consider your choices carefully, and allow me to impart one more piece of information. We possess an official background, so do not stray down the wrong path." Fan Kaoyong's words carried an undercurrent of menace. Ling Feng cast a cold glance at him, entirely unfazed by Fan Kaoyong's threats. I have stated unequivocally that the War God Base will not join any organization. Have you not grasped this? Fan Caoyang's gaze turned dark. A clear expression of dissatisfaction etched on his face. One of his subordinates, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Your War God Base is merely a small faction. Do not overestimate your worth. We have offered you sound advice. Do not mistake our kindness for weakness." Wong Long, with a fiery temperament, erupted in anger upon hearing such insolence directed at Ling Feng. "Who do you think you are to speak to us from the War God Base in such a manner? Do you believe I will allow you to leave this place unscathed today?" Ling Feng regarded this insignificant character with disdain. "What can you possibly do? Do you intend to level my base?" Fan Shuoyang interrupted his subordinate, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Ling Feng. "Commander Ling, let me speak plainly. It is an inevitable trend that our Longping base will dominate the entire Handong province. Do you truly believe that the strength of your War God base can withstand our ironclad forces? Furthermore, the second matter I wish to discuss concerns the Kai family of Jinling. The Kai family has already consented to join our Longping base. I have heard that you share a history of enmity with the Kai family, and I hope that this animosity can be laid to rest." Ling Feng gazed deeply at him and replied solemnly, "Our base's grudge with the Kai family is one of life and death. I care not which base they align with. The Kai family must be eradicated. Anyone who dares to impede my path will find themselves in opposition to me, even if you hail from the Longping base." Ling Feng's voice rang out clearly, causing the soldiers training nearby to turn in unison, their expressions hostile as they regarded the Longping base personnel. A flicker of malice crossed Wong Long's face as he coldly commanded, "Leave at once, or do not blame me for being unkind." Fan Shuoyang, furious yet smiling grimly, retorted, "Very well, Ling Feng. I have extended you an opportunity. Since you insist on opposing our Longping base, let us see how this unfolds. Prepare to face our wrath." A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he struck at Fan Shuoyang with a swift motion. With a resounding crack, Fan Shuoyang was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Ling Feng's sudden assault caught Fan Shuoyang's subordinates off guard, leaving them frozen in disbelief. Their faces splattered with the remnants of their leader's still warm blood. The man who had just threatened Ling Feng trembled, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. They had not anticipated Ling Feng's brutality. He killed without hesitation, showing no concern for their Longping base's standing. Now, the remaining few displayed expressions of terror, unable to meet Ling Feng's gaze. "Return and inform your base leader that the Handong province does not welcome your Longping base. Should you dare to venture into Handong, for every one of you that comes, I shall take down another. Now leave." Several individuals, as if granted a reprieve, hastily turned and fled, summoning every ounce of strength, fearful that Ling Feng might change his mind. After their escape, they promptly relayed the events that had transpired here in meticulous detail to Long Kaiyu, which subsequently led to Long Kaiyu's explosive reaction. Without delay, Long Kaiyu reported the incident to the headquarters of Longping base, requesting an artillery barrage to obliterate the entire War God base from the skies. The military department's supervisory leader quickly documented Long Kaiyu's emotional state and submitted it to the base's head, Long Outyin. Seated in his lavish 100-square-meter office, clad in comfortable leisure wear, Long Outyin, as per his daily routine, was engrossed in handling various documents. As the head of a formidable power, Long Outyin's tasks were multifarious and burdensome. Upon glancing at the request for firepower coverage over the War God base, he paid little heed, merely skimming it before signing off on it. Unbeknownst to him, this signature would bring immeasurable loss to the entirety of Longping base. Once the base leadership consented, the military departments had swiftly informed Long Kaiyu and immediately commenced the mobilization of over 100 aircraft, including 10 bombers assigned to execute the bombing mission. The fighter jet squadron was scheduled to take off at 4 in the afternoon, with an expected 2-hour journey to their target, preparing to rain destruction upon the War God base. Upon receiving this news, Long Kaiyu was elated, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. At that moment, he was dining at a banquet hosted by Kai Haonan, and his initially somber mood transformed into one of joy upon hearing the news. Noticing the change in Long Kaiyu's expression, the perceptive Kai Haonan swiftly poured a glass of Maotai for him. "Commander Long, has there been news from the base?" Long Kaiyu raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. His expression relaxed as he replied, "Indeed. The base has dispatched over 100 aircraft to conduct a bombardment on the War God base. By the end of tonight, Ling Feng will be on his knees begging for mercy. Kai Haonan's face lit up at this revelation. Excellent. In that case, the war god base will be rendered obsolete. Who would have thought such a small base would dare to provoke us? Truly a death wish. With that, he raised his glass in a toast to Long Kaiyu. Commander Long, you have avenged our Kai family. That Ling Feng killed my son and numerous gifted individuals from my family. I thought I would never see vengeance in this lifetime, but the base has brought me retribution today. Finally, my vengeance is fulfilled, and I toast to you, Commander Long. Saying this, he drank the contents of his glass in one go. Long Kaiyu was overjoyed. Master Kai, your capacity for drink is commendable. Such prowess will undoubtedly serve you well at Longping Base. The esteemed leader of our base, Long Shuai, once remarked that a brother who can drink 1 or 2 cups is refreshingly generous. But it is those who can consume 3 or 8 that are truly worthy of cultivation. Come, Master Kai, let us share another drink together. Chapter 193. Preparing to face the enemy. As the two engaged in their convivial toasts, their camaraderie blossomed. With Kai Haonan's exceptional social skills, Long Kaiyu's fondness for him surged. While they were jovially entwined in brotherly embrace, Kai Haonan suddenly set down his cup, his demeanor shifting to one of unease as he let out a soft sigh. This unusual behavior did not escape Long Kaiyu's notice. His cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication as he inquired, Brother Kai, what troubles you? Speak freely, and allow me to assist you. Kai Haonan sighed once more, his expression a tapestry of complexity. This matter is best left untouched by you, Long Laudi. It involves foreign forces, and the opposition is formidable. I fear it may be beyond your capacity to handle. Upon hearing this, Long Kaiyu's expression darkened with indignation. The effects of alcohol waning as he replied with a serious tone. What? Foreign forces are involved. This is precisely why I must intervene. Our Longping base is directly governed by the official authority. It is our duty to expel all foreign opposition. Who are they? Seeing Long Kaiyu's fierce expression, Kai Haonan felt compelled to reveal the truth. It is the MK Company. Before you arrived, they sent the Lu family to negotiate with me. They wish for me to join MK and provide them with half of my resources in exchange for their protection. Yet, as a citizen of Longhua, how could I acquiesce to these foreign demands? I have refrained from responding, but Lu Guanyu, the head of the Lu family, is currently in Jinling. If I do not concede to their terms, they may resort to coercive measures against me. A hint of bitterness shadowed Kai Haonan's countenance. Long Kaiyu's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. This Lu family dares to capitulate to MK, betraying their own country. Such treachery is unforgivable. And this MK company, audaciously invading our Longhua, is utterly reckless. Where is Lu Guanyu now? Summon him. I wish to speak with him. Kai Haonan felt a surge of elation. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right master in aligning with Longping Base. Long Kaiyu's decisiveness was a stark contrast to the previous cowardice of the foreign adversaries. Lu Guanyu is residing in a shelter adjacent to the Lu family. He should still be there. I will fetch him at once. With that, Kai Haonan departed, while Long Kaiyu prepared a report detailing the situation to send back to the base. The base had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the MK Company and the dragon-slaying society of the Japanese, who had exploited the chaos of the apocalypse to infiltrate as the official governance faltered. They wreaked havoc throughout Longhua, seeking to corrupt and rally other bases to facilitate their gradual invasion. Longping Base had already eradicated several strongholds belonging to these organizations across the entire Jiangnan province. To Lu Guanyu's surprise, he encountered someone in Handong again. Long Kaiyu promptly reported the matter, recognizing it as a significant achievement. Half an hour later, Kai Haonan entered the room with a young man possessing a refined appearance and fair complexion. Lu Guanyu furrowed his brow at the overwhelming scent of alcohol and smoke permeating the air. Abstaining from both smoking and drinking, and possessing a penchant for cleanliness, he found such a dismal environment utterly repugnant. Lu Guanyu retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket to cover his nose. Observing Lu Guanyu's apparent disdain, Long Kaiyu let out a cold snort. Are you the head of the Lu family, Lu Guanyu? Casting a glance at the man seated at the table, Lu Guanyu recalled Kai Haonan's earlier revelation of his identity. I have met Officer Long. I am indeed the current head of the Lu family, Lu Guanyu. Long Kaiyu scrutinized Lu Guanyu from head to toe, noting his frail demeanor with a flicker of disdain in his heart. I have heard that you have surrendered to MK. Is this true? Long Kaiyu's piercing gaze fixed on him, his tone severe. Lu Guanyu maintained his composure, unfazed by Long Kaiyu's interrogation. Officer Long, I have indeed joined MK. We have engaged in some business dealings and cooperative projects. I would not categorize it as surrender. Nonsense. Long Kaiyu slammed his hand on the table, startling Lu Guanyu. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your dealings with MK. I assure you, our base is fully cognizant of their activities and has dismantled several of their strongholds. Do not attempt to argue with me. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Guanyu's eyes. Realizing the extent of Long Kaiyu's knowledge regarding MK, which posed a significant challenge, he quickly lowered his head, speaking with difficulty. Officer Long, forgive me. I too am a victim of circumstance. If I had not joined MK, they would have sought ways to consume us. Furthermore, they promised to assist me in dealing with the war god base. Ling Feng, who killed my father, is responsible for the deaths of my two uncles as well. My desire for vengeance compelled me to take this path. Lu Guanyu's tearful confession began to soften Long Kaiyu's initially stern expression. I am now granting you an opportunity. Join Longping Base, and I will resolve the issue with Ling Feng for you. Long Kaiyu regarded him with an impassive gaze. As long as Longping Base can ensure the safety of the Lu family, I am willing to join, Lu Guanyu declared through gritted teeth. Long Kaiyu nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may return to the Lu family now. I will handle matters with Ling Feng. In the future, Longping Base will gradually establish its presence in Handong Province. And you must cooperate fully. For now, return and stabilize the situation with MK. I will settle accounts with them. Lu Guanyu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Longping Base harbored such grand ambitions, seeking to dominate all of Handong. A transformation in Handong was indeed imminent. Indeed, I shall return promptly. Ever prepared for the arrival of the base leadership to provide guidance, Lu Guanyu respectfully bowed to Long Kaiyu before turning to depart. Long Kaiyu raised his arm to reveal his Rolex watch, glancing at the time with a subtle smile. The moment was nigh. The splendid performance at the war god base would soon commence. After eliminating Fan Shuoyang, Ling Feng swiftly instructed the war god brigade to intensify their patrols. Particularly in the skies, armed helicopters conducted relentless aerial surveillance to thwart any further airborne assaults from the adversary. Operations on the ground were entirely halted, save for a few concealed sentries. Ling Feng surmised that given Longping Base's capabilities, they were likely to deploy aircraft to carry out airstrikes against the war god base. Ling Feng's strategy was straightforward. Let them bomb away, for this villa would withstand their onslaught, and the underground shelter was deeply fortified, impervious to destruction. Soon, he would dispatch troops to Jinling to establish a new base. This location held little significance for him. However, no matter the caliber of adversaries they dispatched, none would return unscathed. Chapter 194. Counterattack. Having completed all arrangements, Ling Feng returned to the villa to resume his research. With the management system of the base becoming increasingly refined and personnel settling into their roles, the supreme leader found himself with ample leisure time. He was now prepared to delve deeper into his study of blood. The golden components within it had always been his focal point of inquiry. Yet he remained perplexed as to why his blood gradually transformed into gold. His research persisted until 5 in the afternoon when he received an unexpected call from Wong Long, informing him of an unidentified aerial fleet entering the airspace above Shanjing City. The numbers were overwhelming, accompanied by 10 bombers. The aircraft responsible for patrolling the base had already engaged in combat with the incoming enemy forces. Ling Feng set aside his work and exited the villa, noting that all personnel on the ground had evacuated, leaving only a few hidden sentries. He gazed into the distance, where the sounds of fierce artillery echoed. Black Panther. Ling Feng called to the Black Panther, lounging idly at the entrance of the villa. The once lethargic creature sprang to attention and appeared before him in an instant. Ling Feng leaped onto the Black Panther's back and patted its neck. Let us investigate the source of that artillery fire. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Panther barked excitedly, immediately accelerating toward the sound of the gunfire. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the scene of the clash, located at the border of Shanjing City. 15 armed helicopters from the war god base were engaged in a fierce confrontation against 100 enemy aircraft, and the intensity of the battle was palpable. Numerous aircraft from Longping Base bore the scars of battle, with some already billowing smoke. The wreckage of 7 or 8 downed aircraft smolders on the ground, all belonging to the opposing side. Ling Feng possesses absolute confidence in his own fleet, as they are upgraded 100-fold, far surpassing the capabilities of the aircraft at Longping Base. Even with the enemy outnumbering them 10 to 1, They continue to dominate the skirmish. Soon, another dozen aircraft fall from the sky. Huang Yu, the squadron leader responsible for this operation at Longping Base, finds himself in a state of turmoil. He watches helplessly as his trained pilots, the treasured products of his mentorship, are taken down one by one. What he had anticipated to be a straightforward and safe bombing mission has devolved into an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. A third of their aircraft have already been lost, and several more have sustained varying degrees of damage, leading to incalculable losses. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the production lines for aircraft have ceased to exist. Each aircraft lost is a grievous blow. What pains him the most is the resilience of the enemy's aircraft. Despite several direct hits from artillery shells, the opposing machines remain unscathed, their propellers intact, an astonishing revelation. His own fleet boasts the most advanced technology in the world, yet the enemy's aircraft prove even more formidable. Huang Yu seizes the radio and issues a command on the public channel. All personnel are to turn back immediately and avoid further engagement. The enemy possesses superior capabilities in every aspect. Direct confrontation is no longer viable. The pilots in the other aircraft swiftly alter their course, eager for the captain's orders. Fully aware that they cannot defeat the enemy, continuing to engage could lead to total annihilation. Observing the enemy's retreat, Ling Feng promptly instructs Wong Long to mobilize all aircraft at the base for a counter-strike against the fleeing foes. Excited by the command, Wong Long personally pilots a helicopter, leading the aerial squadron towards the encampment at Longping Base. Ling Feng does not pursue further. He returns to the villa, confident that Wong Long can handle the remainder of the operation. He intends for Wong Long to destroy the enemy aircraft, delivering a profound lesson to Longping Base about the consequences of underestimating him. Under Wong Long's command, the aerial formation from the War God Base relentlessly pursues the Longping fleet, occasionally unleashing volleys of firepower. The numbers of Longping's aircraft dwindle steadily, and by the time they return near their base, only a handful remain operational, barely fewer than 10, resulting in near-total devastation. Above the Longping Base, dozens of armed helicopters had long awaited the arrival of Huang Yu's fleet. As soon as they prepared for their return, Huang Yu promptly reported the unfortunate outcome of the battle to the command center. Upon receiving the news, the command center was engulfed in fury. Not only had they lost nearly 100 aircraft during this operation, but it was also a grave embarrassment for a major base to be attacked so brazenly. At this moment, the military commander of the base, Su Hu, sat at the command desk, his expression dark as he gazed at the large screen before him. This was the most significant loss since the establishment of the base. The aerial combat formations had always been the Longping Base's strength, yet they had now suffered a direct loss of nearly half their forces, severely diminishing their capabilities. If their superior were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly find himself compelled to resign. In a bid to secure his position, Su Hu immediately convened an emergency meeting with all senior officers to assign combat tasks. Bring forth every artillery piece you can mobilize. I want them all ready to fire fiercely. Su Hu commanded with a fierce glare at an officer beside him. Furthermore, all aircraft that are still capable of flight must take to the skies immediately, prepared to intercept and engage the pursuing enemy. Prepare now. We are entering combat status. Dismissed. Having swiftly organized the tasks, Su Hu returned to the command center and retrieved a high-quality cigarette from his drawer, taking several deep puffs. Damn it, he muttered, then promptly dialed the cafeteria. Prepare fewer dishes for dinner tonight. I lack appetite. Just whip up 7 or 8 simple dishes and skip the whole roast lamb. A roast duck will suffice. After hanging up, Su Hu let out a deep sigh. His quality of life had deteriorated significantly of late. Soon, he would be reduced to smoking only cheap cigarettes. Sighing again, he meticulously monitored the command center's screen, ever ready to respond to the enemy's assault. Chapter 195. Troops deployed to Jinling. Half an hour later, Su Hu was roused from a doze at his desk by a frantic voice. Commander, enemy aircraft are approaching. Su Hu jolted awake, hastily wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, and focused intently on the screen, where the radar displayed numerous red blips. With his command, everyone immediately went on high alert, preparing to retaliate. As Su Hu's orders were issued, the entire command center sprang into action. 50 helicopters ascended swiftly towards the enemy's direction, ready to intercept. The ground troops were also fully prepared, with all artillery loaded and aimed skyward, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wong Long led his squadron, relentlessly engaging the enemy aircraft ahead. Suddenly, a new aerial formation appeared in the distance, swiftly attacking the war god squadron from both flanks. A glint of determination flashed in Wong Long's eyes as he seized the radio to issue combat orders to the rest of his team. In the first squad, your task is to intercept the aircraft on the left flank, while the second squad is assigned to the right flank. The third squad will follow me to bombard their base. With these words, Wong Long commanded the formation to split instantaneously into 3 parts. He led 10 helicopters, fully loaded with munitions, directly towards the enemy's airfield. Dragon Ping's aerial formation swiftly discerned Wong Long's intentions and promptly dispatched 20 aircraft to intercept him. Observing the planes blocking his path, Wong Long let out a cold snort, reducing his aircraft's speed and charging directly towards an opposing helicopter. The pilot of the targeted helicopter was taken aback by the sudden assault, unprepared for such a reckless tactic. He immediately attempted to gain altitude to evade the collision, but the opposing aircraft followed suit, climbing to match his height. As he sought to alter his course once more, it was too late. The speed of the adversary was overwhelming. Wong Long's helicopter collided with the rotor of the opposing aircraft, shattering it and rendering the enemy helicopter powerless, which plummeted swiftly to the ground. Having dispatched 1 enemy aircraft, Wong Long tore a gap through the encirclement, inspiring his fellow pilots to emulate his aggressive tactics, charging headlong into the enemy formations. Some skilled pilots at the Long Ping base narrowly evaded the impacts, yet the majority were not so fortunate and suffered catastrophic damage. After shaking off these assaults, Wong Long led his squadron rapidly to hover over the Long Ping base, commencing an indiscriminate bombardment of the target below. The ground was instantly engulfed in flames. The artillery commander, witnessing the helicopters at such a low altitude, felt a surge of elation. At this height, a hit would leave no chance of survival for the enemy. Fire! With this command, hundreds of cannons erupted in unison, causing the ground to tremble violently as powerful shells screamed towards the helicopters above. The helicopter formation was struck almost immediately. Cheers erupted from the ground artillery units, and smiles adorned the faces of the soldiers. However, this jubilance was fleeting, lasting barely a moment, as the artillery position was soon enveloped in counterfire. They could not comprehend why, despite being hit, the enemy appeared unscathed. After neutralizing the artillery, the pilots swiftly directed their fire upon the entirety of the Long Ping base. Ling Feng had instructed for a swift resolution, cautioning that the enemy might possess formidable talent, thus they must avoid prolonged engagement. Once Wong Long completed his mission, expending all munitions, he promptly led the squadron back to base. Meanwhile, Long Ao Tian, the leader of the Long Ping base, was indulging in a lavish dinner when the sudden roar of artillery startled him. The walls of the dining room began to shake violently, with dust cascading into his meal. Frowning, Long Ao Tian immediately contacted Su Hu, unleashing a torrent of reprimands as soon as the call connected. Su Hu, what on earth have you done with the aircraft? What is happening? Are you trying to demolish the base? Su Hu repeatedly nodded in apology, his tone tinged with humility. Leader, I sincerely apologize. Our base has been subjected to an aerial assault. The enemy aircraft breached multiple layers of defense, and our squadron was utterly decimated. The 1st Artillery Brigade has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Ling Aotian's fury ignited, each word spoken by Su Hu felt like a dagger piercing his chest. What are you doing? How could you allow them to strike at our doorstep and suffer such significant losses to my elite forces? Who are they? Su Hu furrowed his brow and held his phone away from his ear, as Ling Aotian's volume was deafening. They belong to the War God base, the very ones who requested an airstrike on them this morning. They have come seeking revenge. The mention of the War God base darkened Ling Aotian's expression to an extreme. It was the first time anyone had dared to confront him so brazenly, leaving him utterly humiliated. How could he explain this to his superiors? He was bound to face their wrath. Investigate the War God base immediately and send me their details. With that, Ling Aotian hung up. His appetite for the lavish feast before him vanished, and in a fit of rage, he overturned the table before storming out of the room. Meanwhile, in the command room of the War God base, Wong Long animatedly recounted the day's operations. Ling Feng and other high-ranking officials lounged on the sofa, listening to Wong Long's boastful narration. I executed a scorpion tail strike, and that L-98 was split in half. If only we had more ammunition, I would have reduced the Dragon Piece base to rubble. As Wong Long's tales grew increasingly exaggerated, Ling Feng quickly interjected. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. Did any special ability users from the enemy engage? Wong Long shook his head. Our maneuvers were swift. After depleting our ammunition, we retreated without encountering any special ability users. Besides, we were all airborne. Even if they wanted to attack, they couldn't reach us. Ling Feng nodded, instructing the troops to conduct a brief rest, refuel the helicopters, and replenish ammunition before setting off for Jinling. Wong Long immediately sprang into action, brimming with excitement. Everything was now ready. The members of the War God Brigade had all surpassed 2,000 points in strength, reaching the level of kings. Wong Long Ma Wu and the other high-ranking officials had exceeded 5,000 points, far surpassing that of emperors. It was evident that Zhang Zhibiao, who once could have bested Wong Long, was now unable to do so. Ling Feng had unwavering confidence in this battalion, believing it to be on par with any armed force in existence. An hour later, Wong Long arrived at Ling Feng's office. Fengzi, everything is prepared. We can depart. Ling Feng nodded. This time, I will lead the team personally. You and Ma Wu will accompany me. Let us set forth. Chapter 196. Still, you know how to play. In the Kai residence of Jinling, a tipsy Long Kaiyu was engrossed in a video game when suddenly, his revelry was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Long Kaiyu, filled with indignation, picked up his phone. The moment he saw the number, all his fury instantly dissipated. He opened the phone and respectfully said, Commander Su, it's quite late for you to be calling me. Has the God of War base been annihilated? I knew with your command, victory was certain. Ha ha ha. On the other end, Su Hu felt as though his face were being ground into the dirt. He cleared his throat and replied solemnly, enough. This operation against the God of War base encountered a slight mishap and did not achieve complete success. You must be cautious in Jinling. The God of War base is likely to launch an offensive there. Prepare your defenses. Long Kaiyu promptly agreed. Understood, Commander. Should I request reinforcements from headquarters? The forces at the Kai family are somewhat thin. Long Kaiyu spoke cautiously. Su Hu, upon hearing this, retorted with irritation, currently, our base is stretched thin. You'll have to figure it out on your own. If it weren't for you, the base wouldn't have suffered such significant losses. And I wouldn't be facing such severe penalties. My supplies have been halved, and I wouldn't even be able to secure any for myself in the future. And yet you still ask for troops. Humph. Su Hu scoffed inwardly. Long Kaiyu, upon receiving Su Hu's words, felt as though the sky were collapsing. As a king-level supernatural being, how could he withstand Ling Feng's assault? He hastily said to Su Hu, Commander, I fear I cannot manage alone. Before he could finish, he realized the call had been disconnected, and in a fit of rage, he cursed, You motherf. Sitting on his bed, he pondered how to defend against the impending threat without the support of headquarters. I cannot sit idly by. If I'm captured, I surely won't survive. I must take measures. He quickly donned his clothes and addressed the woman on the bed. Take me to find your husband. I need to discuss important matters with him. Although the woman felt somewhat disappointed, she dared not hesitate and immediately dressed, leading Long Kaiyu to Kai Haonan. The two soon arrived outside Kai Haonan's room. Long Kaiyu knocked rapidly on the door, and moments later, Kai Haonan, disheveled, opened it. Long Kaiyu caught a glimpse inside and saw several beautiful figures, prompting a silent admiration. He certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Kai Haonan, surprised to see Long Kaiyu so late, remarked, Brother Long, what brings you here at this hour? However, upon noticing his wife standing behind Long Kaiyu, a knowing expression crossed his face, accompanied by a lewd smile. Ah, so you two are of the same ilk, come in. Realizing the misunderstanding, Long Kaiyu quickly interjected, Another time, I have serious matters to discuss regarding the God of War base. Kai Haonan's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly retracted his flippant smile, inquiring, What is it? Has there been a change in circumstances? Long Kaiyu, his countenance grave, nodded in affirmation. Kai Haonan exited the room, hastily adjusting his attire. Let us discuss this matter in the study, he suggested. Once in the study, Long Kaiyu spoke with utmost seriousness. The operation against the God of War base initiated by headquarters today has failed. They have instructed us to bolster our defenses to prevent Ling Feng's forces from invading. Kai Haonan's face paled, a wave of dread surging within him. If Lomping base had failed to conquer the God of War base, what chance did he have to stand against Ling Feng? Was this not a direct invitation to death? At that moment, he found himself regretting his allegiance to Lomping base. Had he known, he would have joined MK instead. Though it required surrendering half of their supplies, at least it wouldn't lead to his demise. Brother Long, what shall we do next? Kai Haonan asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Fear not, Long Kaiyu reassured him, no matter how formidable Ling Feng may be. If we prepare thoroughly, we may yet have a fighting chance. Here's what we can do. He leaned in, whispering a few suggestions into Kai Haonan's ear. Kai Haonan's expression soured. Will this truly work? Can we trust that Ling Feng will believe us? Long Kaiyu, his demeanor serious, replied, At present, we have no other options. We must take a chance. With a sigh, Kai Haonan said, Then I shall hasten my preparations. An hour later, 30 aircraft thundered above the Kai residence. The sound of their massive propellers resonating across the sky. Ling Feng, initially intent on executing a comprehensive bombardment of the Kai family, was taken aback by the scene below. The Kai family sanctuary was adorned with white flags, and their armed personnel stood unarmed and neatly arranged outside. In addition, an array of weapons was piled high beside them, resembling a small mountain. At the forefront stood Kai Haonan. I am Kai Haonan, the head of the Kai family, and I await the incorporation of our family into the God of War base, he proclaimed, then knelt before the aircraft, prostrating himself in submission. Wong Long, observing this spectacle, remarked incredulously, Why is this guy so cowardly? He surrenders before the battle even begins. Ling Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I will descend to investigate myself. Do not act rashly, as he may have ulterior motives. With that, he instantly transported himself to the ground. Kai Haonan was startled by the sudden appearance of a man clad in a black trench coat, sporting a clean-cut hairstyle and an attractive visage. Despite his youthful appearance, he radiated an aura of authority. Kai Haonan surmised that this individual must be Ling Feng, the leader of the God of War base and his mortal adversary. Ling Feng approached him slowly, remaining silent as he regarded Kai Haonan with an intense gaze. Kai Haonan knelt on the ground, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a ravenous beast, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Unconsciously shifting his body, he stammered, I am Kai Haonan, paying my respects to Leader Ling. Ling Feng smiled faintly. How did you know I am Ling Feng? Kai Haonan seized the opportunity to flatter Ling Feng, exclaiming, Leader Ling possesses an extraordinary temperament, exuding a regal aura that compels one to bow in submission. I can hardly conceive of another soul in the entirety of Handong province who embodies such grace. Ling Feng remained impassive, having little fondness for sycophants. I have heard you joined the Longping base. I must extend my congratulations to the Kai family. Kai Haonan's expression stiffened, cold sweat cascading down his face. Chapter 197. You are given an opportunity yet remain ineffectual. Having exchanged these few words with Ling Feng, the oppressive sensation almost reached its zenith, leaving him breathless. He hurriedly clarified, Leader Ling, you misunderstand me. I was compelled by circumstances. Long Kaiyu from Longping base forced his way into my family, threatening us with annihilation should I refuse to ally with them. Alas, though I am but a minor head of the Kai family, I am a native of Handong province. How could I permit an external base to govern me? I am a man of integrity. As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face involuntarily. Ling Feng observed his performance quietly, fully aware that Kai Haonan's words were devoid of truth. He had already learned from Lu Neng that Kai Haonan was but a turncoat, having voluntarily joined the dragon-slaying society of the Japanese, assisting them in committing numerous heinous acts in Jinling. The notion of him being a man of integrity nearly elicited laughter from Ling Feng. However, in order to play along with the charade, Ling Feng refrained from exposing him and instead inquired, Where is Long Kaiyu now? Kai Haonan's eyes flickered momentarily, and with feigned indignation, he replied, I have incapacitated Long Kaiyu with a drug and have him captured. If the leader wishes to see him, I can take you there. A slight curve of amusement appeared at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth as he feigned delight, saying, Excellent. I am eager to discover the true nature of this Long Kaiyu. Kai Haonan immediately rose, stretching his somewhat stiff legs, and respectfully bowed, saying, Leader, please follow me. He gestured for Ling Feng to proceed. Ling Feng hesitated only briefly before stepping into the shelter, with Kai Haonan trailing behind, a glint of cunning in his eyes and a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. As they traversed to the innermost sanctum of the Kai residence, Ling Feng noted that this shelter was significantly larger than his own war god base. The structure was remarkably sturdy and adorned with opulent decor. rendering his own base a mere shell in comparison. Ling Feng surveyed the various decorations of the shelter, nodding in satisfaction. Kai Haonan, perplexed by Ling Feng's repeated gestures towards his shelter, had no desire to ponder the matter. His singular objective was to escort Ling Feng to the Kai family's dungeon, where he intended to ensnare him effortlessly. Following Kai Haonan, Ling Feng arrived at the innermost and most secluded part of the shelter, the dungeon. Deep within, he encountered a young man, around 30 years of age, whose body was marred by scars and shackled by iron chains. This individual exuded a robust military demeanor. He was Long Kaiyu of the Longping Base. Upon spotting Kai Haonan, Long Kaiyu's previously composed expression morphed into one of unbridled fury. He tugged at his chains with fervor, producing a cacophony of clanking metal. Kai Haonan, you scoundrel! How dare you resort to such despicable tactics against me? The Longping Base will not let this go unpunished. Mark my words. We will unleash our forces to obliterate the entirety of Jinling. Kai Haonan regarded Long Kaiyu with cold disdain, resolutely declaring, though I, Kai Haonan, may fear death, I will never allow your southern province base to seize control of our territory in Jinling. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not yield. Ling Feng stood silently to the side, observing their exchange with an air of amusement. He believed they would have made splendid actors, displaying no discernible signs of performance. Truly seasoned veterans of the craft. He found himself wishing to bestow upon them an award for Best Actor. As Kai Haonan continued his verbal sparring with Long Kaiyu, he noted that Ling Feng remained aloof, refusing to interject. This could not continue. He needed to prompt Ling Feng to engage with Long Kaiyu. Taking a bold step, Kai Haonan opened the dungeon door and entered, with Ling Feng closely following. Positioning himself behind Kai Haonan, a flicker of irritation crossed Kai Haonan's eyes as he inadvertently stepped aside, respectfully addressing Ling Feng, Leader Ling Feng. Perhaps you would like to pose a few questions? Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need, you handle it. Kai Haonan froze momentarily, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, Long Kaiyu broke the silence. You are Ling Feng, the leader of the War God base. You are the one who killed Fan Shuoyang from our base. Ling Feng nodded slightly, indeed. Is there an issue? Long Kaiyu's expression grew animated as he exclaimed, Why? Why did you kill him? Ling Feng remained composed, responding with a serene tone. If you wish to understand, simply ask him. Long Kaiyu was momentarily rendered speechless by Ling Feng's retort, uncertain of how to continue. His intention had been to lure Ling Feng closer, leveraging his enhanced abilities for a surprise assault, yet it appeared that Ling Feng was deliberately keeping his distance. Long Kaiyu's expression shifted as he spoke with a hint of despondency. Will you kill me? Ling Feng responded with a faint smile, uncertainly saying, Perhaps. If you can furnish me with some valuable information, I might consider sparing your life. Long Kaiyu lowered his head, contemplating deeply, his expression complex as he replied. I possess a crucial clue that could determine the fate of Longping Base. I wonder if it could barter for my life. Oh. Ling Feng gazed at him with mild surprise, inquiring, What is this clue? Pray, enlighten me. This information is of utmost importance. I do not wish for a third party to be privy to it, Long Kaiyu stated cautiously. Ling Feng naturally approached him, closing the distance between them. A smile gracing his lips as he urged, You may speak now. Long Kaiyu leaned closer, whispering, My secret is that you shall perish. He abruptly broke free. His right hand clenched into a fist, channeling all his strength into the blow while simultaneously activating his unique ability. His fist propelled towards Ling Feng's temple at an imperceptible speed, confident in the prowess of his royal-level ability and the doubled attack speed. Long Kaiyu believed no one could evade his strike at such proximity, targeting the temple, a notably vulnerable point on the human body. He knew that a solid hit would be fatal. This was his sole opportunity, and he exerted every ounce of his might, successfully landing a blow on Ling Feng's temple. A sinister grin spread across Long Kaiyu's face, yet Ling Feng mirrored the smile. I have granted you your chance. Do not claim I was unkind. Suddenly, Long Kaiyu's expression shifted drastically as he realized he could no longer move. Chapter 198. A fortuitous windfall, what have you done to me? Long Kaiyu exclaimed, a flicker of terror in his eyes. For the first time since becoming an ability wielder, especially a royal level one, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Ling Feng appeared as a deity, wielding control over his very existence. Aside from speech and breath, he found every part of his body beyond his dominion. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh. a glimmer of disdain flashing in his gaze. I played along with your charade, allowing you to fulfill your role. You have no regrets now, do you? With that, Ling Feng snapped his fingers. With a resounding bang, Long Kaiyu was instantly obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. Kai Haonan fell to his knees with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Long Kaiyu's demise shattered his last vestige of hope. Ling leader, I truly knew nothing of these matters. Ling Feng flashed a wicked smile, and, with a swift motion, struck at Kai Haonan. Kai Haonan was sent flying, colliding with the prison wall, which crumbled under the force of his impact. Kai Haonan's face was smeared with blood, a mixture of his own and that of his teeth. As he spat out a mouthful, one side of his visage swollen grotesquely. I abhor being deceived, yet you treat me as a fool, Ling Feng declared, pressing his foot upon Kai Haonan's chest, his expression devoid of emotion. Blood trickled from Kai Haonan's mouth, and he felt several ribs crack under the pressure, mumbling incoherently, please, spare my life. I promise to relinquish all my supplies, just let me live. Ling Feng regarded him with a silent glance, asserting coldly, foolish man. Even if I were to kill you, those possessions would still belong to me. Kai Haonan's expression faltered, a glimmer of terror flashing across his eyes. He did not doubt the veracity of Ling Feng's words. After all, even the inhabitants of Longping Base had been dispatched without hesitation. He hastily replied, the Kai family possesses numerous hidden supply depots, known only to me. Ling Feng leaned closer, his gaze laced with malice, his tone menacing. You would do well to speak the truth, otherwise, you know the consequences. I guarantee your demise will be excruciating. Kai Haonan trembled, carefully asserting, I speak only the truth. Not a single lie. Ling Feng withdrew his foot, signaling him to lead the way. Despite the agony coursing through him, Kai Haonan stood, clutching his chest as he proceeded outward. My lord, the Kai family has a total of 4 concealed supply depots, none of which are located within our shelter. I shall lead you to the fuel depot first. Very well, Ling Feng nodded slightly, following closely behind. Upon exiting the shelter, Ling Feng beckoned the members of the God of War team to approach, instructing Wong Long to organize a group to swiftly take over the entire shelter and inventory the supplies. He then accompanied Kai Haonan toward the fuel depot. The fuel depot lay a mere 2 kilometers from the Kai family's shelter, nestled within a mountain, its entrance cleverly camouflaged, making it difficult for the untrained eye to discover. To ensure its security, Kai Haonan had stationed numerous ability users there. However, upon seeing Ling Feng, they dared not make a move. After Kai Haonan declared his surrender, they obediently remained in place, awaiting the incorporation by the God of War base. Kai Haonan led Ling Feng inside, where the vast interior was filled with numerous oil tanks, each brimming with fuel. Leader Ling, there are a total of 500 oil tanks here, each filled with fuel. This is our family's reserve fuel depot, untouched. Kai Haonan spoke cautiously. Ling Feng surveyed the 500 tanks, and even though his own storage contained ample fuel supplies, he was taken aback by the sheer abundance before him. Despite having scoured for fuel previously, even after replication, he had never encountered such a wealth of reserves. With the fuel resources available here, coupled with his spatial replication ability, he would not need to worry about supplies for at least 50 years. The patriarch of the Kai family certainly possesses an ample stock. Thank you. Ling Feng was elated, his spirits soaring. Kai Haonan, on the other hand, wore an awkward smile, his heart bleeding internally. The vast amounts of resources he had invested in were now being handed over to another. Ling Feng approached each canister without hesitation, collecting them into his space. Witnessing his resources being swiftly appropriated by Ling Feng was deeply distressing for Kai Haonan. He felt as though he might collapse from despair. Yet he could only endure for the sake of survival. After hastily finishing the collection, Ling Feng cheerfully strolled over to Kai Haonan, giving his shoulder a light pat. His tone considerably softened. Patriarch Kai, let us move on to the next location. Kai Haonan cast a lingering glance at the empty warehouse and quickly replied, Ah, yes. Please follow me. The second warehouse of the Kai family is quite close, merely a few hundred meters away. It is a food storage facility. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Feng followed him to the next location. Upon entering the warehouse, Ling Feng was once again astonished. This was no mere warehouse. It resembled a grand marketplace. The shelves were laden with a myriad of resources, all meticulously organized. A food section, a beverage area, and an array of meats, seafood, and fruits, all displayed with remarkable orderliness. Due to the frigid weather, The frozen goods required no special handling and were simply placed on the shelves. Just the food alone, Ling Feng estimated, was worth at least 1 billion. In addition to these, there was an enormous space filled with staple foods like rice and flour, estimated to weigh around 1 million tons. Faced with such a bountiful supply, Ling Feng did not hold back, directly collecting both the food and the shelves into his space. Kai Haonan dared not look, fearing he might faint from the overwhelming emotion. After collecting from the two warehouses, Ling Feng's excitement grew, and he found himself eagerly anticipating what surprises the next warehouse might hold. The two continued on without pause towards the next storage facility. The third warehouse was equally fruitful, filled with various food items, though the reserves of beverages and cigarettes here were significantly more abundant than in the previous warehouse. A variety of high-end wines and cigars were present, many of which, as Kai Haonan mentioned, were part of his family's cherished collection, valued highly. Ling Feng expressed his deep appreciation, albeit a bit awkwardly. Patriarch Kai, these are your treasures. Surely, I cannot be seen as taking what belongs to another. Kai Haonan hastily waved his hand, managing a strained smile. Chief, you flatter me. These are my tokens of respect for you. Chapter 199. The Emergence of Zombies. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. The patriarch of the Kai family was indeed magnanimous. Thus, I shall graciously accept. Ling Feng gazed at the rows of supplies, his joy evident as his lips curved into a broad smile. With nimble hands, he swiftly collected the provisions, particularly elated by the neatly packed cigarettes. Once he had gathered all the materials, his regard for Kai Haonan grew increasingly favorable. How could this be an enemy? This was clearly his very own harbinger of fortune. The mere thought of the Lu family heightened his spirits even further. The adage killing and arson yield golden belts rang true. The ancients had not deceived him. Onward to the next. Ling Feng's tone softened as they approached the fourth warehouse, which contained a more eclectic assortment of supplies. In addition to a plethora of weapons and ammunition, there were various vehicles, excavators, and engineering machinery. While he deemed food to be of utmost importance, these machines would also prove invaluable for the future development of their base. After thoroughly collecting from all four warehouses, Kai Haonan collapsed, visibly weakened and lost in thought. Old Kai, are there any other warehouses? Ling Feng inquired, his expression gentle. Kai Haonan shook his head bitterly. Chief, there truly are none left. Everything is right here. All that remains of the Kai family's legacy has been depleted today. Even if I manage to survive, our family will never return to its former glory. Observing the sincerity in Kai's eyes, Ling Feng understood that there was no more to extract from him and decided to relent. Together, they made their way back to the main base. The day's haul was indeed bountiful. The supplies in Ling Feng's space had surged by a third, a truly staggering increase, especially considering the outcomes of replication. He could scarcely fathom the sheer volume of resources that would reside in a shelter of Long Ping's caliber. Upon returning to the main base, Wong Long was fervently engaged in the receipt of supplies. Spotting Ling Feng's arrival, he hurried over, brimming with excitement. Fengzi, we are about to strike it rich. The Kai family is indeed overflowing with wealth. The abundance of supplies here is astounding, he exclaimed, pulling Ling Feng towards the storage warehouse of the shelter. The Kai family's shelter was vast, with a single storage warehouse occupying nearly a third of its area, brimming with food. The provisions housed within could sustain the Kai family for 2 decades. Ling Feng meticulously transferred all the supplies into his space, recognizing that this was the only secure method to safeguard them. Eagerly, he anticipated venturing to the Lu family's territory in Qingzhou, where he was certain the resources would prove even more plentiful. The Lu family, an established clan in Qingzhou, had controlled more than half of the region's industry before the apocalypse, possessing deep-rooted heritage and a resource stockpile that undoubtedly surpassed that of the Kai family. Let the brothers take a brief respite. Assign 100 men to continue inventorying the supplies, with Old Ma to stand guard. The rest shall accompany me to the Lu family. Upon receiving the order, Wong Long promptly descended to make the necessary arrangements. An hour later, the helicopter took off once more, heading towards Qingzhou. Qingzhou lies adjacent to Jinling, and the Lu family sanctuary is less than 200 kilometers from the Kai residence. Under normal circumstances, the helicopter would reach its destination in just 20 minutes. Kai Haonan and Ling Feng were aboard the same aircraft, with Ling Feng hoping that Kai Haonan would serve as a negotiator, persuading the Lu family to surrender willingly. Eager to prove himself, Kai Haonan readily agreed. wishing for the Lu family to offer all their resources just as he would, believing that as allies, there should be no reason for him to be left with nothing. The helicopter soon arrived over the Lu family's sanctuary, but curiously, there was no resistance from either the armed personnel or the superhumans. The gate of the sanctuary stood wide open, unguarded. Ling Feng immediately commanded the aircraft to land. 30 helicopters subsequently descended onto the open ground in front of the sanctuary. 400 elite soldiers swiftly disembarked, forming an orderly line, awaiting Ling Feng's command. As Ling Feng gazed at the open gate, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. He addressed his soldiers, instructing them to exercise caution upon entry, declaring that any sign of resistance would be met with lethal force. With that, Ling Feng led the way into the sanctuary. Upon entering, Ling Feng found the interior devoid of life, eerily empty, save for the sporadic bloodstains on the walls, which appeared to have been there for several hours. A frown creased his brow as he speculated quietly. Had the Lu family been entirely exterminated? Exiting the outer perimeter of the sanctuary and passing through a 3-meter-high archway, Ling Feng ventured deeper into the interior. To his astonishment, he encountered a gruesome sight. A blood-soaked woman approached him with a mechanical gait. Her abdomen seemed to have been devoured, with intestines and organs hanging grotesquely, trailing on the ground and leaving a crimson streak. Her expression was one of agony, and she emitted continuous, guttural screams, greenish slime dripping from her wide-open mouth. Her eyes darted around until they locked onto Ling Feng, resembling a predator spotting its prey as she let out an excited shriek and charged towards him. By the heavens! A zombie! Exclaimed Wong Long, who had just entered, unable to contain his shock. Ling Feng pointed at the creature, and in an instant, a surge of green flames enveloped the zombie, reducing it to ashes. How could there be zombies? I thought such things only existed in films, Wong Long said. His brow furrowed in disgust. There are likely more zombies within. Everyone, stay vigilant. If you encounter a zombie, simply use the supernatural fire to deal with it. Ensure not a single one escapes. Ling Feng cautioned. As Ling Feng concluded his remarks, he proceeded forward, and indeed, a multitude of zombies began to emerge. Each of these undead creatures exhibited remarkably feeble combat abilities and sluggish movements. The members of the War God Squad swiftly commenced the extermination of these zombies, and soon the entire sanctuary was enveloped in a greenish haze, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Ling Feng led his team deeper into the stronghold, efficiently clearing away the initial wave of low-level zombies. He speculated that stronger foes lay deeper within, for it was inconceivable that such a vast base could fall to mere weaklings. Before long, they arrived at the core of the sanctuary, where in a small plaza, hundreds of zombies roamed aimlessly. However, these particular zombies were distinctly different from their predecessors. Their agility surpassed that of the others outside, and they towered at nearly 2 meters tall, their skin an unsettling shade of green. Their elongated fangs protruded several centimeters from their mouths, reminiscent of a vampire's bite. Unlike the disfigured zombies encountered earlier, these creatures were intact, their claws elongated and misshapen, akin to the talons of birds, appearing remarkably sharp. The sound of Ling Feng's footsteps drew the attention of the wandering undead, who collectively turned their gazes toward the entrance. Upon discerning the presence of the living, they surged forward with alarming speed, their throaty growls echoing ominously. Some leaped directly at Ling Feng, their movements swift and menacing. With a raised brow, he urged his comrades. Quickly eliminate them. The squad members swiftly dispersed, engaging the approaching horde with fervor. Utilizing their unique flames, they dispatched the seemingly terrifying zombies with ease, incinerating them in the process. Ashes filled the air, swirling throughout the space. Ling Feng frowned, brushing aside the settling dust as he continued deeper into the sanctuary. After vanquishing this batch of undead, he found no further zombies nor any living souls, including Lu Guanyu, the head of the Lu family, who had also vanished. Bring Lu Neng to me. Ling Feng promptly commanded his soldiers to fetch Lu Neng. Prior to their departure from the main base, he had instructed the warriors to keep Lu Neng close, anticipating such a scenario. As the former head of the Lu family, he would undoubtedly possess invaluable knowledge about their operations and the locations of hidden supplies. Before long, Lu Neng was brought before Ling Feng. After days of imprisonment, his demeanor had transformed completely. The aura of the former patriarch had all but dissipated, replaced by a cautious disposition. The spark in his eyes had faded, replaced by a desperate determination to survive. Upon encountering Ling Feng, Lu Neng promptly knelt on the ground, averted his gaze, and respectfully greeted, "I have met the leader." Ling Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Lu family head, are you still familiar with this place?" Only then did Lu Neng dare to lift his head, casting a glance around the surroundings, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. He never anticipated that his return home would be under such circumstances. It truly was a case of things changing and people becoming estranged. Amongst the familiar sights, he also spotted a well-known figure, Kai Haonan. At this moment, Kai Haonan wore a bitter expression, his eyes flickering with a myriad of complex emotions. Once proud and commanding, the heads of two prominent families now met in such a manner. "How much do you know about your family's research on zombies?" Ling Feng inquired with a serious tone. Lu Neng, unable to utter a falsehood, immediately responded, reporting to the leader, "The project concerning genetic warriors has primarily been overseen by my son, and I have always allowed him to independently manage communications with MK. I am unaware of the specific experimental processes." Upon concluding his words, he cautiously regarded Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor betraying a hint of displeasure. "MK again, their presence is everywhere. Lead us to the supplies. If you cooperate sincerely, you may earn your freedom just like Kai family had." Ling Feng's gaze remained fixed on Lu Neng. Kai family had selflessly contributed all his wealth. "I trust you will do the same, Lu family head." Lu Neng immediately expressed his loyalty, declaring, "I am willing. I will surrender all supplies." Subsequently, Lu Neng guided Ling Feng towards the warehouse district of the Lu family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the warehouse, Lu Neng cautiously stated, "Leader, this is our Lu family's warehouse, but I have already handed the key over to my son." Without further ado, Ling Feng waved his hand towards the massive warehouse door, which weighed 10 tons and measured a meter in thickness, causing it to shatter and collapse with a thunderous crash. Ling Feng led the way into the warehouse, which was even larger than the Kai family's. It was packed with an array of supplies, all food-related, devoid of any other materials. The warehouse soared to a height of 10 meters, with provisions stacked from the floor to the ceiling. Ling Feng swiftly collected all the supplies, causing Lu Neng's heart to tremble, his expression darkening. Kai Haonan observed this and found a sliver of solace in the thought that if disaster were to strike, they would all face it together. Approaching Lu Neng with a smile, Ling Feng remarked, "With such a vast influence, the Lu family cannot possibly possess only this one warehouse, can they?" Before Lu Neng could respond, Kai Haonan interjected, eager to take credit, "Leader, the supplies here are merely a small fraction of what the Lu family has. During the raid on the Storm Base, most of the supplies were taken by them. Furthermore, the Lu family has long been a culinary giant in Qingzhou. They surely have an abundance of food." Ling Feng cast an appreciative glance at Kai Haonan, acknowledging the insidious spirit of a friend's misfortune is a friend's opportunity. Lu Neng shot a fierce look at Kai Haonan, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Yet, he dared not express it before Ling Feng and could only endure the pain as he spoke. "All the supplies of the Lu family are hidden in a secret base. Everything we have, including the spoils seized from the Storm Base, is there. I can take the leader to inspect it." Lu Neng lowered his head deeply, concealing the reluctance in his heart. In comparison to Ling Feng, his hatred for Kai Haonan was profound. This man had once been his ally, only to betray him. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated were now to be relinquished, leaving his family's foundation completely depleted. The hope of the Lu family rising again was now extinguished. Lu Neng trudged forward like a deflated balloon, leading Ling Feng toward the secret base. The Lu family's secret base was situated far from their shelter. Ling Feng took Lu Neng aboard a snowmobile, an opulent vehicle that had once been Lu Neng's exclusive ride, now upgraded and repurposed as Ling Feng's personal transport. As Lu Neng gazed at the familiar snowmobile, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, intensifying his discomfort regarding his current predicament. The only consolation he found was that his son had not been captured. With his son's intelligence, he should have escaped Qingzhou by now. Lu Neng harbored no desire for his son to seek revenge. He simply wished for him to live a peaceful life, free from the turmoil that had consumed him. Chapter 201. The cunning Kai Haonan in a mountain range along the border of Handong province. A group was hastily advancing. At the heart of the formation stood a slender, pale-skinned youth whose eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. This was Lu Guanyu, the escaped head of the Lu family. Upon receiving word from the Kai family's covert network that Kai Haonan had surrendered and that Ling Feng had slain the Dragon Rising base personnel, he recognized that Ling Feng was an indomitable foe. He made a swift decision to unleash all the zombie warriors, transforming everyone within the base into the undead to delay Ling Feng and buy himself more time to escape. Due to his hasty departure, he had only brought along a handful of ability users, and the provisions he carried would scarcely last 3 days. As an ordinary person, he could not endure the outdoors for long. Now, he felt almost frozen, and if he did not find shelter soon, he feared he would perish in the cold. The only things propelling him forward were his willpower and the burning hatred within him. Ling Feng, the war god base. I shall remember you, sooner or later. I will seek vengeance. He gritted his teeth and continued to lead his team toward an uncertain destination. Meanwhile, Lu Neng arrived at the Lu family's secret base with Ling Feng, unveiling the family's reserve of supplies. Even though Ling Feng was well prepared, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. One could assert that this secret base surpasses the combined size of the 4 warehouses belonging to the Kai family by a considerable margin. Although it is also situated underground, it can truly be described as an underground city. The Lu family has astonishingly excavated an entire mountain, resulting in a base that is divided into 3 levels. The first and second levels are dedicated entirely to food reserves, with both the variety and quantity of provisions exceeding those of the Kai family stockpile. The third level houses an arsenal, including 30 helicopters, various artillery pieces, grenades, and fully automatic rifles, among others. Upon spotting the helicopters, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled. He had been lamenting the insufficiency of his own fleet, yet here were 30 additional aircraft, truly a case of wish fulfillment. The warehouse contained hundreds of artillery pieces and thousands of rifles. Although these might seem somewhat superfluous for Ling Feng at this stage, he accepted them all without hesitation. For the future management of the base would necessitate an ordinary armed force, and these rifles would prove useful in time. It took Ling Feng half an hour to transfer all the supplies into his space. Gazing at the vast array of resources now stored within, he felt a profound sense of security. Observing Lu Neng's beaming expression, which had transformed from one of irritation to one of ease, Ling Feng patted Lu Neng's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Master Lu, I thank you for your generous contribution. I have decided to grant you your freedom. You may leave." Lu Neng stared at Ling Feng in disbelief, astonished that he was truly being given a chance to escape. A flicker of hope ignited within him. If he could survive, vengeance might still be within reach. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the middle-aged in their poverty. Ling Feng continued, "And you, Master Kai, are also free today. You may depart alongside Master Lu." Kai Haonan's face lit up with joy, surprised that he had indeed been spared. However, as he glanced at Lu Neng's fierce demeanor, a hint of trepidation crossed his eyes. He quickly exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Leader Ling, I find myself a solitary figure now. I wish to join the war god base and hope you will grant my request." After speaking, Kai Haonan bowed respectfully to Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly, "You two are prominent figures. I cannot allow you to serve under me. It would be best for you to leave while I have yet to change my mind." Kai Haonan's expression shifted, and he dared not say more. "Then I shall take my leave." A path was immediately cleared in the crowd as Lu Neng and Kai Haonan cautiously made their way out. After they departed, Wong Long could not contain his curiosity. "Are we truly letting them go?" Ling Feng scoffed and glanced at Wong Long, replying, "One is a puppet of the Japanese, and the other collaborates with MK. What purpose would they serve us? Send a few people after them. Once they are far enough away, simply deal with them. If we intend to eliminate them, why allow them to leave at all? Isn't that redundant?" Wong Long inquired, perplexed. "Certainly, let them battle it out, first engaging in a skirmish, while simultaneously assessing if they possess any hidden supplies." Wong Long exhibited a look of realization and could not help but give Ling Feng a thumbs up. Ling Feng began to explore the entirety of the Lu family's sanctuary, having been preoccupied with gathering supplies. He had forgotten that there was a wealth of genetic materials here as well. He hurried into the Lu family's laboratory, where he discovered numerous failed specimens carelessly discarded aside. Much like the MK Corporation's laboratory, they conducted experiments on living subjects, resulting in the creation of zombies, grotesque entities that straddle the line between human and beast, highly contagious. Once bitten, one is doomed to become a mindless husk, irredeemable. In the cold storage of the laboratory, Ling Feng stumbled upon an abundance of genetic materials of commendable quality, sufficient to meet the demands of his upcoming upgrades. Thoroughly pleased, he collected all the materials from the cold storage into his space for replication. Henceforth, he would no longer fret over the scarcity of his raw materials. Humming a cheerful tune, he exited the laboratory with a light step. After securing the laboratory's resources, the Lu family had become nothing more than an empty shell, devoid of value. All its inhabitants had transformed into zombies, reduced to ashes. Ling Feng resolved to return to Jinling to identify an appropriate location for his future base, intending to promptly manage affairs in the capital before relocating. As he boarded the helicopter, his gaze casually swept across the open ground where Lu Neng and Kai Haonan were currently engaged in a fierce altercation, both bearing wounds. Though Kai Haonan's injuries appeared significantly graver, Ling Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to linger on their conflict. They could continue their struggle, as their fates were ultimately sealed. Wong Long cast a glance at the two, then organized 6 individuals to ensure their surveillance, before boarding the aircraft. The helicopter squadron took to the skies, majestically soaring towards Jinling. On the ground, Kai Haonan bore a disheveled expression, sporting numerous wounds, while Lu Ning glared at him with venomous intent, his eyes brimming with murderous rage, eager to inflict torment. Observing that Ling Feng and his troops had departed, Kai Haonan hastily exclaimed, "Brother Lu, cease this at once. Everything I have done is to rescue you." Spitting in contempt, Lu Ning shot him a cold glance, retorting, "You have reduced the Lu family's entire legacy to ashes. Even if the heavens themselves were to intervene today, I shall still slay you." With that, he charged at Kai Haonan. "I can offer you half of my supplies." Kai Haonan quickly countered. Lu Ning's movements faltered. Chapter 202. The Fall of Lu Ning. What did you say? Do you truly possess supplies? Lu Ning regarded him with a skeptical expression, clearly unconvinced by his deceitful words. Kai Haonan, known for his clever schemes, had been a familiar adversary for many years, and Lu Ning understood him all too well. Kai Haonan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, hastening to Lu Ning's side to elaborate. "Brother Lu, how could I ever harm you, a dear friend for many years? Had I not spoken thus, Ling Feng might have resorted to some nefarious means against you." Lu Ning regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and disapproval, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Let us discuss this matter later. First, tell me about the supplies." Kai Haonan chuckled mysteriously, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, and whispered, "To be candid, Brother Lu, I possess a small shelter in Jinling, filled with supplies I had previously stored for emergencies. This location is known only to me, and I am now entrusting this secret to you." A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Ning's eyes, and his tone softened slightly. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Of course. Do you doubt my character, Kai Haonan?" he replied, thumping his chest. Lu Ning scoffed lightly, retorting, "I indeed have my reservations." "Uh-huh. Brother Lu, you jest." Kai Haonan responded with an awkward laugh, hastily shifting the topic. "We must quickly relocate the supplies. The war god base has just arrived in Jinling and has yet to establish itself, unfamiliar with the local powers. We should seize this opportunity to retrieve the supplies and plan for our growth. With food on our side, and as 2 superpowered individuals, it will be quite easy to re-establish a force. Rest assured, this new faction will be under your leadership, with me as your deputy. What do you say?" With his persuasive words, Kai Haonan successfully lowered Lu Ning's guard, earning his trust. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall trust you once more. Let us depart swiftly, for time is of the essence." Kai Haonan felt a surge of joy within, and the two hastened toward Jinling, utilizing their superhuman speed. They journeyed without pause, reaching Jinling's borders in just an hour. Kai Haonan led Lu Ning stealthily toward his concealed warehouse, cloaked in darkness, remaining vigilant against any potential pursuers. At last, they arrived at their destination, Jinling's Golden Dragon Mountain, once a renowned tourist attraction, bustling with visitors before the apocalypse. Lu Ning was taken aback that Kai Haonan had hidden supplies here, pondering how he managed to create a warehouse in this location. Seemingly reading Lu Ning's thoughts, Kai Haonan, with great pride, explained, "I invested in a hotel here, built against the mountainside. During its construction, I leveraged various connections to establish a private club. The hotel serves merely as a facade. I excavated a substantial space within the mountain. We had received warnings before the end of days, so I designated this as a backup shelter, stockpiling considerable supplies." Upon hearing this, Lu Nang's understanding dawned, and he gave Kai Haonan a thumbs up, eagerly exclaiming, "Then let us enter at once." Kai Haonan revealed a radiant smile and said, "All right, let us proceed. The hotel corridor is no longer accessible, but I have a hidden passage. Follow me." With determination, Kai Haonan led Lu Ning up the mountain. As they ascended, Kai Haonan glanced at the shape of the mountain, persistently searching until he finally halted before a statue. Beneath the blanket of snow, the once towering 5-meter stone lion now revealed only its head, concealed beneath the frost. It took Kai Haonan a considerable time to locate this statue. He pointed at the stone lion, stating, "The entrance to the shelter lies beneath this lion. We must first clear the snow beside it." The two immediately began to exert themselves in removing the snow, and after half an hour, they successfully cleared a 3-meter area around the statue. At last, the statue's full visage was unveiled. Breathing heavily, they exchanged smiles before jointly pushing aside the massive stone figure, revealing a dark, gaping entrance within. Lu Nang gazed at the opening with a surge of excitement, realizing there was indeed an entrance. Kai Haonan had not deceived him after all, and he felt his guard begin to lower. "Brother Lu, let us hurry inside," Kai Haonan exclaimed, leading the way into the darkness, with Lu Nang closely following. They descended the steps in the pitch-black environment, accompanied only by their footsteps and hurried breaths. After approximately half a minute, Lu Nang sensed he had reached level ground and called out, "Kai Haonan, are we there yet?" "Almost. Let me find a light." Kai Haonan's voice echoed from about 2 or 3 meters ahead, followed by the sound of rustling. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light illuminated the space, followed by a series of incandescent bulbs flickering to life. As Lu Nang adjusted to the brightness, he quickly realized he was standing in a corridor, flanked by tightly shut doors on either side. Kai Haonan stood not far from him, a smile adorning his face. "This is the corridor. Supplies are stored within these rooms." Lu Nang approached one of the doors and casually opened it, discovering it filled to the brim with food, which brought him immense joy. "This is merely a fraction. There are even more supplies in the ballroom." Kai Haonan gestured invitingly. Lu Ning instantly stepped ahead of Kai Haonan, oblivious to the hand concealed within Kai Haonan's clothing and the sly grin upon his face. Upon entering the ballroom, Lu Nang was met with shelves brimming with a variety of supplies, including food, warm clothing, and purified water, all in abundant quantities. He gazed at the provisions with delight, while Lu Nang followed closely behind, occasionally sharing insights, creating a harmonious atmosphere. "Oh my, there's even a snowmobile here." Lu Nang, with his back turned to Kai Haonan, bent down to touch the gleaming new motorcycle, a hint of surprise etched on his face. "Kai, you truly are astute." Suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced Lu's back. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a glimmering dagger had inexplicably punctured through his chest, exposing a segment of its blade. Lu's expression shifted as he felt a disorienting heaviness in his head, struggling to turn around where he beheld Kai Haonan's chilling smile. "Rest assured, this dagger has been thoroughly coated with poison. You shall not survive." Kai Haonan spoke with icy indifference. Chapter 203. A harmful deed ultimately harms the doer. Lu Nang's complexion turned ashen, sensing the rapid ebbing of his life. With a face full of regret, he exclaimed, "I truly regret having placed my trust in you, you wretched scoundrel. I should have ended your life the moment I had the chance." His gaze darkened as he spoke coldly. "Humph, you were simply too gullible. I barely have enough resources for myself. Do you truly think I would provide for someone intent on my demise? Even if I had spared you, you would eventually seek my life." Lu Nang, with bitterness in his eyes, slowly collapsed. Kai Haonan approached Lu Nang's lifeless body, kicking it twice to confirm his demise before erupting into raucous laughter. "Ha ha. When it comes to cunning schemes, who can rival me? This place will be the genesis of my vengeance." "Vengeance against whom?" A cold voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Who?" Kai Haonan trembled in fear, swiftly turning to face the source of the voice. To his astonishment, 6 men clad in uniform black combat attire stood not far away. Their identities immediately clear to him. Individuals from the War God base. The 6 men regarded him with a frigid demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion. Kai Haonan's expression shifted drastically, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. He had witnessed their prowess. Each one possessed the strength comparable to Long Kaiyu, and he was no match for them, especially not against 6 adversaries. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated being tailed by several shadows. Kai Haonan's eyes darted, and he quickly resorted to enticing them with promises of profit. "Brothers, how about granting me a reprieve? I will personally deliver the resources here to you. No one else knows of them but me. With these supplies, you could sustain yourselves for a lifetime without risking your lives for Ling Feng." The team members observed him with cold, unyielding gazes, remaining unmoved. "What is it that you truly desire? I will do everything in my power to fulfill your wishes," Kai Haonan implored earnestly. "We seek your life," one of the team members replied icily. The 6 men then began to close in on Kai Haonan. His face paled dramatically, lamenting his hasty decision to eliminate Lu Nong, as it would have increased his chances of escape. Observing the resolute expressions of the men before him, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. "If you wish to end my life, know that I am not so easily subdued." Kai Haonan withdrew the dagger from Lu Nang's body and, with a fierce expression, swiftly charged towards several team members. His figure flickered in and out of sight, rendering him nearly indistinguishable. As the gazes of the team members met, 2 of them positioned themselves at the entrance to prevent his escape, while the others remained stationary. All were at the level of royal-grade superpowers, and dealing with a single super-ability user would be a trivial task for them. In an instant, Kai Haonan appeared behind a team member, thrusting his dagger towards the man's back. The team member did not evade or flinch, leading Kai Haonan to believe his ambush was successful, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Just as he was about to strike, the man, who had been facing away, spun around with astonishing speed, disarming Kai Haonan before he could react. Suddenly, Kai Haonan felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if pierced by something acute. He hastily looked down, his expression shifting dramatically as he realized the dagger had penetrated his own heart, blood seeping incessantly from the wound. Staggering toward the doorway, all he desired was to escape. He was desperate to survive, yearning to fulfill numerous unaccomplished aspirations, to reign as the king of Jinling. Ultimately, he collapsed just a step away from the exit, his eyes slowly closing in despair and regret. The team members completed their mission and began contacting Wong Long, informing him of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Wong Long promptly relayed it to Ling Feng. Ling Feng was not particularly surprised. He had always perceived Kai Haonan as cunning and suspected he had been holding back. Now, through this turn of events, he had finally drained every last ounce of usefulness from Kai Haonan. In Ling Feng's eyes, there was zero tolerance for traitors. Allowing them a swift death was the utmost leniency. The traitorous Ito from Japan, who wished for death, still endured the torturous punishment daily. Upon returning to Jinling, Ling Feng commenced the search for a new base location, informed by his understanding of the various factions within Jinling. Currently, there were 9 shelters of varying sizes, with the largest being the Kai family S, situated in the very heart of Jinling. This shelter offered convenient access to anywhere in the city. Once the base was relocated, Ling Feng intended to consolidate all bases in Jinling, ensuring the entire region became an impenetrable fortress. Having already encountered conflicts with the Longping base, he could not allow his backyard to ignite and risk Jinling, or even all of Handong, aligning with Longping. From a military perspective, the Kai family's shelter was undoubtedly an optimal position. Moreover, the previously concealed warehouses of the Kai family were substantial in size, comparable to that of the War God base, and were located in close proximity to the shelter, allowing for rapid access. Ling Feng spent half a day contemplating and concluded that the Kai family's shelter was the most suitable new residence for the War God base. In terms of security, the shelter is constructed 50 meters underground, with all walls made of high-strength reinforced concrete, offering sturdiness that surpasses even that of Ling Feng's current War God base. The shelter boasts 3 exits, each equipped with doors made of titanium alloy steel plates filled with high-strength concrete, ensuring impeccable safety. In terms of scale, the Kai family's shelter is impressively large, with a usable area reaching 100,000 square meters and a 2-story design that optimizes space utilization, capable of accommodating up to 350,000 residents. This capacity is more than sufficient for the current demands of the War God base. The layout of the base is exceptionally rational, featuring amenities such as supermarkets, gyms, restaurants, and clothing stores, effectively resembling a compact city, which is exceedingly convenient. For the new base, Ling Feng intends to limit occupancy to only those with special abilities, members of the War God team, researchers, and personnel responsible for daily maintenance. Ordinary members will be assigned to several smaller shelters, as he anticipates that, in the process of gradually unifying the entire Handong province. The number of armed personnel under his command will inevitably increase, thus necessitating a proportional rise in management staff at headquarters. This location will not be suitable for ordinary residents. Chapter 204. Hutnci's response plan. After finalizing the site selection for the base, Ling Feng summoned Wong Long and Ma Wu. He prepared a sumptuous feast in the dining area as a reward for the two leaders of the war god team. Wong Long and Ma Wu, clad in matching uniforms, arrived at the dining room. Upon seeing 2 bottles of vintage liquor on the table, Wong Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly approached the table, picked up one of the bottles, and exclaimed with astonishment, "Ah, a 20-year-old liquor. What a treasure! This is something that money cannot buy. You must thank Kai Haonan for this. It was taken from his warehouse, and he hasn't even dared to indulge in it himself." Ling Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Wong Long chuckled, teasingly adding, "If Kai Haonan knew we were drinking his liquor, he would surely be furious enough to crush the table." Ma Wu stood beside them, grinning foolishly, as he was not very articulate and could only express his feelings through smiles. Ling Feng gestured for the two to sit down and began the meal, savoring the exquisite taste of the 20-year-old liquor. Unbeknownst to them, the three consumed quite a bit. Before long, the 2 bottles were nearly empty. "This is truly excellent liquor," Wong Long remarked, savoring the taste with a look of nostalgia. Ma Wu's face turned slightly red, a hint of inebriation evident, as he nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Indeed, this is the finest liquor I have ever tasted in my life." Ling Feng smiled subtly and generously produced 4 more bottles of the same liquor from his space. "If you enjoy it, each of you can take 2 bottles back with you." Wong Long's expression lit up with joy as he quickly grabbed 2 bottles and placed them in front of himself, fearing that Ling Feng might change his mind. "Has everyone had their fill? Now, let us address some serious matters," Ling Feng said with a solemn expression. Ma Wu immediately wiped the smile off his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he gazed intently at Ling Feng, while Wong Long leaned back in his chair, though his relaxed expression vanished as well. "Our initial task is essentially complete. The next step involves relocating the base. I intend to move the war god base to Jinling. The capital city is too small and no longer suitable for our future development," Ling Feng stated, lighting a cigarette as he observed the reactions of the two. Ma Wu lowered his gaze, lost in thought, while Wong Long's face illuminated with excitement. "Shall we gradually unify all the forces in Jinling?" Wong Long inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, however, Jinling is merely the first step. My ambition extends to the entirety of Handong province. Currently, Longping Base is eyeing Handong with great intent, and we cannot afford to be passive. If we only focus on Jinling, before long, Longping Base will encroach upon all surrounding cities, effectively encircling us, leaving us in a precarious position," Wong Long remarked, his expression darkening with anger as he furrowed his brow. "Longping Base is exceedingly arrogant. I yearn to lead our forces and crush their stronghold." Ma Wu shook his head. "From what I understand, the power behind Longping Base is formidable. It would be prudent for us to exercise restraint for the time being. I have heard from Zhang Zhibiao that Longping Base is not easily dealt with. Their high-tier combat capabilities are reportedly impressive." Ling Feng cleared his throat and stated calmly, "Let us table this discussion for now. Our immediate priority is to manage the aftermath in Jinling. Tomorrow, I will return to the capital, while you two will remain in Jinling. Ensure proper arrangements for the personnel from the Kai family. However, this shelter must be vacated, as it will become our main base. Any dissenters must be dealt with promptly." After organizing the tasks, the hour had grown late. Ling Feng bid farewell to Wong Long and Ma Wu, seeking a place to rest. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the white-robed sect and deal with the snow god of that sect. Meanwhile, at the new headquarters of the white-robed sect, Hutnci was in a meeting room discussing matters with 2 king-level ability users from Longping Base. Hutnci wore a grim expression, having just received alarming news from the 2 king-level ability users. Ling Feng had led his forces to annihilate the Lu and Kai families, 2 long-standing clans, in a single day. Furthermore, Ling Feng had rejected Longping Base's offer of surrender, killing 2 of their king-level ability users. Most troubling of all, Ling Feng had dispatched an aerial squadron to bombard the headquarters of Longping Base, inflicting significant damage before departing unscathed. As he watched Ling Feng's power grow day by day, Hutnci felt his chances for revenge slipping further away, seemingly becoming an elusive dream. He turned to the two king-level ability users and smiled. Two gentlemen. Now that Ling Feng has eliminated the rulers of both Jinling and Qingzhou, this will undoubtedly affect the base's future governance over Handong. What is the stance of the base? The tall Esper Lu Jinyang remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured, my dear Hu, the base is teeming with experts. Does Ling Feng truly believe that by slaying two kings he can claim invincibility? The base is home to royal and even sacred level espers. There is no need to fear him. Sacred level. Hutnci's expression shifted in astonishment. For him, breaking through to the king level had already posed significant challenges, and the royal level seemed a distant dream. He could hardly fathom the existence of sacred level espers within the base. Such power was terrifying. A sacred level esper possesses strength equivalent to 6,000 ordinary individuals. Such prowess was beyond his imagination, as he, a king level esper, could barely reach a multiplier of around 1,500. Upon hearing Lu mention the existence of sacred-level espers within the base, Hutnci felt considerably reassured. No matter how formidable Ling Feng might be, it was improbable for him to ascend to the sacred level in such a short span. The resources and effort required to nurture a sacred-level esper were beyond comprehension. Without the right opportunities and innate talent, achieving such a level was exceedingly difficult. He believed that, given the might of the war god base, it would be challenging to cultivate a sacred-level esper. Hutnci continued to inquire. Once Ling Feng resolves matters with the Lu and Kai families, he is likely to turn his attention towards our divine sect. We must swiftly formulate a countermeasure. Lu Jinyang smiled confidently. Do not worry, my dear Hu. I have already reported the situation here to the base. They have dispatched experts overnight. You should proceed to Chuangshe Mountain without delay. If you tarry, you may miss your opportunity. Hutnci nodded slightly, stating, Then I shall set off tonight. I will leave the affairs of the divine sect in your capable hands, and should I obtain the exotic fruit, I will certainly not forget the two of you. Lu Jinyang chuckled, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. The base's approval for your journey to Chuangshe Mountain is both a reward for you and a recognition of your potential. Do not let the base's expectations go unfulfilled. Hutnci nodded earnestly. He yearned for strength more than anyone else, driven by the desire for vengeance. The power of hatred continually propelled him forward. Chapter 205. The divine sect changes hands the following morning, within the opulent confines of a bedroom at the Kai family sanctuary. Ling Feng stretched and lazily sat up from the bed. The comfort of Kai Haonan's bed was so indulgent that he wished to linger there, longing for another day and night of slumber. After a brief wash, Ling Feng retrieved 10 steaming baskets of crab roe buns, battle axe steak, Australian lobster, and 3 bowls of rice rolls from his spatial storage. Having indulged in some alcohol the previous night, he found his appetite lacking and decided to settle for a simple meal of buns accompanied by spicy soup. All of these delicacies were prepared in advance by Lin Su, and after cooking, he had stored them away, ensuring he could enjoy her culinary creations anywhere. Now, apart from Lin Su's cooking, he found it difficult to adapt to anything else. She had spoiled his palate. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ling Feng briefly conveyed a few words to Wong Long before taking off alone in the helicopter. Based on the information he previously acquired, he flew directly towards the location of the white-clad sect. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, the white-clad sect had since relocated, and he was still heading towards the original address. The helicopter soared at an impressive speed, and within approximately half an hour, Ling Feng arrived in the vicinity of the white-clad sect. He began to lower the altitude of the aircraft, searching for the specific location of the sect. Soon, he spotted a large white gate behind a hillside. With a raised eyebrow, he piloted the helicopter towards the gate. At that moment, the sanctuary's entrance was firmly shut. Ling Feng pressed the attack button on the helicopter, and 2 rockets were instantly launched from either side. With a thunderous explosion, the sect's white gate shattered into countless pieces. The guards inside the sanctuary were thrown into disarray. Enemies are attacking. Enemies are attacking. They immediately alerted the only esper stationed at the base. Due to the relocation of headquarters, only a token presence was maintained. At that time, the station guardian, Wu Sanggu, was blissfully asleep on a bed that originally belonged to the snow god. 2 young maidens dressed lightly standing by, ready to fulfill his every command. Since being appointed as the guardian, Wu Sanggu had been living a life of luxury, with little to do beyond eating and engaging in minor exercises. Today, as usual, he had indulged in a drink, momentarily released his primal power, and lay down for a nap, relishing his indulgent existence. Just as he drifted into slumber, a frantic knocking at the door jolted him awake. Infuriated, Wu Sangyu leapt from his bed, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! Do you fools not know I'm trying to sleep? Knock, 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 what the hell?" He stormed to the door and yanked it open. To his surprise, his attendant stood before him, pale and filled with dread. "What do you want?" Wu Sangyu asked. Visibly irritated, the attendant remained silent, but a figure stepped out from behind him, shoving him aside. Wu Sangyu then noticed another person, whose face seemed unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome, inciting a twinge of jealousy within him. "Are you new here?" he grumbled. Ling Feng, smiling, swiftly sent him flying with a single slap. Wu Sangyu cried out, crashing against the wall and spewing a mouthful of blood, with an unknown number of bones likely broken. The two maidens in the room shrieked and immediately crouched down, too frightened to look up. As Wu Sangyu gazed at the man before him, he finally regained his senses, terror etched across his face as he stammered. "W are you? Do you have any idea this is the territory of the white-clad sect?" Ling Feng casually took a seat, his demeanor calm as he gazed at Wu Sangyu on the ground. "Where have the others from your sect gone? Answer honestly, or I shall flay you alive." Wu Sangyu trembled at the cruel words spoken so nonchalantly by the man before him. Judging by the speed of his earlier attack, he knew he stood no chance. Yet, if he betrayed the sect and the leader found out, he would surely meet a dreadful fate. Seeing the hesitation in Wu Sangyu's expression, Ling Feng immediately retracted his smile and coldly declared, "You have 3 seconds to contemplate. After 3 seconds, I shall fulfill my promise. 3, 2, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." Wu Sangyu quickly conceded, no longer daring to hesitate. The murderous intent he had discerned in Ling Feng's eyes ignited a primal desire for survival within him, making him abandon all thoughts of the future, wishing only to prolong his life. "Speak," Ling Feng urged, his expression indifferent. "They have all relocated to the Icefield Sanctuary to evade your retribution," Wu Sangyu exclaimed in fear. Ling Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this snow god would be so cowardly as to move the headquarters. Quite bold indeed. "What is the snow god's current strength?" "The snow god." Wu Sangyu paused, then quickly replied, "The snow god is dead. Now the sect has only the leader. No snow god." Ling Feng was taken aback, shocked by the significant changes that had transpired within the sect in such a short span of days. "How did he die?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes. Wu Sangyu felt uneasy under Ling Feng's piercing gaze and, fearing for his safety, recounted the events surrounding the white garment sect's upheaval in detail. Ling Feng remained silent for a few moments, his mind racing as he recalled a name, Hutnci. Ling Feng had some recollection of Hutnci. During the assault on his villa by the Hu family, over 100 adversaries had been nearly exterminated, with only a few managing to escape. One of them had seemingly been Hutnci. To think he had awakened supernatural abilities and ascended to the position of leader, even entangled with Yang Zihan. Ling Feng could not help but laugh aloud. What a twist of fate. Ultimately, he found himself entangled with familiar faces. It appeared these two had been biding their time, gathering strength to seek revenge against him, but alas, they would never catch up to his pace. After discerning the location of the Icefield base, Ling Feng swiftly dealt with Wu Sangyu, dismissing the others at the base, allowing them to fend for themselves. He piloted his helicopter towards the Icefield base. Although the snow god was dead, both Hutnci and Yang Zihan must perish. Ling Feng was not a magnanimous man. He would not permit any uncertain elements to exist. Even if the odds of them killing him were minuscule, he would personally see to their end, particularly Yang Zihan, who had caused him considerable trouble in the past. This woman was a calamity. Leaving her alive would only invite further chaos. Chapter 206, What Deputy Captain? I am the captain. Half an hour later, Ling Feng arrived at the Icefield Sanctuary. The entrance to the sanctuary was surrounded by a circular structure made of ice blocks, resembling a grand city gate. With soldiers patrolling the area, rifles in hand, Ling Feng effortlessly stored his helicopter in midair and leaped towards the city wall, landing gracefully with a resonant sound. The patrolling soldiers were startled by his sudden appearance atop the wall, questioning who he was and if he would surrender. In an instant, more than a dozen armed soldiers converged upon him. Ling Feng activated his gravity domain, leisurely descending towards the ground below the wall. The soldiers were instantly crushed into a mass of flesh by the overwhelming force of gravity, their blood staining the ice-made wall, which rapidly froze again in the frigid air, merging with the structure itself. Stepping down from the wall, Ling Feng approached the sanctuary's entrance, which remained ajar, with the soldiers on the wall having met their abrupt demise. No one was aware of the unfolding events. Ling Feng entered the sanctuary openly, unimpeded by any opposition. He wandered through the interior, observing that all the inhabitants donned identical white robes, each person appearing hurried and vacant, their eyes devoid of life, all moving in unison towards a common direction. Though Ling Feng, clad in black, drew a few curious glances, the others soon dismissed him, assuming he was a new initiate who had yet to change into the appropriate attire. Following the throng, he soon arrived at a large iron gate, where a group of imposing, masked figures stood guard, each wielding a long blade. Judging by the aura they exuded, these men were likely the empowered adherents of the white-robed sect. As Ling Feng joined the line, he noticed that every individual was required to present a form of identification resembling a work badge upon passing through the gate. The empowered guardians meticulously checked the credentials, allowing entry only upon confirmation of identity. Soon, it was Ling Feng's turn. Approaching the guardians with an unflinching demeanor, he was met with furrowed brows upon their realization of his attire. "Why are you not wearing the sect's robes? When did you join the sect?" one of them inquired. Ling Feng smiled faintly. "I am not part of your sect. I am Ling Feng from the War God Base. Perhaps you have heard of me?" The questioning guardian appeared taken aback for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he shouted, "Ling Feng! It's him! Seize him!" In an instant, the other empowered guardians drew their blades, charging toward Ling Feng, while the ordinary congregants in line fled in terror. Ling Feng unleashed a mental attack, and the area erupted in chaos, with all but the squad leader being obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. The extraordinary individual was rendered utterly paralyzed by the harrowing scene, his body smeared with the blood of his comrades. "Take me to your leader," came the indifferent voice of Ling Feng. The captain of the extraordinary team trembled and rose to his feet, quaking as he made his way toward the depths of the sanctuary, daring not to offer any form of resistance. Ling Feng followed closely behind, eliminating any who dared oppose him with effortless precision. Within the dining hall of the cult, 4 high-ranking members were gathered around a hot pot, several bottles of guojiao adorning the table. Each individual was accompanied by a beautiful woman, reveling in their feasting, imbibing spirits, boasting, and indulging in merriment, entirely oblivious to the imminent threat at their doorstep. These individuals hailed from Longping Base, 2 of whom had assisted Hutnci in his power grab, while the other 2 had just arrived to aid the cult against the forces of the War God Base. The newly joined pair possessed initial-level imperial strength, marking them as formidable within Longping Base. This banquet was specifically arranged to welcome the 2 imperial powers. One of the imperial extraordinary beings, Liu Wei, with a flushed visage and a somewhat dazed gaze, clearly intoxicated, stood with his cup raised and boisterously proclaimed, "To my dear brothers, your hospitality today is beyond compare. Let the drink speak for itself." He downed his glass in one swift motion. "Brother Hai, your capacity is impressive. No wonder you have transcended to imperial status." Lu Jinyang lauded him with a thumbs up. "Brothers, let us save some room, for there is a second round to come. I have prepared a little surprise for later." Lu Jinyang added with a mischievous grin. The 2 imperial extraordinary beings instantly understood, sharing a knowing smile. Another imperial extraordinary, Duan Shi, gestured at Lu Jinyang with a laugh. "Now, there's our good little brother." Lu Jinyang, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together. "Brothers, last time I asked for your assistance regarding my brother, Lu Xiaohu, and his promotion to vice captain," he mentioned. Lu Hai feigned confusion. "What vice captain? Captain, you mean?" Lu Jinyang's face lit up with joy as he raised his cup, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Hai, what can I say? I'll drink to that." He promptly downed another full glass. Just as the revelry reached its peak, an untimely interruption occurred. A guard, hastily entering, exclaimed with urgency, "Gentlemen, we have grave news." Before he could finish, Liu Hai interrupted, his expression darkening. "Little Liu, your subordinate is rather hasty. He must learn to exercise patience." Lu Jinyang was momentarily taken aback by Liu Hai's words and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Brother Hai is right. My management has indeed been too lax. I will educate them properly once I return." He then shifted his gaze to his subordinates, his expression transforming into one of stern reprimand. "How many times have I told you? When I am in discussions with the leaders, you must knock before entering. Have you forgotten? Is your mind clouded? Moreover, in the event of any significant issue, maintain your composure and address it calmly. The chastised subordinates inwardly cursed their leaders, thinking, "What a bunch of fools. The enemy is almost upon us, and they are still indulging in feasting and frivolity instead of attending to serious matters." After a lengthy admonishment, Lu Jinyang felt he had sufficiently vented his frustrations and finally inquired, "Now, what exactly is going on?" Chapter 207. The Fruits of War. One of the subordinates spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "Report, sir. It appears that Ling Feng from the War God base has breached our defenses and is rapidly advancing within the base." "What?" Lu Jinyang exclaimed, his face betraying a look of astonishment. "Ling Feng has arrived?" Liu Hai also set down his glass, his gaze sharpening with newfound clarity. "Where's that Ling Feng now?" Another royal-level ability wielder, Duan Shi, asked. "I am right here." Ling Feng strolled in, hands in pockets, swaying slightly. The room's occupants immediately adopted a vigilant stance, their bodies poised to react at any moment to the sudden appearance of the young man. Ling Feng surveyed the gathering, taking in both the individuals present and the banquet laid out before them, and couldn't help but tease. Well, you all have exquisite taste. Enjoying hot pot and fine liquor, accompanied by beautiful company. Truly enviable." He then took a seat at an unoccupied chair, skillfully retrieved a cigarette from a box on the table, lit it with a lighter, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before stowing the remaining cigarette and lighter in his pocket, his movements fluid and natural. A cold glint flickered in Lu Jinyang's eyes as he spoke in an icy tone. "So you are indeed Ling Feng from the War God base?" "Indeed, without a doubt." Ling Feng poured himself a glass of liquor, savoring its flavor, and nodded appreciatively. "Ah, fine wine, smooth on the palate, a delightful sensation." Liu Hai regarded Ling Feng with a sardonic smile, a glimmer of malice in his gaze. "The young man has quite the audacity. We have yet to seek you out, and yet you have come to us. Do you realize who we are?" Ling Feng's interest was piqued as he observed the self-assured demeanor of the group, curious as to which powerful faction they belonged to. "And who might you be?" he inquired with intrigue. "You may be startled by the revelation," Liu Hai declared with an air of arrogance. "I am Liu Hai, a royal-level ability wielder from Longping Base, and this is my colleague, Duan Shi, also a royal-level ability wielder." He gestured towards Duan Shi. "Longping Base." Ling Feng's expression shifted, genuinely taken aback by this unexpected revelation. The Longping Base indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Having formed an alliance with the white-clad